Damn monsters go to hell together. Jiang Ming's eyes widened in fury as he croaked with his last ounce of strength, pressing the signal transmitter of the pulse mine array in his hand. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions roared, flames shooting into the sky as the entire position, along with countless monsters, was obliterated. In the final moment of his life, Jiang Ming's mind flashed through memories like a film reel, from birth, crawling, walking, speaking, running, his first love, first fight, first time skipping class for internet, first night out, first argument with his parents. Everything was so ordinary yet precious. Time arriving at June 14th, 2035, 3 days before the end of the world. That day, Jiang Ming received news of his parents' tragic car accident and discovered his girlfriend had an affair with his best friend. Jiang Ming watched these memories like a spectator, still feeling pain and hatred. The memories should have continued to June 15th, but they stalled as if the tape had jammed. Just then, Jiang Ming's fading consciousness suddenly grew clear, and he jerked upright like a fish out of water, gasping heavily for air. His eyes were wide and vacant at first, then gradually focused as he took in his surroundings. A room no more than 30 square meters, walls pitted and mottled, dirty clothes piled in the corner, greasy kitchen utensils, and the hard bed beneath him. Everything felt both familiar and strange. This is my room. Jiang Ming looked around uncertainly. Wasn't he dead? Was this a dream? Jiang Ming raised his hand and slapped himself hard. A sharp crack rang out, nearly knocking him off the bed. Damn it, that hurts. Hurt. Jiang Ming's mind trembled, then he frantically fished out a mirror and looked at his reflection. The mirror showed a sallow, dark-circled, stubbly, messy-haired face, the young Jiang Ming's appearance. I was reborn. I was reborn. I was actually reborn. Jiang Ming jumped off the bed in excitement, dancing like a madman, crying and laughing. Calm down. Calm down. Calm down. Jiang Ming used the techniques he learned in the apocalypse, deep breaths to control his emotions and steady himself. He found his phone and looked at the time, June 14th, 2035, 1:01 p.m. In his past life, he had received news of his parents' passing this morning. Looking at the family photo on the phone's lock screen, he gently traced his parents' faces with his finger, a pang of pain in his heart. The dead cannot be resurrected, but even living a second life, he hadn't seen them one last time. If all this was real, then there were still 2.5 days before the apocalypse. After those 2.5 days, this world would no longer be the one he knew. Humanity would no longer be at the top of the food chain. Everything would completely collapse. If this was heaven's second chance for Jiang Ming, or his destiny, he was willing to accept it. He wanted to survive, more than ever before. 15 years of survival in the apocalypse were vivid as nightmares. To survive, he had even eaten filth, rot, and scraps. He had experienced the greatest despair, but he wanted to live, not just survive like an ant. He closed his eyes for a moment, then opened them. Jiang Ming quickly tidied himself up, checked his bank balance, and prepared to go out. Since he was reborn, he had to seize this opportunity. With 2.5 days until the end, he would make all preparations. I love you, a love so clear, so strong, a faith. The ringtone suddenly played, stirring memories. It was specially set for Yi Chuing. This woman had once sworn eternal love. He even knew what she would say. After this call, he would face his girlfriend's infidelity and his best friend's betrayal. But now to Jiang Ming, all this was irrelevant and painless. He didn't blame them. Everyone had the right to choose. In his past life, he simply hadn't had that right. He answered the call. Before Yi Chuing could speak, he said, "Let's break up." Silence at the other end, then her soft voice, "Why?" "I've been thinking lately. Everyone has the right to pursue their own happiness. Yumi Su Tianhong. I apologize for my incompetence and thank you for your efforts. Let's part peacefully, owing nothing." Without waiting for her reply, he decisively hung up, deleted her contact, and blocked her. 15 years of survival taught Jiang Ming one truth: hesitation leads to trouble. He now had to face what would decide his life. These leftover hiccups from the past were best resolved quickly. As he fished for his keys to lock the door, something fell out, clattering to the ground. He looked down, a golden die. This is the lucky die. Jiang Ming picked it up and examined it, overjoyed. In his past life, he had accidentally entered the divine demon continent and obtained this lucky die. It had 6 faces corresponding to numbers 1 through 6, usable once per day. Whatever number he rolled, his luck would increase by that amount. Luck was intangible, and Jiang Ming had been skeptical until he used the die multiple times to escape danger, confirming it as a rare treasure. But even the most incredible luck couldn't withstand being devoured by mutant hordes. He hadn't expected that upon rebirth the die would come with him. He tucked it safely against his skin. Its value was immeasurable. Leaving home, he headed straight to a rental agency in the downtown commercial district. When the apocalypse struck, humanity would first face mutations: plants mutated, animals mutated, people mutated. At that point, one should flee to sparsely populated areas. But here in the commercial district, something very important awaited Jiang Ming. He had to obtain it. In 2.5 days, along with the highly infectious and contagious virus descending worldwide, a meteor shower would streak across the sky and fall to Earth. These meteor showers were actually colorful cubes with question marks containing all kinds of mysterious, miraculous, and powerful bloodlines. Jiang Ming remembered that in his past life, one of these cubes had landed here in the city center, yielding the top-tier bloodline. He needed to seize that bloodline when the meteor fell. He didn't know exactly where it would fall, so he planned to rent a room in the best located, most convenient part of the commercial district, and when the cube dropped, he would snatch it. "Sir, this is the apartment you're interested in." 120 square meters, fully decorated 2 bedrooms, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, 1 bathroom, with balcony and storage. Appliances like AC, washer, fridge are all included. Just move in. Located in the commercial district. Rent is $3,000 per month, deposit of 2 months, and payment of 1 month in advance, minimum 1-year lease. If you're satisfied, we can proceed with the contract. The professionally dressed agent wore a signature smile as she introduced the rental property in the downtown commercial district. Okay, no problem. Draw up the contract. He'll move in today. He spent 9,000 yuan for 3 months' rent, nearly half his savings. The money was originally intended for a small apartment down payment, but that no longer mattered. In 2.5 days, money would be nothing but scrap paper. After securing the apartment, he needed to stock up on supplies and medicine. When the apocalypse began, there would be a violent outbreak period lasting 7 days, the most chaotic time. As long as he survived those 7 days, Jiang Ming had absolute confidence he could live on. He ran to the supermarket and pharmacy, spending nearly all remaining savings on high-energy, protein-rich, and sugar-rich items, mostly vacuum-packed food for portability, along with emergency medical supplies and first-aid items, all of which would come in handy. He also spent heavily on several KN-100 dust masks. In his past life, he hadn't been infected by the virus, but he couldn't afford to be careless in this new life. After buying supplies sufficient for about 10 days, he went to a military surplus store, purchasing a large backpack, combat boots, and other useful gear, along with a military knife and a machete. The knife and machete were prohibited items. He spent a total of 6,000 yuan to acquire them. The originally spacious apartment was now almost entirely filled after a busy afternoon. With most preparations done, he rested a while, then started exercising. He was painfully aware of how weak this body was, winded after just a few steps of running. A strong body is the foundation. He would have to compete with others for resources. His physique couldn't be a weakness. He strapped weighted bands to his limbs and went out for a run, then did several sets of push-ups, sit-ups, and squats for conditioning. When he returned, it was already past 10 at night. His body was severely depleted, but his spirit was high. He didn't feel tired. In the room, Jiang Ming gripped the machete and began practicing chopping motions. His reborn body was still too stiff. He needed to adapt and advance. While practicing, his phone suddenly rang, an unknown number. He answered on speaker, set it aside, and continued practicing. Hello, who is this? After a moment's silence, Yi Chuing's disappointed voice came through. Hey Jiang Ming, where are you? Can we talk? Hearing that it was Yi Chuing calling, Jiang Ming said with no interest, we are over. Don't call me again. That's it. Goodbye. After hanging up, Jiang Ming continued practicing his blade. 15 years of survival in the apocalypse had hardened his heart like stone. Yi Chuing's call could not affect him in the slightest. But soon the phone rang again. This time the caller ID showed old Su Tianhong, his so-called best friend, also the man who had an affair with Yi Chuing. Jiang Ming directly hung up, turned off the phone, and focused solely on blade practice. He trained until late into the night, until his strength was completely drained and he could no longer move. Then he took a cold shower and fell asleep. The next day, Jiang Ming was awakened by urgent knocking. Opening the door, he saw 2 police officers in uniform. He asked suspiciously, may I ask what's the matter? Are you Jiang Ming? Asked one slightly chubby officer. Jiang Ming nodded. Yes, I'm Jiang Ming. Show us your ID. The other thin officer held a pen and notebook, clearly for recording. Jiang Ming thought they were doing a census, so he went back to his room, took out his ID card, and handed it to them. After recording Jiang Ming's information, the thin officer said, don't just disappear like that. Your friend was very worried and came to our station to report you missing last night. Talk things out properly and give your friend a call later. Jiang Ming was startled, then realized it must have been Yi Chuing. He nodded and said, okay, thank you. Sorry for the trouble. After the police left, Jiang Ming returned to his room, picked up his phone, and turned it on. The screen was full of missed calls, most from unknown numbers with only a few exceptions. As soon as the phone powered on, it rang again. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Ming pressed the answer button. Jiang Ming, are you okay? Why haven't you been answering my calls? Do you know how worried I was? As soon as the call connected, Yi Chuing's anxious, tearful voice came through. Jiang Ming ignored her display of concern and said calmly, is Su Tianhong with you? Give him the phone. The sound on the other end stopped abruptly. After a moment, a man's slightly dry and nervous voice came through. Hey old Jiang, it's old Su. Su Tianhong, Yi Chuing, and I have parted ways peacefully. We have no further ties. Stop calling me to bother me. From now on, I go my way and you go yours. Okay. Su Tianhong on the other end clearly hadn't expected the usually timid Jiang Ming to speak so forcefully. After finishing, Jiang Ming was about to hang up, but hesitated. Also, for the sake of past friendship, let me give you a piece of advice. Stock up on food, water, and medicine in the next couple of days. No matter what happens the day after tomorrow, don't go outside. With that, he hung up, blocked the number, and turned off his phone. He strapped on his sandbags and went out to exercise while also familiarizing himself with the surrounding terrain for when the boxes dropped, so he could grab them as quickly as possible. After exercising, he returned to practice with the machete. This routine continued until the night of June 16, 2035. Past midnight, the virus that would destroy the world would rain down, wiping out everything humanity had. Tonight, the meteor shower would fall to Earth along with the virus. During the day, Jiang Ming had prepared and rested sufficiently. Even at 11 o'clock at night, he was still full of energy, even excited. Watching the time on his phone tick away as it jumped from 2359 on June 16th to 00 on June 17th, Jiang Ming put on a dust mask, secured his dagger, gripped his machete, and stared out the window at the sky. The next moment, a loud bang erupted in the sky, as if a shell had exploded over the city. Then in the pitch-black night, meteors bloomed like fireworks, scattering across the world. At the same time, the virus invisible to the naked eye had already spread to every corner of the earth with that explosion. In the commercial district, previously docile animals became restless and barked incessantly. The well-trimmed vegetation in the green belts began to change. Those still out partying and reveling had no idea that the apocalypse had silently descended. The meteors streaked across the sky, scattering in all directions. One of them grew larger and larger in Jiang Ming's eyes, making his blood pump faster. "Oh, help. It hurts. Get away, don't bite me. Whose dog is this? Can't you control it? Roar. 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 Damn, those beasts have gone mad. Run. They seem wrong. Honey, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me. Dad, that's your own grandson. Let go. Mom, stop biting Dad. Wah wah." While Jiang Ming was fixated on the meteor, the neighborhood had already fallen into chaos. Households with pets were under attack by mutated animals, and some humans were already transforming. Jiang Ming kept his eyes fixed on the approaching meteor, unmoved. With a loud crash, a meteor, trailing a fiery tail, landed in the small square of the neighborhood. After pinpointing the location, Jiang Ming gripped his machete and rushed out the door, running down the stairs from the third floor to the first floor as fast as he could, heading straight for the small square. During the sprint, he caught glimpses of people being attacked by mutated animals, thrown to the ground and savagely bitten, their screams echoing. There were also humans who had turned into zombies, attacking their relatives and friends. Roar. After leaping over a hedge, a ferocious zombie dog covered in blood and larger than normal suddenly charged out from the side, opening its bloody maw to bite Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming, maintaining maximum alertness, swung his machete with full force the moment the zombie dog pounced, hacking it hard on its terrifying dog head. The blow used all his strength. The blade sank into the zombie dog's skull, destroying its brain. The frenzied dog instantly fell dead. Jiang Ming took heavy breaths. Exercising vigorously with a mask on was taxing. He stepped on the dog's carcass, pulled out the blade, and shook his wrist. His body was still too weak. The impact had numbed his tiger's mouth, but at least he had killed the freshly mutated zombie dog. Right now, whether humans, animals, or plants, when they first mutate, they are like rabid creatures attacking anything alive. In fact, if you overcome the fear, they can be dealt with. The real terror comes 7 days later. After killing the zombie dog, black brain tissue and blood oozed from its skull, emitting a pungent, nauseating odor. Jiang Ming had to leave quickly, otherwise more mutant animals and people would gather, especially those who had been bitten and gone silent. In about 3 minutes, they would turn into terrifying zombies craving flesh. He crouched low, moving across the grass, trying not to make any noise. Using the dim night and vegetation as cover, he finally approached the small square. Crouching behind a bush, he could see that the central fountain in the small square had been destroyed, water spraying everywhere. In the rubble, a faint light flickered. Jiang Ming knew that was his target, the bloodline box. Obtaining it would give him a foothold in the apocalypse. But to get it, he had to face 4 mutated zombies plus a cat and a dog zombie beast. He could not afford to be scratched or bitten, otherwise his new life would be wasted. Crouching under the hedge, Jiang Ming took out a lucky dice from his pocket. He closed his eyes, clasped his hands together, rolled the dice in his palms, then opened his hands. The dice fell to the ground, rolled a few times, and stopped. 4 points. Not bad. Seeing the result, Jiang Ming felt pleased. The lucky dice, below 3 points meant average, above 3 points almost always turned danger into safety. Then the 4 dots on the dice lit up. Jiang Ming picked it up, and the 4 dots imprinted onto his palm like a brand. Putting the dice away, Jiang Ming gripped his machete and touched the dagger on his left thigh to ensure it was ready. Then he crept forward along the edge of the small square. These zombies were the easiest to kill, slow, only slightly stronger than ordinary people. Zombie animals were faster and more aggressive. At this stage, zombies animals posed a greater threat. As he moved, Jiang Ming kept an eye on the mutated cat and dog. Even as zombies, their senses were acute, perhaps even stronger. But the spray from the broken fountain could mask some scent and sound. As Jiang Ming approached a trash can near the square, the zombie dog still detected him. The dog's neck twisted 360 degrees, staring directly at him, then charged with a roar. As the zombie dog moved, the zombie cat also spotted Jiang Ming. Both animals rushed at him, jaws and claws aimed at his neck. Watching them charge, Jiang Ming took a deep breath and held it. Instead of retreating, he stepped forward, gripping his machete to swing at the zombie dog's head. The zombie cat was more agile than the dog. Attacking it first would be unwise. Facing Jiang Ming's proactive assault, the zombie dog let out a guttural snarl and lunged straight for his neck. Jiang Ming held his breath, wielding the cleaver with both hands, unleashing his strength to the utmost. With eyes blazing with fury, he swung the blade at the massive, grotesque dog head with its gaping, blood-drenched maw, slicing off the upper jaw and skull in one clean stroke. As the corpse of the zombie dog, though dead, still hurtled toward him, Jiang Ming rolled aside to evade it. At the same moment, the zombie cat closed in. Sharp claws raked at Jiang Ming. Bracing his hands against the ground, he retreated a few steps to dodge the strike, then swung the cleaver backhand. Lacking sufficient force, the blade only carved a deep gash across the zombie cat's neck. Springing to his feet, Jiang Ming delivered the final blow just as the zombie cat pounced, cleaving it to the ground. Simultaneously, the 4 zombies had already encircled him. Jiang Ming exhaled the breath he had been holding and broke into a run around the fountain landscape. These freshly mutated zombies moved at a pace somewhere between walking and jogging, comparable to a brisk stroll, not particularly fast. Most who got caught and bitten were paralyzed by fear and unable to flee. After circling to shake them off, Jiang Ming seized a moment to catch his breath. As they pursued again, he ran another lap to evade them. Once his breathing steadied, he gripped the cleaver and charged back into the fray. He had to finish off these 4 zombies, quickly grab the box and leave. The longer he lingered outside, the greater the danger. The 4 zombies, having clustered together during the chase, posed a challenge to eliminate. Newly mutated zombies possessed immense strength, but as long as he avoided being tackled or grabbed, leveraging his agility made dispatching them manageable. Clutching the cleaver, Jiang Ming approached them. The zombies roared and flailed wildly as they charged toward him. Calculating the distance, Jiang Ming first struck a zombie squarely on the neck with his blade. Having already slain 2 mutated animals, his stamina was depleted, and a blow to the skull would lack sufficient force. One swing split the zombie's head open. He followed up with a vicious kick, sending it crashing into the one behind. Dropping low, he ducked under a lunging zombie and severed its ankle with the cleaver. Zombies felt no pain, driven only by a primal hunger for flesh. Yet their bodies retained human vulnerabilities. Severed ankles left them unable to stand, drastically slowing their movements. Jiang Ming rolled again to evade another zombie's lunge, creating distance before launching a fresh assault. The few remaining humans survived the treacherous apocalypse not by brute force, but by wit. With one zombie's neck cleaved and another's ankle severed, their threat diminished. He could prioritize finishing them off. Jiang Ming swiftly mapped out his plan and trajectory. Gripping the cleaver, he let out a low shout and charged at the 4 zombies. Mid-sprint, he leaped into a flying kick, sending a zombie staggering backward. With a full-powered swing, he lopped off the head of the one with the half-severed neck. Drawing a dagger from his left thigh, he stepped forward and plunged it with one hand into the skull of the ankle-severed zombie crawling on the ground. This sequence of moves took mere seconds. After eliminating those 2, Jiang Ming retreated, circled the fountain once, and stood heaving, his chest rising and falling violently. Those actions pushed his current body to its absolute limit, exacting a tremendous toll on his stamina. His arms now felt numb, and his clothes were soaked through with sweat. The remaining 2 zombies closed in, forcing Jiang Ming to circle a few more times until his strength partially recovered before engaging them again. Fighting 2 zombies was vastly less perilous than 4. Exhausting every ounce of effort, Jiang Ming drove his dagger into the last zombie's eye socket, piercing its brain. 2 mutated animals and 4 zombies. Jiang Ming had taken roughly 10 minutes to dispatch them all. Had it not been for his recent crash training and battle experience from his past life, he would have long become their prey. Without resting, Jiang Ming strode into the ruined fountain, stepping over rubble to its center. There, a transparent crystal box, stool-sized and square, radiated a crimson glow. This is a divine-grade bloodline. Jiang Ming's eyes widened at the sight of the box and its blazing red light. In his past life, he had heard that bloodline boxes were ranked by color: red, orange, purple, and blue, corresponding to divine, heavenly, earthly, and mortal grades. Divine was the highest, mortal the lowest. Initially, a bloodline box had minimal impact on a person, but as fusion with the body deepened over time, it awakened greater power. The stronger and higher the grade, the more pronounced the advantage. No wonder the one who obtained the bloodline in this residential complex in his past life rose to such legendary fame. They had acquired the supreme, divine-grade bloodline. But in this life, this divine-grade bloodline belonged to Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming stepped off the pile of debris and reached out to touch the box. It felt warm in his hands, yet not scalding, bringing a soothing sensation. The box was light. Jiang Ming lifted it with ease, sheathed his dagger, and held the cleaver in one hand, while crouching low to move swiftly toward his building. Passing through the small grove of trees, fortunately, no zombies sprang out. Few people were outside at this hour, and Jiang Ming had already exhausted himself killing those few. A few more would have been truly troublesome. Creeping cautiously back to the entrance of his building, Jiang Ming halted and looked ahead. At the doorway, 2 zombie dogs and 1 zombie were feasting on a corpse. The woman appeared to have been walking her dog, a half-broken leash still in her hand. Now she had become their meal, her body mangled and drenched in blood, entrails spilling across the ground. The air reeked of nauseating gore. Jiang Ming assessed the distance to dash through, the number of stairs to climb, the time needed to unlock the door, and his dwindling stamina. The conclusion was stark: a direct charge meant certain death. Halfway up the stairs, he would collapse from exhaustion, gasping for air, his brain starved of oxygen, plunging him into dizziness. He couldn't linger here long either. With over 6 hours until dawn, every extra moment outside increased the danger. Moreover, fusing with the bloodline box required time, during which he would fall into a deep slumber. He couldn't possibly run around outside clutching it. As Jiang Ming pondered how to get back, a blinding light suddenly flared at the residential complex's main gate, followed by the roar of an engine and blaring horns. Such clamor was deadly. Every mutated animal and zombie in the complex abandoned their bloody feasts and frenziedly rushed toward the gate. Jiang Ming dropped flat to the ground, peering through the gaps in the bushes. He watched the zombie dogs and the zombie at his building's entrance sprint toward the gate. He remained still waiting. From the main gate came terrified screams and the crash of cars colliding wildly. Soon zombies and mutated animals poured out of every building charging toward the entrance. The moment the last zombie vanished from sight, Jiang Ming rose from the bushes and dashed with all his remaining strength into his building. He rounded the corner, took the stairs 3 at a time, and raced up. In under a minute he reached his door, inserted the key, opened it, entered, and locked it behind him, all in one fluid motion. Back in his room, Jiang Ming finally exhaled. He slumped against the door, collapsing onto the floor, and took several deep breaths. But he couldn't remove his mask, yet enduring the suffocating sensation. After a moment his breathing steadied. Jiang Ming pushed himself up, his body aching with exhaustion, and carried the bloodline box toward the bathroom, stripping off his clothes as he went. By the time he entered, he was completely naked. Turning on the warm water, he laid down in the bathtub. With his knife, he sliced his finger, letting the blood drip onto the bloodline box in his hands. The blood was absorbed in an instant. Then a powerful suction emanated from the box, latching onto Jiang Ming's chest like a suction cup. This was the method Jiang Ming had heard about in his past life for absorbing a bloodline box. The actual effects would only become clear after the fusion was complete. The absorption and fusion process was lengthy. Jiang Ming placed a prepared cushion under his head, reclining in the bathtub's comfortable warmth. After a night of grueling exertion and severe exhaustion, a profound fatigue washed over him, and he drifted into a drowsy sleep. When he awoke, sunlight streamed in from outside. Jiang Ming instinctively looked at his chest. The bloodline box had vanished. In its place, 3 fiery red leaves had appeared, one on each side of his chest, and one at his navel. Red lines connected the 3 leaves, forming an inverted triangle. Even more astonishing, Jiang Ming realized he seemed taller, his body more robust. Bulging biceps and triceps, sharply defined pectoral and abdominal muscles, and powerful leg muscles, a stark contrast to his former scrawny frame, which barely had any flesh. Jiang Ming felt remarkably refreshed, his mental state unparalleled. The exhaustion and aches from his earlier exertion had vanished entirely. Stepping out of the bathtub and standing before the mirror, Jiang Ming stared in disbelief at his reflection. Sword-like brows, deep-set eyes, a straight nose, thin lips, a chiseled jawline, and a nearly perfect physique radiated an aura of raw masculinity. The face still bore Jiang Ming's features, but it was a refined, upgraded version. He hadn't expected the bloodline box to possess such miraculous effects. He wondered which divine being this divine-grade bloodline belonged to. Legend had it that these supreme divine-grade bloodlines contained true divine blood, granting mortals the power of gods when fused. There was even said to be a bloodline compendium documenting all bloodline boxes and the powers they represented, though Jiang Ming had never had the chance or status to see it in his past life. Yet the mere fusion of this divine bloodline had wrought such profound changes upon his body, a testament to its immense power and extraordinary nature. Jiang Ming was thoroughly pleased with his current state and appearance. A pity the times had changed, otherwise with a little grooming he could captivate countless maidens. After indulging in a brief fantasy, Jiang Ming picked up his phone to check the time. June 17th, 2035, 1:32 p.m. The virus had been ravaging Earth for half a day now, and the internet was still accessible. Opening the web browser and various apps, the feeds were inundated with posts and videos of humans attacking humans, animals attacking humans, humans devouring humans, and animals devouring animals. One video filmed on a street clearly showed a zombie lunging at the camera person, followed by anguished screams and blood splattering onto the phone lens, a gory mess. Such videos proliferated across the internet, and rumors of the apocalypse swept across the globe like a raging tornado. News posts from various government agencies were pinned atop every page, informing the public that this was a novel form of rabies. The nation had assembled experts and researchers to develop a vaccine, urging everyone to stockpile ample water and food, remain indoors, await results, patiently cooperate with relevant authorities, and unite to overcome the crisis. Those videos and posts about zombies were being frantically deleted. Subsequently, any content containing such sensitive keywords was directly blocked and accounts were suspended. Jiang Ming put down his phone after a while. At this stage, with the virus just beginning to spread through human hosts, governments could still leverage their absolute authority and resources to contain the situation. But the virus had an incubation period. Some people mutated immediately upon infection, while others took days to change. The time frame was precise, no more, no less, exactly 7 days. During these 7 days, the longer the virus incubated, and the later the mutation, the more terrifying the zombie. This was often due to the virus fusing with the host's cellular tissues over an extended period, spawning new mutations. Such mutated humans, animals, or plants invariably trigger catastrophe. By that time, governments would be powerless to suppress the chaos. The most trusted and formidable state apparatus, the military, the ultimate bastion of security, would ironically become the greatest danger. Soldiers with their years of rigorous physical training possessed constitutions far surpassing ordinary people. Hence, initially the fewest mutations occurred in military districts. But after 7 days, these districts would transform into true hellscapes, epicenters for the mutated zombies harboring the dormant virus. As for vaccines or antibodies, Jiang Ming only knew that in his past life, a foreign level 90 knight had risked death to retrieve a chip from a civilization more advanced than Earth within the divine demon continent. The chip contained research data on the virus. This news had once galvanized the hearts of all surviving humans worldwide. Yet ultimately no vaccine or antibody was ever developed from it. Given Earth's current scientific and medical capabilities, combating this virus was utterly impossible. All efforts now were merely a feeble attempt to maintain social order. No doubt the rich and powerful were already preparing their escape routes, fleeing to secure zones prepared for war. Setting down his phone, Jiang Ming stretched, changed into loose clothing, and began to exercise and practice with his blade. After the divine bloodline had reshaped his body, Jiang Ming found training noticeably easier. His grip on the sword was steadier and more powerful. Consequently, he doubled his training volume, striving to enhance himself as much as possible. Since the afternoon screams and zombie roars had been echoing through the neighborhood, some attempted to flee by car, but the vehicle of the person who had driven last night was blocking the entrance and had attracted most of the mutated zombie animals. Going out now would be suicide. This was merely the beginning. Most households had prepared 1 or 2 days' worth of food. Once the food ran out, human nature would be laid utterly bare. He trained until 5:30 p.m., then stopped to rest and prepare dinner. After eating, he browsed his phone for a while before resuming his practice. Suddenly his phone rang. Jiang Ming thought it was Su Tianhong and the others calling again, but when he looked, the caller ID showed his cousin. His cousin Zhang Yuan was the son of Jiang Ming's uncle. He had been studying in their hometown and had just finished his college entrance exams this year. Jiang Yuan's family and Jiang Ming's family had always been close. They had even handled the funeral arrangements for his parents. In his past life, Jiang Ming had barely been able to save himself. Later, when he finally managed to survive, he couldn't find his uncle's family. A pang of regret struck him. How could he have forgotten such important kin? Putting down his machete, he quickly answered the call. "Hey Xiao Yuan, are you okay?" A trembling, terrified voice came from the other end. "Brother Ming, help me. Mom and Dad went out to buy groceries today and were bitten by someone with that rabies virus. Now they're acting crazy, biting anyone they see. I called 110 and 128, but no one answers. What do I do, Brother Ming?" Sensing Jiang Yuan's fear, Jiang Ming soothed him. "Xiao Yuan, don't panic. Tell me, were you bitten or scratched?" "No, brother. I'm hiding in the attic now." "Good." Xiao Yuan listened carefully to every word I'm about to say. Jiang Ming spoke with grave seriousness. "First, the people and animals outside aren't sick with some new kind of rabies. They're infected with a special virus that turns living beings into bloodthirsty, mindless husks. You've seen zombie movies. It's worse than that. So never let them scratch or bite you, or you'll become one of them. Second, for the next 7 days, find a way to survive. After 7 days, he'll come to save you. Remember, trust no one, feel no pity for anyone, and don't make any loud noises. He'll teach you throw things out the attic window. The mutated zombies in the house will be attracted by the noise and leave. Come down, lock the door, and wait for me." Jiang Ming imparted every survival tip he could think of to Jiang Yuan. This was his only blood relative left in the world besides his parents. "Brother, I've got it. He'll do as you say." Jiang Yuan's cautious voice came through the phone. Still worried, Jiang Ming said, "Get all the weapons you can find in the house for self-defense. Didn't Uncle buy a spear gun before? Take it out and practice. Don't open the door for anyone until I get there." After speaking, both Jiang Ming and Jiang Yuan fell into an unspoken silence. The two cousins hadn't seen each other for 6 years, since Jiang Ming left for university until his 2 years of work after graduation. "Brother, will I die, eh?" Jiang Yuan asked, his voice choked with tears after a long pause. "No," Jiang Ming said firmly. "As long as you do what I told you and wait for me to come, I will save you." Jiang Ming wasn't sure what Jiang Yuan was facing, so he could only offer him comfort and encouragement. "Brother, please come soon. I'm scared." As they were talking, the phone signal suddenly became very poor and Jiang Yuan's voice began to cut out. "Damn, is it starting already?" Seeing the signal drop to 2G, Jiang Ming frowned. "Xiao Yuan, the signal is about to go out completely. Remember what I just said. Don't worry, I will come to save you." As soon as Jiang Ming finished speaking, the signal bars vanished entirely, turning the phone into a useless plastic brick. "Screw this." He tossed the phone into the trash like garbage, then grabbed his machete and resumed his relentless training. He pushed himself until he was utterly spent, drenched in sweat, and collapsed onto the cold floor tiles, completely exhausted. Starting from June 17th, all electronic devices on Earth would gradually fail due to the virus' unique corrosive nature. Initially, it was just the cell signal. Later, even satellite phones would become useless. Furthermore, the cutting-edge equipment developed by various nations would be destroyed within these 7 days. With the loss of signal transmission and reception, large-scale weapons would become mere ornaments buried under dust. On June 18th, after the backup power ran out, the world would be plunged into darkness, relying solely on flames to illuminate the night. On June 19th, a global downpour would begin. The rainwater itself contained the virus, and contact with it would result in a 100 chance of mutation. On June 20th, 3 days into the infection, humans, animals, and plants harboring the dormant virus would begin to mutate, plunging the world further into chaos. On June 21st, the sky seemed to have split open a massive chasm. The rain showed no signs of stopping. Low-lying areas were completely submerged. The city's drainage system failed, and the rainwater was deep enough to reach one's calves. On June 22nd, the rain that had lasted for 3 days and 3 nights finally ceased. But this was merely the apocalypse's opening gift to Earth. By now the world's order had completely collapsed. Of the global population of over 7.6 billion, a mere few tens of millions remained in these short 6 days. The true calamity descended on the 7th day. On June 23rd, a global blizzard began rapidly coating the Earth's surface in a blanket of white. Outdoor temperatures plummeted to minus 50 degrees Celsius. The water that had once reached up to one's calves had frozen solid, covering the globe. Once magnificent structures were transformed into ice sculptures. Many humans perished in this extreme cold. At this moment, Earth truly entered the era of the apocalypse. Throughout this week, Jiang Ming stayed in his room, training with his blade relentlessly. Nothing that happened outside could distract him. The enhancement of his physical strength made his swings noticeably smoother and his control over his power more precise. However, Jiang Ming had miscalculated his food intake. Since fusing with the divine bloodline, his appetite had doubled. After the 7th day, he had only 1 day's worth of food and water left. But Jiang Ming had prepared these supplies, water, food, and medicine, only to get through this 1 week. To survive this apocalypse, waiting idly meant certain death. He had to use his past lives' experience and memories to seize opportunities to grow stronger before anyone else. On June 24th, 2035, the blizzard that had raged for a day and a night finally subsided under the rising sun. The outside world was a vast expanse of white, and the temperature had reached a bone-chilling minus 50 degrees Celsius. The lowest temperature the human body can tolerate is minus 16 degrees Celsius. At minus 50, without any thermal protection, a person would gradually lose their sanity, slowly lose consciousness, and finally their heart would stop, their tissues would freeze, and their cells would be destroyed. Before setting out, Jiang Ming held the lucky dice in his hands, closed his eyes, and rolled the dice between his palms. Then he opened his hands and the dice fell to the ground, rolling a few times before finally stopping. 3. Average luck today. He pressed the 3 dots into his palm and put the lucky dice away. Jiang Ming put on thermal underwear, a down jacket and pants, laced up his insulated leather combat boots, donned a windproof mask and gloves, shouldered his backpack containing the scant remaining supplies, sheathed his dagger, gripped his machete, and pulled open the door that had been sealed shut for an entire week. He gently closed the door behind him and glanced left and right down the empty corridor, utterly deserted, not a soul in sight. Jiang Ming tiptoed toward the stairwell. He had to reach the city center without delay to activate his identity card. The first day of the apocalypse, today, would see colossal stone tablets descend from the heavens. Their origin remained unknown, yet their purpose was vital: to awaken and register every surviving human being. This sudden cataclysm plunged humanity into despair, yet those stone tablets became the sole beacon of hope for survival. Within just 7 days, Earth had been transformed into a vast, merciless arena. Every survivor was now a player in an endless, unwinnable game, one where death meant finality, with no respawns, no second chances. The tablets functioned less like monuments and more like registration terminals, scanning survivors, encoding their biometrics, and generating uniquely personalized identity cards. Jiang Ming recalled from his past life, hearing from an elder, that the first 10 individuals to activate their identity cards would receive extraordinary rewards. It was precisely 600 M. The tablets would fall at 800 M. And one was destined to land directly in the city center, just 2 streets away from Jiang Ming's current location in the commercial district. Yet the path ahead teemed with mutated beasts and zombies. He stepped into the stairwell. The walls and steps were streaked with blackened, frozen blood. The handrail was warped and jagged. Clutching his mountain-splitting cleaver, Jiang Ming pressed himself against the wall and descended, one cautious step at a time. On the second floor, the corridor door stood ajar, its glass shattered, its frame scarred with deep, blood-smeared claw marks. Pressing flat against the wall, Jiang Ming peered inside and saw a monstrous zombie dog the size of a young calf, its maw grotesquely twisted as it gnawed on a frost-encrusted, rotting corpse. It prowled low before several apartment doors, growling hoarsely. Jiang Ming made no sound. Not even his breath betrayed him as he continued downward. Merely descending from the 3rd to the 1st floor consumed 15 painstaking minutes. He had already memorized the terrain. The city center lay just 2 streets behind his residential complex, barely 500 meters. But first he had to escape the compound itself. At the main entrance of the building, a large pool of blackened, frozen blood and scattered viscera still stained the ground. The corpse that had been bitten here 7 days ago had vanished, perhaps devoured entirely, perhaps reanimated as a zombie. Jiang Ming scanned the courtyard. 7 zombies in total, 3 zombie dogs and 2 zombie cats, within his line of sight. Most clustered near the compound gate, where several vehicles lay crumpled together in a chaotic pile, blocking the only exit. To leave, he would have to climb over them. He flexed his limbs, circulating blood through his muscles to maintain warmth and readiness, lest his hands or feet stiffen when combat demanded speed. Crouching low, he edged along the wall, his eyes locked on every twitch and movement of the mutated creatures and zombies. As Jiang Ming advanced slowly, one zombie dog, previously feasting on a corpse, abruptly lifted its head. Its half-decayed ears pricked upright. Jiang Ming froze, instantly lowering his center of gravity and tightening his grip on the cleaver, poised for battle. In the next instant, the creature's snarling muzzle swiveled toward him. Then, jaws agape with matted gore, it lunged forward with a guttural roar. Damn! Jiang Ming surged upright, launched himself forward, and brought the razor-edged cleaver down in a brutal arc, severing the beast's neck in a single stroke. The zombie dog's head tumbled free, its body convulsing spasmodically. At -50 degrees Celsius, the frozen flesh of these mutated beings turned brittle as crystal, making them easier to kill. The beast's dying shriek drew the attention of every nearby mutant and zombie. 7 days into the apocalypse, they were far deadlier than on day one. Twice as fast, twice as strong. First to charge were a zombie cat and another zombie dog. Jiang Ming gripped the cleaver in his right hand and drew a dagger with his left. He sidestepped the dog's lunge, decapitated it cleanly, then hurled the dagger, pinning the leaping zombie cat to the ice with surgical precision. 7 days ago, Jiang Ming could have slain both, a feral cat and a rabid dog, in one fluid motion, but he would certainly have been wounded in return. Now, however, his body had fused with a divine tier bloodline, his physical resilience vastly surpassing his former self. Coupled with 7 days of relentless sword training, dispatching them was effortless. More mutants and zombies closed in. Jiang Ming abandoned the dagger for now, wielding only the cleaver as he fought while retreating, dodging, parrying, and striking with uncanny agility, eliminating them one by one. When only 2 zombies remained, Jiang Ming retrieved his dagger, sprinted to the gate, and vaulted over the wreckage, leaping off car hoods in swift acrobatic bounds. Beyond the compound gate, the street stretched before him, a frozen wasteland of immobilized vehicles, encased in ice, ransacked storefronts, collapsed billboards, and trash bins, a severed tree trunk lying across the road, debris strewn everywhere. And amid it all, corpses blackened with decay, pools of congealed blood, and shambling grotesque figures, zombies and mutated beasts of every horrifying variety. Using the derelict cars and shattered shopfronts as cover, Jiang Ming darted through the ruins like a nimble, instinctive primate, gaining precious speed. Escaping the compound had taken nearly an hour. With only 60 minutes remaining until the tablet's descent, he needed to reach the city center immediately. The broad avenue offered ample space to maneuver, but also exposed him to detection. Each time a zombie spotted him, he dispatched it swiftly with a single decisive strike, maintaining momentum. I only pray I don't encounter evolved variants. All the mutated creatures he'd faced so far were common, baseline weakest tier abominations. But on the final day of the initial outbreak, some had undergone further mutation. The evolved. In the early apocalypse, evolved were harbingers of annihilation. Mutants who had transcended their base forms, manifesting unique powers and exhibiting tenfold greater ferocity and bloodlust than ordinary mutants. Jiang Ming rubbed his right hand over his left. Beneath his glove, 3 dots marked the face of a lucky die. He silently invoked fortune's favor once more. 500 meters, the distance a man could run in 5 minutes, now felt like an unbridgeable chasm. Treading with meticulous caution, Jiang Ming spent 30 agonizing minutes traversing those 500 meters, finally slipping unnoticed into a small snack shop near the central plaza. It was now 7:55 a.m. 5 minutes until the tablet's descent. Mutated creatures roamed restlessly around the plaza. Jiang Ming waited in silence. Then, without warning, countless minuscule black specks appeared in the sky, transforming into blazing meteors that streaked across daylight, hurtling toward every corner of the world. Here it comes. Jiang Ming stared upward, his gaze locking onto one descending silhouette, growing rapidly larger, a towering obsidian tablet, 3 meters tall, 1 meter wide, half a meter thick. With a thunderous boom, the tablet slammed onto the plaza's frozen surface, shattering ice into glittering shards and erupting a misty plume. One hand gripping his cleaver, the other shielding his face, Jiang Ming charged through the blinding hail of ice fragments. Determined. Reborn, he held the advantage of time and place. Among the top 10 he would stand, unquestionably. Within mere dozens of meters of the tablet, flying ice stung his cheeks like needles, but the rising mist cloaked him perfectly, rendering him invisible to the roaming horrors. Within seconds he burst through the storm of debris and pressed his bare right palm, glove discarded, against the tablet's searing hot obsidian surface. Surviving human detected. Authentication commencing. A cold, emotionless mechanical voice resonated solely within Jiang Ming's mind. Light trails ignited along intricate pathways across the tablet's surface, converging at its apex, then coalesced into a luminous interface hovering before his eyes. Jiang Ming. Level 0. Strength 2. Constitution 2. Agility 1. Spirit 1. Luck 1. 3 lucky die. Experience 0-100. Bloodline Divine Tier. Divine Mark Xingtian. Fusion Stage 18. Staring at his newly manifested identity card, Jiang Ming was stunned, ecstatic beyond belief, almost unable to trust his own eyes. Post-authentication, each survivor's attributes were quantified and digitized, categorized under 4 core stats: strength, constitution, agility, and spirit. Most began at 0 across all categories, yet Jiang Ming's total stood at 6. In his past life, during the first lunar month, those whose combined stats reached 20 could dominate the ruins unchecked. Jiang Ming had already secured over a quarter of that threshold at the outset. And the divine tier bloodline he'd risked everything to obtain. It was none other than the legendary Xingtian bloodline. In his previous life, tales spoke of Xingtian warriors capable of slaying hundreds alone. The most famed among them once held back over 1,000 level 80 mutants single-handedly. His exceptional base stats undoubtedly stemmed from the Xingtian bloodline, though why its fusion rate remained at only 18 remained a mystery. With his bloodline's nature confirmed, Jiang Ming could now decisively plan his future vocation. Humanity could not survive this mutant-ravaged apocalypse through frail flesh alone. It faced only extinction. As the vast majority of Earth's life forms, mutated survivors had no choice but to evolve, to grow stronger relentlessly. The world had become a colossal arena, where advancement meant constant leveling. Each level granted 4 randomized attribute points distributed across the 4 core stats. Weapons, armor, and skills all served as instruments of empowerment. Most crucially, profession selection dictated destiny. In his prior life, scholars documented 18 distinct vocations across 6 elemental disciplines, each chosen according to individual stat profiles and innate aptitudes. In his former life, Jiang Ming's poor physique had forced him, after immense hardship, into the Shadow Knight path as an assassin, a role relegated to expendable frontline fodder. Now most survivors remained paralyzed by panic. Jiang Ming would seize the initiative, forge strength ahead of all others, and command fate itself. At Jiang Ming's mental command, the luminous interface retracted and condensed into a translucent card, materializing upon his palm still pressed against the tablet. Designation confirmed: first human survivor authenticated on Earth. Awarding exclusive reward, World Tree Seed. As the words echoed, a beam of emerald light shot from the tablet directly into Jiang Ming's chest. Jiang Ming felt a sudden intense warmth bloom in his heart, its rhythm spiking once then settling back into steady, powerful beats. The reward for being first. Jiang Ming burned with curiosity, but now he had to flee. The mist was thinning. The surrounding mutants were drawing nearer, slowly, inevitably. Jiang Ming placed his identity card against his left wrist, where it instantly transformed into a translucent wristwatch and settled onto his skin. Gripping his mountain-splitting cleaver tightly, Jiang Ming sprinted toward a nearby building, seeking a safe, warm shelter to examine the World Tree Seed. An elderly zombie, grotesquely mutated, lurched forward with a shattered body and lunged at Jiang Ming with gnashing jaws. He raised his hand and beheaded it in a single stroke. Instantly, a 5 flashed across the translucent watch on his left wrist, while several coin-like objects clinked onto the ground from the fallen zombie's corpse. Jiang Ming scooped them up and dashed into a small convenience store beside him, vaulting behind the checkout counter to take cover. His breath steadied as he peered out. The mutated creatures outside now circled the stone monument, oblivious to his presence. Crouching low, Jiang Ming emerged from behind the counter to locate the store's rear exit and seized vacuum-sealed food from the shelves along the way. The store was modest, barely 200 square meters, and he quickly found the back door. He shattered the thick ice encasing it with his cleaver, then eased it open. Beyond lay a residential compound. A stairwell entrance appeared just around the corner. After scanning both directions for danger, Jiang Ming burst into the stairwell and paused at its base, tilting his head upward to survey the ascent. Within his field of vision, 1 zombie swayed unsteadily on the 2nd floor landing. 2 more loitered on the 3rd. Beyond that, the upper flights vanished into shadowed blind spots. Pressing himself flat against the wall, Jiang Ming ascended step by silent step, cleaver drawn. On the staircase between the 1st and 2nd floors, a zombie trudged upward, back turned. Its lower leg grotesquely fractured and twisted, restricting its movement to just 2 or 3 steps. Jiang Ming studied the broken limb intently, his gaze flickering across the stairs as he crept closer, then struck, severing the zombie's head in one clean blow. His wristwatch flickered again. 3. From the corpse's remains tumbled several more coin-like objects. Only after one's existence had been digitized and one stepped into this apocalyptic arena did survival truly become possible. To grow stronger, one must slay these mutated beings, gaining experience points to level up. The coin-like objects dropped by fallen zombies were known as galaxy coins, the sole hard currency of the apocalypse. The lowest tier was copper, above it came silver, gold, and finally the rarest, amethyst coins. Exchange rates between higher and lower tier currencies remained uniformly fixed at 1100. The 2 zombies he had just slain yielded only 7 galaxy copper coins. All such currency could be digitally stored within one's identity card for seamless trade. At the doorway to the 2nd floor landing, Jiang Ming realized the 3rd floor stairwell actually housed 3 zombies, not 2. He chose not to ascend further, instead slipping quietly into the corridor. 3 apartments lined each side of the corridor, 6 units per floor. 3 doors stood ajar, their thresholds and frames stained with dried, blackened blood. Jiang Ming advanced slowly toward the 2nd apartment on the left, pressed himself against the wall, and cautiously peered inside. A long, dragging blood trail stretched across the floor, leading inward to a dining table where 3 badly decomposed corpses lay, a family of 3. He entered silently, cleaver in hand, and closed the door behind him with a soft twist of the handle. If any mutated creature lurked within, containing the noise would prevent drawing others from afar. To the left of the living dining area stood 3 rooms, to the right a bathroom and kitchen. The kitchen's glass door offered immediate visibility. Jiang Ming approached the bathroom instead, prying its slightly ajar door open with his blade's tip, revealing an empty, secure interior. He then inspected the remaining 3 rooms, a master bedroom, a secondary bedroom, and a child's room, each clear of mutated life. Back in the living room, Jiang Ming noticed the woman's corpse sat upright on the floor, her blood trail smeared from her body across the tiles. The man's left hand gripped a pair of scissors buried deep in his own throat, piercing through to his nasal cavity, while his right held a long sharp awl driven into the child's eye socket. Jiang Ming sighed deeply, lifted the sofa cover, and gently draped it over the three bodies. In this perilous apocalypse, they had survived viral infection and endured sub-zero blizzards, yet ultimately succumbed to the collapse of their own minds. He dismantled wooden chair legs and gathered flammable materials to kindle a fire indoors. Without heating systems sustaining normal body temperature and temperatures plunging far below zero demanded flame. Warmth gradually seeped into the air. Jiang Ming rubbed his hands together, stripped off his clothing, and stood before a mirror, revealing a chiseled, powerful physique. There, directly over his heart on the left side of his chest, glowed a green seed-shaped mark nestled beneath a crimson leaf motif. He touched it lightly. No sensation, no reaction. Its purpose remained utterly unknown. Finding no answers, Jiang Ming redressed and retrieved a pre-purchased map from his backpack, its surface dense with handwritten annotations and intersecting lines. The distance to his hometown spanned over 240 kilometers, 4 hours by car in normal times. Now, with all vehicles disabled, even on foot the journey would take at least 4 days, amid countless mutated threats. Yet, Jiang Ming recalled a rumored merchant's appearance point 50 kilometers away. If fortune favored him, he could reach it by noon tomorrow. The merchant, a lone survivor who emerged months before the cataclysm, was humanity's sole source of weapons capable of countering the most fearsome mutated beings. Trading with the merchant required galaxy coins. Jiang Ming remembered he sold vehicles, but at prices exorbitant even by pre-apocalypse standards. Having finalized his route, Jiang Ming prepared to depart immediately, determined to acquire transport and rescue Jiang Yuan without delay. Just as he packed his backpack and extinguished the fire, a heavy thud echoed from the ceiling above, followed by furious shouting and piercing screams. Jiang Ming moved to the window. The sounds of violence grew sharper, and glancing downward, he saw the roaming zombies converging rapidly toward the building. Who the hell is that idiot? At least 20 zombies surged forward, including several mutated dogs and cats, flooding the entrance and threatening to seal the stairwell completely. Watching the horde swell below, Jiang Ming acted without hesitation, bursting from the apartment, charging up the stairwell toward the rooftop. In this architectural design, the stairwell extended uninterrupted to the roof, where water tanks were installed. With the lower exits blocked, escape lay only above. The moment he entered the stairwell, a zombie rounded the corner ahead, sprinting upward, and hurled itself at him with feral rage. Jiang Ming bounded upward in great strides, 3 or 4 steps at a time, reaching the 3rd floor landing in an instant. Then he whirled and kicked the zombies already there, tumbling down, sending them crashing into the ascending horde below. That brief disruption bought him precious seconds. Without looking back, he raced skyward, scaling each floor in mere seconds. As Jiang Ming reached the 4th floor, the 3rd floor stairwell door swung open, and 3 men and 2 women spilled out, colliding headlong with the ascending tide of mutants. Amid shrieks of terror, 1 man and 1 woman were instantly overwhelmed, torn apart in gory chaos, their agonized cries echoing with unbearable horror. The remaining 2 men and 1 woman scrambled upward on all fours, paralyzed by fear, yet propelled by raw instinct, their very will to live driving them onward. Hearing their desperate, ragged screams echo behind him, Jiang Ming nearly spun around and silenced each with a single stroke. Reaching the 5th floor, a mutated dog and a zombie lunged from the stairwell mouth, releasing a wave of metallic, rancid blood stench. Jiang Ming sidestepped the dog's lunge, cleaved the zombie's head cleanly, then reversed his grip and drove a dagger into the creature's skull. He didn't pause to collect the fallen galaxy copper coins. Seconds later, he breached the 6th floor rooftop door, shattering its chain lock with 1 swing, then withdrew a baseball bat from his pack, slammed the door shut, and braced it firmly. Wait, don't close it. The fleeing survivors screamed hysterically as Jiang Ming moved to seal the door. Jiang Ming drew a slow, steady breath, his eyes locked on the monstrous mass surging just inches behind them. As they lunged onto the rooftop, he slammed the second half of the door shut and jammed the bat across it, then retreated swiftly from the threshold. Boom, boom, boom. The metal door shuddered violently under relentless, crushing impacts, groaning as snarling, distorted faces pressed desperately through the narrowing gap. Under such ferocious assault, the door would hold only moments. Jiang Ming scanned the rooftop. Rows of adjacent buildings stretched left and right, and broke into a sprint toward the leftmost roof. The 2 men and 1 woman gasped for air, then recoiled at the nightmare pressing against the door mere inches away. Seeing Jiang Ming race leftward, they scrambled to their feet and followed in frantic haste. Jiang Ming vaulted over the wire mesh fence onto the neighboring rooftop, slipped the topmost door open just enough, and hacked repeatedly at its chain until it snapped. Thankfully, the mountain-splitting cleaver held firm, otherwise it would have shattered after just a few strikes. Once the chain fell, he bolted downward. The louder the commotion, the greater the swarm of mutants it would summon, and the deadlier the danger. The trio understood instantly they couldn't linger. They fled after Jiang Ming, his pounding footsteps rousing more mutants from within the building. He carved a path through them, cleaver flashing, and burst once more into the familiar convenience store. The others followed and barricaded the entrance with whatever heavy objects they could find. Jiang Ming caught his breath, then glared, simmering with quiet fury, at the 3 collapsed figures sprawled like spent hounds. Had they not created such a ruckus, none of this chaos would have unfolded. While resting, the three watched Jiang Ming, in turn tall and broad-shouldered, swathed head Toto, in layered winter gear, face, masked by a windproof respirator, his cleaver still slick with gore. His very presence, imposing, battle-worn, unflinching, sent chills down their spines. "Be brother, my name is Xiao Yani," ventured the soul woman, forcing a trembling smile. "Thank you for saving us." She looked no older than 20, the bloom of youth now obscured by grime, ill-fitting padded coat, and livid bruises marring her cheeks. Seeing Xiao Yani's fearful, ingratiating expression, Jiang Ming was reminded of himself in those earliest, most desperate days of the last apocalypse. Moved by their shared status as rare survivors, and recognizing their ignorance of the consequences, he let his anger fade. Without another word, he turned to leave. "Big brother." Seeing Jiang Ming about to leave, Xiao Yani steeled herself and pleaded, "Can you take us with you? We can work, stand guard, find food. Please, I beg you. Take us." Yes, yes. Big brother, as long as you take us, we'll do anything for you." The bespectacled man beside Xiao Yani, Su Qianjin, joined in the plea. The world had undergone a cataclysmic transformation. All flora and fauna had begun to mutate. In these 7 days they had endured inhuman suffering, their sole desire being to survive. Jiang Ming halted, turned around, and suddenly raised his machete, bringing it down in one swift motion toward the only person who hadn't spoken. The man had no time to react before Jiang Ming's blade severed his neck. Blood splattered across Xiao Yani and Su Qianjin, drenching them from head to toe. Xiao Yani's eyes widened in terror as she clamped her hand over her mouth, stifling a scream. Beside her, Su Qianjin did the same. Jiang Ming picked up a rag from the ground, wiped the blood from his blade, and said, "He was bitten. He would have mutated soon. Killing him now saved us trouble later." Xiao Yani and Su Qianjin both looked at their fallen companion. On the arm he had kept hidden behind his back, the flesh was torn and mangled, a large chunk gnawed away. Jiang Ming picked up the copper coins that had fallen on the ground. This was the most infuriating thing about this new world. Survivors could grow stronger by killing mutated creatures, but they could also rob and kill others to empower themselves, just like bandits and thugs. In the supermarket, Jiang Ming found self-heating meals and water along with winter clothes from the storage room. He tossed them to the pair, telling them to change. Their current attire would attract a horde of mutated creatures the moment they stepped outside. Dressed in proper clothes and having eaten a warm, filling meal, Xiao Yani and Su Qianjin couldn't hold back their tears. As they ate, they recounted their experiences to Jiang Ming. They were from the same village. Due to a poor harvest back home, they had come to the city to find work. In their spare time, they took on odd jobs like cleaning. Then, without warning, people went mad, biting anyone in sight. In a panic, they had hidden in a homeowner's place. With food and water, they managed to survive. Later, a bully in the building, having run out of food, began searching every apartment, rounding up all the survivors. Everyone thought they could band together to weather the storm, but the bully ordered others to forage for him. Anyone who resisted was brutally beaten. The injuries on Xiao Yani and Su Qianjin were his handiwork. He also forced himself on the women he fancied. Many students, unable to bear the humiliation, jumped to their deaths. Of the dozens who were originally there, only the 2 of them remained. The satisfying part was that the bully, the moment he stepped out of the stairwell, was swallowed by mutated creatures, dying a horrible death. Jiang Ming took a sip of water and looked out at the supermarket. With the collapse of human society, laws and morality could no longer restrain people's hearts. In this apocalypse, human nature would gradually reveal its truest form. Once they had eaten their fill, Jiang Ming looked at them and said, "If you want to live, do exactly as I say." He pointed toward the stone tablet in the central plaza outside the small supermarket. "They'll cover you. Go out there, place your hand on the tablet, and you'll receive a transparent card. Once you have it, run. Understand?" Xiao Yani and Su Qianjin nodded. They armed themselves with kitchen knives for protection. Jiang Ming left the supermarket first, using the back of his machete to smash the glass doors of nearby shops, creating a loud commotion. The zombies wandering in the central plaza were instantly drawn to Jiang Ming, letting out guttural roars as they charged toward him. Jiang Ming dispatched the 2 nearest zombies with a few swift strikes, then turned and ran in the opposite direction of the plaza with dozens of mutated creatures in hot pursuit. Leveraging his superior stamina and agility, Jiang Ming used obstacles along the road to quickly shake off the pursuing creatures. Meanwhile, back at the small supermarket, after Jiang Ming lured the creatures away, Xiao Yani and Su Qianjin sprinted to the stone tablet. They placed their hands on it and received their identity cards. Before they could even read the information, Jiang Ming reappeared in their line of sight a few seconds later. He pointed ahead and shouted, "Run." Behind him, no fewer than 40 or 50 mutated creatures were chasing him, including at least 7 or 8 zombie dogs the size of calves. A chill ran down Xiao Yani's and Su Qianjin's spines, their hair standing on end. As Jiang Ming brushed past them, they turned and sprinted after him with all their might. The mutated creatures seemed tireless, but Xiao Yani and Su Qianjin were mere mortals. Soon their stamina gave out. Every breath felt like fire in their throats, and only sheer willpower kept them following Jiang Ming's lead. Jiang Ming led them into a small shop with an iron-barred door. He slammed the door shut, kicked a shelf over to block it, and led them up a wooden staircase to the second floor. A zombie lunged at them from the top of the stairs, making Xiao Yani and Su Qianjin's legs buckle with fear, nearly sending them tumbling back down. Jiang Ming stepped forward and dispatched it with a single blow. Finally, the three could stop to catch their breath. After a brief rest, Jiang Ming stood up and stomped hard on the wooden stairs, breaking them apart, so they crashed onto the toppled shelves below. He opened the window on the second floor. Behind the building was an alley clear of mutated creatures, a safe route. This was the escape path he had planned while luring the creatures away. Xiao Yanni and Su Qianjin were utterly exhausted, their bodies limp and weak. They wanted to help Jiang Ming, but lacked even the strength to stand. Jiang Ming tore the sheets and bedding from the bed, ripping them into strips, twisting them together, and tying them into a rope. He fastened one into a beam and let the rest fall to the floor. He pulled out a pack of cigarettes and a lighter from his pocket, removed his face mask, and lit one for himself. He then offered one to Su Qianjin. Su Qianjin instinctively moved to refuse, but hesitated and took it. He lit it and took a deep drag. The thick smoke filled his lungs, making him cough uncontrollably as he wiped away tears. Xiao Yanni patted his back, wanting to scold him, but holding back. Jiang Ming took a drag and said, "He'll take you to the military. Once you find them, you'll be safe." He remembered from his past life that around this time the military had already mobilized and a regiment would come to their city to rescue important figures like high-ranking officials and the wealthy. In his past life, Jiang Ming had missed this opportunity, enduring over a month in a pile of corpses before escaping. He needed to rescue Zhang Yuan, and his route would pass near that area. He could at most get these two there. "Thank you, big brother," Xiao Yanni said, her gratitude mixed with fear. "May I ask your name?" "My name is Jiang Ming." "Ahem, brother Jiang," Su Qianjin said, wiping his nose. "We've got those transparent cards. Is this it?" Su Qianjin and Xiao Yanni handed their identity cards to Jiang Ming. He took them and looked at their information. Just as he had guessed, all the data was 0. The serial numbers were already in the hundreds. In just this short time, over 100 survivors worldwide had already verified and obtained their cards. He returned the cards and said, "This card is your personal exclusive card, similar to an ID, but far more important. If you want to survive, you need to find ways to increase the numbers on it." Jiang Ming took off the watch on his left wrist, which transformed into an information card. He expanded it into a light screen before them. "The higher the numbers, the stronger you become, giving you the power to fight those mutated creatures. There are many ways to increase these values. The simplest is to kill the creatures and earn experience points to level up." He retracted the card, which transformed back into a watch on his wrist. The card can turn into any accessory weighing less than 300 grams. "You can try it." Xiao Yanni and Su Qianjin exchanged glances, their eyes filled with confusion. Clearly, Jiang Ming's words were too advanced for them to digest immediately. Nevertheless, they followed his instructions. Xiao Yanni turned her card into a necklace, and Su Qianjin turned his into a ring. Both were astonished by the miraculous transformation. Jiang Ming stood up, lowered the rope he had prepared, and climbed out the window, descending to the ground by stepping on the wall and pipes. Xiao Yanni and Su Qianjin followed suit. Jiang Ming led them away, heading to find the military. But before that, he needed to try his luck at the nearby police station. Blades, clubs, and other cold weapons were only good for close combat, and were dangerous. Whether against mutated creatures or humans, the truly deterrent force was a gun. An hour later, they arrived outside the Jiangqing police station. From a distance, Jiang Ming spotted a police officer who had turned into a zombie wandering near the entrance. In his holster was a dark object, a pistol. It seemed the station had long since fallen. Jiang Ming told Xiao Yanni to hide and be ready to act. He bent low, creeping along the street toward the zombie officer. Suddenly, he lunged like a leopard, decapitating it with a single stroke and swiftly unbuckling the holster. Hiding in a corner, Jiang Ming took out the pistol from the holster and expertly ejected the magazine. It contained only a single bullet. He looked back toward the station's interior. In the parking lot, a few more mutated police zombies roamed. Fortune favors the bold. Jiang Ming loaded the pistol and placed it, holster and all, into his backpack. Wearing it would hinder his movements. He crept low into the yard. Each of these police zombies had a sidearm on their belt, suggesting they had been about to respond to a call before they mutated. Jiang Ming carefully eliminated them one by one. He took only 2 guns. More would be useless, and 30 rounds of ammunition. This was enough. Jiang Ming prepared to leave. The station's armory might hold more guns and bullets, but it also harbored unknown dangers. It wasn't worth the risk. Just as he was about to leave, he spotted over a dozen burly men charging toward him, brandishing weapons. Jiang Ming's instincts told him they meant trouble. Not wanting to get entangled, he changed direction and bolted. Xiao Yanni and Su Qianjin should be able to follow if they saw him. The leader of the group, a man in a military coat, saw Jiang Ming fleeing. He raised his baseball bat studded with nails and roared, "Kid, don't run." After him. Jiang Ming glanced back. It seemed this group had been lying in wait near the station all along. He had a gun now, but he couldn't fire it. The area was surrounded by residential buildings. A single gunshot would draw hundreds, if not thousands, of mutated creatures clogging the street within minutes. But the group didn't have guns either, and their stamina was far inferior to Jiang Ming's. Soon he had left them in the dust. Just then, several people suddenly emerged from an alley ahead, swinging knives and clubs at his head. Caught off guard, Jiang Ming was forced back a few steps before striking back. With his comprehensive stat of 6 points, a single slash cut through one man's thick clothing and into his flesh, blood gushing and staining the ground. The man dropped his weapon, clutching his wound and screaming in agony. "Anyone who doesn't want to die, move aside." Jiang Ming brandished his machete, forcing the others back. Stop him. If anyone lets him escape, they'll skin them alive. The bald man behind shouted as he saw Jiang Ming being held back by his underlings. Faced with the bald man's threat, the henchman grew bolder and charged at Jiang Ming with furious roars. The moment the bald man yelled, Jiang Ming had already moved. He slashed one man's tendon, stabbed another's wrist with his dagger, and within the blink of an eye he had taken down those blocking his path, then turned and fled. Jiang Ming found it far easier to wield a blade against humans than against mutated creatures. The latter knew no pain or fear, driven only by instinct to tear and devour flesh endlessly. But humans felt pain and fear, easily revealing their weaknesses, making a single fatal strike possible. Jiang Ming swiftly shook off the pursuers, distancing himself from those fools. Their loud shouts would soon attract a swarm of mutated creatures. Damn it! Runs like a rabbit, the bastard, the bald man cursed as he stopped, seeing Jiang Ming already far away. Boss, two are injured in the hand, one has a gash on his chest, still savable. Save them. No way. The bald man glared viciously at the reporting underling. Useless trash. Can't even stop one man. Take them back and they'll just eat and drink for free, needing medicine for their wounds. I'm not running a charity. Leave them here for the zombies. You? Zhao Gang, how can you do this to us? Bai Wu clutched his wounded wrist, glaring at Zhao Gang in fury. Go to hell. Zhao Gang viciously kicked Bai Wu in the stomach, sending him to his knees, curled up like a shrimp. Who do you think you are, barking orders at me? They'll break your legs today and let you die slowly here. Zhao Gang raised his nail-studded baseball bat and savagely battered Bai Wu's shins, drawing out agonized screams as his legs turned into a bloody mess. Those around watched coldly, too afraid to defy, Zhao Gang numbed by such brutality. What a piece of trash. Let's go to the police station and grab all the guns. That kid was only in there for a moment. At most, he swiped a couple of pistols. Zhao Gang will haunt you even as a ghost. Bai Wu lay on the ground, blood staining the earth, his eyes wide with hatred fixed on Zhao Gang's retreating back. As Zhao Gang left, the man with the chest wound wrapped his injury in cloth and fled, only to be caught by a zombie dog after a few steps. His screams were cut short as he was devoured, leaving a corpse. Another clutched his wound and slipped away down the alley, casting a venomous glance at Zhao Gang. Meanwhile, more mutated creatures drawn by the scent of blood crept toward Bai Wu, ready to tear into his flesh. Bai Wu's breathing grew more rapid, his body colder, whether from blood loss or the terror of impending death, he couldn't tell. Just as Bai Wu thought his end was certain, two powerful hands slid under his armpits, lifting him forcefully onto a broad back. Then the biting wind stung his face as they moved. The pain in his limbs and face jolted him awake. He realized he was on the back of a man in a windproof mask, the very man Zhao Gang had ordered them to stop, who had stabbed through his palm and escaped. Jiang Ming had shaken off Zhao Gang earlier, but he felt a nagging familiarity with one of the injured men, as if had seen him somewhere. As he ran, Jiang Ming finally remembered it was from the galactic battle rankings in his past life. Bai Wu ranked 38th on the Chinese galactic battle list, 10th among the ghost swordsmen, and 64th on Earth's galactic battle list, known as the White Reaper, one of the top 100 on Earth's galactic battle list in his previous life. He had single-handedly wiped out an 80-level mother insect nest, shocking the world. Though his rank wasn't the highest, his reputation was thunderous. Even a nobody like Jiang Ming in his past life knew of his glorious feats. Having witnessed Zhao Gang's cruelty toward Bai Wu from a corner, Jiang Ming saw a golden opportunity. If he could forge a bond with such a future pinnacle powerhouse before he rose to power, it would become a tremendous asset. After Zhao Gang left, Jiang Ming emerged, hoisted Bai Wu onto his back, and fled. Zhao Gang had likely assumed Bai Wu was as good as dead and no one else cared. Their attention was fixed on the police station's arsenal. Hope those idiots don't get any ideas about test-firing the guns, Jiang Ming muttered, picturing Zhao Gang's brutish frame. He quickened his pace, putting distance between them. A few hundred meters later, Jiang Ming reunited with Xiao Yani and Su Qianjin. The scene they'd witnessed had terrified them, but they'd managed to circle around and escape. Meanwhile, gunshots rang out from the police station in the distance. Jiang Ming set Bai Wu down, hastily bandaging his wounds. The pain was so intense that Bai Wu passed out. After dressing the wounds, Jiang Ming lifted Bai Wu again. Let's get out of here, he said. Xiao Yani and Su Qianjin nodded and followed, hesitantly asking Jiang Ming about the apocalypse along the way. Jiang Ming shared only basic survival tips. Anything deeper would be beyond them, and he had no patience for lengthy explanations. Yet, even these tidbits were invaluable, forged through 15 years of life and death struggles in his past life. Xiao Yani and Su Qianjin listened intently, committing his words to memory. Like Jiang Ming, their sole goal was survival. At 1830, as dusk fell, the sun neared the horizon, painting the sky a fiery red. As the crimson faded to a faint afterglow, it heralded another long night descending upon the world. Jiang Ming found a safe haven, a 3-story self-built house. With Xiao Yani, Su Qianjin, and the injured Bai Wu, he prepared to spend the night. During the day, they could at least see the mutated creatures and find escape routes. But night was the most dangerous time. Nocturnal beasts could spring from nowhere, claiming lives in an instant. They sealed the windows and doors, dismantled flammable furniture for a fire. Night temperatures would drop further, increasing the risk of death. Xiao Yani and Su Qianjin took the initiative, using the house's untouched food to cook. Jiang Ming removed Bai Wu's bandages, carefully cut open his pants, cleaned and disinfected the wounds, applied medicine, and rewrapped them. They were superficial injuries, not deep enough to reach bone, but they wouldn't heal quickly. He touched Bai Wu's forehead, normal temperature. The man had been unconscious all afternoon, but at least there was no fever. After dinner it was only 7:30. Outside, darkness had fully fallen, punctuated by occasional rustling sounds. Inside, a single fire cast its glow. Jiang Ming picked up his machete and began his usual practice. Mastery came from repetition. A single move practiced 10 or 100 times might seem unremarkable, but hundreds of repetitions daily yielded remarkable results in combat. His success in felling mutated creatures during the day stemmed not only from his physical strength and the blade's sharpness, but also from his profound familiarity with the weapon. Seeing Jiang Ming practice, Su Qianjin, after a short rest, tore a leg off a chair and began imitating him. Xiao Yani soon joined in. In truth, Jiang Ming's practice consisted of only a few moves: thrusting, parrying, slashing, and chopping. The real essence lay in controlling his strength. How to maximize damage with each strike, how to channel power, and how to coordinate muscle movements. These were the fundamentals. After a while, Jiang Ming couldn't bear it anymore. He set down his blade and tapped Su Qianjin's thigh. Spread your legs a bit, stabilize your stance. Your strikes must be fast, accurate, and ruthless. He shared only his own practice experience. Nothing profound, but simple and clear. Xiao Yani and Su Qianjin were ordinary people. Without Jiang Ming, they'd likely be zombies or food for mutated creatures by now. Training with Jiang Ming's method, they noticed a difference. Their power was focused, but their energy drained quickly. After an hour, they collapsed on the floor panting. Jiang Ming continued until 10 p.m., then wiped off his sweat, dressed, and lay on the sofa to rest. The fire blazed, warding off the night's chill. Outside, the darkness teemed with mutated creatures, their strange noises sending shivers down the spine. At 7:00 m. on June 25, 2035. As dawn broke, Jiang Ming opened his eyes and sat up. Habitually checking his info card, he was astonished to see his blood fusion had increased from 18 to 23, a full 5 jump. Jiang Ming rubbed his eyes, making sure he wasn't hallucinating. How had the fusion rate increased by 5 overnight? After a moment's thought, he guessed it was linked to his relentless training. The constant vigorous activity had accelerated his blood flow, perhaps boosting the fusion. Overall, it was good news. Jiang Ming felt a flicker of anticipation, wondering what would happen when the fusion reached 100. Xiao Yani and Su Qianjin were still asleep, exhausted from the previous day's terror. He checked on Bai Wu. No serious issues, just needing rest to recover. He woke them for breakfast. Bai Wu groggily opened his eyes, instinctively wary of the unfamiliar surroundings and 3 strangers. Jiang Ming tossed him a compressed biscuit and a bottle of water, explaining the situation. "Why did you save me?" After hearing Jiang Ming's explanation, Bai Wu wasn't grateful. He was suspicious. He had blocked Jiang Ming, who had stabbed his palm in return, creating a grudge. Yet Jiang Ming had come back to save him. It was too strange. Bai Wu was no fool. In his current state, he was a cripple. In this world, Jiang Ming had no reason to rescue a useless man, burdening himself with a liability. Jiang Ming met his gaze. "You're not afraid of death. I need someone like you. That's reason enough, isn't it?" Bai Wu locked eyes with Jiang Ming, then pursed his lips, tore open the biscuit wrapper, and ate ravenously. "You saved me. I owe you my life. I'll repay it," Bai Wu said after swallowing the last bite. Jiang Ming tossed the backpack to Su Qianjin, hoisted Bai Wu, and said, "Good. Heal up, then work for me." After eating, Jiang Ming led them onward. Carrying an injured man inevitably slowed their pace. Before setting out, he secretly rolled the lucky dice. Today's luck was poor, only 2 points. He hoped no accidents would occur. At noon, they arrived in the commercial district near Longhua Manor, a residential enclave where the city's elite, high-ranking officials and wealthy tycoons resided. In his previous life, an entire army battalion had been dispatched here to evacuate survivors. Jiang Ming planned to locate the military unit at Longhua Manor and then depart, when suddenly sporadic gunshots echoed from a nearby distance. Jiang Ming hoisted Bai Wu onto his back and sprinted toward the sound. Xiao Yani and Su Qianjin followed closely behind. Minutes later, he halted in the shadowed corner of a street, tilting his head to peer around the bend. There, several fully armed soldiers brandished assault rifles, firing controlled bursts at encroaching mutated creatures while shielding a small group of civilians during their retreat. Yet their situation was dire. The gunfire drew ever more mutants, hampering their withdrawal. Burdened with protecting unarmed civilians, their pace remained agonizingly slow, and their rifle magazines were rapidly depleting. Jiang Ming exchanged backpacks with Su Qianjin, instructing him to carry Bai Wu instead, then pointed toward the next street corner and said, "Wait there. When you see me move, follow immediately." Xiao Yani and Su Qianjin nodded in understanding and carefully advanced toward the designated corner with Bai Wu on his back. Clutching his mountain-splitting cleaver, Jiang Ming crouched low along the sidewalk and dashed toward the besieged soldiers. With each stride, the blade's broad back struck the roadside guardrail, producing sharp, ringing clangs. Some mutants converging on the soldiers diverted toward Jiang Ming upon hearing the metallic echoes. Jiang Ming vaulted onto a derelict car, dodging snapping jaws and lunging limbs as he weaved through the horde, until he reached the soldiers' vicinity, where he cleaved down 2 zombies in one stroke and shouted, "Climb onto the vehicle roofs and run." The 3 soldiers stared in astonishment. This lone figure wielding only a cleaver had charged headlong into the maelstrom. Clear out. Move aside. One soldier yanked the pin from a grenade and hurled it over Jiang Ming's shoulder towards Jiang Jing's rear. Shit, no? Before Jiang Ming could finish his warning, the grenade soared past his head. Startled, he kicked over a zombie, leapt forward, and rolled behind a nearby vehicle. Boom. An instant later, a deafening detonation erupted behind him. The car he leaned against nearly overturned. The blast's concussive force left his ears ringing while putrid fragments of flesh and viscera rained down across the street. Shaking his head to clear the daze, Jiang Ming rose and rushed to the soldiers. Grenades attract more mutants. Run now? He spoke with genuine urgency. He hadn't anticipated such reckless use of ordnance whose thunderous report would almost certainly draw higher-tier evolved mutants. Without waiting for their response, he turned and fled. He'd intended merely to aid their escape, deliver Xiao Yani safely to them, then depart with Bai Wu. But that single grenade had shattered his plan entirely. After sprinting a short distance, he encountered the surviving civilians. Without glancing at them, he retrieved Bai Wu at the next intersection and bolted with Xiao Yani and Su Qianjin toward Longhua Manor. The grenade blast had torn a temporary breach in the mutant ranks. The soldiers slung their rifles and joined the retreat, soon overtaking the 5 civilians they'd earlier shielded. They appeared no older than 17 or 18, students, 2 boys and 3 girls, gasping for breath, hands braced on their knees, shuffling forward at little more than a walking pace. Why are you still here? The pursuing soldiers grew desperate. They'd risked their lives to buy time. Yet the students had barely advanced a few hundred meters. Their magazines were nearly empty, only 2 grenades remained, and behind them surged no fewer than 300 or 400 mutants. Run! The 3 soldiers seized the girls and dragged the boys forward, half carrying, half hauling, but speed remained elusive. No, I can't go on. I'm completely spent. A frail boy doubled over, palms pressed to his knees, panting raggedly. Keep moving, don't give up. His soldier escort grew frantic. These students' physical conditioning was abysmal. At this rate, they'd be overtaken within moments. Give me your rifle. Jiang Ming suddenly reappeared, shouting at the soldiers. After a fleeting hesitation, one unslung his weapon and tossed it to him. Jiang Ming caught it, shouldered the stock, and opened fire in controlled bursts at the advancing mutants. His first shots missed wildly, but his accuracy improved markedly with each subsequent round. The soldiers were stunned by his flawless shooting posture, impeccable rhythm, and masterful recoil control. When they lingered gazing in awe, Jiang Ming barked, "What are you staring at? Move, now? Your unit is already en route. We'll rendezvous with them shortly." One soldier tossed Jiang Ming the remaining 2 grenades. "Hold the line. We'll return for you." With that, he led the 5 survivors away at full speed. Jiang Ming pocketed the grenades and fought a disciplined tactical retreat, felling mutant after mutant. Thud. Suddenly the ground trembled, rhythmic, heavy, as if some colossal entity approached at terrifying speed. In the next moment, a monstrous mutated zombie emerged from the alleyway behind the horde. 3 meters tall, a pulsating gelatinous mass of flesh bounding forward with grotesque leaps. Damn, it's a high-tier mutant. Jiang Ming's pupils contracted to needle points at the sight. Raising his rifle, he emptied a furious burst into its massive cranium. Orange-yellow bullets struck its face and skull, but only punched shallow craters, failing utterly to penetrate or damage its brain. Click, click, click. The rifle clicked empty. Unfazed, the hulking mass barreled forward, trampling lesser mutants beneath its girth as it charged straight for Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming slung the rifle, leapt onto a wrecked automobile, then vaulted onto the roof of a nearby bus, just as the swarm engulfed the vehicle below. A seething tide of mutants swarmed the bus, clawing and shrieking upward at Jiang Ming atop the roof. The chassis groaned and rocked violently. He dropped to one knee, bracing himself against the violent lurches. By then, the fleshy behemoth had closed to within meters of the bus, seconds away from crushing Jiang Ming beneath its sheer, overwhelming mass. Jiang Ming withdrew the 2 grenades, yanked their pins, and hurled them toward the monstrosity, then launched himself backward, seizing the iron bars of a nearby building's security grill and scaling upward with fluid agility. Boom, boom. 2 successive detonations erupted, so powerful their shockwaves nearly hurled Jiang Ming from his perch. Gripping the grill with white-knuckled intensity, Jiang Ming climbed swiftly to the rooftop once the blast subsided, then turned to survey the devastation below. The pavement lay cratered and littered with viscera and charred remains. Yet the colossal flesh mass still lived. The twin explosions had sheared away most of its torso, but its head remained largely intact, sustaining only superficial damage. Damn, what unnatural resilience. Jiang Ming cursed, then sprinted across the rooftop, descended via an external staircase, and fled toward Longhua Manor. He glanced at his status interface. Experience stood at 53%. Had he leveled up just then and allocated all 4 attribute points to strength, he might have cleaved that beast in 2 with a single strike. But in the early days of the apocalypse, quality weapons were scarce, and survivors clung to life by the thinnest thread. Leveling up remained an arduous, near impossible feat. Within minutes, Jiang Ming encountered 50 heavily armed soldiers, including the trio who'd earlier covered the retreat. He returned the rifle and urged withdraw immediately. Prolonging this fight will only draw more mutants. Their platoon leader paused, weighed the risks, then ordered full retreat to Longhua Manor to regroup with the main force. Their mission centered on evacuating key personnel, not on sustaining unnecessary casualties or depleting combat strength. 50 soldiers moved as one, systematically eliminating every mutant along their path, arriving at Longhua Manor in remarkably short time. At the gate, Jiang Ming spotted Xiao Yani and the others surrounded by soldiers' rifles trained upon them. Wait. He rushed forward, intercepting the troops and demanding, what is the meaning of this? Brother. Tears welled in Xiao Yani's eyes. We cooperated fully with their inspection, but they claim Bai Wu's injury carries mutation risk and intend to execute him. What? Jiang Ming whirled around instantly. You're mistaken. He was crushed by debris, not bitten or scratched by any mutant. He had painstakingly recruited this future apex powerhouse. There was no way he'd let them gun him down here. Yet the soldiers kept their weapons leveled at Bai Wu, refusing to hear Jiang Ming's plea. This stalemate was untenable. Jiang Ming hoisted Bai Wu onto his back and declared, don't fire. I'll leave with him. No harm will come to you. Brother. Su Qianjin called out as Jiang Ming began to walk away. Will we meet again? Jiang Ming glanced back, smiled faintly, and replied, we will, absolutely. Share what I've told you. You can thrive. Then, with Bai Wu secured on his back, he strode swiftly from Longhua Manor, knowing delay might provoke fatal trigger fingers. Though Jiang Ming possessed unparalleled foresight and memory from his prior life, he remained utterly vulnerable to bullets in his current state. Was it worth it? Bai Wu murmured from his back. Jiang Ming glanced sideways and replied, I never intended to stay. If you feel indebted, recover well and serve me loyally. Bai Wu fell silent, resting quietly against Jiang Ming's shoulders. By 5:30 in the afternoon, Jiang Ming located the mysterious traitor inside a shopping mall. In the apocalypse, the mysterious traitor functioned like a non-player character, robed in blackface, obscured, offering only trade services. Mutants inexplicably ignored him. Jiang Ming approached stealthily and addressed the cloaked figure standing before a clothing store. I wish to trade. Like a phantom, the traitor turned slowly, unfurling a shimmering holographic interface before Jiang Ming, displaying food, water, medicine, weapons, vehicles, and more. In the apocalypse's earliest phase, controlling the mysterious traitor's location equated to claiming sovereignty. Given sufficient galaxy coins, one could construct an impregnable survival stronghold. Yet that advantage proved fleeting. Mutants survived and thrived because they evolved relentlessly, ascending in power far beyond human capacity. Later, even a stronghold built around the mysterious traitor would prove defenseless against the overwhelming tide of evolved mutant legions. Jiang Ming scrolled through the transportation category: motorcycles, sedans, trucks, armored vehicles, tanks. Every terrestrial vehicle known to Earth appeared for sale, but each came at a staggering price. After enduring the long night, Jiang Ming awoke the next morning and opened his information card. As he had anticipated, his bloodline fusion rate had increased by another 4, now reaching 27. He then took out the lucky dice and rolled them. When the number landed on 5, Jiang Ming clenched his fist tightly, sensing that today would be a day of good fortune. He imprinted the number on his palm, ate a simple meal, packed his belongings, and blade in hand stepped out the door. To rescue Jiang Yuan, transportation was indispensable. With insufficient galactic credits, Jiang Ming had no choice but to risk slaying mutated creatures to earn more. By noon, Jiang Ming had cleaved the head off a zombie dog, picked up a few galactic copper coins from the ground, wiped the sweat from his brow, and stopped to rest in a freshly cleaned bun shop. In total, he had earned 3 silver coins and 59 copper coins since morning. At this rate, by tomorrow, he should have enough to exchange 10 silver coins for a motorcycle. Jiang Ming took a sip of water and ate 2 pieces of compressed biscuit to regain his strength. His gaze swept over the mutated creatures roaming the streets. His experience bar had reached 90, and barring any surprises, he would level up by afternoon. After replenishing his energy, Jiang Ming resumed his relentless slaughter. 3 hours later, when the experience bar hit 100, the watch on his wrist vibrated. He had successfully reached level 1 and earned 4 freely assignable attribute points. Having reached level 1, Jiang Ming eagerly opened his information card. In his past life, it had taken him a full year to barely scrape through to level 1. Now he had shortened that time by nearly an entire year. When he saw his information card, Jiang Ming was astonished to find that his strength and constitution had both increased by 1 point, now standing at 3 each. At the bottom of the card, indeed, 4 points remained unallocated. Could this be due to the Xing Tian bloodline again? Finding no other explanation, Jiang Ming could only attribute it to the bloodline. If that were the case, Jiang Ming had to adjust his allocation of these 4 points: 2 points into strength, 1 into constitution, and 1 into agility. He then reviewed his personal information card. Jiang Ming, level 1, strength 5, constitution 4, agility 2, spirit 1, luck 15, lucky dice, experience 0, 100, bloodline divine aspect, Xing Tian fusion 27. His combined attributes reached an astonishing 12 points. Gripping his machete, Jiang Ming swung it at a nearby guardrail. The sturdy guardrail paused only briefly before being severed cleanly by the blade. Jiang Ming felt no resistance, as if cutting through tofu. This unexpected boon after leveling up emboldened Jiang Ming, making him unusually efficient at slaying mutated creatures. By dusk, he had amassed 8 silver coins and 31 copper coins. By tomorrow morning, he would have enough to buy a motorcycle and set off. Just as Jiang Ming was about to head back, the corner of his eye caught something moving by the roadside. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be a lump of white fatty flesh like a slab of streaky pork. Jiang Ming glanced at the sky. There was still time. Gripping his blade, he approached cautiously. As he drew nearer, he realized it was a short-haired cat with black and white fur. Seeing Jiang Ming approach, the cat looked up at him with innocent wide eyes and let out a soft meow. Jiang Ming noticed a lump of fatty flesh beneath the cat's belly, the very thing he had spotted from afar. But it was smaller than before and was steadily diminishing. At this sight, Jiang Ming instantly grew wary. He retreated several meters, blade raised, staring intently at the seemingly innocent short-haired cat. A wave of fear washed over Jiang Ming. He had nearly been deceived by the cat's harmless appearance. This was a genuine mutated evolved creature. The lump beneath it was unmistakably a piece of human chest flesh being slowly devoured. Jiang Ming tightened his grip on the machete in his right hand and drew a dagger with his left. Every nerve taut, he edged backward, cursing himself for not observing more carefully. The absence of any other mutated creatures around the cat was glaringly abnormal, yet his curiosity had nearly led him to his doom. The short-haired cat seemed puzzled by Jiang Ming's sudden tension, tilting its head with an adorably bewildered expression. But the moment the flesh beneath its belly was fully consumed, the cat stood up and vanished from sight. Damn it! Jiang Ming's eyes couldn't track its speed. He flailed his machete and dagger wildly, hoping to fend off the short-haired cat. The next instant, Jiang Ming felt a weight settle on his head. His body stiffened like iron, frozen, as motionless as a wooden statue. A fluffy tail drooped down his forehead, swaying left and right before his eyes. He knew the cat was perched atop his head. Jiang Ming felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave, not daring to move. In the early days of the apocalypse, a single mutated evolved creature could bring an entire city to its knees. Their terror loomed over every survivor like a nightmare. Even with his current combined attributes of 12 points, Jiang Ming was doomed against this mutated evolved creature. Time ticked by, and the sky gradually darkened. Sweat had soaked Jiang Ming through, yet the cat remained perched on his head, lazily swishing its tail. Just as Jiang Ming's limbs began to go numb, the cat finally moved. He felt its front half shift onto the back of his neck. Then came the sound of tearing fabric. A weight lifted from Jiang Ming's back, and his backpack fell to the ground. The cat leaped onto the backpack. Its ordinary-looking paws extended claws as sharp as blades, slicing through the bag with a single swipe. Its small head plunged through the opening, and the backpack began to heave up and down. Jiang Ming, seeing this, flexed his stiff limbs and slowly edged backward, his eyes fixed on the backpack. Once he had retreated about 10 meters, he turned and bolted, not daring to pause for even a moment. He sprinted back to his shelter without stopping, locked the doors and windows, barricaded them with furniture, and sealed every possible entry point. Only then did he collapse onto the floor, utterly drained. Seeing Jiang Ming stumble back in such a panic, Bai Wu tossed him a bottle of water and asked what happened. Jiang Ming closed his eyes. He could clearly hear his heart pounding like a war drum. The memory of what had just happened still sent chills down his spine. After a long moment to recover, Jiang Ming propped himself up against the sofa, wiped the dried sweat from his face, and said, I ran into a mutated evolved creature. I almost didn't make it back. A mutated evolved creature. What's that? Bai Wu could tell Jiang Ming had encountered something terrifying, but didn't understand the term. Jiang Ming's mind was still hazy. His fear and tension had made him forget that Bai Wu knew nothing yet. He unscrewed the bottle cap, took a sip of water, and explained what mutated evolved creatures were. After hearing Jiang Ming's account, Bai Wu couldn't help but gasp. He had never imagined such horrifying mutated creatures existed. No wonder Jiang Ming had fled back in such a sorry state. It was nothing short of a narrow escape from death. That cat's appearance barely changed from its original form. It must have mutated at least 5 days after the apocalypse began. And the fact that it could feed through its belly means it has already evolved, Jiang Ming said. As he spoke, he recalled the cat's deceptively innocent appearance, concealing a bloodthirsty cruelty. Thank goodness the lucky dice had landed on 5 today, or he might not have made it out alive. Bai Wu's expression grew grim. If even a formidable man like Jiang Ming was so terrified of mutated evolved creatures, then he himself would have no chance if he encountered one. Jiang Ming decided to gather the remaining 10 silver coins as quickly as possible the next morning by a motorcycle and leave this place. Soon this entire area would become the cat's territory, and any survivors who remained would become its prey. After practicing with his blade for a while, Jiang Ming succumbed to the overwhelming exhaustion of both mind and body, collapsing into a deep sleep. He had barely been asleep when he felt someone tugging at his clothes. Drowsily opening his eyes, he saw Bai Wu staring wide-eyed at the window, his face a mask of terror, one hand still weakly pulling at Jiang Ming's sleeve. Jiang Ming instinctively followed his gaze. The next moment he jolted awake, nearly springing to his feet, his expression mirroring Bai Wu's terror, if not more so, as he stared at the window. The window, which Jiang Ming had blocked with a bedboard, now had a hole in it. The hole wasn't large, just big enough for a cat-sized animal to slip through. When he saw the short-haired cat with black and white fur standing on the windowsill, looking adorably clueless, Jiang Ming nearly jumped out of his skin. He didn't dare move a muscle. He had thought had shaken the creature off yesterday, but it had tracked him here. Jiang Ming slowly moved his fingers toward his machete. Fortune or misfortune, there was no escape. If he fought, maybe he'd have a chance. But the moment his fingers twitched, the short-haired cat vanished from the windowsill, reappearing in an instant on the back of the sofa. Jiang Ming grabbed his machete, rolled to the side to create distance, and stared grimly at the cat, which was now only 2 or 3 meters away, close enough to kill him in an instant. This was a nightmare for Bai Wu, who lay on the sofa. His leg was injured, leaving him immobilized. He could only lie stiffly on the couch, instinctively holding his breath. Now he could truly understand Jiang Ming's fear. This seemingly harmless little cat exuded an immense pressure and a deadly sense of threat. The two men and the cat faced off in a tense standoff, the atmosphere so oppressive that a pin drop could be heard. The short-haired cat meowed, then lowered its head to fiddle with something beneath its belly. Its movement sent a jolt of terror through both Jiang Ming and Bai Wu, making them flinch uncontrollably. When the short-haired cat lifted its head again, a photograph was in its mouth. It then leaped nimbly onto Bai Wu, then down to the floor, padding softly over to Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming forced down his terror, restraining the urge to strike. The short-haired cat sat at his feet, holding the photograph in its mouth, stretching its neck upward. Jiang Ming hesitated for a moment, then tentatively reached out and took the photograph. The cat obediently released it. The photo felt new and well-preserved. It showed a couple in matching outfits at the seaside, a tall, handsome, sunny young man and a gentle, lovely woman. Both wore happy smiles, and in their arms cradled a tiny short-haired kitten identical to the one at Jiang Ming's feet. Turning the photo over, Jiang Ming saw an inscription: "Prince, Mom, and Dad will love you forever." The date was October 2nd, 2034. Jiang Ming looked down at the short-haired cat, which was gazing up at him. He ventured, "Your name is Prince." Prince squinted its big eyes, meowed twice, and rubbed its head against Jiang Ming's calf. Jiang Ming slowly crouched down, placing the photo on the ground, and asked, "You want me to help you find Mom and Dad?" Prince extended its pink tongue, licked the two people in the photo, and nodded with remarkable intelligence. Jiang Ming gazed at the photograph and the kitten before him, and without hesitation he replied, "All right, I promise you. As long as I'm alive, I'll find a way to help you locate your parents." The little cat Prince meowed twice, its tail swaying incessantly before Jiang Ming as it rubbed against his calf. Phew! Jiang Ming let out a long sigh of relief. After its mutation and evolution, this cat possessed intelligence roughly equivalent to that of a 4 or 5-year-old human child. Yet regarding finding its original owner, Jiang Ming could only promise to do his best. To ensure his survival, agreeing temporarily was the only expedient measure, otherwise he couldn't be certain the cat wouldn't suddenly go berserk and devour him and Bai Wu. Bai Wu, lying on the sofa, felt his heart nearly leap into his throat. Only when he saw Jiang Ming reach an agreement with the cat did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. Jiang Ming set down the machete and tentatively reached out to touch the seemingly adorable kitten. Seeing Jiang Ming's outstretched hand, the little cat Prince eagerly leaped into his arms, squirming and rolling about. Jiang Ming's body stiffened as he felt the warm, soft creature in his arms. Slowly he extended his hand to touch its smooth, glossy fur, stroking the cat along its back again and again. Holding the little cat Prince in his arms, he picked up the photograph from the ground and tucked it into his breast pocket. Bai Wu, still shaken, asked, "Is it over?" Jiang Ming nodded. "We got incredibly lucky. For now we're safe." "Thank goodness, that nearly scared me to death," Bai Wu said, patting his chest to calm his racing heart. Jiang Ming sat on the sofa, holding the kitten up before his eyes, observing this exceptionally ferocious mutated creature. "Oh, what's this?" Suddenly Jiang Ming noticed a small tuft of silver fur beneath the kitten's neck. A silver beast. Upon recognizing the fur, Jiang Ming couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, staring in disbelief at the pillow-sized short-haired cat in his hands. In the apocalypse, birds and beasts infected with the virus underwent mutation and evolution, gaining terrifying destructive power. Yet above that there was an infinitesimally small chance of further mutation, like winning the lottery, occurring in only 1 out of tens of millions, even billions of mutated creatures. The initial stage of mutation was marked by the fur gradually turning silver. The more silver covered the body, the higher the degree of mutation completion. Such mutated creatures were not significantly stronger than ordinary evolved beasts, but their intelligence would gradually reach, or even surpass, that of a normal human. The apocalypse was a hellish arena for humanity, but a paradise for these mutated creatures. The growth of such mutated beings would obliterate humanity's sole advantage, intelligence. The moment he confirmed the cat was a silver beast, Jiang Ming contemplated eliminating it before it could grow stronger. However, his strength seemed insufficient for such a task. Judging by the small silver tuft on the short-hair cat's neck, based on the timeline, it must have undergone mutation immediately after its initial evolution. A silver beast that mutated right at the beginning of the apocalypse would undoubtedly become one of humanity's greatest enemies 15 years later. It had the potential to evolve further into a gold beast, or even a stronger purple gold beast. Jiang Ming felt as though he were holding a red-hot iron, his heart filled with tension and helplessness. Fortunately, this silver beast had a relatively gentle temperament and harbored no hostility toward him for now. He'll just take it one step at a time. Seeing Jiang Ming lost in thought, Bai Wu glanced at the cat in his hands and whispered, "Can't we find a way to get rid of it? Having a mutated creature by our side is unnerving." Jiang Ming shook his head. "Impossible. It is already locked onto our scent. No matter where we run, it will catch up. And you've felt its destructive power and speed, haven't you?" Bai Wu swallowed hard, shuddering at the memory of the fear and pressure the little cat had instilled in him. "Let's sleep. We'll deal with tomorrow when it comes." With that, Jiang Ming lay down on the sofa holding the cat, and soon his breathing steadied into a calm rhythm. Bai Wu marveled at Jiang Ming's audacity. How could he sleep while holding a ticking time bomb? Glancing at the kitten already curled up on Jiang Ming's stomach, its eyes closed, Bai Wu shrank back before finally lying down to rest. After only a few hours of sleep, dawn arrived. Jiang Ming rose looking at the kitten in his arms, still finding last night's experience too surreal. He checked the information card. Blood fusion rate reached 33. He took out the lucky die and rolled it, a 3. After imprinting it on his palm, he packed up and headed out. Originally, Jiang Ming wanted to leave the cat behind, but Bai Wu adamantly refused, and the little cat prince refused to leave his side. Left with no choice, he had to bring it along. However, a silver beast that had undergone mutation and evolution possessed a natural dominance over other mutated creatures. Wherever Jiang Ming went, the local mutants would automatically steer clear. Jiang Ming looked at the kitten perched on his shoulder and asked in a negotiating tone, "Prince, could you tone down your aura? I need to earn money to buy a motorcycle." Prince's furry ears twitched, and then Jiang Ming saw several zombies that had spotted him charging in his direction. Gripping his machete tightly, Jiang Ming began dispatching these mutated creatures to earn galactic coins. With a comprehensive value of 12 points, dealing with these ordinary mutants was effortless. By a little past noon, Jiang Ming had finally gathered 10 silver coins. Shaking his slightly sore wrist, he headed straight for the shopping mall where the mysterious merchant was located. Arriving at the mall, he conversed with the mysterious merchant, selected the motorcycle, and confirmed the transaction. The 10 silver coins on his information card were deducted, leaving only a paltry 15 copper coins. After the transaction, the mysterious merchant extended a withered hand, in the palm of which lay a miniature 3D motorcycle. Jiang Ming took it and tossed it onto the ground beside him. Instantly, the miniature motorcycle rapidly expanded, becoming full-sized in the blink of an eye. Jiang Ming swung a leg over, twisted the throttle to start the engine, and the motorcycle's exhaust roared to life. Within minutes, he was back at their dwelling. Upstairs, he packed his belongings, hoisted Bai Wu onto his back, and started the engine heading toward his hometown. Jiang Ming drove the motorcycle at breakneck speed. The fierce wind forced Bai Wu's eyes shut, and he repeatedly urged him to slow down. Jiang Ming, wearing a windproof mask, told him to huddle closer behind. The motorcycle's loud engine attracted the attention of many mutated creatures. Slowing down would be more dangerous. Moreover, today was already the 27th, a full 10 days since the apocalypse began. Jiang Ming was deeply worried about Jiang Yuan. Given the motorcycle's horsepower and fuel consumption, under normal circumstances they wouldn't arrive until tomorrow afternoon at the earliest. Jiang Ming drove the motorcycle straight onto the expressway, startling Bai Wu. "Are you out of your mind? It's almost dark. Getting on the highway now. Who knows when we'll reach the next service area? Do you want to spend the night out here?" Jiang Ming shouted back, "Don't worry, trust me, it'll be fine." According to Jiang Ming's original plan, he intended to take the provincial road, which would be slower, but safer with buildings for shelter. However, with the little cat prince accompanying them, a mutated silver beast, ordinary mutants couldn't get near. So Jiang Ming decided to take a gamble, racing back at top speed. With luck, they might even make it tonight. Jiang Ming knew full well that the expressway was no safer than the city. When the virus broke out, it coincided with students finishing exams and summer vacation, while many families had chosen road trips, so the highways were swarming with mutated creatures. The motorcycle roared onward, charging into the distant, darkening horizon. Darkness, like a gaping maw, swallowed all light. As the night sky turned completely black, Bai Wu nervously reached for the pistol at his waist, a weapon Jiang Ming had given him, ready to draw it at any moment. Jiang Ming turned on the headlight, lowered his body, and focused on riding at full speed with no intention of stopping to rest. Bai Wu realized Jiang Ming planned to drive through the night. His nerves on edge, he scanned the surroundings by the light, wary of any mutated creature that might suddenly pounce. The dark expressway was eerily silent. Occasional fleeting shadows could make one's hair stand on end, and from time to time, they passed a wrecked car or a couple of zombies. By a little past 10 at night, they had covered at least 130 kilometers. They might arrive around midnight, but suddenly Jiang Ming stopped the motorcycle. Bai Wu withdrew his gaze from the surroundings and asked, "Why stop?" Jiang Ming kicked down the stand. "The road's blocked." Bai Wu looked ahead in the headlight's beam. Cars were piled up like bumper cars, and a large truck's container lay overturned, completely blocking the road. Jiang Ming got off and examined both sides of the expressway. One side was completely sealed off by a chain reaction crash, and the other was blocked by the container, impassable. "What do we do?" Bai Wu asked nervously. In the pitch-black cold, stranded on the highway, who knew where a mutant might suddenly emerge from? "Well, wait until dawn and see." Jiang Ming killed the engine, climbed over the guardrail, and cut some branches with his machete to start a fire. The blazing flames dispelled some of the chill. They ate a little, but couldn't sleep. Bai Wu, disliking the silence, asked, "It's been so many days. Are you sure your brother is still alive?" Jiang Ming, practicing with his blade, replied, "I don't know. But I have to go back myself. Alive, I want to see him. Dead, I want to see his body." "That's something," Bai Wu said with a hint of melancholy. "You have family to worry about. My wife and children turned on the very first day. I had to end them myself." Sweating profusely, Jiang Ming responded, "This world is no longer the one we once knew. Humanity, morality, order, rules. These are things of the past. To survive in such an era, brute force is the only truth. Bai Wu chuckled. You seem to understand this world well. Sometimes I feel like you never fit into the old world. This world is where you truly belong. Jiang Ming didn't respond. His rebirth was his greatest secret, one he would never reveal to anyone. Seeing Jiang Ming silent, Bai Wu changed the subject. After you find your brother, what's next? We're like drifting weeds. We could die anywhere, anytime. At least we should know where we'll be buried. Jiang Ming finished his practice, wiped the sweat from his body, and said, head north, find the military, or go to Yanjing. In the early days of the apocalypse, after a brief period of chaos, survivors had roughly grasped the rules of this new world. That was when the military would step in, rallying the remaining human forces to fight against the mutated creatures together. Although many of the nation's large-scale weapons had become useless, the military still possessed the highest individual combat skills and discipline. They would be the fastest to establish effective defenses and consolidate strength. Bai Wu was puzzled and asked, isn't it colder up north? Wouldn't we freeze to death there? Jiang Ming raised 3 fingers and said 3 months. This extreme cold will only last for 3 months. After that, the global temperature will warm up and the ice covering the Earth's surface will melt. The massive evaporation of water vapor will then trigger a week-long torrential downpour, flooding low-lying areas in the south. Jiang Ming's assertive words left Bai Wu stunned. He asked in astonishment, how do you know all this so clearly? Jiang Ming put on his clothes, looked at Bai Wu, and said, ask what you should and don't ask what you shouldn't. Just focus on recovering and fighting for me. Remember one thing, I won't harm you. Bai Wu opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing. Jiang Ming was too enigmatic, like an alien, unfathomable and impossible to read. 8 hours later, at a little past 6 in the morning, the sky was faintly brightening. Fortunately, no abnormally powerful mutated creatures had been drawn to them during the night. At dawn, Jiang Ming got up to check the road ahead, leaving the cat prince with Bai Wu for protection, since Bai Wu could only sit on the motorcycle and wait, unable to move. Climbing over the guardrail, Jiang Ming reached the other side of the highway, where the road was blocked only by a shipping container. He swiftly dealt with 2 zombies and walked to the edge of the container. It lay across the road, impassable, but the open road beyond wasn't blocked. With some effort to lift the motorcycle and circle around the guardrail, they could continue. Jiang Ming set Bai Wu on the ground, laid the motorcycle flat, grabbed the front fork shock absorbers with both hands, and with a soft grunt hoisted the motorcycle onto his shoulders. 3 minutes later, Jiang Ming had carried the motorcycle to the other side of the container. He returned, lifted Bai Wu and Prince over, got on the motorcycle, and resumed their journey. An hour later, Jiang Ming stopped the motorcycle at a service area. Though all vehicles there were wrecked, the fuel was still useful. After filling the tank, Jiang Ming took his blade and went into the service area to find food. Their backpack supplies of food and water were running low, and there was still a stretch of road ahead. They needed to stock up. There were about a dozen wrecked cars scattered around the service area, and the number of mutated creatures was small, mostly just ordinary zombies. As Jiang Ming searched for a supermarket, his gaze suddenly fell upon a massive pitch-black steel at the restroom entrance, the very certification steel that had fallen from the sky a few days ago. Jiang Ming first found the supermarket, packed some water and non-perishable food, then returned, carried Bai Wu to the steely, and said, place your hand on it. Bai Wu sat on the ground, reached out, and knocked on the steel, cold and hard, of unknown material. He obediently pressed his palm against its icy surface. The next moment, the steel shimmered with flowing light, a holographic screen appeared, and Bai Wu's identity information card was successfully generated. Is this the card you mentioned? When he received the translucent card, Bai Wu examined it closely. It looked highly technological. Jiang Ming had already explained to Bai Wu the card's uses and how to strengthen oneself in this apocalypse. He took the chance to glance at Bai Wu's stats. Unlike others who started at 0, Bai Wu had 1 point in both strength and spirit. It seemed that even at the very beginning, one of the future top 100 on Earth's galactic battle rankings was already slightly ahead of ordinary people. Bai Wu transformed the information card into a string of beads and wore it on his wrist. Just as Jiang Ming was about to carry him and leave to continue their journey, the cat prince suddenly bristled, its back arched like a bow, hissing and staring at the steel before them. Sensing something wrong, Jiang Ming immediately picked up Bai Wu and ran. Glancing back, he saw a massive black snake as thick as a thigh and at least 20 meters long, coiling up the steel to its top, flicking its forked tongue at Prince below. Moreover, this snake had a triangular head, clearly venomous even before mutation. The most terrifying part was that several scales on its body were silver, just like Prince, a silver beast born from mutation and evolution. Bai Wu also saw this, his face instantly turning pale. What do we do? Jiang Ming set Bai Wu on the motorcycle, drew his cleaver, and said, we fight that snake. Are you insane? Bai Wu looked at Jiang Ming in disbelief. That's a silver beast and a venomous snake at that. Going after it is suicide. We have that cat. Let them fight it out while we make a run for it. Shake them off now. Jiang Ming shook his head. No, I can't abandon that cat. It's vital to me. Bro, are you serious? Bai Wu was on the verge of a breakdown. If not for his injured leg, he would have fled already. Jiang Ming tossed him the motorcycle key and said, if I die, right away. If I'm injured, shoot me. Seeing Jiang Ming's resolute gaze, Bai Wu snatched the key and cursed. You're a complete lunatic. A madman. Jiang Ming smiled, turned around, and cast the lucky dice. Under his fervent gaze, the dice obligingly landed on the highest number, 6. Holy shit. Jiang Ming was stunned himself when he saw the 6. He had only hoped for a decent number, never expecting to hit the jackpot with the highest. The first 5 faces of the lucky dice only granted an intangible boost in luck, but the 6th face also bestowed a temporary skill. Acquire skill. Jiang Ming pressed the 6 dots of the lucky dice into his palm, and a skill's information instantly appeared in his mind. Temporary skill, unleash a powerful slash, dealing massive damage to an enemy with a 50 chance to stun them. Cooldown 30 seconds. With the skill in mind, Jiang Ming quickly calculated how to take down the massive silver venomous snake. Gripping his cleaver tightly, he slowly approached the stele where the great black snake was still locked in a standoff with Prince. In comparison, Prince was clearly at a disadvantage. When strength was equal, the black snake had the upper hand due to the food chain. It was like a hunter that had cornered its prey, taking its time, savoring the creature's futile struggle. Prince, enraged by the black snake's attitude, vanished in an instant and reappeared before it, its razor-sharp claws aiming straight for the snake's eyes. At the same moment, the black snake opened its reeking maw, its enormous fangs dripping with venom, ready to swallow Prince whole. Hiding nearby, Jiang Ming seized the opportunity. He leaped, activated the slash skill, and infused his cleaver with a surge of new formidable power, bringing it down on the snake's triangular head with all his might. In that instant, all 3 attacked simultaneously. Ultimately, Prince's speed gave it the edge. Its claws tore into half of the black snake's face first. At the same time, the snake's fangs sank into Prince's body, injecting deadly venom. Just as the snake prepared to swallow Prince, Jiang Ming's charged slash arrived, cleaving through the black snake's scales and burying deep into its flesh. SSS, hiss. The black snake let out a pained cry, released Prince, and whipped its massive tail toward Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming pulled back his blade and retreated silently, cursing his bad luck. He hadn't killed it in one blow or triggered the stun effect. Even though he dodged as quickly as he could, he wasn't faster than the silver beast. The tail struck him solidly across the back, leaving a searing pain and nearly sending him stumbling. The black snake's neck was now half slashed by Jiang Ming, and its full attention turned to him. It slithered down from the stele, raised its body to the height of a man, flicked its tongue, and fixed its venomous, hateful vertical pupils on him. Jiang Ming assumed a combat stance, gripping his cleaver tightly as he locked eyes with the snake, stalling for time until his skill's cooldown ended. Just then, Prince, though envenomed, pounced again with ferocity, clawing and biting at the snake's eyes, tearing them to shreds. The snake writhed in agony on the ground, its massive body leaving deep grooves wherever it thrashed, its destructive power terrifying. Jiang Ming had no choice but to keep his distance, circling and waiting for the right moment to deliver the finishing blow. With a 30-second cooldown per slash, Jiang Ming seized an opening when the snake's tail swept past. He lunged, clinging to the front half of the snake's body, and activated slash again, striking precisely into the existing wound. This blow nearly severed half of the snake's neck. Jiang Ming didn't wait for another cooldown. He hacked wildly at the wound with his cleaver, holding on desperately no matter how the snake thrashed. On the motorcycle, Bai Wu watched the chaotic battle between Prince Jiang Ming and the snake. He raised his pistol, shifting aimlessly, unable to do anything but fret. "Die, you bastard!" Jiang Ming roared, unleashing the skill for the 3rd time. With a furious full-powered strike aimed at the previous wound, he severed the snake's head entirely. His cleaver's blade chipped from the force. The head severed, the black snake was dead, but its massive body continued to convulse and thrash. Without a moment's pause, Jiang Ming pried open the snake's jaws and carefully extracted the blood-soaked prince. The cat had 4 distinct puncture wounds from which black, foul-smelling blood oozed. It lay limp and listless, barely alive. Jiang Ming held down the still twitching snake body, used a dagger to cut into its vital spot, and extracted the slightly silvery gall. He lifted Prince and fed the gall into its mouth. A miraculous thing happened. The bleeding from Prince's wounds rapidly stopped, and its trembling body relaxed. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Jiang Ming raised his cleaver and struck the snake's head like chopping a fish, then carefully removed its fang's venom sac and the silver scales from its body. He forcefully turned over the now still snake body to collect the dropped items. When he flipped it, besides a few gleaming silver and copper coins, there was a black scale armor. Killing this silver-black snake had actually dropped equipment. Jiang Ming picked up the scale armor, and its stats immediately appeared before him. Serpent scale armor, black iron equipment, strength 1, constitution 2, required level 2. Holy shit, this is a huge score. Black iron equipment. Ha ha ha. Seeing the grade and attributes of the serpent scale armor, Jiang Ming burst into ecstatic laughter. To survive in this apocalyptic arena, humans must constantly grow stronger. Leveling up and acquiring weapons and equipment are key paths to power. Weapons and equipment have clearly defined grades. The lowest is white equipment, followed by black iron, bronze, silver, gold, purple, gold, dark gold, earth, heaven, and even the legendary divine equipment. White tier equipment was the most common in the apocalypse, with items like Earth's former sword, sticks, and clubs being nothing more than crude inferior products. Excluding the white tier, there were 9 ranks in total. In his past life, Jiang Ming had struggled for 15 years, never possessing more than a few pieces of gold tier equipment. Now, by slaying a single silver beast, he had directly obtained a piece of black iron equipment. One must realize that it had only been a dozen or so days since the apocalypse began. Other survivors might not even have grasped the rules of this new world, yet Jiang Ming was already obtaining equipment. At the same time, Jiang Ming discovered that after killing this silver beast, his level had risen to 2, just enough to equip this snake scale armor. Eagerly donning the snake scale armor, he opened his status card and allocated the 4 attribute points, 2 to strength, 1 to constitution, and 1 to agility. Then he looked at his own status card. Jiang Ming. Level 2. Strength 9. Constitution 8. Agility 3. Spirit 1. Luck 16 lucky dice. Experience 1100. Bloodline Divine. Divine Persona Xingtian. Stage Fusion 37. His total attribute points reached 21. This was exhilarating, and the only word to describe Jiang Ming's feelings at this moment was ecstasy. The kitten also slowly woke up, shook itself to steady its footing, and walked over to rub against Jiang Ming's calf. Jiang Ming picked it up and looked at the fur under its neck. As he had expected, the silver strands had increased more than before. Besides achieving mutation on their own, these silver beasts could also accelerate their mutation by devouring beasts of the same or higher level. The gallbladder of this large black snake was the essence of its body. Feeding it to the kitten could not only detoxify and heal wounds, but also accelerate its evolution. Seeing the large black snake dealt with by Wu finally put down his pistol, his fingers trembling uncontrollably. It had been far too perilous just now. If it hadn't been for this little silver beast kitten, the two of them would definitely have become that snake's meal today. Jiang Ming packed up the venomous fangs, venom sacs, and silver scales from the ground, then carried the kitten and walked toward Bai Wu. Suddenly the kitten leaped from Jiang Ming's arms, darting like lightning behind a stone steel. Moments later it emerged, pushing a chest twice its own size with its head. The chest was entirely jade white with a very conspicuous and lifelike sword pattern engraved on the lid. A class change chest. When Jiang Ming saw the chest, he was overwhelmed with extreme joy. A class change chest was the only way for survivors to obtain a class, and it was exceptionally rare and precious in the early apocalypse. After changing class, a person's attributes would undergo a significant transformation, granting them a true ability to protect themselves. Based on the pattern on the chest, this was a swordsman class chest. The swordsman class was divided into 3 professions: ghost, swordsman, magic swordsman, and berserker. The ghost swordsman boasted powerful attacks, the magic swordsman could utilize some magic, and the berserker had high burst damage. Each profession had its own characteristics, advantages, and disadvantages. However, in the early apocalypse, the ghost swordsman and berserker were undoubtedly more advantageous. The magic swordsman's growth cycle was too long, and learning skills was very tedious and complex, causing many magic swordsmen to perish halfway. In his past life, Jiang Ming's class was the assassin of the shadow system, a profession suitable for solo combat. He usually only executed decapitation and assassination missions and never qualified to participate in large-scale army battles. Deep down, he yearned to fight bravely on the battlefield like a true man. After his rebirth, the Xingtian bloodline had transformed his body. Now encountering a swordsman class chest could fulfill his wish. After a moment of deliberation, Jiang Ming decided to choose the berserker, which had high burst damage. The ghost swordsman might have stronger attack power, but Jiang Ming preferred the explosive power for a quick resolution. Patting the kitten's little head, Jiang Ming reached out and opened the class change chest before him. As the chest opened, a black sword, a blue sword, and a red sword appeared. Jiang Ming reached out and grasped the hilt of the red sword. The moment he grasped the red hilt, the other 2 swords vanished. Then Jiang Ming slowly drew the red sword from the chest. Once he had fully drawn the sword, he received the class advancement quest. Quest notification: you have accepted the professional advancement quest Berserker. Quest requirements: collect mutated rat ears 010, mutated dog fangs 010, mutated cat eyes 010, mutated snake scales 110, mutated mantis sides 010. For a survivor who had just stepped into the apocalypse, the class advancement quest was undoubtedly a nightmarish ordeal. However, Jiang Ming, with his newfound strength and confidence, believed he could complete it on his own. After accepting the quest, the chest disappeared, and a red blade materialized in Jiang Ming's hand. The sword was 3.5 feet long, 4 fingers wide, and entirely crimson, exuding a sense of power. Crimson Iron Sword White Iron. Strength 2. Level requirement 1. Although it was merely the lowest tier of white equipment, the additional 2 points of strength brought Jiang Ming's total attributes to 23 points. Moreover, the blade of his machete had just chipped and blunted, so this sword perfectly filled the gap in his weaponry. Jiang Ming joyfully rubbed the kitten's head and picked it up. His luck today was truly extraordinary. Although encountering the giant venomous snake had been a narrow escape from death, the outcome filled him with immense satisfaction. Seeing Jiang Ming approach, Bai Wu scooted back, vacating the driver's seat, and said, "You're really lucky to be alive, otherwise I'd be gone by now." Jiang Ming swung onto the motorcycle, tossed the backpack and the kitten to him, and said, "You wouldn't have. Hold on tight, we're leaving." With that, he twisted the throttle, and the motorcycle roared away into the distance. Staring at the longsword lying across the front of the motorcycle, Bai Wu couldn't help but ask, "Does this mean you've successfully changed class?" Jiang Ming shook his head and replied, "Not yet, I need to complete the class advancement quest. But it won't be long." When he saw the swordsman class chest, Jiang Ming had considered giving it to Bai Wu. After all, in his past life, he had been a powerful and renowned ghost swordsman. But Jiang Ming urgently needed to increase his own strength now, and besides, Bai Wu's leg was still not healed. Even if he were given the class chest, he wouldn't be able to complete the quest. Thinking this, Jiang Ming asked, if you had a choice, what class would you want to change to? Bai Wu thought seriously for a moment and said, I'd want a gunner or mage class. Swordsman classes have a high danger coefficient. Gunners and mages can output from a distance, making them safer. Hearing Bai Wu's answer, Jiang Ming was momentarily stunned. He had expected him to say ghost swordsman without hesitation. He understood after a moment of thought. In such a dangerous and chaotic world, simply obtaining a class change chest and completing the quest was already incredibly fortunate. Where was there the right to choose for oneself? Perhaps in his past life, Bai Wu had ended up choosing the ghost swordsman profession under certain circumstances. At 11 in the morning, after nearly a full day and night of arduous travel, Jiang Ming finally returned to his hometown. He rode the motorcycle directly to his uncle and aunt's house. They encountered few zombies along the way, mostly due to the fear inspired by the little kitten prince. Jiang Ming decided to postpone the class advancement quest until he found Jiang Yuan. With his current total attribute value of 23 points and the presence of the little kitten prince, self-preservation posed no great difficulty. When Jiang Ming arrived, he saw his uncle and aunt's front door wide open. Getting off the motorcycle to investigate, he found obvious scratch marks on the door panel. It had been violently forced open. Xiao Yuan. A surge of panic gripped Jiang Ming's heart. The very thing he had dreaded most had come to pass. He rushed into the house, shouting loudly. There was no one to be seen anywhere inside. He climbed the familiar attic where the piled-up clutter was scattered everywhere, along with some empty cans and mineral water bottles. Jiang Ming picked up a can. The residual grease stains still looked fresh, suggesting it had been consumed within the last 2 or 3 days. But Jiang Yuan was not here, so where could he have gone? Had he gone out looking for food? No. Judging by the marks of forced entry, someone had broken into the house. But aside from the place being ransacked, there were no signs of a struggle or any bloodstains. Jiang Ming. While Jiang Ming was searching the upper floor for clues, Bai Wu downstairs suddenly shouted his name, followed by the loud report of a gunshot. Jiang Ming's heart tightened. He rushed downstairs and was immediately greeted by the sight of Bai Wu sitting on the motorcycle, aiming his gun. Not far opposite him stood over a dozen survivors clad in thick clothing, brandishing weapons. Among them, Jiang Ming recognized one person, Zhang Pengfei, a notorious thug from their town. He had even served a few years in prison for malicious assault and was well known as the local bully. At this moment, he was holding a spear gun aimed at Bai Wu, but he hesitated to act, intimidated by the pistol in Bai Wu's hand. Jiang Ming immediately recognized the spear gun in Zhang Pengfei's hands as the one his late uncle had bought, which proved he must have been here. With the gunshot ringing out and over a dozen people wielding weapons across the street, and Zhang Yuan's spear gun appearing in Zhang Pengfei's hands, Jiang Ming did not hesitate. He drew his own pistol, released the safety chambered around, and rushed out the door, aiming at the dozen-plus people hiding behind building cover across the road. Zhang Pengfei. Jiang Ming ripped off his windproof mask, his gaze boring into Zhang Pengfei as he bellowed, "Where is my brother?" Zhang Pengfei, who was hiding behind the supermarket door with his spear gun, heard someone call his name. He cautiously poked his head out and saw a handsome, masculine-looking young man standing next to the cripple on the motorcycle. Zhang Pengfei found the face somewhat familiar, but couldn't quite place it. Leaning against the wall, he shouted back, "Brother across the street, which gang are you from? And who is your brother?" Jiang Ming aimed his pistol at the supermarket where he was hiding and roared, "Who the hell is your brother?" "I'm Jiang Ming. Where have you taken my brother Jiang Yuan?" Jiang Ming, the college student. Hearing the name, Zhang Pengfei thought for a moment and remembered. When Jiang Ming had gotten into university, the whole town had made a big fuss, so naturally this thug had heard of him. "Oh, it's Jiang Ming. This is truly a case of family not recognizing family. A complete misunderstanding." Zhang Pengfei, having been a troublemaker for years, knew the score. Despite their numerical advantage, the opposing side had guns while his group only had blades and clubs. Their sole ranged weapon was the spear gun in his hand. A heated confrontation would surely end badly for them. What misunderstanding? Where's my brother? Jiang Ming wasn't about to believe his lies. Back in the day, Zhang Pengfei had set his sights on a girl in Jiang Yuan's class. Jiang Yuan had deeply offended him while protecting a female classmate, and the matter was only resolved after the police got involved. Now that the spear gun was in Zhang Pengfei's hands, given his personality, Jiang Yuan was unlikely to have fared well. "You mean Xiao Yuan, right? He's fine, he's at our temporary base right now. Put down the gun, let's talk nicely, and he'll take you to see him." To appease Jiang Ming, Zhang Pengfei first tossed his spear gun aside, then slowly stepped out with his hands raised. Aiming, "I was the one who led the team out to find food and discovered Xiao Yuan hiding alone in the attic. He was almost starving to death. Remembering we're from the same town, I saved his life. You're an educated man, you can't repay kindness with enmity." Bai Wu kept his gun trained on the opposite side and asked Jiang Ming, "What's the plan?" "Your call. There are 12 of them total. Between our 2 guns, we have 17 rounds left. Just tell me where your base is. I'll go myself." Jiang Ming knew the town well. He didn't believe Zhang Pengfei's lies. If Jiang Yuan was really where he said he could get there faster on his motorcycle and verify it immediately. Aiming, "Look, we're all from the same town. Would we harm you? If you don't believe me, surely you'll believe Fatty, Zhao, Skinny Monkey, and Shorty." Zhang Pengfei signaled to his left and right. Then a fat man weighing at least 200 kg, a youth who even in thick clothes looked as thin as a monkey, and a short stocky man about 1.50 m stepped forward with their hands raised. Jiang Ming sneered coldly. "These 3 are birds of a feather with you, none of you are any good. Tell me where is the stronghold? Where's my brother? Or I'll take your life. Seeing Jiang Ming's indifferent and murderous expression, Zhang Pengfei felt a flicker of fear and said, they're all at the shoe factory in town. We've already cleared it out, it's safe. Bang! Jiang Ming suddenly pulled the trigger, shooting a nearby zombie in the head, then aimed at Zhang Pengfei again, saying expressionlessly, this is your last chance. Say it wrong, and I'll blow your head off. There are plenty of people here, I can still get the answers without you. Jiang Ming knew the shoe factory in town well. Half the townspeople worked there in 2 shifts around the clock, making it densely populated. He wasn't foolish enough to believe that Zhang Pengfei and his few lackeys could have cleared it out. Zhang Pengfei had hoped to use the horde of mutated creatures at the shoe factory to eliminate Jiang Ming, but he never expected his scheme to be seen through instantly. Combined with Jiang Ming's calm and decisive shot that precisely took down a zombie, he was genuinely startled. This was a far cry from the gentle, introverted, and timid Jiang Ming he remembered. No aiming, calm down. I just remembered wrong. It's the Legion Grand Hotel in town. Zhang Pengfei quickly revealed the true location of the stronghold. He didn't know what Jiang Ming had been through, but if he provoked him further, he might actually pull the trigger. Jiang Ming stared into Zhang Pengfei's eyes, then walked over with his gun raised and picked up the harpoon gun on the ground. If anything happens to my brother, I'll butcher you and feed you to these zombies. Tossing the harpoon gun to Bai Wu, Jiang Ming mounted his motorcycle and sped off toward the Legion Grand Hotel in town. Brother Fei, what do we do? Fat Zhao, his bulky frame squeezing his small eyes together, asked. We messed Jiang Yuan up pretty badly. When Jiang Ming sees him, hell come for revenge. He's got a gun. We can't take a bullet. With a grim expression, Zhang Pengfei said, damn that Jiang Ming. He got lucky finding a gun somewhere. Let's go to the next town to find my big brother. He just cleared out the police station a couple of days ago and has 7 or 8 pistols. Then he'll make Jiang Ming kneel and beg for mercy. Jiang Ming rode his motorcycle and arrived at the Legion Grand Hotel within minutes. As Zhang Pengfei had said, the zombies nearby had mostly been cleared, making it a relatively safe shelter for now. Jiang Ming parked the bike in a shadowy corner settled by Wu and crept low toward the hotel's interior. The virus had crippled the hotel surveillance system, so Jiang Ming easily took down the few guards patrolling the entrance, all of them Zhang Pengfei's men, local thugs from the town. Most of the town's survivors had gathered in the banquet hall on the 2nd floor. As Jiang Ming climbed the stairs, he immediately saw 2 thugs wielding machetes guarding the hall's entrance. Before they could react, he knocked them out with a single punch each. Pushing open the door, a nauseating stench hit him, and the sight before him made Jiang Ming frown. All the tables and chairs in the banquet hall had been piled into a corner with bedding spread across the floor. Everyone lived, ate, drank, and slept here. Most were disheveled and dazed, while a few thugs were openly assaulting young women and even older ones, stripping them without restraint. Hearing the door creak open, the thugs in the hall instinctively looked toward the entrance, only to see a stranger they didn't recognize. The 2 guards at the door reached out to shove Jiang Ming, shouting, "Hey, who are you?" As they shoved him, they noticed their 2 comrades lying unconscious outside the door. Their expressions shifted dramatically, and they tensed up, ready to strike Jiang Ming with their knives and clubs. Jiang Ming knocked them out with a punch each. To these thugs who hadn't grasped the rules of the apocalypse, he was like a towering figure facing crawling infants with his 23-point stats. The other thugs in the hall, including those engaged in vile acts, saw Jiang Ming's aggressive move and realized something was wrong. They grabbed their weapons and charged at him. Jiang Ming drew his pistol and fired a shot into the ceiling. The sharp crack of the gunshot struck their chests like a heavy hammer. The sudden gunfire sent screams echoing through the hall, and everyone dropped to the ground, trembling in fear. The thugs froze in unison, their eyes wide with terror as they stared at the dark muzzle of Jiang Ming's pistol. Jiang Ming pointed the gun at them and asked coldly, "Where's my brother Jiang Yuan?" A nearby thug, shaking uncontrollably, raised a trembling finger toward the storage room beside the banquet hall. Jiang Ming kept his eyes on them as he approached the storage room. Seeing the chain on the door, he drew the sword from his back with his left hand and sliced through it with a single strike. As the door swung open, a foul stench and a dark, shapeless mass tumbled out. Jiang Ming instinctively stepped aside, and the dark mass crashed onto the floor. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a person, covered in wounds, many festering and oozing pus reeking of decay like a rotting corpse. Startled, Jiang Ming turned the figure over roughly, wiping away the grime from its face, and immediately recognized it as his brother Jiang Yuan. "Xiao Yuan!" Jiang Ming cried out, reaching to check his breath. It was faint, barely a thread of life clinging on. Bang! Without turning around, Jiang Ming picked up his pistol and fired a single shot. 3 meters behind him, a thug creeping forward with a knife had a bloody hole appear in his chest and crumpled to the ground. The other thugs who had harbored malicious intentions shuddered, frozen in terror. 2 gunshots plunged the banquet hall into chaos. Jiang Ming stood and fired another round, shouting, "Shut the hell up." At his roar, the hall fell into dead silence. Everyone pressed themselves low, staring at Jiang Ming with fearful eyes. Jiang Ming demanded, "Is there a doctor or nurse here who can treat people?" When no one answered, he pulled a pack of biscuits from his backpack and held it up. "Whoever can save his life gets this." To maintain his control and prevent rebellion, Zhang Pengfei had allowed the survivors in the hall to eat only once every 2 days with food even pigs would reject. Thus, this intact pack of biscuits was more precious than gold or silver to the survivors. "I can I can't. A middle-aged man with half-broken glasses and a slightly receding hairline slowly raised his hand. Hu Shiyu, a surgeon from the town hospital. I can try. Jiang Ming looked at him, having no memory of him, but saving his brother was the priority. Come here. Save him, and the biscuits are yours. Hu Shiyu's legs were weak and trembling, so Jiang Ming grabbed him and pulled him over to Jiang Yuan. Hu Shiyu wiped his hands on his clothes and said, I need to take off his clothes to examine his wounds, as well as medical instruments and medicine. Jiang Ming helped remove all of Jiang Yuan's clothes. When he saw his brother's body, bruised and battered beyond recognition with the horrific mutilation of his lower body, a surge of blood rushed to his head. His eyes turned bloodshot and his gaze blazed with fury. Hu Shiyu, sensing the overwhelming pressure radiating from Jiang Ming, dared not even breathe, loudly terrified that he might raise his gun and shoot him in the head. His chest heaving violently, Jiang Ming forced himself to stay calm and asked, What do you need? Hu Shiyu swallowed hard and said, A clean place, needles and thread, scissors, and emergency medicine. But given his condition, he likely has severe internal injuries. A can of beef. Is there an internal medicine doctor? Jiang Ming stood up and called out loudly. A disheveled girl with a ponytail timidly raised her hand. I am an intern in internal medicine. Jiang Ming brought her over and asked, What do you need? She examined Jiang Yuan's injuries and hesitated. His condition is very serious. He needs surgery. First cut away the rotten flesh, apply medicine, and then stitch it up. There are also multiple fractures, a concussion, and internal bleeding. Without equipment, I can't tell if his organs are ruptured. How can we save him? Get to the point. Jiang Ming pressed urgently. The intern visibly trembled and stammered. I can only treat his wounds superficially. There's nothing else I can do. Jiang Ming took a deep breath and said, Tell me, what equipment and medicine do you need? Hu Shiyu and the intern quickly compiled a list and handed it to Jiang Ming. He gave each of them a pack of biscuits, a can of beef, and a bottle of water. Expecting only biscuits or beef, the two were overjoyed to receive everything. They tore open the packages and devoured the food ravenously. You few, come here. Jiang Ming pointed his gun at the 7 thugs who stood frozen in place. Clean out a room, move my brother and these 2 doctors in, and guard them. If anything happens to them, it'll make you suffer a miserable death. Yes, we'll do it right away. These thugs, mere small-time punks, were already terrified by Jiang Ming's ferocity and dared not disobey. Jiang Ming carried Bai Wu inside and placed him along with Jiang Yuan and the 2 doctors in a suite on the 3rd floor. He didn't trust these thugs, yet this moment, he could only rely on Bai Wu. He set Bai Wu down in the living room and left him the remaining 20 bullets, saying solemnly, Protect them and yourself. Bai Wu loaded the gun and nodded. Go ahead. Unless I'm dead, no one will lay a finger on the 3 in that room. Jiang Ming nodded, then stroked the kitten on Bai Wu's thigh and whispered, Prince, protect them for me. The kitten, as if understanding, meowed softly and licked Jiang Ming's hand with its pink tongue. Leaving the suite, Jiang Ming locked the door with the key, warned the 7 thugs once more, then left the Legion Grand Hotel, mounted his motorcycle, and sped toward the town hospital. Though his face was calm, Jiang Ming's heart burned with rage. He vowed to make Zheng Pengfei suffer a fate worse than death. 7 minutes later, Jiang Ming arrived at the town hospital. It had been completely overrun by mutated creatures. When the virus first erupted, most people's first instinct was to rush to the hospital, making it one of the earliest places to fall. Gripping his crimson iron sword, Jiang Ming crept closer to the hospital entrance. Hu Shiyu had given him a rough layout of the building, so he knew where the pharmacy and equipment room were. He lopped off a zombie's head with a single swing, then pressed himself against the wall as he slipped through the door, crouching low to avoid drawing the attention of the zombies filling the courtyard. But zombies were highly sensitive to the scent of humans. The moment Jiang Ming entered, he was detected, and a horde of them surged toward him. Knowing he had to face these mutated creatures to get inside, Jiang Ming unleashed all his strength, swinging the crimson iron sword wildly. Yet the zombies were too numerous. No sooner had he killed one than more swarmed in. Before long, he was cornered. Turning swiftly, he climbed the 2.5-meter-high wall. Below, the mass of zombies could only roar and reach up with their hands. Jiang Ming crept along the wall, the zombies below relentlessly trailing him. At the nearest point to the hospital's 2nd floor, he leaped, catching hold of an overhead wire, and inched his way toward the building. He climbed along the wire to a 2nd-floor window, his fingers gripping the crevices in the wall as he painstakingly shifted his body. He successfully vaulted into a ward with an open window. The moment he landed, Jiang Ming was greeted by the fervent attention of the mutated patients inside the ward. Evading their attacks, he drew his sword and dispatched them. He scooped up the copper coins that had fallen to the floor, then closed the ward door and peered through its glass panel to survey the corridor outside. Over a dozen zombies roamed the hallway with hospital beds and equipment piled haphazardly. The storage room for medicine and instruments was on the 3rd floor. To reach it, he would have to cross the corridor to the central staircase. After scrutinizing the situation outside, Jiang Ming gently opened the door and crawled under a bed near the entrance. He pushed the bed forward, moving inch by inch toward the stairwell. The surrounding zombies let out guttural roars as they wandered, gradually drawn closer by the scent emanating from Jiang Ming. Suddenly, the bed above Jiang Ming collided with a wheel and some equipment blocking the path. He swiftly scrambled out from under it, rose, and with a backhanded slash cleaved off a zombie's head, sprinting for the stairwell. He spun around and bounded up the stairs. The staircase and the third floor were also teeming with zombies. With keen eyes and swift hands, Jiang Ming flung open the pharmacy door, charged inside, and slammed it shut behind him. Before he could catch his breath, the nurse who had once dispensed medicine, but was now fully mutated, lunged at him, claws outstretched. Fortunately, they were few in number, and Jiang Ming, relying on his agile movements, quickly neutralized them. Many medicine cabinets in the pharmacy had collapsed, scattering pills and potions everywhere, their potency lost. Jiang Ming wove through the debris, searching for the supplies he needed, picking intact ones to stow in his backpack. By now, the pharmacy entrance was packed with zombies, making it perilously difficult to reach the instrument storage room at the end of the corridor. Jiang Ming opened the pharmacy window and looked out. The smooth, pristine wall offered no handholds for climbing, but between every two rooms hung an air conditioning unit, which he could use to move. He removed the glass pane and climbed onto the windowsill, carefully placing one foot on the air conditioner unit. With both hands gripping the wall and the sill, he slowly shifted his other foot onto it. The air conditioner unit was a hanging model, rusted and not particularly sturdy. Jiang Ming didn't rest his full weight on it, relying instead on his hands to hold the wall crevices and windowsill for support. Moving cautiously to the edge, he took a deep breath, pushed off with one foot, and made a small leap. His right hand firmly caught the windowsill of the adjacent room, and with a push from his other foot, he climbed onto the neighboring window. Repeating this process, Jiang Ming finally reached the windowsill of the last room. Along the way, 3 of the air conditioner units had broken off under his feet, nearly making him zombie fodder. He smashed the glass and climbed inside, shaking off the shards from his clothes as he began searching for the instruments he needed. Just as Jiang Ming found a complete set of scalpels, a large black shadow suddenly shot out from under a nearby cabinet, charging straight at his face with a nauseating stench. Jiang Ming tumbled to the ground and rolled to his feet with a clumsy dodge. He was met by a mutated white rat as thick as a human thigh, its mouth full of bloody scraps, revealing a pair of razor-sharp front teeth. It lunged at him with bloodshot, predatory eyes. Jiang Ming drew his sword and struck, delivering a cleaving blow straight down, splitting the creature in two with a single stroke. He cut off the ear of the mutated white rat from the corpse and placed it on the watch on his left wrist. The watch emitted a beam of light, absorbing the quest item. No sooner had Jiang Ming dealt with the mutated rat than a chorus of chattering rodent squeaks filled his ears. Looking around, he realized he was surrounded by no fewer than a dozen mutated white rats. The smallest were as thick as a calf, while the largest rivaled a 1- or 2-year-old child in size. The biggest white rat stood half as tall as a man. If Jiang Ming wasn't mistaken, it was a mutated rat king. It hadn't undergone an evolutionary mutation yet, so it was still manageable. Squeak! At the rat king's call, the dozen or so mutated white rats surrounding Jiang Ming launched a frenzied, synchronized attack. Jiang Ming tapped the watch on his left hand, retrieved the venom sac he had taken from the great black snake he killed earlier, and hurled it directly at the mutated rat king. The venom and the scent of a natural predator on the sac sent the mutated rat king into a frenzy of piercing shrieks. It slashed at the sac with rake-like claws, puncturing it. The venom instantly splattered all over its body and the floor. The venom hissed as it corroded the mutated rat king and the floorboards, releasing tendrils of toxic gas that began to contaminate the room. The venom seared into the mutated rat king, causing excruciating pain that made it emit agonized, piercing cries. It rampaged wildly around the room, knocking over countless bottles and jars. Protected by his snakescale armor, Jiang Ming dodged the attacks of the charging mutated rats, killing 2 with backhanded strikes. Seeing the venom sac had taken effect, he charged straight at the frenzied rat king. He brought a cool-down, cleaving strike down on its head, but he was a fraction too slow. The blow didn't kill it outright, leaving only a deep, bone-deep gash across its waist. The searing pain sent the rat king crashing through several cabinets. It lay on a toppled shelf, glaring at Jiang Ming with venomous hatred. With a shrill hiss, it turned and leaped out the window to escape. Jiang Ming chose not to pursue. He quickly dispatched the remaining mutated white rats and cut off their ears. As the venom from the sac evaporated, toxic gas began to accumulate on the ceiling. Jiang Ming covered his mouth and nose, swiftly gathered the medical instruments he needed, climbed out the window, and stepped onto the air conditioner unit. But the moment he set foot on it, a sharp, piercing shriek rang out above him. The mutated rat king pounced directly at him. Looking for death, Jiang Ming hadn't expected the dead rat to still be around. He thrust his greatsword toward its gaping maw, but standing on the air conditioner unit, he couldn't muster his full strength. The sword only reached halfway before clashing with the rat king's razor-sharp teeth. Under the impact of opposing forces, the tripod bracket of the air conditioner unit snapped clean off, sending Jiang Ming and the mutated rat king plummeting from the 3rd floor. The fall from the 3rd to the 1st floor took just over a second, during which the mutated rat king continued its relentless assault on Jiang Ming. While fending off the rat king, Jiang Ming spotted the swarm of zombies below. A straight fall wouldn't kill him, but it would certainly mean being devoured. In the nick of time, Jiang Ming drove his sword into the windowsill of the 2nd floor. It only slowed his descent momentarily, however, and couldn't stop his downward momentum. The mutated rat king, just a hand's breadth above his head, swung its sharp claws, aiming to pierce Jiang Ming's crown, split open his skull, and devour his brains. Damn you! Enraged, Jiang Ming shot out his right hand, grabbing the rat king by the neck. As they hit the ground, he drove his sword through its head. Countless zombies surged forward, eclipsing the sunlight. Claws and fangs tore at Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming pushed the corpse of the mutated Rat King off him and struggled desperately to break free from the zombies. But those blackened, rotting hands were slowly dragging him into the abyss. Jiang Ming could clearly feel every part of his body being gnawed by the zombies. He fought with all his might, his sword slick with shredded flesh and gore, but he was overwhelmed by their sheer numbers. Just as Jiang Ming was completely submerged by the zombies, and despair began to creep in, the 3 fiery red willow leaves on his chest and navel suddenly burst forth, with 3 beams of crimson light blasting all the zombies around him into oblivion. The sunlight once again bathed Jiang Ming. He was now chewed up like a piece of cheese. His thick clothes were reduced to tatters, and except for his chest and abdomen, no part of his body was intact. But he was still alive. The sudden change caught Jiang Ming off guard. He lay on the ground, gasping for air, his consciousness wavering between clarity and haze. He could feel the virus coursing through his veins, trying to infect and mutate him into a zombie. The relentless mental whiplash weighed his consciousness down until finally his vision went black and he blacked out. Jiang Ming felt as if he had fallen into a bottomless icy abyss, his body numb with cold. Then a green glow emerged from his chest, enveloping him. The fiery red willow leaves radiated a warm, blazing crimson light, soothing his body. Jiang Ming gasped sharply and opened his eyes, his consciousness snapping back. The sky was still bright, and everything around him looked the same as before, unchanged. Memories flooded back into his mind. He instinctively looked down at his body. The flesh that had been gnawed and pitted moments ago was now perfectly intact, showing no sign of injury. But the 3 willow leaves and the world tree seed on his body had dimmed significantly, now resembling mere birthmarks imprinted on his skin. He looked around. The zombies had been killed outright by the burst of red light, their corpses piled everywhere. From inside the hospital came the roars of mutated creatures. The commotion outside had drawn their attention. Ignoring his nudity, Jiang Ming shouldered his backpack, quickly gathered the scattered galactic coins on the ground, and fled the hospital. He rode his motorcycle back toward the hotel. On the way, he thought it over. His miraculous escape from death must have been thanks to the Xing bloodline and the world tree seed. Though his consciousness had wavered between clarity and haze, what had happened was undeniably real. He stopped along the way to grab 2 thick coats and put them on. When he returned to the hotel, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. The round trip had taken over 3 hours. He handed the medicine and instruments he brought back from the hospital to Hu Shiyu and the intern doctor, then plopped down on the living room sofa, letting out a long sigh. Wang Zi jumped from Bai Wu's side into Jiang Ming's arms and nuzzled him. Jiang Ming reached out and patted its head, then closed his eyes. This time he had truly been reckless, taking too great a risk. If not for his luck, this rebirth would have been for nothing. Bai Wu toyed with the pistol in his hand and asked, "What's wrong? You seem to be in a bad mood." Jiang Ming sighed and said, "Too weak." Bai Wu was taken aback, looking at him and asking, "What?" "Nothing." Jiang Ming shook his head. "I said I'm too weak. I almost didn't make it back today." "Don't be ridiculous," Bai Wu said with a look of disdain at Jiang Ming. "If you say you're weak, then there's no one strong left in the world." Jiang Ming smiled and opened his eyes. "Have them take a look at your leg later. I brought back plenty of medicine, or it should be enough." Bai Wu glanced at his own leg and asked, "There are so many people in the banquet hall. What are you going to do with them?" "Send them to the army." Jiang Ming thought seriously for a moment before saying, "These people are all my fellow townsfolk, some I even know. Sending them to the army isn't realistic, and I don't know where they'd end up. They'll stay here for a while and leave once I complete my class change quest. As for them, how much they can learn depends on them." After his rebirth, Jiang Ming now had the appearance of his youth, but the mindset of a man in his 30s or 40s, with his most vivid memories being the 15 years of the apocalypse. Jiang Ming was neither a saint nor a savior. Surviving himself had taken everything he had. He couldn't carry so many people, nor could he save them. For these former neighbors, he could only help them as much as he could out of a sense of obligation. The rest was up to their own fate. Bai Wu nodded in understanding. "That Zheng Pengfei we ran into at noon hasn't made a move yet. Looks like he won't be coming back." "No," Jiang Ming said. "You don't know him. He's the type to hold a grudge. If he's not back now, he's probably figuring out how to deal with me. He'll probably have a gun when he comes back," Bai Wu speculated. The only thing threatening to Zheng Pengfei now was their gun. If he dared to return it, meant he had a similar way to counter them. "Yeah, it'll be troublesome," Jiang Ming said, standing up. "Keep watch here. I'm going to prepare some things." In the kitchen, Jiang Ming found over a dozen empty liquor bottles and made Molotov cocktails with alcohol and cloth strips. These things packed quite a punch. After setting up the Molotov cocktails, he returned to the room. Hu Shiyu and the female doctor were already sitting on the sofa, resting, drenched in sweat. Jiang Ming asked, "How is it?" Hu Shiyu wiped the sweat from his brow and said, "He's out of immediate danger for now, but medical conditions are limited. We've done all we can. Just take the medicine on time, and the rest depends on his own recovery." Jiang Ming placed some food and water in front of them and said, "Good, thank you. You've worked hard. This is what you deserve." Hu Shiyu nervously wiped his hands, observed Jiang Ming's expression, and then accepted the food and water. "If there's nothing else, I'll be going." Hu Shiyu, clutching the food, stooped and quickly left. Jiang Ming looked at the unmoved intern doctor and asked, "What, not enough?" She pushed the food and water back to Jiang Ming, gritted her teeth, and said nervously, I can tell you're no ordinary person. You must get hurt often. If you take me with you, I can treat your injuries." Jiang Ming scrutinized the female doctor who had just graduated from school. He had to admit she had commendable courage and a decent head on her shoulders, knowing how to read the situation and find a protector. You're just an intern with limited medical skills. You know how things are now. I have no reason to drag around a burden who isn't much use to me. I am not a burden. Sensing that Jiang Ming's tone was unfavorable, she quickly said, I'm 22 years old, a master's student at Huaxia Medical University with 1 year of internship experience. I ranked in the top 5 in my major and top 10 in overall grades. My knowledge base is definitely on par with some veteran internists. I just lack practical experience. Give me time, and I won't let you down. Seeing her face flushed red from the intense desire to prove herself due to extreme nervousness, Jiang Ming found it somewhat amusing. He asked, how much time do you need? 3 years. The words blurted out almost without thinking, but she regretted them immediately. Any skilled internist had decades of clinical experience. She was just a fresh graduate. How could she possibly achieve that in 3 years? Jiang Ming didn't give her a chance to take it back. He nodded and said, all right, 3 years. In 3 years you'll be responsible for what you said today. All right, I agree. Words spoken were like water spilled. This was her own choice, so she could only grit her teeth and accept. Jiang Ming asked, what's your name? Xia Xinyue. I'm Jiang Ming. This is Bai Wu and this is Wang Zi. After the introduction, Xia Xinyue was temporarily accepted. By the way, Jiang Ming asked, how's Bai Wu's leg? Xia Xinyue, who had just relaxed, heard Jiang Ming's question and said, let me take a look. Bai Wu cooperatively lifted his leg, letting Xia Xinyue remove the bandages. While they were checking, Jiang Ming went into the room to see Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan's wounds had been stitched and bandaged. A thick quilt covered him. On his gaunt, sallow face, a shocking wound stitched with over a dozen stitches ran across the bridge of his nose. Jiang Ming slowly clenched his fist. Even if Zheng Pengfei didn't come, he would have him killed in 1,000 pieces to avenge Jiang Yuan. Returning to the living room, Xia Xinyue had just finished applying medicine to Bai Wu and was bandaging him. I just checked and applied medicine. He's recovering well. If it goes quickly, he'll be healed in half a month. In a few days, he can try getting out of bed and walking a bit. After Xia Xinyue finished bandaging Bai Wu, she looked at Wang Zi hesitantly and asked, can I hold it? Indeed, girls generally had little resistance to cute creatures. If Xia Xinyue knew that Wang Zi was a silver beast that could kill her with one swipe of its paw, she wondered what expression she would have. Try it. If it lets you hold it, you can. With Jiang Ming's permission, Xia Xinyue cautiously approached Wang Zi, reaching out to touch its soft fur. Unexpectedly, Wang Zi darted out of her reach, suddenly bristling. It arched its back and bared its teeth at Xia Xinyue, expressing its displeasure. Calm down. Jiang Ming pressed down on Wang Zi's back. If it suddenly attacked and killed Xia Xinyue, he wouldn't be able to stop it. Startled by Wang Zi's reaction, Xia Xinyue stepped back, repeatedly clutching her hands, looking panicked. Jiang Ming stopped teasing her and gave her a general explanation of Wang Zi's situation. In short, it was a very cute-looking, but actually very dangerous silver beast. After listening to Jiang Ming's explanation, Xia Xinyue's legs went weak. Holding back tears, she trembled as she looked at Wang Zi, who was licking its fur in Jiang Ming's hands. Take care of my brother here. Tell me if you need anything. Jiang Ming left Wang Zi to protect them and left the Lijing Hotel alone. Jiang Yuan was still unconscious, and Bai Wu's foot hadn't healed yet. He needed to use this time to complete his class change quest. He already had the ears of 10 mutated rats, and he still needed mutated cats, dogs, mantises, and snakes. Mutated cats and dogs were relatively common mutated creatures. Mutated snakes would be trickier, but the one Jiang Ming least wanted to face was the mutated mantis. Insects previously at the lower end of the food chain had risen to nearly the top after the apocalypse triggered mutations. Besides their immense destructive power and giant post-mutation size, their most terrifying trait was their reproductive ability. A single mother insect could spawn an insect army in a short time. In several major battles of the previous life, insects had nearly caused the complete extinction of humanity. Jiang Ming first went to find mutated cats and dogs. He remembered a pet shop in town that should have plenty of mutated animals. 10 minutes later, he arrived near the pet shop. Even from a distance, he could smell a nauseating, strong stench of decay and hear snarling. Crouching in a corner and looking toward the pet shop, Jiang Ming's expression suddenly changed. At the entrance of the pet shop, crouched a massive zombie dog the size of a water buffalo. It was completely hairless with dark red skin. Most critically, rows of bone spurs protruded from its spine, making it look exceptionally ferocious. A bone spur zombie dog. Seeing the appearance of this zombie dog, Jiang Ming recognized it immediately. It was one of the most formidable mutated creatures in the early apocalypse, known for its powerful attack and recovery abilities. It was even harder to deal with than a mutant rat king. Judging by its size, it was likely around level 3 or 4. Jiang Ming wasn't afraid. On the contrary, he felt a barely contained excitement. The flesh of the bone spur zombie dog had the property of accelerating wound healing. Killing it would provide medicine for Jiang Yuan and Bai Wu. He pulled 2 Molotov cocktails from his backpack, lit them with a lighter, gauged the distance and position, aimed, and threw them with force. The Molotov cocktails whistled through the air and landed precisely beside the bone spur zombie dog. The glass bottles shattered, splashing alcohol all over it, and flames instantly engulfed it. Roar! The bone spur zombie dog let out a terrifying howl, rolling and charging around frantically, trying to extinguish the flames. Jiang Ming waited in the corner knowing that such an attack wouldn't inflict a fatal wound on the Bonespur zombie dog, it would at most burn its skin. The commotion caused by the Bonespur zombie dog attracted several mutated creatures, including many cats and dogs, which surrounded it snarling. After several minutes of rolling and charging, destroying 7 or 8 street front shops, the flames on the Bonespur zombie dog finally went out. During this time, a few unlucky mutated creatures were directly trampled or crushed to death by it. By now, the Bonespur zombie dog had become a black, scorched, foul-smelling giant dog, but its pair of crimson eyes and full set of fangs indicated it had been thoroughly enraged. Jiang Ming's goal was to enrage it completely. Only then could the activity of the blood in its body be maintained to achieve the final healing effect. Based on his estimation, a level 3 or 4 Bonespur zombie dog's overall stats wouldn't exceed 18 points. With his current 23 points and the protection of the snake scale armor, he could definitely take it on. The Bonespur zombie dog raised its head and let out a loud roar. All the mutated creatures surrounding it scattered in all directions, searching the surrounding area for living beings. This Bonespur zombie dog already possessed a certain level of leadership at level 3 or 4. If it grew further, it might become a general class or commander class mutated beast. But it wouldn't have the chance today. It was destined to die at Jiang Ming's hands. Based on individual evolution, mutated creatures would give rise to leaders classified into 5 levels: General, Commander, King, Emperor, and God. These leader-type mutated creatures might not all be as powerful as a silver beast, but their dominance was terrifying. It was akin to a supreme commander among humans commanding thousands with a single order. Jiang Ming didn't hide himself. He walked directly onto the street, his gaze fixed on the Bonespur zombie dog. The Bonespur zombie dog caught his scent and charged at Jiang Ming with a roar, its mouth wide open with fangs bared. It moved so fast it became a black blur, and the next moment Jiang Ming smelled a strong burnt odor. But his speed matched the Bonespur zombie dog's. He swung his sword forward and activated the slash skill. The Bonespur zombie dog's fangs bit hard into the crimson iron sword, while its 2 sharp front claws swiped at Jiang Ming's chest. Jiang Ming kicked its belly with his leg and forcefully pulled the crimson iron sword, slicing open its dog mouth and knocking out its teeth. However, one of the dog's claws still grazed Jiang Ming's chest, but it was blocked by the snake scale armor. The pain from the impact, though, was very real. Jiang Ming swung his sword, continuing to strike at the bone-spike zombie hound. Turning his head, he noticed it foolishly shaking its massive canine head. The slashing skill's special effect of 50 chance of stunning had finally triggered once. Seeing this, Jiang Ming stepped forward and slashed at the dog's head with all his might. This blow interrupted the bone-spike zombie hound's dazed state, and it lunged back at him to bite. But the previous strike had already exposed its skull. Jiang Ming fought while retreating. When 30 seconds passed, he delivered another sword strike to its canine head. The bone-spike zombie hound's blood spilled across the ground. It howled, its gaze fixed fiercely on Jiang Ming. Its wounds could be seen slowly healing, an inherent trait of its kind. Jiang Ming only dared to hunt this immature bone-spike zombie hound alone now. In his past life, human survivors had a rule: without absolute power, if you encountered a high-level bone-spike zombie hound and couldn't finish it off in a few moves, you had to flee, for the damage dealt might not outpace its regeneration. Hesitate and you'd die. However, the blood of a high-level bone-spike zombie hound was highly sought after in the apocalypse. Mercenary groups would even form specifically to hunt such mutated creatures, earning galactic coins. Jiang Ming's stats now surpassed this bone-spike zombie hound. With the second slashing strike, he successfully cleaved its canine head in two. He took an empty bottle from his pack and collected the still warm blood from the bone-spike zombie hound's corpse, filling 2 large bottles. With a backhanded sword swing, he parried a lunging zombie cat. Jiang Ming shouldered his backpack and began dispatching these unending mutated creatures. These mutated cats and dogs possessed greater individual destructive power than zombies, but it was the overwhelming, crushing numbers of the zombie horde that truly chilled the blood. After over half an hour, Jiang Ming had collected the quest items: 10 dog fangs and 10 cat eyes. Only the snake and the mantis remained. This pet shop housed common pets like cats, dogs, and hamsters. As for snakes in the town, Jiang Ming vaguely recalled a mountain base at the town's rear where there were once fields with water snakes. But he couldn't go there today. Seeing that night was about to fall, Jiang Ming tied the bone-spike zombie hound's corpse to the back of his motorcycle and headed back to the hotel. While Jiang Ming was dealing with the bone-spike zombie hound, Zhang Pengfei had already reached the neighboring town and found his boss Yi Jinglong. Years ago, Yi Jinglong had fled after committing murder, only returning secretly recently. His life on the run, traveling far and wide, had left him tanned and with a fiercely menacing appearance that marked him as no good man. This was why he had quickly become the leader of several towns. Someone like Zhang Pengfei was merely a trusted subordinate tasked with managing the surrounding areas. Upon meeting his boss, Zhang Pengfei embellished the afternoon's events. Yi Jinglong slammed the table and immediately gathered all their firearms and half their men, charging towards Lijiang Grand Hotel. Jiang Ming had just arrived at the hotel entrance when he saw dozens of people approaching from afar. In the middle was Zhang Pengfei, and beside him a man around 30 with a crew-cut dark skin and a fierce look, Yi Jinglong. 7 or 8 of them openly brandished pistols. Their aggressive posture clearly signaled malicious intent. Jiang Ming hid his motorcycle, hoisted the bone-spike zombie hound's corpse, and quickly entered the hotel, ascending to the 3rd floor. He looked at Bai Wu and said, Zhang Pingfei has brought his men. You protect my brother and the others. He'll deal with them. Bai Wu drew his pistol and chambered a round asking, those 7 bastards ran off. Can you handle this on your own? Jiang Ming smiled, dropped the bone-spike zombie hound's corpse, and turned to go downstairs. Halfway down, he heard several sharp cracks followed by a roaring blaze at the hotel entrance and a chorus of screams. This group of fools had triggered the Molotov cocktail traps Jiang Ming had set at the entrance. Reaching the first floor, he looked through the lobby at the dozens of people frantically trying to extinguish the flames outside. Zhang Pingfei, I was wondering where to find you. You came back to die on your own, so don't blame me. Fuck you, Jiang Ming. Zhang Pingfei cursed loudly. I'm the one who crippled your brother. So what? What are you so cocky about? You've only got 2 guns and a cripple. I've got 8 guns here. If I don't turn you into a pincushion today, I'll crawl on my knees from now on. How many guns did you say you have? Jiang Ming pretended not to hear, asking from behind the wall of fire. 8. If you're scared, kneel and count out 30 times. Hey son, why are you calling for your dad? Before Zhang Pingfei could finish, Jiang Ming taunted. Family disgrace to have such an unfilial son. I really regret not splashing you against the wall back then. He'll fucking kill you. Enraged, Zhang Pingfei raised his pistol and fired at Jiang Ming, but blocked by the firewall and his own inexperience, the bullets flew wildly into the sky. Jiang Ming didn't show any courtesy. He raised his pistol and fired 2 shots in quick succession. One bullet precisely pierced Zhang Pingfei's gun-wielding wrist, the other hit his thigh. These most basic firearms were mere children's toys in his past life. Having struggled and fought for 15 years, Jiang Ming's shooting accuracy and feel rivaled that of a soldier. 3 consecutive gunshots, and Zhang Pingfei's injury thoroughly enraged Yi Jinglong. After hastily putting out the flames on his men, he ordered the others to fire wildly at Jiang Ming. After crippling Zhang Pingfei, Jiang Ming had already quickly ascended to the 2nd floor. Their bullets were destined to hit only empty air. Fuck, where is he? Fire extinguisher. Boss, hey, race the fire extinguisher. Yi Jinglong snatched the extinguisher, sprayed it to douse the flames at the entrance, and led his men charging in. Kill him for me. The group rushed up the stairs to the 2nd floor, unaware that Jiang Ming had drenched the staircase with cooking oil. The slippery surface caused several of them to fall, piling them all together. At the corner of the 2nd floor stairs, Jiang Ming lit a cigarette. After taking half a drag, he tossed it down. The moment the spark touched the cooking oil, the entire staircase erupted in flames. Damn fire. Put it out. Quick, quick. Find the extinguisher. It's so hot. It hurts. Put out the fire. The ground floor descended into chaotic noise. Over a dozen people had become human torches, rolling and flailing incessantly. Hearing them look for fire extinguishers, Jiang Ming felt a twinge of sympathy. The extinguishers on the 1st floor had been tampered with, their contents replaced with gas. The next moment, 2 consecutive explosions rocked the ground floor. All the windows on that level were shattered. After a brief ringing silence, the air filled with nothing but wails and screams. Jiang Ming grabbed a real fire extinguisher from the 2nd floor and sprayed his way down to the 1st. The lobby was strewn with people. Some charred, some dead, others still writhing in agony, a few missing half their bodies. These tactics were lessons learned over 15 years in his past life. Every step was arranged to leave himself an escape route while ensuring the enemy's demise. Aside from Zhang Pingfei, who had been shot earlier at the entrance, nearly everyone else in the lobby was dead. For those still struggling, Jiang Ming offered the mercy of a swift end. Yi Jinglong, however, proved to be a ruthless man. At the critical moment, he had pulled 2 underlings in front of himself as shields, avoiding fatal injuries, though he was knocked unconscious from the blast. Jiang Ming walked step by step towards Zhang Pingfei, who was leaning against the stone lion by the entrance. Hey Zhang Pingfei, weren't you going to turn me into a pincushion? Limping along, where do you think you're going? Don't come near me. Zhang Pingfei clutched his wounds, inching backward. In a moment of carelessness, he tumbled down the steps, rolling to the ground. He scrambled forward on all fours, his heart shrouded in the shadow of death. No, please, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Driven by a primal will to survive, Zhang Pingfei crawled desperately, leaving a long trail of blood on the ground. He had thought his only disadvantage against Jiang Ming was the guns. Confident he had brought his boss back for revenge, only to see over 30 men annihilated in mere moments. This was more than just a matter of firearms. In intelligence, cunning, and ruthlessness, Jiang Ming completely outclassed them all. Wasn't he just a college student? How had he become a merciless demon who killed without blinking? Zhang Pingfei had crawled only a few meters in despair when a heavy foot stomped onto his back. He spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling his organs twist together. All strength left him, and he collapsed to the ground like a pile of mud. Jiang Ming grabbed him by the hair and dragged him back. The tearing pain of his scalp, the jarring impact of his body against the hard steps, and the gunshot wounds on his wrist and thigh tore a heart-wrenching scream from Zhang Pingfei. Don't worry, I won't let you die so easily. For everything you did to my brother, I'll make you pay back 10-fold, 100-fold. As he dragged Zhang Pingfei, Jiang Ming spoke as if chatting. You might not know this, but I know many ways to keep someone alive wishing for death, but unable to die in extreme agony while remaining fully conscious. They'll stick a bamboo skewer into your thigh. Your blood will drip out drop by drop along the skewer. But don't worry, I won't let you bleed to death. Then I'll use pliers to pull out your fingernails and toenails one by one. The heart is connected to the 10 fingers. Massive blood loss will weaken you, but this pain will instantly jolt you wide awake. Next, he'll tie a rubber band around your little dick, plug your rear end, and force feed you water until your belly swells. Then he'll hang you upside down for 3 days and 3 nights. What do you think will happen? Oh, and have you heard of skinning someone to make a human lantern? I happen to know that one. You strip a person naked, wrap them in linen, soak them in an oil vat. At night you tie them upside down over a raging fire and light them from the feet. But I think that wastes too much oil, so I've made some improvements. He'll peel off your entire skin to make a human skin lantern. Then he'll coat your body in oil, break your limbs, tie you into a ball, and stuff you inside that lantern before lighting it. Jiang Ming recounted these extreme tortures calmly and casually, each word chilling the listener to the bone and making their heart tremble. Zhang Pengfei was terrified, utterly and completely terrified. Regret flooded his heart. He used the last of his strength to struggle, but Jiang Ming punched him in the stomach, once again rendering him helpless. Stop! Don't move! As Jiang Ming dragged Zhang Pengfei through the lobby, Yi Jinglong woke up. He staggered to his feet, raised his gun, and aimed at Jiang Ming with a tense expression. He had also heard Jiang Ming's words. It was hard to imagine what kind of psyche a man in his 20s must possess to speak of such spine-chilling things with such composure. Jiang Ming turned to look at him, releasing his grip on Zhang Pengfei's hair. Then he began to move rapidly, his speed so fast that Yi Jinglong's naked eye could only track a blur. Jiang Ming's current abilities couldn't dodge or withstand bullets, but Yi Jinglong's eyes couldn't keep up with his speed. Moreover, he used obstacles like support pillars while moving, making gunfire a minimal threat. Die! Fear consumed Yi Jinglong. He roared and pulled the trigger. Bullets burst from the chamber. In one breath, he emptied the magazine, still pulling the trigger even as the gun clicked empty. Jiang Ming stopped moving and appeared beside him. In your next life, if you're going to act, don't blabber. If you don't have the guts to shoot, what the hell are you pointing a gun for? With that under Yi Jinglong's terrified gaze, Jiang Ming drove his fist fiercely into his temple. Jiang Ming's fist slammed into Yi Jinglong's temple, killing him instantly. With his current stats, striking such a vital point made killing a man far too easy. To be safe, he picked up the gun and put a bullet into his forehead. Where do you think you're going? Where was I? Jiang Ming yanked back Zhang Pengfei, who was struggling to crawl away. All right, injecting air into your veins. Let me tell you, your pulse will grow weak, your blood pressure will drop, your pupils will dilate, and your heart rhythm will go irregular. Breathing will become harder, and you'll feel excruciating pain in your chest and back. In the end, you'll die in extreme agony from an air embolism. But don't worry, they'll keep you alive. I won't let you die so quickly or easily. They'll try every one of these tortures on you one by one. Look forward to it. Zhang Pengfei's face turned ashen. He had thought Yi Jinglong could save him, but he was killed with a single punch. The man before him was a true demon. With every word spoken, his despair deepened. In the end, even suicide became a luxury. Jiang Ming dragged Zhang Pengfei like a dead dog to the second-floor banquet hall. The survivors here had more freedom than before. Jiang Ming ignored them. Some had found food and warm, clean rooms in the hotel, but most remained. Jiang Ming's arrival silenced the noisy hall instantly. They had heard the loud commotion from downstairs, but no one dared to check what happened. They looked at him with fear. The oppression over this period had crushed the autonomy and independence of most of them. The immense contrast and blows had taken a toll on their spirits. Throwing Zhang Pengfei before them, Jiang Ming said, Zhang Pengfei is yours for the night. Do whatever you want, just don't kill him. With that, amid Zhang Pengfei's despairing wails, he turned and left, closing the banquet hall doors behind him. The survivors surged forward, venting the pain he had inflicted on them. Night fell, and the world slowly sank into a long darkness. In the pitch black night, many mutated creatures came alive. The explosion at the Lijiang Grand Hotel attracted some creatures lurking in the dark, drawing them closer. Jiang Ming returned to the third-floor room. Bai Wu sat upright on the sofa, while Xia Xinyue had just come out of Jiang Yuan's room. Hearing the door, Bai Wu raised his gun at the entrance. Seeing it was Jiang Ming, he lowered it and asked, Done? Jiang Ming dug at his ear and said, Done, but I made a bit of a mess. Good. Bai Wu put away the gun, pointing at the massive corpse of a bone-spiked zombie dog on the floor. I was going to ask, why did you drag a mutated dog carcass back? Jiang Ming rummaged through his backpack. This isn't an ordinary mutated dog. It's a bone-spiked zombie dog, far superior to regular ones. Killing it took a lot of effort. He pulled out 2 vials of the dog's blood and handed them to Xia Xinyue. This blood can speed up wound recovery. Mix it into a paste with some medicine and apply it to their injuries. Are you sure this is safe? Xia Xinyue hesitated, feeling nauseous at the thick blood. Don't worry. The bone-spiked zombie dog's flesh and blood are different. They don't carry infectious viruses. Use it with confidence. Trusting Jiang Ming's certainty, Xia Xinyue suppressed her disgust, took the 2 vials, and went to prepare the ointment. Jiang Ming drew his dagger, skillfully skinned, and gutted the bone-spiked zombie dog. He found charcoal, fire-starting tools, and seasonings from the kitchen, skewered the meat, and set it to roast over a fire. You're not actually going to eat that, are you? Bai Wu's eye twitched as he watched Jiang Ming's fluid movements. Jiang Ming raised an eyebrow, brushing oil on the meat. Don't knock it. It may look ugly, but it tastes pretty good. Like beef, actually. ITLL also help your leg heal faster. Internal and external use for a quicker recovery. Are you serious? Bai Wu couldn't get past the mental block. Watching Jiang Ming cheerfully roast the bone-spiked zombie dog meat, he had no appetite and even felt like vomiting. Jiang Ming focused on the roasting. When the meat was crispy on the outside and tender inside, he brushed on oil and sprinkled pepper and cumin. The aroma filled the room. He cut off a piece of cooked meat and handed it to Bai Wu. Try it. Bai Wu's face was full of refusal. Despite the smell, the meat, whether from roasting or its nature, was pitch black like charcoal. Listen until this bones pike zombie dog meat is gone. I'm not giving you any other food. Find your own or go hungry. Jiang Ming slid the meat onto Bai Wu's plate, cut a piece for himself, and ate it heartily. With the apocalypse, all production lines on Earth had stopped. Food was becoming increasingly scarce, and after accounting for perishables, little remained edible. In his past life, many humans were pushed to the brink by hunger. It took countless lives and extensive research before they discovered that some mutated creature's meat was edible, partially solving the food crisis. Bones pike zombie dog meat was a rare, edible food in the apocalypse. Bai Wu might disdain it now, but when there was nothing left, he'd learn its value. Watching Jiang Ming eat with grease dripping, Bai Wu's stomach growled. Swallowing, he picked up his chopsticks, took the black lump of meat, and slowly brought it to his lips. He bit off a tiny piece with his front teeth. First came the crisp charred exterior, then the tender juicy meat. Bai Wu chewed, his eyes lighting up, and took a huge bite. How is it? Not bad, right? Jiang Ming mumbled through a mouthful of meat. Bai Wu rolled his eyes. If his mouth weren't so full, he'd have teased him. Wow, that smells amazing. What are you eating? Xia Xinyue returned, eyes closed, inhaling the aroma expectantly. Barbecue. There's plenty. Want some? Jiang Ming cut a piece, put it on a plate, and handed it to her. Thanks, Minggu. Xia Xinyue took the plate. Just as she was about to eat, she saw the skinned bones pike zombie dog carcass in the corner. Minggu, what kind of meat is this? Oh, it's from the bones pike zombie dog I brought back. Before he could finish, Xia Xinyue screamed and threw the plate away. Jiang Ming caught it deftly. Don't waste it if you're not eating. This is a rare delicacy. Watching Jiang Ming and Bai Wu devour the meat, Xia Xinyue felt queasy. She grabbed the ointment and ran into the room to dress Jiang Yuan's wounds. After Jiang Yuan and Bai Wu ate their fill, they patted their stomachs contentedly. Xia Xinyue silently nibbled on a compressed biscuit. She wanted the barbecue, but the thought of the zombie dog's grotesque form made her want to throw up yesterday's meal. They had been locked in the banquet hall by Zheng Pingfei, all this time unaware of the outside world. With more exposure, they get used to it. Just as Jiang Ming was about to take off his clothes and practice with his sword, a loud crash shook the entire building. It swayed violently, and screams and cries erupted from the banquet hall below. What the hell? Bai Wu grabbed the sofa back to steady himself. What's happening? Jiang Ming grabbed his sword. Damn, something must have broken in. Stay here, I'll check it out. Meow. Wangzi let out a soft cry and jumped onto Jiang Ming's shoulder. Jiang Ming took it down. Wangzi, protect them here. In the room, one person was unconscious, one was helpless, and one couldn't walk. If he took Wangzi, there'd be no security. Wangzi meowed in protest, but Jiang Ming forced it onto the coffee table. Be careful. Bai Wu called out as Jiang Ming rushed away. Bye-bye, go, what's happening? Xia Xinyue crept closer to Bai Wu in fear. Bad luck. A mutated creature broke in. Bai Wu said grimly. Wangzi, a silver beast, had deterred lower-level creatures, keeping them safe except for the giant black snake. But tonight a creature had breached their defenses, unafraid of Wangzi's presence. Bai Wu worried about Jiang Ming, unsure if he could handle it. Aunt. Xia Xinyue screamed at the news, shrinking into a corner of the sofa, her eyes darting around in terror, fearing a creature would burst in and devour her. Don't be afraid, Bai Wu reassured her. The noise came from downstairs. To get up here, it has to go through Jiang Ming. He'll handle it. Bai Wu didn't believe his own words. They were up against a ruthless, flesh-devouring monster. He was just mentally tougher than most, but facing the unknown horror fear was inevitable. The only comfort was that Jiang Ming had left Wangzi with them, a lifeline to buy time. He just hoped nothing went wrong on Jiang Ming's end. Jiang Ming gripped a flashlight in his left hand and his sword in his right, quickly reaching the third-floor stairwell. The light shone down the stairs, revealing a finger-deep, tumtor-long scratch on the second-floor landing wall. The scratch extended along the second-floor corridor wall, clearly not human-made. From here, he could clearly hear the screams from the banquet hall. Jiang Ming shone the flashlight toward the first-floor stairs, confirming no creature was behind him, then dashed to the second floor. As he reached the second-floor corridor, he saw a man burst out of the banquet hall. But right behind him, a massive emerald-green scythe pierced his abdomen, slicing him in half with a lateral pull. Blood, organs, and flesh sprayed everywhere. The moment Jiang Ming laid eyes on that colossal scythe-like form, his heart surged with both shock and elation. Elation because this was a mutated mantis, precisely the creature required for his mission. Shock gripped him as well, judging solely by the size of those scythes. The beast stood no less than 2 meters tall, its cultivation rank undoubtedly formidable. Engaging it would place Jiang Ming in grave peril. Fortune favors the bold. Gritting his teeth, Jiang Ming dashed into the banquet hall, where his flashlight revealed a scene straight from hell. Upright and towering over 2 meters, the mutated mantis wrought nothing but carnage within the crowded banquet hall, slaughtering survivors without mercy. Bodies and entrails littered the floor, blood stained the ground crimson, its thick, cloying stench rising nauseatingly into the air, while screams and shrieks battered Jiang Ming's eardrums like relentless blows. Beast, look here. Jiang Ming roared, thrusting his flashlight beam directly into the mantis's massive compound eye. Blinded by the sudden glare, the mantis thrashed its twin sides wildly and shrieked, a piercing, grating sound, as it charged straight toward Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming spun and fled, vaulting down the staircase to the first floor. The mantis pursued relentlessly, its sides slashing through walls with ear-splitting friction. In the pitch-black darkness, Jiang Ming relied solely on his flashlight to navigate. He raised his pistol and fired 2 shots backward. The bullet struck the mantis yet inflicted negligible damage. A cold draft swept across his nape. Jiang Ming's pulse spiked. He dropped instantly into a forward roll just as the mantis's enormous sides sliced past his hair. "Filthy insect, I'll blow you to ashes in a moment." Eyes blazing with ferocity, Jiang Ming bolted into the kitchen, wrenched open the natural gas valve, toppled the gas cylinder onto the floor, and used it to block the mantis's advance. The cramped confines of the kitchen severely hampered the mantis's movement, its sweeping sides now riddled with blind spots. Ducking its strike, Jiang Ming leapt onto the stove and drove a boot hard into its triangular ET-like face. Then drawing his sword, he lunged, plunging the blade deep into its gaping maw. The skill activated instantly, inducing paralysis. Seizing the opening, Jiang Ming vaulted onto the mantis's back and sprang clear of the kitchen, then spun and fired a single shot at the leaking gas cylinder. Boom! A thunderous detonation shook the world. Fire erupted skyward within the kitchen, and the blast wave hurled Jiang Ming headlong into the main hall. Enveloped in roaring flames, the mantis shrieked in agony, its sides flailing wildly, splintering the kitchen walls with every swing. Yet the more it struggled, the fiercer the inferno grew. Jiang Ming staggered upright, raised his pistol, and emptied several precise rounds into the mantis's skull, each bullet punching a fresh, ragged hole. Though it writhed and shrieked in mounting frenzy, the kitchen's narrow confines sealed its fate, trapped, consumed, and finally reduced to ash in a merciless blaze. For good measure, Jiang Ming reloaded and delivered several finishing shots to the creature's head. Only when absolutely certain of its death did he dare approach. As he began detaching the mantis's massive sides, Jiang Ming noticed its abdomen swollen taut as a leather ball, a detail he'd missed amid the chaos of pursuit. After securing the sides as mission items, Jiang Ming raised his sword, aimed carefully, and slashed open the mantis's distended belly. As the abdomen split wide, undigested limbs and mangled flesh spilled forth, accompanied by a revolting putrid stench. Once fully opened, several white spherical objects tumbled out from its gut. Illuminated by his flashlight, each orb pulsed faintly with nascent life, the mantis's eggs. So this was a female mantis. No wonder her belly had bulged so grotesquely. Jiang Ming studied the eggs. The embryos were nearly fully formed, mere days away from hatching. With swift, decisive strokes, he shattered each egg. These unborn mutants never drew breath, their sides harvested as mission items. Together with the mother's pair, the count reached exactly 10. Simultaneously, Jiang Ming ascended to level 3. That day alone, slaying the mutated rat sovereign, the bone-spine zombie hound, and this mutated mantis, each opponent ranked above Jiang Ming. Add in numerous lesser mutated creatures, and the tally aligned perfectly with a single-level advancement. Having dispatched the mantis, Jiang Ming turned to retrace his steps upstairs, when a sharp metallic clang echoed behind him, as if something heavy had just fallen. He whirled around to see a square, viscous-like chest sliding out from beneath the mantis's ruptured abdomen, its surface obscured by blood and slime. Jiang Ming's eyes lit up. He rinsed the slime away with water, revealing the chest's true form. It was a vivid emerald chest, unadorned, unmarked by any engraving or motif. Yet the moment Jiang Ming beheld it, his breath quickened with barely suppressed excitement. This was an emerald rarity random treasure chest, guaranteed to yield either black iron or bronze tier weaponry or armor. Such chests were graded by color: emerald, azure, violet, orange, and crimson, with higher tiers promising ever more extraordinary rewards. Emerald chests yielded only black iron or bronze gear, azure unlocked silver and gold, violet purple gold, and obsidian gold, orange earth tier, and heaven tier artifacts, and the legendary crimson chests held divine tier relics. In Jiang Ming's previous life, emerald chests were relatively common, occasionally dropping from slain mutants, but in this era they were among the rarest, most coveted treasures imaginable. Yet the sole flaw of random chests lay in their capriciousness. Fortune might grant a peerless masterpiece, or curse one with worthless dross, even a pile of galactic coins. His luck die still rolled a perfect 6 today. Trusting his streak, Jiang Ming opened the emerald chest without hesitation. A radiant orb floated upward from the chest, cradled in shimmering light. Jiang Ming reached in, his hand closed around it, and the chest dissolved. Within the orb rested a pair of sleek black boots forged of what appeared to be tempered iron. Black iron war boots, black iron tier. Agility 3. Required level 3. Though merely black iron gray, Jiang Ming felt deeply satisfied, especially since these boots enhanced agility, compensating for his relative slowness. Having just leveled to 3 by defeating the mantis and its unhatched brood, Jiang Ming could now equip the black iron war boots. He allocated his 4 stat points, 2 to strength, 1 to constitution, 1 to agility, then equipped the war boots. His overall capabilities surged anew. Jiang Ming, level 3, strength 14, constitution 10, agility 7, spirit 1, luck 16, luck die, experience 0-100, bloodline divine tier, divine spark Xingtian, stage fusion 37. His total attribute score now stood at 32. With 3 pieces of equipment enhancing his frame, Jiang Ming felt an unprecedented surge of confidence. A little stronger, and he might stand a chance against Prince Wang himself. Much of this owed to the Xingtian bloodline. Each level granted 2 bonus attribute points. Truly a divine-tier bloodline lived up to its name. After conducting a final meticulous search, confirming the mantis's gut held no further secrets, Jiang Ming gathered his gear and headed back upstairs. The banquet hall lay in ruins, its survivors scattered and uncounted. If too many had perished, he would need to relocate. Excessive corpses attracted unwelcome attention. Just as he stepped onto the staircase, the building shuddered violently. Another deafening boom reverberated through its bones, fissures spiderwebbing across the walls. What in blazes is that? Jiang Ming's heart lurched. He'd assumed the earlier tremors stemmed from the mantis. Now he knew otherwise. Chaos reigned on the second floor, but Jiang Ming spared it no thought. He sprinted for the third, the building swaying so fiercely it seemed ready to collapse at any instant. Bursting into the room, he bellowed, "Leave, now? This building is coming down. What's happening?" Bai Wu shouted back. From inside, he'd clearly heard the explosions downstairs. Jiang Ming must have been battling a mutant. Yet he'd returned unharmed. So why was the entire structure now trembling? Jiang Ming hoisted Zhang Yuan onto his back, then urged Xia Xinyue to support Bai Wu as they followed. "I don't know, but it's certainly not good. We leave. Now." Xiao Mao. Prince Wang leapt onto Jiang Ming's shoulder and slipped beneath his coat. Usually spirited and restless, the creature now clung motionless, trembling faintly against his chest. This boded ill. If even a silver-tier beast could be reduced to such terror, the source of that dread defied imagination. Jiang Ming descended first, carrying Zhang Yuan, then bellowed across the second-floor banquet hall, "Run, if you value your lives. This building is collapsing." Amid the pandemonium, survivors still shrieking and fending off newly mutated zombies, the cry cut through the din. When Jiang Ming's voice and flashlight beam pierced the gloom, they surged toward him like drowning souls spotting salvation. Jiang Ming turned and fled outward. Bai Wu, ignoring the searing pain in his feet, told Xia Xinyue to go ahead, then bounded down the stairs 3 steps at a time. At the lobby, Jiang Ming made straight for the parked motorcycle, yet the other survivors hesitated. Outside lay utter blackness, impenetrable, an unknown fear of the dark and the unseen anchored them in place. The building continued to shake violently, yet paradoxically they deemed the interior safer than the abyss beyond. Jiang Ming ignored them. He secured Zhang Yuan onto the motorcycle, instructed the winded Xia Xinyue to watch over him, then turned back to lift Bai Wu. Jiang Ming swung onto the seat, strapped Zhang Yuan tightly to his back, positioned Xia Xinyue snugly behind him, and settled Bai Wu at the very rear. Fortunately, none weighed heavily, for bodies squeezed together, barely fitting. "Hold on tight." He twisted the throttle. With a roar from the exhaust, the motorcycle surged forward, fleeing the doomed structure. In the suffocating darkness, Jiang Ming navigated solely by the motorcycle's feeble headlight, uncertain how many horrors lurked unseen in the shadows. Just as they neared the town's edge, a colossal explosion erupted from the direction of Legion Grand Hotel. The town's landmark tower collapsed inward with a thunderous crash, crumbling into rubble. Jiang Ming steered the bike up a nearby hillock and gazed back, only to freeze, pupils dilating, breath catching in his throat. From the ruins of the hotel, a monstrous silhouette slowly rose, over 10 meters tall. Jiang Ming could not discern its features, only a vast, featureless void of blackness. The instant it emerged, Jiang Ming's breath stalled. Inside his coat, Prince Wang burrowed deeper into his chest, trembling uncontrollably. Xia Xinyue, seated behind him, clamped a hand over her mouth, tears brimming, her cries choked back by sheer will. Bai Wu, perched at the rear, went pale, his face drained of all color, even in the gloom. Such colossal scale transcended human comprehension. Every movement it made promised annihilation. Before it, humanity could feel only crushing, absolute despair. Jiang Ming squeezed his eyes shut, forcing himself to look away. Though only a silhouette, he suspected, correctly, that this was a hyper-evolved mutant, perhaps a pangolin or mole transformed beyond recognition. Its mutation had likely reached gold-tier status. If not outright, then its body would be veined with silver. Only such a being could instill such primal terror in Prince Wang, another evolved mutant. Against such a monster, flight was the only rational choice. Detection meant certain death. Yet, Jiang Ming hesitated. To flee, or to stay? Silver beasts that had undergone evolutionary mutation like Prince were exceedingly rare, already terrifying entities, yet now a monster more fearsome than him had emerged. Judging by the timing and pace of the evolutionary mutations, the previous great black serpent and Prince fell within a reasonable range. But the sudden appearance of a mutated creature that might be a full silver or even a golden beast was far too anomalous. Jiang Ming felt there must be some special reason behind this monster's rapid evolution, but with pitch darkness surrounding him and visibility nil, staying here was dangerous. Ultimately, Jiang Ming chose to leave first, running 30 kilometers away to stop at a farmhouse by the roadside. The area was surrounded by fields with only a few households, making it relatively safer, and it was convenient to return to the town from here. The farmhouse had 2 withered zombies, likely the former owners of the home. Jiang Ming granted them a quick end and decided to rest here for the night. After the bumpy ride, everyone was exhausted. Some of Zhang Yuan's wounds had reopened. Xia Xinyue redressed them, took the biscuits and water Jiang Ming offered, and asked with lingering fear, What was that thing just now? It was terrifying. Jiang Ming shook his head. It was too dark to see clearly, but luckily it didn't notice us. Bai Wu took a sip of water and asked, "Where to next?" "North, as you said." After a moment's deliberation, Jiang Ming replied, "Before heading north, I need to go back to the Regent Grand Hotel." "Where?" Bai Wu stared at Jiang Ming in disbelief. "Are you out of your mind? That massive thing shakes the earth with every move. Are you going there to die?" Jiang Ming said, "They'll complete my class change first. They'll just take a distant look and then leave." Bai Wu was momentarily speechless, knowing he couldn't stop Jiang Ming. He rolled his eyes and said, "Go if you want. I'm not going to die with a lunatic like you." With that, he turned over and lay down on the sofa to sleep. Xia Xinyue hesitated as if to speak, but ultimately said nothing, grabbed a blanket, curled up in the corner, and drifted off to sleep. Jiang Ming lit a fire, practiced with his blade for a while, checked on Jiang Yuan's condition, and then rested. Early the next morning, Jiang Ming went outside and looked toward the town. The Regent Grand Hotel, once visible from here, had vanished from sight, and the colossal creature from the night before was nowhere to be found. He withdrew his gaze, and as usual spun the lucky dice. It seemed he had used up all his luck yesterday. Today his hand was unlucky, landing on 1. Pressing the number into his palm, Jiang Ming took his sword and searched the surrounding fields for snakes. Perhaps because Prince was around, he didn't spot a single snake across several fields. Jiang Ming ventured farther to search. He didn't find any mutated snakes, but encountered a few mutated field mice, all of which were weak and easily dispatched. As he crossed a ridge, a gust of earthy air mixed with a thick, pungent stench hit him. Before him lay a slanted downward hole as wide as a bucket. Jiang Ming crouched down and picked up a coin-sized snake scale that had fallen off near the entrance. It seemed there was definitely a mutated snake in this hole, and judging by its size, it was no small one. Jiang Ming returned to the roadside, picked up a wooden stick, wrapped it in cloth, doused it in oil, and lit it on fire. Once the stick burned to charcoal, he dipped it in water to produce thick, choking smoke, and tossed it into the snake hole. Jiang Ming hid above the hole, sword raised, waiting for the snake. The moment its head emerged, he would slice it clean off. Thick smoke billowed from the hole as time ticked by. Suddenly, without warning, a snake head the size of an adult's fist shot out, still holding the charcoal stick that had been thrown in. Jiang Ming struck with his sword. Before the mutated snake could react, its head was severed from its body. The serpent's form writhed and convulsed at the entrance, kicking up dirt. This was a mutated water snake, not a venomous one like the great black serpent. It had no valuable parts. Jiang Ming picked up the dropped galactic coins and removed a scale as a quest item. He pulled the snake's corpse out, retrieved the still smoking charcoal, and tossed it back into the hole. Given the size of the burrow, there might be another snake inside if luck was on his side. After a few minutes, another mutated water snake had emerged. Jiang Ming ended it with a single blow, removed its scale, pried the charcoal from its jaws, and continued searching for the next snake hole. After a morning of work, Jiang Ming had collected 9 snake scales. Adding the black scale from the great black serpent, he now had exactly 10. With all the required quest items gathered, Jiang Ming returned to the house in high spirits, where Bai Wu and Xia Xinyue were preparing lunch. Seeing Jiang Ming rush back excitedly, Bai Wu asked, "Found some money? You're that happy?" Jiang Ming placed his identity card on the table and said, "I've collected all the quest items. I'm starting my class change." "So fast?" Bai Wu, who had been indifferent, suddenly perked up and watched Jiang Ming intently. Having followed Jiang Ming and listened to him talk about class changes and the like, he hadn't expected him to complete the quest so quickly. Xia Xinyue also watched carefully and seriously. In front of Jiang Ming, she felt like a complete novice, knowing nothing, and resolved to observe and learn from him. Jiang Ming took out the 10 snake scales and placed them on his identity card. The card absorbed the quest items and then emitted a beam of light that enveloped him. Berserker class change. Quest item verification: mutated rat ears 1010, mutated dog fangs 1010, mutated cat eyes 1010, mutated snake scales 1010, mutated mantis sides 1010. Quest complete. Issuing class badge and covenant scroll. Character bound for class change Jiang Ming. A voice only he could hear echoed in his mind. Jiang Ming relaxed his body, letting the light shroud him. He felt the familiar sensation of class change once more, his heart surging with excitement. When the light faded, 2 items appeared on the table. One was a black iron badge round with angular engravings featuring a relief of a crimson longsword. Around the crimson sword relief were 10 dim stars, each one representing a level when lit. This black iron badge, bearing the iconic symbol of the Berserker class, represented Jiang Ming's current class and level. Badge levels were divided every 10 tiers: black iron, bronze, silver, gold, amber, platinum, mithril, steel, diamond, and immortal legend, 10 in total. Upon reaching a certain level, the badge would undergo corresponding changes. However, the stars on the badge were still dim. Jiang Ming needed to undergo certification for the class change to be truly successful. That certification required the covenant scroll, which lay beside the black iron badge. It resembled parchment, and aside from the sword symbolizing the Berserker, its contents were completely indecipherable. So the class change is done? Bai Wu asked, puzzled, seeing little change in Jiang Ming. "Hold on, there's one last step," Jiang Ming said, tidying up the items on the table and slinging on his backpack. "Wait here for me. If I'm not back by tomorrow morning, take the motorcycle and leave first." Jiang Ming left the motorcycle keys and prints behind, grabbed the crimson iron sword, and dashed toward the town. After completing the class change, Quest 1 still needed to find the corresponding class NPC and undergo certification with the Covenant Scroll to truly succeed. Otherwise, walking 99 steps only to miss the last one would be in vain. In the early days of the Apocalypse, class NPCs had no fixed locations, finding one depended purely on luck. However, someone in his past life had deduced a pattern. After completing the class change quest, the corresponding NPC would likely appear within 1 meters of a town or former human settlement. By the time this theory emerged, class NPCs were already everywhere, and few paid it any mind. Jiang Ming had heard it by chance and hoped it was correct. Returning to the town, he found the buildings heavily damaged. Amid the rubble, a distinct trail had been carved out, forming a path of destruction. Jiang Ming followed the path with his gaze. Judging by the direction, the colossal creature from last night had headed into the mountains. With it gone, it was easier for Jiang Ming to move. The town was neither too large nor too small, and finding the Berserker class NPC amidst the mutated creatures was no small challenge. 2 hours later, Jiang Ming arrived at the town's arcade. Beside a claw machine stood an NPC in simple armor, rugged and bold, wearing a black iron badge on his chest and holding a crimson longsword. Pulling out his Berserker black iron badge and the Covenant Scroll, Jiang Ming rushed to the NPC and said, "I want to change my class." The NPC's gaze fell on Jiang Ming, a smile spreading across his face. "Ah, brave warrior, you have completed the arduous quest, proving your courage and strength. Now I shall perform the ceremony and seal the covenant. Are you ready?" Jiang Ming produced the Covenant Scroll. "I'm ready." The Berserker NPC took the scroll, unrolled it, and began chanting words Jiang Ming couldn't understand. "Seal the covenant, brave warrior." The Berserker released the scroll, which floated before Jiang Ming, glowing faintly, buoyed by some unseen force. Jiang Ming cut his finger with a dagger and squeezed a drop of blood onto the scroll. The moment the blood touched the scroll, the covenant was forged. The scroll vanished, transforming into a beam of light that shone down upon Jiang Ming from above. Class change successful. Class Berserker. Character bound Jiang Ming. You are the third Earth human survivor to successfully change class. Awarding exclusive reward, Eye of Insight. Jiang Ming felt his vision blur momentarily before gradually sharpening. Aside from improved eyesight, he sensed no tangible change. Still, being the third survivor to succeed was somewhat surprising. Reborn, he knew the Apocalypse better than anyone, yet 2 others had outpaced him. After the class change, Jiang Ming continued to the NPC, "I want to learn skills." The Berserker NPC said, "Brave warrior, you are now a proud Berserker. I have skills suited for you. Would you like to learn them?" "Yes, I want to learn. I have 3 skills appropriate for you, but they require tuition." The Berserker NPC unfurled a skill list before Jiang Ming, showing 3 basic Berserker skills. Basic Sword Art, Unlearned, increases weapon proficiency and hit rate. Basic Class Skill. Rage, Unlearned, unleash inner power, entering a 15-second rage state. Strength increased by 10. Cooldown 45 seconds. Furious Strike, Unlearned, unleash a powerful attack, dealing 10 damage to the target. Cooldown 60 seconds. All 3 basic skills were excellent. Aside from Basic Sword Art, the other 2 were aggressive skills Jiang Ming favored. Combining Rage and Furious Strike could double the damage. Each skill cost 5 galactic silver coins to learn. Having killed many high-level mutated creatures over the past 2 days, Jiang Ming had 16 galactic silver coins in total, enough to learn all 3 skills at once. Learning skill Basic Sword Art. Learning skill Rage. Learning skill Furious Strike. The Berserker NPC said, "Brave warrior, you have already mastered the skills of a Berserker. I happen to have a commission here. Are you willing to accept it?" Hearing the NPC's words, Jiang Ming felt a surge of joy. He hadn't expected the class change NPC to come with a quest. He replied, "I am willing." The Berserker NPC looked at Jiang Ming and said, "As you can see, most of humanity's territory has been occupied by mutated creatures. To defend our homeland, humanity must fight back. I need you to kill 100 ordinary zombies and bring back 50 zombie fingers to me. I will reward you handsomely." You have accepted the quest. Kill zombies. Quest requirements: kill ordinary zombies 0-100, collect 50 zombie fingers 0-50, and hand them to Berserker Ryan. You will receive a generous reward. After accepting the quest, Jiang Ming didn't rush to complete it. Instead, he first opened his identity card. Jiang Ming, level 3, class Berserker, strength 19, constitution 15, agility 9, spirit 3, luck 11, lucky dice, experience 70, 100, bloodline, divine persona, Xing Tian, fusion, progress 43, strength and constitution each increased by 5 points, agility and spirit each increased by 2 points, totaling a 14-point increase. After the class change, his strength had surged significantly, with a total stat value of 46 points. With such power, Jiang Ming now dared to confront even Prince Jiang Ming, but recalling the massive creature from last night sent a chill down his spine. With the class change complete and a quest in hand, it was time to test his newfound strength. Since mutated creatures wouldn't approach the NPC's location, Jiang Ming grabbed his sword and charged toward the zombies outside the game arcade. He encountered 2 zombies with garishly dyed hair, clearly former delinquents. Jiang Ming raised his sword and activated the skill Furious Strike. Feeling a surge of immense power erupt from within, he delivered a horizontal slash at them. The iron sword in his hand cut through them like tofu with no resistance at all. With a single strike, he decapitated both zombies. This strong. Jiang Ming had anticipated being stronger, but he hadn't expected to kill 2 ordinary zombies so effortlessly. Previously, he had needed to dodge their attacks and watch their movements carefully. The boost in strength filled Jiang Ming with confidence. As zombies lunged at him, he dispatched them one by one, reveling in the exhilarating slaughter. An hour later, Jiang Ming had killed 100 ordinary zombies and collected 50 fingers. As he prepared to return to the game arcade, a zombie suddenly appeared in the distance, charging at him with the speed of a 100-meter dash and crashing into him violently. Thanks to his 9 agility and black iron boots, Jiang Ming managed to dodge quickly in alarm. The zombie, like a cannonball, directly collapsed the 2-story self-built house. With such immense impact, if Jiang Ming hadn't dodged just now, he would likely be lying on the ground by now. Jiang Ming warily looked at the zombie. Unlike ordinary ones, its body had a bluish-gray skin surface except for the rotting wounds, making it look as if it were coated in a layer of cement. Then an information panel suddenly appeared before Jiang Ming's eyes. Iron Skin Zombie Level 6, Strength 5 Constitution, 10 Agility 8 Spirit 1 Skill Charge accelerates to ram, causing devastating damage through impact. Seeing the information panel about this Iron Skin Zombie, Jiang Ming was momentarily stunned. He suddenly realized this might be the ability of Insight Eye, allowing him to see the target's stat values. Realizing this, Jiang Ming's heart overflowed with indescribable joy. In his past life, the most direct way for survivors to identify each other's identity and strength aside from identity cards was through class badges. But to protect themselves, most people chose to hide their information, so even when encountering enemies, fewer weaknesses were exposed. With Insight Eye, Jiang Ming didn't need that. He could see through all of an opponent's information at a glance, like having an X-ray vision sheet. Joy aside, he still had to deal with the Iron Skin Zombie. Jiang Ming noticed that under Insight Eye, a red bar appeared above the zombie's head like a health bar over a monster in a game. After looking closely, Jiang Ming confirmed this red bar was the execution line. In his past life, as mutated creatures evolved further, killing them became extremely difficult. Sometimes, even a headshot couldn't finish them off. To overcome this, someone brought back a chip resembling contact lenses from the Divine Demon continent, researching the most efficient way to kill those powerful mutated creatures. Once the chip was implanted into the eye, green bars would appear on all mutated creatures. These weren't their health bars. In the past life, these were universally recognized as weak points. When all the weak points displayed on a mutated creature were destroyed, a red execution line would appear above its head. Only then could a headshot truly kill it. The red bar above this Iron Skin Zombie's head was exactly its execution line. Although it was a special zombie, it hadn't evolved to an extremely advanced level yet. Its stats were completely crushed by Jiang Ming, so it had no weak points and directly showed the execution line. He hadn't expected Insight Eye to come with such an ability. This would save him a lot of trouble in the future. Even if he encountered overly powerful mutated creatures, he wouldn't be left helpless. Jiang Ming excitedly tightened his grip on the sword. Aside from level, his stats overwhelmed the Iron Skin Zombie in every aspect, making it not difficult to deal with. The Iron Skin Zombie stood up from the collapsed rubble, its bloodthirsty gaze fixed on Jiang Ming. It opened its gaping maw, let out a roar, and charged at him again. Jiang Ming raised his sword to meet the enemy, activating the skill Fury, which increased his strength by 10, adding less than 2 points to his strength. The attribute increase from the Fury skill was based on a percentage of the user's strength. Although it added little now, once Jiang Ming's strength value grew higher, the skill's effect would become very powerful. Jiang Ming felt the blood in his body boil, like hot water, filling him with soaring morale and battle intent. As the Iron Skin Zombie approached, he used the skill Furious Strike, slashing down at its head. With a clang of metal colliding, Jiang Ming's sword deeply embedded into the Iron Skin Zombie's skull, killing it with a single blow. In the early stages, Furious Strike was relatively stronger than Fury, dealing 10 damage based on whether the target's overall stats were stronger or weaker than the user's. If the target's stats were stronger, the percentage damage maximized the harm. If weaker, it could achieve a one-hit kill effect. Using the two skills together yielded promising power. Although there were no obvious side effects stated, Jiang Ming could feel a significant drain on his stamina. This Iron Skin Zombie was quite generous, dropping a silver coin when killed. Unfortunately, no equipment dropped. Jiang Ming picked it up and returned to the game arcade with his full load, handing it over to Berserker Ryan. Berserker Ryan took the quest items and exclaimed with surprise, "Oh my goodness, you actually did it. I knew I wasn't wrong about you, brave warrior. This is your well-earned reward." Quest Kill Zombies completed received 10 Galaxy Silver Coins, 5 experience, and quest item Black Iron Armguard. Jiang Ming's heart leaped with joy. He hadn't expected an equipment reward. He took the Black Iron Armguard from his identity card and examined its stats. Black Iron Armguard, Black Iron Gear, Strength 2, Constitution 2, required level 3. Another piece of Black Iron equipment. After equipping it, Jiang Ming's arms from wrist to shoulder were covered by Black Armguards. Paired with the Black Serpent Scale armor and Black Iron boots, he looked like he had stepped out of a Western medieval arena. Jiang Ming was quite satisfied with his current gear. Though not particularly stylish, within less than a week since the apocalypse began, he already had 3 pieces of Black Iron equipment with a total stat value of 50 points. Among the global survivors today, his strength could definitely rank in the top 3. Brave warrior, you have passed my trial. Use your sword to protect and fight. Humanity's future rests on you. My mission is complete, and I must return to my battlefield. I look forward to fighting alongside you one day. As Berserker Ryan finished speaking, his body began to dissipate, turning into specks of light. It seemed the theory from his past life was correct. After completing the class change quest, a one-time class change NPC would appear, though the accompanying trial quest was an unexpected bonus. After NPC Ryan disappeared, Jiang Ming packed his bag and set off for the ruins of Legion Grand Hotel. He wanted to see if he could find the reason behind the abnormal mutation of that massive creature from last night. With 3 pieces of black iron equipment and a total stat value of 50 points, Jiang Ming could basically walk unopposed through the town. He also roughly figured out the capabilities of Inside Eye. Inside Eye allows the user to see the stat values of individual targets, as well as weak points and execution lines on mutated creatures. Duration 3 minutes. Cooldown 5 minutes. Whenever Jiang Ming activated Inside Eye, every mutated creature in sight had an execution line above its head indicating he could kill them in one hit. After testing the ability of Inside Eye, Jiang Ming hurried to the ruins of Legion Grand Hotel. When he arrived, the town's landmark building was no more, and there weren't even many ruins left. In the original location of Legion Grand Hotel, a pit the size of 2 football fields combined had appeared. The pit was pitch black and bottomless, more aptly described as an abyss than a hole. Seeing this massive pit, Jiang Ming felt an inexplicable sense of unease, becoming restless and deeply uncomfortable. As he slowly approached the edge of the pit and peered down, the bottomless abyss resembled a giant black hole seemingly capable of devouring anything that came near. With just one glance, Jiang Ming's hair stood on end, his hands and feet turned icy cold, and he stumbled back in terror, his eyes filled with uncontrollable horror. The abyss. Jiang Ming's mind trembled as these 4 words surfaced. In the apocalypse, Earth gave birth to many mysterious and terrifying places. No one knew how these places formed or in what manner they appeared. For these locations, human survivors had only one term: forbidden zones of humanity. And the abyss was one of the most dangerous and horrifying among these forbidden zones. It was as if terror itself had materialized. From within the abyss, one horrifying mutant creature after another would crawl out, each a catastrophic monstrosity. In his past life, top-tier powerhouses had joined forces with experts from various professions to conquer the abyss, only to trigger an apocalyptic war between human survivors and mutant creatures that nearly drove humanity to extinction. Jiang Ming stared in terror at the vast bottomless abyss before him. He never imagined that the abyss, one of humanity's forbidden zones in his past life, would confront him in such a manner today. This also explained why the mutant creature from last night had grown so enormous, defying all laws of evolution. Jiang Ming's curiosity was instantly extinguished, leaving him chilled to the bone. He stood up and quickly fled the area. After Jiang Ming left beneath the ruins of the Legion Grand Hotel, a mutant rat the size of a sofa dragged a person in its mouth, crawling toward the abyss. If Jiang Ming had lingered a moment longer, he would have recognized the man as Zheng Pengfei. Despite the collapse of the Legion Grand Hotel last night, he had somehow survived. But at this moment, he was as good as dead. His lower body was gone, and only his head remained intact on his mangled upper torso. Such flesh and blood were a mutant rat's favorite meal, yet this creature did not devour Zheng Pengfei. Instead, it carried him to the edge of the abyss, instinctive fear flickering in its eyes as it pushed his half-body bit by bit into the chasm. Zheng Pengfei plummeted into the abyss, his body shrinking as it fell until it was swallowed entirely by the endless darkness, vanishing from sight. Do you crave power? Do you seek revenge? Come, I can grant you all of this. Come to me. As Zheng Pengfei descended, whispers like demonic incantations echoed in his ears, as if the most primal desires of his soul were being unearthed, gradually ensnaring him until he was consumed. Upon learning that the collapse beneath the Legion Grand Hotel had revealed the abyss, Jiang Ming rushed back to the farmhouse. Ignoring Bai Wu and Xia Xinyu's bewildered expressions, he hoisted Zhang Yuan onto the motorcycle and sped away with the 3 of them as fast as possible. On the motorcycle, Bai Wu sat at the back, the wind roaring past his ears. He leaned toward Xia Xinyue and asked what's wrong with him. Xia Xinyue shook her head, signaling her ignorance, then turned to say, should we ask? Bai Wu caught a glimpse of Jiang Ming's grim and serious expression in the rearview mirror and replied, no, let's wait until we stop. Jiang Ming drove the motorcycle with the throttle cranked to the max. All he wanted was to leave that cursed place behind without a moment's delay. He only stopped when the bike was nearly out of fuel and dusk was falling. They had traveled from the small town to another county covering about 100 kilometers. Parking the bike beside a few sparsely populated houses, Jiang Ming first cleared out the mutant creatures inside before leading Bai Wu and the others into the building. After tossing out the few zombies he had just killed, Jiang Ming clapped his hands and said, we'll rough it here tonight. Tomorrow we head north. Bai Wu massaged his legs and asked, what happened to you this afternoon? You looked panicked, like you'd seen a ghost. The abyss. Jiang Ming took out food from his backpack and handed it to them, trying to keep his voice calm. The collapse of the Legion Grand Hotel yesterday revealed the abyss below. The abyss. You never mentioned it before. Bai Wu unscrewed a bottle cap and took a sip of water. Tell me, what kind of place could scare you like this, eh? Xia Xinyue, after tucking Zhang Yuan under a blanket, also sat down, fixing her gaze on Jiang Ming, ready to listen. Jiang Ming dismantled some furniture for firewood and lit a fire, then ran a hand through his hair. The abyss is a forbidden zone for human survivors. I don't know how that damned place formed, but terrifying mutant creatures crawl out of it from time to time. In short, it's an ominous land. Jiang Ming gave them a concise account of the abyss, and as they listened their expressions grew tense, and they patted their chests in lingering fear. Bai Wu and Xia Xinyue gained a conceptual understanding of the abyss, but only Jiang Ming truly knew how terrifying that place was. Reborn into this life, he held an inherent advantage in many matters. If given the chance, he was determined to destroy the forbidden zones of humanity on Earth. To ease the tense atmosphere, Bai Wu patted his own leg and said, "The flesh and blood from that zombie dog you brought back yesterday really worked wonders. My injury is healing much faster. I should be back to normal in a few days." Hearing Bai Wu's words, Xia Xinyue suddenly remembered something. She rummaged through her backpack and pulled out a bottle containing the blood of the Bones Pike zombie dog. Xia Xinyue sighed in relief. "Good thing I brought this along. We can apply it one more time." "Too bad all that dog meat went to waste," Jiang Ming muttered as he pulled out a map. Pointing at it by the firelight, he said, "We're in Qingshui County now. Tomorrow we'll take the county road to Jiayang County." Bai Wu looked at the map and asked, "If we're heading north, wouldn't the highway or national road be fastest? At our speed, we could get there in about a week at most. Taking the county road to Jiayang County is a detour, isn't it?" Jiang Ming pointed to the marks he had made on the map. "Heading north is just our final destination to avoid the floods from the torrential rains after the ice melts in 3 months. In the meantime, I need to visit the places marked in green on the map. There are things there that I need." Bai Wu noticed that Jiang Ming had made numerous annotations on the map, green, blue, black, and others, turning it into a multicolored canvas. Jiang Ming said, "Remember, the areas marked in black on the map are fatally dangerous. Never ever enter them." Drawing from his past life memories, Jiang Ming roughly marked the locations where treasure chests or bloodline boxes would fall in the early apocalypse, as well as the appearance of stone tablets and mysterious merchants. Similarly, he marked dangerous areas uniformly in black. These regions had already fallen in the early stages of the apocalypse, teeming with countless powerful mutant creatures. Later they became strongholds of the mutants, and any human attempt to reclaim or attack them was utterly futile. "Got it. It'll take this time to recover my leg," Bai Wu said, massaging his leg. "So I can risk my life for you sooner." Jiang Ming chuckled, put away the map, and began practicing his swordsmanship. After applying medicine to Jiang Yuan and Bai Wu, Xia Xinyue watched for a while before leaning against the wall and falling asleep. Bai Wu attempted to stand and take a few steps, but grimaced in pain and failed. He could only lie back on the sofa unwillingly. After finishing his sword practice, Jiang Ming wiped off his sweat and was about to rest when he noticed something strange about himself. Approaching the fire, Jiang Ming saw that the once dull world tree seed had regained its color and grown slightly larger. A small protrusion had appeared at its tip, making it resemble a bud about to bloom. Intrigued by the change in the world tree seed, Jiang Ming could not fathom its specific use. Yet he recalled that it, along with the Xing Tian bloodline, had saved his life at the hospital. He reached out to touch the world tree seed, then dressed and lay down to rest. The prince came over, nestled into his embrace, and burrowed its soft body, finding a comfortable spot. The next day, Jiang Ming woke and rolled the lucky dice, landing on 2. Feeling that the dice had not been kind lately, he pressed it into his palm, woke Bai Wu and Xia Xinyue, and they ate a simple meal before setting off for Jiayang County on the motorcycle with Jiang Yuan. The early days of the apocalypse were far more severe than Jiang Ming had anticipated. The journey to Jiayang County was a mere 50 to 60 kilometers, yet they encountered 2 mutant creatures of level 10 or higher. Jiang Ming drove the motorcycle through alleys and fields, speeding recklessly to shake them off. They arrived at Jiayang County safely just after 10 in the morning. Jiang Ming remembered that both the steel and the bloodline box had fallen in Jiayang County. Upon arrival, he intended to head straight to where the bloodline box might appear, but as the motorcycle entered the county, a group of people blocked their path. Simultaneously, over a dozen people emerged from the corners of shops lining the street behind them. In total, more than 30 individuals surrounded Jiang Ming, trapping him in the middle of the road. Each of them brandished weapons like baseball bats and watermelon knives, their expressions menacing. Road robbery was common in the apocalypse. Killing for a pack of instant noodles was not unheard of. Clearly, Jiang Ming and his group had run into bandits. With 2 large buildings on either side and the road ahead and behind blocked by debris and obstacles, it was nearly impossible to break through on the motorcycle. Jiang Ming handed the prince to Bai Wu, faced forward, and said expressionlessly to a young man in a leopard print fleece jacket, sunglasses, and a watermelon knife on his shoulder, "Move aside." "Kid, you want me to move aside?" Zhang Hongla laughed heartily, a mocking sneer on his face as he said to his subordinates, "Did you hear that? He wants me to move aside." "Kid," Zhang Hongla wiped away non-existent tears from the corner of his eye, licked his teeth, and tilted his neck. "You might not understand the situation. No matter how impressive you were before, things are different now. In Jiayang County, I am the law. You want to leave? Fine. Strip naked and crawl between my legs. Maybe if I'm in a good mood, I'll take you in as a lackey." Brother Le looked at the woman behind him. She looks like a schoolgirl. One of the lackeys said, his gaze lecherously fixed on Xia Xinyue, who sat behind Jiang Ming. Zhang Hongla, seeing Xia Xinyue's attractive appearance, was also overcome with lust. He pointed at her and said, "You, get over here." "Brother Ming, save me," Xia Xinyue said, disgusted and terrified by Zhang Hongla's demeanor, shrinking behind Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming patted her wrist, seized the opportunity to draw the gun from his waist, aimed it at Zhang Hongle's head, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! With a loud report, the bullet grazed Zhang Hongle's ear and struck the forehead of the lackey beside him, splattering blood across his face. Jiang Ming's sudden draw of the pistol and the clean headshot startled everyone. He aimed the gun at Zhang Hongle and said coldly, "The next bullet won't miss." Bai Wu, sitting behind, also unholstered his gun, without hesitation aimed it at the dozen or so people behind them, and said with a forced smile, "Come on, who wants to taste a bullet? Uncle Bai will make sure your head blooms." The sudden appearance of two pistols completely threw Zhang Hongle off balance. His face was covered in blood, and the taste of it filled his mouth. Suddenly remembering something, he reached into his bosom. Bang! Another gunshot rang out. Jiang Ming's bullet pierced Zhang Hongle's chest with deadly accuracy, the slug embedding itself in a black pistol hidden beneath his clothes. Though the shot didn't hit Zhang Hongle directly, the impact sent him staggering backward, crashing into a row of obstacles behind him. Jiang Ming twisted the motorcycle throttle, rammed through the barriers ahead, and sped past Zhang Hongle, who was sitting on the ground, clutching his chest in pain. The motorcycle roared as it swiftly left the area. In the densely populated county, Jiang Ming had fired 2 shots only to escape, quickly fearing what the gunfire might attract. They drove to the other end of the county and stopped in front of a small shop. Jiang Ming got off, dealt with the approaching mutant creatures, and led the others inside. Closing the door, Bai Wu asked, "Why didn't you kill that idiot just now?" Jiang Ming picked through the items on the shelves and replied, "That fool is just a small fry. Killing him would bring his superiors after us. I don't want to waste time here." Xia Xinyue worriedly said, "But they looked vicious, like they wouldn't let us off easily." Bai Wu shook his head at Xia Xinyue. He roughly understood why Jiang Ming hadn't acted. Knowing Jiang Ming, he would have normally shot that bastard dead. But surrounded by over 30 people with only a dozen or so bullets between 2 pistols, Jiang Ming could protect himself, but with one unconscious, one crippled, and a woman, he couldn't cover them all in a fight. Bai Wu changed the subject and asked, "Is what you're looking for nearby?" Jiang Ming nodded. "There should be a box around here. Stay here, we'll go look for it." After hiding the motorcycle, Jiang Ming left the shop with his sword on his back. He was taking a chance, finding it would be ideal, but if not, they would move on. Avoiding the mutant creatures on the streets, Jiang Ming began searching through alleys and shops for the treasure chest. As time passed, the mutants would grow stronger, so he tried not to provoke them. After more than 2 hours of searching within a kilometer radius of the shop, Jiang Ming had found nothing. No chest, no steely, not even a mysterious merchant. Just as Jiang Ming thought he would return empty-handed, he felt a chill on his head and instinctively stepped back a few paces. Clang! A metal serving tray clattered to the ground, where Jiang Ming had just stood, spinning slowly to a halt. Frowning, he tilted his head upward, toward the building's upper floors, where on the 4th-floor balcony a young man and woman leaned tightly against the security grill, waving urgently at him. Obscured by the iron bars, their faces remained indistinct, yet their posture unmistakably signaled a plea for help. Jiang Ming had initially intended to walk away, until in rapid succession they hurled down a cacophony of pots, pans, and cooking utensils, their desperation palpable. The clamor drew the attention of nearby mutated creatures, which began converging toward Jiang Ming's location. He frowned again, gazing upward, only for his eyes to suddenly sharpen. The pair on the balcony was struggling to force a large chest through the security grill, but its dimensions made passage impossible. Jiang Ming instantly recognized the chest as a class advancement chest. Confirming the floor, he sprinted up the stairs. On the 4th landing, 2 adjacent apartment doors faced each other. He knocked firmly on the left one. After 2 knocks, the door swung open, as if they'd been waiting. The young woman who'd thrown the objects peered out. Though swaddled in thick clothing, her chest was partially exposed, strikingly alluring. She beckoned frantically, her voice taut with urgency. "Hurry. Come in, quickly." Jiang Ming slipped inside, just as the woman reached out, feigning assistance. The instant his foot crossed the threshold, she yanked with sudden brutal force, while the young man concealed behind the door lunged forward, brandishing a cleaver in manic fury. At that very moment, half his body already within the doorway, Jiang Ming halted, abruptly, unnervingly, as though he'd foreseen the ambush. The woman strained to pull him fully in, yet felt as though she were dragging an immovable boulder. Instead, Jiang Ming twisted his wrist, wrenching her violently outward, just as the cleaver descended. A shriek pierced the air, the blade sank deep into her forearm. Jiang Ming drove a thunderous kick into her abdomen, launching her backward into the living room. In the same motion, he seized the dazed man behind the door and hurled him down with a devastating shoulder throw, leaving him stunned and motionless. The woman sprawled across the floor, writhing in agony. Yet before she could rise, Jiang Ming plunged his sword into her throat. Blood erupted in a crimson arc, splattering walls and floor alike, his gaze unblinking, unflinching. 15 years into the apocalypse, Jiang Ming was no novice. His instincts ran deeper, his experience sharper, far beyond the recklessness of greenhorns. Such a crude trap held no hope of claiming him. An ordinary fugitive might have fallen prey, but Jiang Ming was no ordinary survivor. Inside the apartment, Jiang Ming located the chest, pure white, smooth as marble, devoid of ornamentation. No engravings, no sigils, nothing but flawless, luminous whiteness. Holy Order class advancement chest. Unlike the 4 other elemental classes, the Holy Order and Nightshade orders represented absolute chromatic extremes. the former radiant white, the latter abyssal black. This was unmistakably a Holy Order chest. The pair upstairs likely lacked stone monument certification, rendering it unopenable, and thus had merely hoarded it as a precious relic. Now, by sheer coincidence, it had fallen into Jiang Ming's hands. Jiang Ming secured the chest in a sturdy container and fastened it to his back, intending to bring it back for Bai Wu and Xia Xinyue to examine. Returning to the living room, he found only the woman's corpse. The man had vanished, presumably fled. Jiang Ming paid him no mind. 10 minutes later, Jiang Ming re-entered the convenience store. There Xia Xinyue and Bai Wu sat huddled in a corner resting, until they sprang up the moment they saw him return. Jiang Ming unfastened the Holy Order class advancement chest from his back and said, "This is a Holy Order chest. It grants advancement into Knight Priest or Guardian Angel. Which of you will claim it?" He deferred the choice entirely to them. Bai Wu would likely select Knight. Xia Xinyue could choose either Priest or Guardian Angel. From a pragmatic standpoint, Jiang Ming believed Priest suited their current predicament best. Given Jiang Ming's exceptionally high stats as a berserker swordsman, he could swiftly guide Xia Xinyue through her class advancement quest, helping her master foundational skills, then enabling her to heal Bai Wu and Zhang Yuan far more rapidly. Though Bai Wu's preferred vocation lay outside the Holy Order, Jiang Ming still honored their autonomy in choosing. Upon hearing Jiang Ming's overview of the Holy Order vocations, Bai Wu shook his head with disinterest. "Give it to Xia Xinyue. I'm unsuited for this path, and besides my leg hasn't healed yet. I couldn't even attempt the quest." Jiang Ming nodded, then turned to Xia Xinyue, "Then open the chest and choose the vocation you wish to pursue." Xia Xinyue accepted without hesitation. Having listened carefully, she took a slow, steadying breath and gently lifted the lid of the Holy Order class advancement chest. A soft, sacred radiance bloomed forth, revealing 3 artifacts: a shield and sword emblem Knight, a wooden staff Priest, and a book adorned with delicate white wings Guardian Angel. Xia Xinyue had already decided. Upon confirming the 3 options, she chose, without hesitation, the staff in the center. Her fingers closed around the staff, and instantly the shield and sword and the winged book dissolved into light. The chest itself faded, leaving her holding a spiraling 1-meter-long wooden staff. Seeing her choice, Jiang Ming felt a quiet surge of satisfaction. "What's your class advancement quest?" Xia Xinyue opened her status interface and recited, "Heal 20 people. Slay 10 zombies. Survive for 3 days." "That's it?" Jiang Ming asked. "That's all," Xia Xinyue confirmed after scanning the text once more. "Just those 3 requirements." Jiang Ming felt a flicker of imbalance. His own berserker swordsman quest had demanded slaying waves of mutated horrors, whereas hers required only 10 zombie kills, the rest bordering on trivial. Yet he quickly reconciled that priests were inherently fragile in early stages. Asking one to battle mutated dogs or cats with a wooden staff was absurd. Their role was support, not slaughter. Completing the priest quest posed little difficulty, except for the first requirement, healing 20 people. Here, counting himself, there were only 3 souls. Beyond that, Jiang Ming harbored another intention: to test an unorthodox theory on Xia Xinyue. In his past life, certain pioneers had devised a build known as the Brawler Priest, a radical departure from tradition. While standard priests invested primarily in agility and spirit, Brawler Priests prioritized strength and constitution, equipping themselves like frontline warriors. Such priests were neither exceptional healers nor elite damage dealers, yet they possessed a uniquely grating resilience. Balanced between offense and restoration, they excelled at attrition warfare, outlasting opponents who underestimated their durability and versatility. Their strength lay in sustainable pressure, sufficient damage output to threaten foes, coupled with enough healing to endure prolonged combat, making them maddeningly difficult to finish off. Yet the path was perilous. Priests' greatest strength, their restorative power, was deliberately weakened in this build, sacrificing core identity for hybrid utility. Early progression was arduous, often yielding net negative returns. Still armed with 15 years of apocalyptic mastery, Jiang Ming was confident he could forge Xia Xinyue into a peerless priest, one who could tank, strike, sustain, and heal with equal mastery. "Brother Ming, should I begin my class advancement quest now?" Xia Xinyue asked timidly. I'm afraid." Watching her tremble, Jiang Ming sighed inwardly. He had long since acclimated to the apocalypse, but cultivating a novice like Xia Xinyue would be no small feat. Merely coaxing her to confront a single zombie would demand immense patience. "Not yet," Jiang Ming replied calmly. "First, I'll teach you how to fight these mutated creatures, then you'll undertake the quest." Xia Xinyue nodded attentively. Though trained as an internal medicine physician and accustomed to blood and gore on operating tables, the monsters prowling the streets were animate predatory horrors, not inert cadavers. "You're a doctor. You understand human anatomy better than I do. Ordinary mutated beings, zombies, have a glaring weakness: the head." Jiang Ming tapped his temple. "Shatter it, and they fall. Mutated dogs or cats follow the same rule. The principle is simple, but they are living threats, not corpses. To eliminate them safely, you must first neutralize their mobility and aggression." Jiang Ming concisely outlined standard tactics against mutated creatures. As a brilliant internist, Xia Xinyue grasped every point instantly. When he finished, Jiang Ming rose. "That covers the theory, but theory alone is hollow. Without application, even perfect knowledge remains useless." He instructed Xia Xinyue to wield her staff and attack him, demonstrating firsthand how to respond, counter, and ultimately defeat such foes. Xia Xinyue drew a deep breath, steeling herself. Deep down, she knew survival demanded strength, and Jiang Ming's arrival had kindled that hope. Change was inevitable. Gripping the staff with both hands, she fixed her gaze on Jiang Ming, her mind racing, replaying his instructions. 3 seconds later, Jiang Ming lunged, snatching the staff from her grasp in one fluid motion and rapping it sharply against her forehead. The entire sequence lasted less than a heartbeat. Staring at her empty palms, feeling the sting bloom across her brow, Xia Xinyue's thoughts blanked. She'd barely begun formulating her attack when he'd already disarmed her. Jiang Ming stood impassive, his gaze sharp and unyielding. 3 seconds. That's all it takes for a zombie to close the distance, pin you down, tear open your throat, and infect you unto death. She clenched her teeth. I understand. Let me try again. Receiving the staff, she reset her stance. Distance re-established, focus absolute. Her mind rehearsed possible approaches, anticipating Jiang Ming's assault and devising counters. At the 3-second mark, Jiang Ming charged straight at her, his figure swelling rapidly and her vision overwhelming her senses. Xia Xinyue flinched. Her mind screamed danger, yet her body lagged behind. Before she could react, the staff vanished from her hands and struck her forehead anew. Stay calm, Jiang Ming said, turning the staff to offer her the grip. Clarity of mind is paramount. Only then can you act decisively in the narrowest window of opportunity. He stepped back several paces, granting her another 3 seconds. This time Xia Xinyue didn't hesitate. She roared, surged forward, and brought the staff down hard toward his skull. Jiang Ming sidestepped effortlessly, seized her arm, and used her momentum to spin her off balance. She crashed face first onto the floor. Gritting her teeth against the pain in her elbows and knees, Xia Xinyue pushed herself upright and charged again. Enough, Jiang Ming intercepted the staff mid-swing. We've covered the essentials. Now, I'll teach you the rest. I can continue, she gasped, her eyes blazing with newfound resolve. Don't hold back. I'm ready. Jiang Ming shook his head. This sparring was merely the first step. You've shown courage in raising a weapon, but you've also seen how unstructured aggression yields little real advantage. They'll teach you the practical techniques and methods of combat. Remember this: the simplest and most direct way to kill these mutated creatures is to be fast, accurate, and ruthless. Strike quickly, aim precisely, and hit hard. Jiang Ming said. At the same time, you must have a clear understanding of battle analysis and control over your own strength. For instance, just now, when you charged at me with the wooden staff aiming for my head, your speed was insufficient, your strike lacked ferocity, and you poured all your power into the staff, losing your balance. I easily swept you to the ground. Jiang Ming's words were straightforward, and Xia Xinyue grasped them instantly, greatly enhancing her knowledge and experience. Moreover, as Jiang Ming pointed out, as a doctor, she had a superior understanding of the human body compared to others, knowing which areas to strike for maximum effectiveness. This was her advantage. After taking a sip of water, Jiang Ming said, practice with me tonight. Although the wooden staff and the sword are different, they both belong to mid to long range weapons, and the combat techniques are largely similar. Xia Xinyue closed the notebook she was recording in and nodded earnestly. The few hours had greatly enriched her knowledge reserves and understanding of the apocalypse, filling her with genuine admiration for Jiang Ming. It truly lived up to the old saying, listening to your words is worth more than reading 10 years of books. Bai Wu was also diligently taking notes. Although Jiang Ming's explanations and teachings were aimed at Xia Xinyue, they were equally helpful to him. Brother Lu, they should be around here. I saw their motorcycle heading in this direction. Brother Lu, there are motorcycle tracks on the ground. They must be nearby. Search. Find them. Just as Jiang Ming was about to continue explaining combat techniques to Xia Xinyue, a cacophony of noisy voices erupted from the street outside. Bai Wu drew his pistol and said, it's that group coming for revenge. Jiang Ming picked up his sword and said, he'll go check it out. Pushing open the door of the small shop, Jiang Ming saw over 20 people searching the streets. They had numerical superiority, and the nearby mutated creatures posed no threat to them. Jiang Ming noticed that several of them were holding guns, seemingly well prepared. After a moment's thought, he stepped out of the corner and appeared in their line of sight, saying, hey, are you looking for me? Zhang Hongla approached a man with an aquiline nose, pointing at Jiang Ming and shouting, Brother Lu, he's the one who killed one of our brothers. He also has a motorcycle. Oh, the man called Brother Lu squinted at Jiang Ming. Seeing the pistol in his hand and the sword on his back, he waved his hand. The minions who had been searching everywhere rushed back in unison, raising their weapons at Jiang Ming. A life for a life, a debt for a debt. You killed one of my brothers, so I'll take your life in return. Brother Lu looked down on Jiang Ming, issuing his death sentence. While he was rambling, Jiang Ming had already calculated that there were 23 of them with 5 pistols. Through the observation of his insight eye, apart from Brother Lu, who had been authenticated by the stone tablet with unimpressive stats, the rest were all novices. Confident that his opponent was doomed, Brother Lu watched as Jiang Ming directly raised his hand and pulled the trigger. After 3 consecutive bullets left the chamber, he drew the crimson iron sword from his back and rapidly closed in on them. As Jiang Ming fired, the enemy also opened fire. 1 gun against 5, Jiang Ming only managed to fire 3 rounds, but the bullets successfully hit 2 people, incapacitating them. Kill him. Seeing Jiang Ming dare to resist, Brother Lu coldly ordered his men. Zhang Hongla raised his blade and led the thugs charging forward. The humiliation Jiang Ming had inflicted on him earlier would be repaid with his life. Bang bang bang. Jiang Ming crouched behind a wrecked car as bullets struck the body, sparking. Through the rearview mirror of the car ahead, he could see them rapidly approaching. When they were just one car length away, Jiang Ming suddenly sprang up, leaping out and striking swiftly with his sword, targeting the frontmost men holding guns. The sharp blade and Jiang Ming's overwhelming stats directly severed the arms holding the guns before they could even dodge. Within a certain range, the threat of pistols diminished greatly, especially for Jiang Ming. Within a car's length, a single large stride could bring him to anyone, rendering the guns virtually harmless. Over 20 people besieged Jiang Ming, but he handled them as easily as a wolf among sheep. Even when strikes from clubs, sticks, and blades landed on him, they were blocked by his snakescale armor and black iron wrist guards, leaving him unscathed. Zhang Hongla amidst the crowd had intended to personally hack Jiang Ming to death, but seeing him like a war god with no one able to match him and guns rendered useless, he instantly lost his nerve and turned to flee. Jiang Ming noticed Zhang Hongla's retreating figure burst out of the crowd and kicked him flying. Even Brother Liu hadn't expected Jiang Ming to be so ferocious. Backing away, he shouted, "Hold him off. I'm going to get the boss." With that, he turned and ran, completely abandoning his men. Jiang Ming grew more valiant as he fought, taking down everyone within minutes. Blood was everywhere, and many had their limbs severed. The gunfire had already attracted numerous mutated creatures approaching. Some pounced on the fallen, frenziedly devouring their flesh, accompanied by agonized screams. Jiang Ming killed the zombies closing in on him, returned to the small shop to bring out Xia Xinyue, and handed her a vial of liquid. "Put a drop on each of these people on the ground." Xia Xinyue nodded, took the vial, and did as instructed. As she dripped the liquid onto one person, she marveled to find that the task of treating 20 people had already progressed by one. Joyfully, she quickly dripped it onto the others. The liquid was just ordinary red flower oil. Xia Xinyue's job change task required treating 20 people, not curing them. Though only a single word differed, the concept was vastly different. Jiang Ming had only been testing a theory, and it seemed to align with his guess. After using half the vial, one of Xia Xinyue's job change tasks was completed, leaving two simpler ones. Seeing the growing number of mutated creatures on the street, Jiang Ming raised his sword and felled 10 zombies, rendering them immobile, then let Xia Xinyue deliver the finishing blows. Overcoming her inner fear, Xia Xinyue raised her wooden staff and crushed their skulls. Though she couldn't help retching afterward, she had at least done it. The blood attracted even more mutated creatures. Worried that something terrifying might appear, Jiang Ming grabbed the unconscious Zhang Hongla, returned to the small shop, and led Bai Wu and the others out the back door to a hardware store a street away. Bai Wu asked, "We've stirred up the local snakes. Should we leave, or what?" Jiang Ming kicked Zhang Hongla in the stomach and said, "Not yet. Let's see if we can get something out of him." The fleeing Brother Liu had been authenticated by the stone tablet, meaning they already knew the rules of the apocalypse. Perhaps they knew if there were any treasure chests or bloodline boxes in this city. Zhang Hongla was jolted awake by Jiang Ming's kick, curling up like a shrimp and groaning in pain. "Shut up." Jiang Ming barked coldly. Sitting down, he pressed the pistol to Zhang Hongla's forehead and said, "Keep making noise and it'll break your arms and legs and feed you to the zombies." Feeling the cold metal of the gun, Zhang Hongla quickly covered his mouth and lay trembling on the ground. Jiang Ming withdrew the gun, made Zhang Hongla sit up facing him, and asked, "He'll ask you how many of you are there and what weapons do you have?" Zhang Hongla dared not look at Jiang Ming, lowering his head and stammering, "WWE, have over 100 people with knives, clubs, and guns." "How many guns?" "Two, really don't know. The bosses handle the guns. I only know they went to the county police station not long ago, so there should be quite a few." Seeing Zhang Hongla's terrified demeanor, which didn't seem like a lie, Jiang Ming asked, "On the night of June 17th, did you see anything fall from the sky?" "Something falling." Zhang Hongla was momentarily stunned, then nodded. "Yes, there was something like a meteor that fell down." "Where did it land?" Sensing a lead, Jiang Ming pressed on. "It landed in Fukong residential area." Zhang Hongla said, "I used to live nearby and saw it fall in with my own eyes, but there were too many monsters outside, so I didn't dare go in to check." "Where is that residential area?" Zhang Hongla looked out at the street. "It's 3 kilometers away, with a very dense population and a lot of monsters." Zhang Hongla's voice grew softer, then he looked at Jiang Ming with a terrified expression. "I've told you everything I know. Please let me go." Jiang Ming put away his pistol. "As long as you cooperate, I'll spare your life." "Cooperate, cooperate, I'll cooperate." Zhang Hongla nodded, frantically agreeing without pause. Bai Wu asked, "Can we trust his words?" "I swear on my honor, everything I said is true." Zhang Hongla was panic-stricken, nearly raising his hand to swear an oath. Jiang Ming shrugged nonchalantly. "It doesn't matter. We need him to guide us. If it's fake, I'll just kill him. Guide us." Zhang Hongla shook his head repeatedly. "No, please spare me. That area is residential, full of neighborhoods and commercial streets with zombies packed together densely. Please let me live." Zhang Hongla's voice was choked with tears, his body trembling uncontrollably, his eyes filled with terror. Hearing this only made Jiang Ming more determined to go there. If that were the case, the bloodline box might still be there. "Do you think you have a choice?" Bai Wu stared at him. "You only have 2 options now. Either guide us obediently and maybe survive, or we'll cripple your limbs and throw you out to the zombies right now." Bai Wu's eyes blazed as he raised his gun, pretending to aim at Zhang Hongla's limbs. "No, no, no. Jiang Hongla shrank into the corner, waving his hands and begging tearfully, "I'll guide you, I'll guide you. Please don't kill me." Jiang Ming lowered by Wu's gun. "Lead the way tomorrow. Don't try any tricks, or I'll snap your neck." "Yes, yes, yes." Jiang Hongla nodded repeatedly from his corner, but a flicker of imperceptible malice flashed in his eyes. After a while, as dusk fell, they ate. Jiang Ming tied up Jiang Hongla, then took Xia Xinyue to practice techniques. Xia Xinyue studied with great dedication and effort, raising questions when confused, and Jiang Ming answered them one by one. Jiang Ming had already rested, but Xia Xinyue continued practicing tirelessly. Sweat soaked her clothes and dust dirtied her face, yet it did not diminish her determination. Jiang Ming went inside to check on Jiang Yuan. After several days, his injuries had stabilized, and he should wake up soon, though he still needed recuperation. Once Xia Xinyue successfully changed jobs, recovery would only be a matter of time. The nights in the apocalypse were not quiet. The streets were filled with wandering zombies, and in the dark corners lurked all kinds of unknown dangers. The once bustling city of neon lights, humanity's domain, had become a paradise for monsters. The surviving humans were hunted and devoured like livestock, gradually going extinct like an endangered species. The night passed without incident. Early the next morning, Jiang Ming took Jiang Hongla to the residential area he had mentioned. To be safe from potential revenge by Brother Liu, he had Wu and the others move to a different location. As they headed toward Fukong residential area with Jiang Hongla, the mutated creatures along the way were indeed as numerous as he had said. The closer they got to the residential zone, the denser the zombies became. After half an hour, they could no longer advance. The road ahead was completely blocked by zombies. Getting any closer would surely alert them, and if a tidal wave of zombies chased them, even Jiang Ming couldn't handle it. "Is there another way?" Jiang Ming looked at Jiang Hongla, who was hiding behind a trash can. Jiang Hongla shuddered at the sight of the zombies clogging the road and nodded. "Yes, follow me." With that, he turned into an alley. Jiang Ming followed Jiang Hongla through the alley, taking a huge detour for over half an hour, eventually circling around to a construction site about 500 meters from Fukong residential area. Since it was an ongoing construction site, there were only a few dozen zombies here, relatively scattered, making it comparatively safe. Outside is a main street, and across that street is Fukong residential area. "I saw something fall in there earlier." Jiang Hongla hid behind a pile of bricks and pointed outside the site. "It's completely blocked by zombies there. We really can't go any further. Please let me go." Jiang Ming glanced at him, then peered through a gap in the iron gate. It was just as he said. Outside were dense masses of zombies, leaving hardly any space to step. Jiang Hongla looked outside and said, "I didn't lie to you, did I? We really can't get through. There are too many zombies. If we go out, they'll tear us to pieces." Jiang Ming casually picked up a brick and threw it at a nearby concrete mixer, producing a loud bang. "Are you crazy?" Jiang Hongla dropped to the ground in terror. Such a loud noise will attract them. After the collision sound, the zombies roaming the construction site began moving toward them, and those outside the iron gate let out roars, scraping their fingers against the metal, creating a grating noise. "Do you want to live?" Jiang Ming grabbed Jiang Hongla by the scruff of his neck, staring into his eyes. "Yes, yes, yes." Jiang Hongla nodded frantically. "Good. If you want to live, do as I say, and follow me," Jiang Ming said, dashing toward a 7-story building nearby that had only its framework erected. Jiang Hongla's face twisted in anguish. Gritting his teeth, he followed while the zombies behind them lunged madly in pursuit. Jiang Ming led Jiang Hongla all the way to the 7th floor. Turning back, he grabbed an iron hammer lying on the ground and smashed it against the staircase, which had only been poured with cement. Jiang Ming's strength, amplified by the iron hammer, delivered devastating blows. After a few strikes, cracks spiderwebbed across the stairs. Yet the deafening noise also attracted a horde of zombies. "Damn it! Madman! Madman!" Jiang Hongla stood paralyzed with fear, pacing frantically like an ant on a hot pan. Boom! With the shattering sound of the staircase, chunks of cement crashed into the floors below, completely sealing off the passage between the 6th and 7th floors. Some of the zombies that had just climbed the stairs were crushed by the falling cement, while others tumbled from the gap, smashing into pieces on the ground below. Jiang Ming tossed the hammer to Jiang Hongla and said, "If you don't want to die, make some noise and lure all the zombies over here." Staring at the broken floor, Jiang Hongla roughly guessed what Jiang Ming intended. Swallowing hard, he said, "But this traps us here too. The zombies are all below. We can't get out. You just need to do as I say." With that, Jiang Ming picked up a brick from the ground and struck an iron barrel, creating an even louder clamor. The zombies below, frenzied as if on drugs, scrambled over each other to charge upstairs, only to fall from the 6th floor without exception. Though Jiang Hongla guessed what Jiang Ming was planning, he wasn't sure how it would be executed. Now that they had reached this point, he knew he couldn't escape on his own. His only hope lay in relying on Jiang Ming's terrifying strength. So he imitated him, striking steel pipes with objects to attract more mutated creatures. Standing on the rooftop, Jiang Ming watched the tide of zombies on the street flood into the construction site, a sight both spectacular and chilling. Under Jiang Ming's calm direction, Jiang Hongla clattered about, drawing the mutated creatures to converge on the site. Jiang Ming himself circled the rooftop, surveying the area. Finally, he found a fire hose. He tugged it lightly, finding it new and sturdy. It would be enough to get them out of here. The fire hose was about 20 meters long. Each floor was roughly 3 meters, so 7 stories came to 21 meters. One hose was just enough. The entire building and construction site were packed with zombies. They kept falling like dumplings into a pot only to rise again and charge upward. That's enough. Jiang Ming called out to Zhang Hongla. We have enough now. Most of the zombies on the street had entered the site. Now they needed to find a way out and head to Fukong residential area. Jiang Ming tied the fire hose to a pillar, found the right angle, and hurled it with all his strength, looping it around a tree near the construction site. He tugged to ensure it was secure. Draping his clothes over the hose, he pushed off with his feet, sliding like a cable car out of the site. Seeing this, Zhang Hongla rushed to the pillar and tried to untie the hose, but Jiang Ming had fastened it so tightly that it wouldn't budge. Seizing the moment, Zhang Hongla picked up a saw on the ground and prepared to cut the hose. But Jiang Ming had already reached the tree outside the site. Without looking back, he climbed down and sprinted toward Fukong residential area, 500 meters away. He had already scouted the route from the rooftop. The zombies that had blocked the road had now entered the site, leaving the street relatively clear. With his agile movements, Jiang Ming quickly covered the 500 meters. He sprinted all the way. As he neared the residential area's wall, he leaped, planted his foot on the wall, and vaulted onto the top. He scanned the area inside. The residential area was crawling with zombies, some of considerable rank. Forcing his way in would be disastrous. Jiang Ming tried to find any trace of the bloodline box, but his angle was limited. He could only see part of the area, and some buildings were over 10 stories tall, obscuring the view beyond. The top of the wall was littered with broken glass shards and barbed wire. Jiang Ming used his crimson iron sword to clear them away, moving carefully along the wall inch by inch. Hearing the noise and catching the scent, the zombies in the area converged, howling. Some even tried to jump, but fortunately the wall was high enough to keep them from reaching him. As Jiang Ming rounded half the wall, a section suddenly collapsed. A car had crashed through it and was now stuck there. The zombies that had been following Jiang Ming below climbed up using the wrecked car and debris. Unfazed, Jiang Ming swept his gaze across the area from this angle. On the other side, atop a 13-story building, something shimmered. Too far to tell if it was the bloodline box. But since he had spotted something, he needed to check it out. Turning around, he walked back along the path he had come. The width of the wall was barely enough for a single foot. Even with the wrecked car and debris, the zombies couldn't climb up. They couldn't find a foothold. However, among so many zombies, a few mutants were bound to appear. Right now, beneath Jiang Ming's feet, a baby-like zombie was crawling up the wall, like a gecko moving at terrifying speed. Jiang Ming swung his sword down at its head. With a clang, the blade embedded itself in the wall as the zombie dodged, then climbed up the sword toward him. Unwilling to waste time with these mutants, Jiang Ming raised the sword with the zombie still clinging to it and drove a fierce iron fist into its gaping maw, sending the fast infant zombie flying. He turned and sprinted toward the other end of the wall. The zombies behind him gave relentless chase. Suddenly, several zombie dogs burst from a corner and lunged at him. With limited space on the wall, Jiang Ming had to jump down to evade their attacks. The mutants surged toward him. Jiang Ming fled without looking back, his eyes darting around as he searched for the building's location. Building 12. Spotting the large number on the wall, Jiang Ming veered toward it, the zombies hot on his heels. As Jiang Ming weaved between the buildings, a gunshot suddenly rang out above. What the hell? The unexpected blast made him leap 3 meters sideways. The bullet struck a zombie chasing him. Though the sudden gunshot startled Jiang Ming, it also relieved a great deal of pressure. The zombies tumbled into a heap, most of them charging into the building from which the shot had come. Jiang Ming glanced up, but couldn't make out the shooter due to the glare. Without a second thought, he dashed into building 12. 2 zombies lunged at him at the entrance. He dodged one and killed the other with a backhanded strike, then headed straight for the rooftop. With all electronics damaged, the elevator was unusable. Jiang Ming had to run from the first floor to the 13th. Zombies from each floor, alerted by the noise, poured into the stairwell. At every floor, Jiang Ming grabbed a fire axe or similar object to jam the door handle, buying himself time until he reached the rooftop. Behind him, the sound of heavy objects crashing echoed from the stairwell as zombies from all floors converged. Jiang Ming sprinted all the way to the 13th floor, blocked the door with debris, and scanned the area for what he sought. On the edge of the rooftop, Jiang Ming saw a futuristic white cube resembling a Rubik's Cube hovering in midair. It wasn't a bloodline box or a treasure chest. Seeing this object, Jiang Ming's eye twitched involuntarily. A mysterious mission. In the apocalypse, aside from taking quests from NPCs, random mysterious missions could appear in many places. Completing them yielded generous rewards, but also came with extreme danger. Sometimes, even well-equipped teams would fall. Mysterious missions were rare opportunities. Jiang Ming wasn't about to let this one slip. He stepped forward and touched the cube. It began to twist like a Rubik's Cube, stopping after a few seconds to project a virtual screen before him. Mission-based defense war. Requirement: establish a base with 50 people and defend against mutant creature attacks for 3 days. Complete the mission to receive generous rewards. Accept mission: yes, no. Seeing this mission, Jiang Ming's first thought was that it was impossible to complete. Assembling a base of 50 people. Jiang Ming had no intention of building one, let alone the difficulty of finding 50 survivors. Moreover, he had to withstand 3 days of mutant attacks. The mission description didn't specify the level or type of mutants. It was too vague. Accepting it rashly could mean death. Frowning, Jiang Ming reached for the cube, but he couldn't move it. It was a fixed, mysterious mission. After a moment's hesitation, he selected yes on the mission acceptance screen. You have accepted the mission-based defense war. Mission requirement: within 10 days establish a survivor base of 50 people in Fukong residential area and defend against 3 days of mutant creature attacks. Attack levels 710 out types: mutant zombies, mutant dogs, mutant cats, mutant insects, special mutants. Complete the mission to receive generous rewards. As expected, after accepting the mission, the detailed information appeared, just as Jiang Ming had anticipated. The difficulty was exactly what he had expected, nearly impossible. He was only at level 3 now. In 10 days, he would face waves of level 710 mutants for 3 days. Even with 50 people, it would be a struggle to hold out. Effective combat strength was a major concern. Jiang Ming squinted deep in thought. He stepped to the edge of the rooftop and began climbing down using the building's protruding eaves. The moment he left, the rooftop door burst open as a flood of zombies poured in, howling as they searched for him. By then, Jiang Ming had already left the top floor. Gripping the bars of a security grill, he scanned the buildings, searching for the person who had fired the shot to help him. As his gaze swept the area, a beam of light flashed from the 7th floor of Building 8, flickering across his face. Squinting, he could make out that someone was using a mirror or similar reflective object to signal him. Jiang Ming climbed down quickly, landing on the ground, and dashed toward Building 8. In seconds, he was inside, racing up to the 7th floor. If he was to complete the mysterious mission, the survivors in Fukong residential area might prove useful. Reaching the 6th floor, he found the path to the 7th blocked by a pile of furniture, including sofas with low-level zombies gathered there. Jiang Ming dispatched the zombies and approached the debris. He pushed, but it wouldn't budge. Large appliances must have been used to reinforce the barricade. 6th floor corridor. Just as Jiang Ming was considering whether to break through, a voice came from behind the pile. It sounded like a woman's. Jiang Ming went back down to the 6th floor corridor. From above, a rope made of tied cloth strips descended. He tugged it. It was fairly sturdy. Grabbing the cloth rope, he stepped onto the balcony, pushed off with both feet, and pulled himself up. In one smooth motion, he grabbed the 7th floor balcony, hauled himself over, and stepped onto the floor. No sooner had he landed than 3 strapping young men stared at him in shock. The gap between the 6th and 7th floors was at least 8 meters. Even with the cloth rope, how could he have climbed up so easily? They had been ready to pull him up, but Jiang Ming had made it on his own. You, take off your clothes. The 3 were startled for only a moment before recovering. Grabbing nearby weapons, they pointed them at Jiang Ming. Instead of complying, Jiang Ming asked, "Who fired the shot earlier? Take off your clothes first. We need to check if you've been bitten." One of them, a scruffy man gripping a knife tied to a water pipe, stepped closer, brandishing the weapon. "If you want stripped, then get out of here." Jiang Ming's hand shot out, seizing the knife's blade. With a swift twist and pull, he wrested it away. Before the man could react, Jiang Ming closed in the tip of the blade, stopping a millimeter from his eye, so fast the man couldn't even blink. "Answer my question, and you might keep your eyes," Jiang Ming said coldly. Forcing him to strip in this freezing weather. Did they think he was made of iron? He only had 10 days. To make these people obey, strength was the simplest and most direct way. "Let him go." The other 2 stepped back, shouting at Jiang Ming. His speed had left them no time to react. Jiang Ming glanced at them. Just a couple of teenagers, barely holding their weapons. What threat could they pose? "Stop." Suddenly, hurried footsteps and a shout came from the 3rd room on the left side of the corridor near the stairwell. Immediately after, a policewoman in a blood-stained uniform, slightly disheveled, but exuding an air of fierce competence, rushed out of the room. She shouted loudly, "Drop your weapons, all of you. Officer Lee, save me." The man, whose eyes were menaced by Jiang Ming's knife, spoke, his voice trembling uncontrollably. "They'll say it one more time. Put the knife down." The policewoman addressed as Officer Lee drew her sidearm and aimed it at Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming slowly straightened up, moved the knife away from the man's eyes, and placed it on the balcony. Seeing Jiang Ming put down the knife, the 2 young men rushed forward to subdue and restrain him. Jiang Ming once again demonstrated the formidable strength of his 50-point attribute, felling the 2 youths with 2 punches, then strode step by step toward Officer Lee. Li Yinxi hadn't expected Jiang Ming to be so audacious even when she had a gun. She chambered around and barked, "Stop. Get on your knees and put your hands behind your head, or he'll shoot." Jiang Ming acted as if he hadn't heard, advancing step by step toward Li Yinxi like a tiger slowly stalking its prey, his eyes fixed on her with chilling, killing intent. Caught in Jiang Ming's gaze, Li Yinxi involuntarily took a step back, but quickly recovered and tightened her grip on the pistol. "If you dare to shoot, go ahead and try," Jiang Ming said calmly. "By then, all the mutated creatures nearby will swarm into Building 8. How long do you think those sofas and refrigerators will hold them off?" Li Yinxi frowned deeply. Under these circumstances, she indeed dared not fire. The shot she had just taken was meant to signal that someone was here and to broadcast the sound to other buildings through other means. They had observed Jiang Ming dealing with the mutated creatures with ease, hoping his help might allow them to escape. Now it seemed they had invited a wolf into the fold. This man was no benevolent soul. In the moment of Li Yinxi's hesitation, Jiang Ming lunged forward in a swift stride, seized the gun barrel, and with a pull and a twist dismantled the firearm. Thus the only thing that posed any threat to him was neutralized. Li Yinxi reacted, reaching out to execute a grappling technique. But Jiang Ming was not to be caught. Without needing any skill, he simply flipped her over his shoulder in a clean throw, leaving the officer dazed and writhing in pain on the ground. "Anyone else want to try it?" Jiang Ming asked, looking at the only one still standing, a bearded man clutching a water pipe. I surrender. Surrender. The man dropped the water pipe, crouched down, and placed his hands on his head. Jiang Ming herded the four of them into the room and turned to the bearded man. What's your name? Are you four the only ones here? My name is Nan. It's just us four on this floor. There are more people on the upper floors. How many? About 20-something. Are you all residents of Fukang compound? We three live here. Officer Li was just on patrol when the incident happened, and she got stuck here. Li Yang's pain had subsided somewhat. She propped herself up and sat up asking, what do you want? Jiang Ming looked at her calmly. Don't be nervous. If I wanted you dead, you'd be dead by now. I don't want anything. I'm saving your lives. You should be grateful. I don't understand what you're talking about, Li Yanqi said, leaning against the wall. As long as you don't hurt anyone, take whatever you want. Jiang Ming stood up and stretched. Believe it or not, I'll be straight with you. In 10 days, this compound will be attacked by a massive horde of mutated creatures. Staying here with your group is just waiting to die. You're a police officer. Your logical thinking shouldn't be bad. You know you're no match for me, and I have no reason to lie to you. Think it over yourselves. Whether to trust me and follow my lead or choose to wait here for death, it's your call. How can we trust you? Li Yanqi asked. From his skills alone, she knew Jiang Ming was no ordinary man. He might even be a murderer or something. Their situation was perilous. Jiang Ming said, if you want to live, gather everyone and wait for me to return. With that, he descended the rope to the 6th floor left Fukang compound and climbed a tree on the street outside. The construction site was already swarming with zombies. Jiang Ming didn't care whether Zhang Hongla was alive or dead. He turned back to the hardware store to bring Bai Wu and the others with him. Back at the hardware store, Bai Wu wasn't surprised to see Jiang Ming return alone, but Xia Xinyue couldn't help asking. Jiang Ming smiled without saying much. He told them what had happened at Fukang compound and said he would take them there now, otherwise they'd have to wait until tomorrow. They retrieved the motorcycle and the four of them got on. Jiang Ming started the engine and headed toward Fukang compound. The roar of the motorcycle attracted a horde of mutated creatures that lunged at them. Jiang Ming twisted the throttle and the bike roared past, shaking them off. But in a city so silent that only the howls of mutated creatures broke the stillness, the motorcycle's roar was deafening, especially heading toward a residential area. In mere moments, no fewer than several hundred mutated creatures were trailing him, and the number kept growing. Jiang Ming paid them no mind. The bike sped through the city's streets like lightning, and it was only thanks to its agility that they weren't overwhelmed by the relentless waves of creatures. Yet no matter how fast the motorcycle was, it couldn't truly ignore so many mutated creatures. Ahead of Jiang Ming, a massive horde of zombies rushed from the opposite direction, including one that was 2.5 meters tall, terrifying and grotesque. Bai Wu raised his pistol and fired several shots at the giant monster, but only left bullet holes without killing it. What do we do? Bai Wu frowned, asking. Mutated creatures surrounded them from both front and back. They were trapped. Without a word, just as they were about to collide with the creatures ahead, Jiang Ming suddenly swerved into a narrow alley barely wide enough for two people to pass. Behind them, the creatures from both directions crashed into each other, creating chaos as they jostled and fought to squeeze into the alley. With the threat behind them neutralized, Bai Wu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Hey, next time you pull a stunt like that, could you give us a heads up? You nearly scared my heart out. Jiang Ming chuckled. We're almost there. Exiting the alley and driving straight for a few hundred meters, Fukang compound came into view. Jiang Ming stopped the motorcycle and pulled it by hand to park near the compound. The scale of mutated creatures in this residential area far exceeded those that had been chasing them. Riding a motorcycle here would truly invite disaster. After parking, he surveyed the surroundings. The main zombie horde was still concentrated near the construction site. Jiang Ming led Bai Wu and the others around to the back entrance of Fukang compound. With Bai Wu, Jiang Yuan, and Xia Xinyue in tow, Jiang Ming felt some pressure. They finally reached the 6th floor of Building 8. Jiang Ming stepped onto the balcony of the 6th floor, leaped up, grabbed the edge of the 7th floor balcony, and climbed up. The corridor was empty. Li Yanqi and the others were nowhere to be seen. He tied a rope to the balcony and lowered it, then went back to the 6th floor to help Bai Wu and the others climb up one by one. Finally, he carried Jiang Yuan up to the 7th floor. The commotion on the 7th floor drew Li Yanqi and the others down from the 8th. Seeing that Jiang Ming had actually returned, their faces turned pale. Li Yanqi instinctively reached for the pistol at her waist. Jiang Ming ignored her gesture, set Jiang Yuan down, and said, "Come and help." Zhu Nan and the others hesitated at first, but when they met Jiang Ming's gaze, they lowered their heads and stepped forward to help carry Jiang Yuan and support Bai Wu. Li Yang's fingers twitched several times, wanting to draw her pistol, but she ultimately gave up. She knew deep down that at this close range the gun posed little threat to that man. He had dismantled it once, and he could do it again. "Officer Li, have you gathered everyone?" Jiang Ming asked as he approached her. Li Yanqi took a deep breath. "They're all upstairs. Follow me." Arriving at a room on the 8th floor, Li Yanqi had already assembled all the survivors. Looking around, Jiang Ming saw a motley crew of men, women, old and young, all gaunt and hollow-eyed, lacking any semblance of combat capability. Seeing this ragtag group, Jiang Ming felt a headache coming on. "Everyone's here. So what's your plan?" Li Yanqi asked, sitting on a chair and looking at Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming had Zhu Nan carry Jiang Yuan to the inner room to rest, then addressed the people in the room. "In 10 days, a massive wave of mutated creatures will attack Fukang compound. I'm here to save you. Trust me, and you'll have a chance to live." Li Yanqi frowned. What do you want us to do? Simple, Jiang Ming said. Set up defenses and hold this place. They'll provide you with weapons and train you. You can move freely through Fukong compound. Can't you lead us out of here? Li Yanqi asked. In her view, with Jiang Ming's abilities, it should be possible. No, Jiang Ming answered decisively. There are too many of you. You can't leave here. Can't we leave in groups? Li Yanqi pressed on, unwilling to give up. Go where? Jiang Ming countered. The outside is crawling with mutated creatures. Where would you go if you left here? If 20+ people go out, they'll be devoured in one wave, bones and all. Li Yanqi was momentarily at a loss for words. She truly didn't know where to go. No place seemed truly safe now. Staying in this building might buy them a few more days. Then what do you suggest we do? Li Yanqi said. With so many of us, food and water are already scarce. If we don't figure something out, we'll starve or die of thirst. I told you we'll train you, Jiang Ming said. We'll find a way to get you food and water. But in return, you'll listen to me and do as I say. 10 days was extremely tight. Jiang Ming could only do his best to enhance the abilities of these 20-odd people and fortify the defenses in order to complete the mysterious mission. Why should we trust you? A muscular man in his 30s who looked like he worked out regularly stood up and challenged. Jiang Ming looked at his muscles, unsure if they were real or from protein powder. Believing me is your choice. But if you want to live, do as I say. Got it. Damn, who do you think you are? The muscular man said disdainfully. You're barely weaned, and you want to order me around. And you, Officer Lee, we agreed earlier. Any newcomers need everyone's approval. What's with these weaklings and cripples? Resources are already tight, and now you bring back a bunch of useless people. I don't agree to let them stay. Kick them out. Li Yanqi said nothing, just looked down and picked at the dirt under her nails as if she hadn't heard. Li Yanqi remained silent, staring at her nails as if she hadn't heard a word. Jiang Ming looked at the muscular man and asked, You got a problem? Who the hell do you think you are? I could beat the crap out of you with one punch. The muscular man had been irritated by Jiang Ming from the start, and his arrogant attitude only made him more confrontational. Jiang Ming stepped toward him, shaking his wrists before clenching his fists. Looking for a fight. The muscular man snorted contemptuously and threw a punch straight at Jiang Ming's face. But Jiang Ming was faster. He lunged forward, bent his knees, and delivered an uppercut that slammed into the man's chin. The muscular man's hefty body was lifted off the ground by the blow, crashing into tables and chairs behind him before falling unconscious. Anyone else? Jiang Ming didn't spare a glance at the fallen man, sweeping his gaze across the room. Everyone who met his eyes involuntarily lowered their heads. Jiang Ming unshouldered his backpack and tossed it to Li Yanqi. Distribute the food and water in the bag. Let everyone eat their fill, then we'll have a meeting. Li Yanqi caught the backpack, feeling its noticeable weight. She opened it to find it packed with food, water, and various cans. Seeing this, Li Yanqi's eyes lit up. They had some leftover food from the original residents of the building, but much of it was moldy and sour. Yet with resources scarce, they had no choice but to eat it. Now seeing such clean, intact food and water, even this policewoman couldn't contain her excitement. Those closest to Li Yanqi naturally saw the backpack full of food and water. Their eyes gleamed, and their throats involuntarily bobbed. Sensing the hungry wolf-like stares around her, Li Yanqi clutched the backpack, stood up, and said, All right, I'll distribute it. She took out the food and water from the backpack, giving one item to each person. It wasn't much, but it was filling and clean. After distributing to over 20 people, the backpack was empty. Jiang Ming took the empty bag and said, You have 10 minutes to eat. You come with me. Li Yanqi had just opened the lid of her canned meat when Jiang Ming called her. She suppressed her craving, recovered the can, and followed him out of the room. By the corridor balcony, Jiang Ming said, 23 people, 7 elderly, 3 children, 5 women, 8 men. What do you think? Li Yanqi clutched the can tightly in her hand. You said earlier we'd follow your arrangements. I've gathered everyone in the room. The rest is none of my concern. Jiang Ming nodded. In that case, the elderly and children are unnecessary. I don't want dead weight. They'll kick them out tomorrow. You wouldn't dare? Li Yanqi, who had been focused solely on the can a moment ago, snapped to attention, glaring at Jiang Ming with fury. She couldn't fathom how he could utter such words so casually. Those were 10 living souls. Then speak to me properly, Jiang Ming said, glancing at Li Yanqi as he eyed the can tightly clutched in her hand. Li Yanqi's breath hitched. She hid the can behind her back, took a deep breath, and said, Regardless, I will never agree to this. Tell me what you need, and I'll help you, but abandoning the elderly and children, I cannot do that. I need people, Jiang Ming stated bluntly. Aside from the old, weak women and children, there's not a single capable fighter. When the mutant creature horde arrives in 10 days, this group won't stand a chance. After a brief moment of thought, Li Yanqi asked, Before you came here, were you ambushed by a group? Who are they? Jiang Ming understood her implication. The group that had robbed them appeared to be well organized. He had originally considered asking Zhang Honghua, but by now that man was likely dead. Li Yanqi said, Before I got trapped here, I heard rumors about them. They were the local underworld, and without police or law, they've grown even more lawless. Now this city is basically their territory. They usually steer clear of residential areas like this one. Jiang Ming pondered. The group that had come after him today had lost over 20 men. A blood debt had been settled. Making them obey him would be no easy task. Where's their hideout? Li Yanqi shook her head. I've been trapped here all this time. I know very little about what's outside. I'm not sure. Unable to extract anything valuable, Jiang Ming nodded and left the corridor. After he was gone, Li Yinshi let out a sigh of relief, her eyes gleaming as she stared at the can in her hand, greedily inhaling the aroma wafting from it. Carefully, she took out a piece of meat from the can and placed it in her mouth, savoring the long-forgotten flavor. Then she chewed slowly, each bite precious beyond measure. When the meat lost all taste, she swallowed it in one gulp, a look of satisfaction spreading across her face from the fullness in her stomach. Glancing back at the others in the room, they had already devoured their food, licking the residual oil from the bottom of their containers, finding solace both in spirit and body. Jiang Ming arrived on the 8th floor where Bai Wu and the others were gathered. Propping himself up against the headboard, Bai Wu asked, "After tonight, there are only 9 days left. Have you figured out a plan?" "I'm going after the group that robbed us this morning," Jiang Ming said. "They must have a sizable force. Do you think you can make them listen to you?" Bai Wu questioned skeptically. "Those people are no saints. And today you've already caused over 20 of their deaths." "I'm not planning to negotiate," Jiang Ming stated plainly. "Either they obey me or they die. Those are the only two options." Bai Wu opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately fell silent, closing his eyes. Beside him, Xia Xinyue couldn't help but shiver. She sometimes wondered what Jiang Ming had done in his past life to become so cold, as if human life held no weight in his eyes. Jiang Ming understood their state of mind. Time would prove him right, and help them adapt to this world and its harsh realities. "By the way, Brother Jiang," Xia Xinyue said, "your brother just moved a little. He should be waking up soon." Hearing that Jiang Yuan had stirred, Jiang Ming's heart leaped. He rushed into the room and looked at his brother lying on the bed. Despite several days of careful nursing, the constant travel had slowed his recovery, and his face remained pale. Approaching the bedside, he checked Jiang Yuan's pulse and breathing. As Jiang Ming touched him, his brother's fingers twitched slightly, a sign of gradual recovery. In a few more days, once Xia Xinyue successfully changed her class and acquired her skills, she could accelerate Jiang Yuan's healing. For now, patience was required. That night, as Jiang Ming practiced, Xia Xinyue consciously followed and learned alongside him. Bai Wu, unable to move his legs, still mimicked the movements with his hands. Early the next morning, Jiang Ming instructed Bai Wu and then made his way down the building, beginning to clear the mutant creatures from the residential compound. In this kind of residential area, the mutant creatures were relatively uniform, mostly zombies. For Jiang Ming at his current level, they posed little threat. Clearing from the 6th floor downward, he encountered mostly ordinary zombies with occasional mutant dogs or cats. Along the way, he gathered supplies, but only took a portion, leaving the rest for the others to collect. Fukang compound was vast with 15 or 16 buildings in total. After clearing 8, there were still over a dozen left. However, Jiang Ming had no intention of clearing them all one by one. Time was too limited. Having cleared the 8th building, Jiang Ming left the compound alone. The mutant creatures outside were countless. Moving with care, Jiang Ming managed to leave the residential area. Finding that group in the vast city would be no small challenge. Along the way, Jiang Ming killed zombies and mutant creatures to raise his level. For the mission, in 10 days the creatures would be level 7 to 10 monsters, so improving his own strength was crucial. Fortunately, with his current stats, taking on scattered groups of 2 or 3 mutant creatures was manageable. When faced with a large horde, he had no choice but to take a detour. Returning to the spot where they had been robbed the day before, the group was nowhere to be seen. Finding them would not be easy. Roar! With a single sword strike, he felled a charging zombie. Jiang Ming continued leveling up while searching for the group's base. Half a day passed without finding them, though his experience bar had grown by half, and he had acquired dozens of silver coins. Yet he realized that solo grinding was too slow. Leveling up would take an eternity at this rate. With dozens of silver coins in hand, he could find a mysterious merchant to purchase some equipment. "I hope there's a mysterious merchant here." Sword in hand, Jiang Ming moved through the city, careful not to attract large groups of mutant creatures, marking supply points along the way for future use. Mysterious merchants were most likely to appear in places like shopping malls. Fortunately, the city had a Hongtian shopping plaza, and Jiang Ming decided to try his luck there. Weaving through streets and alleys while evading massive hordes of mutant creatures, Jiang Ming finally arrived at Hongtian shopping plaza. To his surprise, he noticed signs of deliberate clearing around the area. Large appliances and furniture had been used to form barricades on the main road, sealing off nearly all major entrances to the plaza. Only a few small passages remained accessible. Jiang Ming speculated that the stronghold of those who had robbed them yesterday might be located here, which saved him the trouble of searching for them. He crouched low and stealthily moved forward, quickly arriving in front of a glass door. Behind the door stood 2 guards, and a stick was inserted across the door as a bolt, making it impossible to enter without forcing their way in. Jiang Ming glanced around and noticed a row of air conditioning units mounted on the wall. He climbed up using the crevices and edges of the wall along with his robust physique to ascend onto the billboard above. There he found the door to the emergency exit and entered the shopping mall. Inside the emergency passage there were traces of blood, but the bodies had been cleared away and no mutated creatures were present. Following the passage to the stairwell, he looked out and found himself on the 3rd floor of the mall, where a few scattered individuals were patrolling. It seemed that the heavy casualties from yesterday had significantly weakened their strength. Jiang Ming had no interest in dealing with these minor underlings and headed straight up to find their leader. As soon as he reached the 4th floor, he turned a corner and came face to face with Brother Liu, who was cursing as he emerged from the restroom. Jiang Ming remembered him, and naturally Brother Lu remembered Jiang Ming all too well. The image was deeply etched into his mind. He had suffered nightmares all night, and every time he closed his eyes he saw Jiang Ming slaughtering his men like chickens. Meeting Jiang Ming at the corner, Brother Liu's mind went blank in an instant. Jiang Ming acted swiftly, clamping a hand over his throat to silence him, then hoisted him up and dragged him into a private stall in the restroom. "Do you want to live?" Jiang Ming stared at Brother Lu and asked. Brother Lu, with terror in his eyes, nodded vigorously. "Tell me how many people you have now, your equipment, and where your boss is." Seeing Brother Lu trembling uncontrollably, Jiang Ming finally released the hand gripping his throat. Brother Lu coughed dryly, clutching his neck as he gasped for air, and said, "He'll talk, he'll tell you everything. We still have over 70 people, 12 pistols, 5 submachine guns, 3 shotguns, 1 sniper rifle, and countless blades and clubs. Our boss. He's in the KTV on the 5th floor." Brother Lu spilled all their secrets in one breath. Based on what Zhang Hongla had said earlier about them raiding the county police station, such a luxurious arsenal made sense. "Take me there." Jiang Ming pushed Brother Lu forward. Brother Lu nodded and led the way, but his mind was racing with thoughts of survival. Yesterday's ordeal had left a shadow in his heart. Although he had discussed countermeasures with his boss upon returning, he never expected Jiang Ming to come knocking so soon. He was certain that Jiang Ming had also obtained information through the Steel's authentication. The clothes Jiang Ming wore were unlike anything he had seen before, and his extraordinary strength must be connected to it. On the way to the 5th floor, they encountered some patrolling individuals walking toward them. "Brother Lu, are you going to see Boss Chi?" "Brother Lu, who is this guy? He looks unfamiliar." Facing the two patrollers, Brother Lu forced himself to stay calm and explained, "This is a new brother. I'm taking him to meet the boss. This doesn't concern you. Go about your business." Brother Lu dared not expose Jiang Ming, knowing that the moment he did, he would die on the spot. Even if those two knew, they would be nothing but cannon fodder, utterly powerless against Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming continued following Brother Lu upstairs. The 5th floor was noticeably more crowded than the others. At the entrance of the KTV, 1 out of every 3 people carried a pistol. In front of the most luxurious private room, 2 guards were equipped with submachine guns. Everyone greeted Brother Lu as he passed, indicating his high status within the group. Brother Lu had no time for them now. Beads of sweat covered his forehead from tension. He asked, "Is Boss Chi inside?" The guard at the door replied, "Yes, Brother Lu. Should I announce you?" "No need," Brother Lu said, raising a hand to stop him. He pushed open the door to the private room, and Jiang Ming followed closely behind, locking the door behind them. Inside the room were over a dozen people, but only 1 man. The rest were all women, mostly young and beautiful, or mature and seductive. There were some who looked like students, some dressed as office ladies, some in waitress uniforms, and others in provocative, flashy attire. A dizzying array of colors and styles. At the center of them all was a burly man in his 30s, bare-chested, with a dragon tattoo spanning across his back. His face bore a cruel and ruthless expression. This man was Boss Chi, the leader of the group. At that moment, he was surrounded by women holding a microphone and singing horribly off-key. With all electronic devices rendered useless, the KTV was no exception. His already terrible singing turned into a raw roar that grated on the ears. After leading Jiang Ming into the room, Brother Lu stood still in place, his gaze occasionally flickering toward the door. The moment he saw Boss Chi in the private room, Jiang Ming abandoned any thought of negotiation. His eyes were filled with icy, killing intent and an uncontrollable fury. Boss Chi's appearance, his voice, and the striking dragon tattoo on his back. Jiang Ming would never forget any of it, even to his death. The memories of his past life surged back into his mind. It was during his first year of struggling to survive the apocalypse. While fleeing from one place to another, he encountered Boss Chi's gang. They robbed any survivors they came across, forcing men into their ranks or killing those who resisted, and assaulting any woman they fancied. They were utterly inhumane, and with their numbers and power, they ruled with impunity for a time. Jiang Ming had also fallen victim to them. To survive, he agreed to join their group, but he was constantly sent on suicide missions. He narrowly escaped death multiple times, only to be brutally beaten. What was supposed to be a gathering for mutual warmth was in reality a descent from one hell into another. What made Jiang Ming harbor an eternal hatred for Boss Chi was an incident where they encountered a family of 3 survivors. Boss Chi coveted the wife and daughter, so he killed the husband, raped the mother in front of her daughter, and did not spare the 13-year-old girl. That girl had once saved Jiang Ming's life when he was on the verge of starving to death, giving him half a moldy piece of bread. A year of surviving the apocalypse had eroded Jiang Ming's kindness and compassion. Yet when he witnessed this scene, he still felt waves of discomfort and rage. For a moment, he wanted to save the mother and daughter, but his instinct for survival made him cowardly. He could only flee, eventually finding a way to escape Boss Chi's faction. Years later, when he had gained enough power and recalled his past, he sought revenge against Boss Chi, only to learn that he had already died in the jaws of a monster. He never expected to encounter Boss Chi again in this life, and at this point, not a year after the apocalypse had begun. The memories of his past life rekindled the fury buried deep within Jiang Ming's heart. He drew his sword and walked step by step toward Boss Chi, who was still immersed in his hedonistic paradise, completely unaware that his death was imminent. Boss Chi, who was being fed red wine mouth-to-mouth by a professionally dressed beauty, caught sight of Brother Lu, who had remained silent since entering, and Jiang Ming, who was striding toward him with a sword in hand and an icy expression. Years of navigating the underworld made him sense something amiss. He shoved the woman beside him toward Jiang Ming and reached for the submachine gun hidden beneath the sofa cushion. Jiang Ming pushed the women aside, and just as Boss Chi was about to draw his gun, placed his sword against the man's neck. The cold blade pressed tightly against Boss Chi's throat. One swift cut would suffice to make blood spill on the spot. Boss Chi froze on the sofa, one hand still under the cushion, not daring to move. "Friend, let's talk this out. Why resort to knives and guns the moment we meet?" he said, forcing a smile as his eyes fixed on Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming's expression remained cold as he said, "You owe a blood debt, and it must be repaid. I'm here to take your life." "Wait." Seeing that Jiang Ming was about to kill him, without any negotiation, Boss Chi shouted, "Friend, times have changed. If I've offended you before, please forgive me. You have strength, and I have men. How about this? Join me, and we'll work together to achieve great things." Boss Chi spoke with conviction, though he had no idea who Jiang Ming was. But having offended so many people, the tone alone told him this was an enemy seeking revenge. Jiang Ming didn't want to waste words. Gripping the sword tightly, he slashed swiftly and blood sprayed everywhere. The women in the room let out terrified, piercing screams. Boss Chi's eyes bulged as he clutched his neck, now split open by a massive gash. He stared intently at Jiang Ming, trying to speak, but only torrents of blood poured from his mouth. Finally, he collapsed to the ground, convulsed twice, and bled to death. "All of you shut up." Jiang Ming's low shout silenced the screams instantly. Everyone covered their mouths, afraid to make a sound, staring at him in terror, fearing he might slaughter them all at any moment. Jiang Ming didn't kill them. He looked at Brother Lu and said, "They'll give you two choices, either gather everyone and follow me, or be buried with him." "The first one." "They'll take the first one," Brother Lu said, seeing how ruthless and decisive Jiang Ming was, killing Boss Chi without hesitation. Not daring to provoke him, he left the room to rally the men. But no sooner had he stepped out than two subordinates armed with submachine guns burst in, unleashing an indiscriminate barrage on the room. Screams and the sound of bullets tearing into flesh filled the room. The women who had feared Jiang Ming moments ago now lay dead under the hail of submachine gun fire. After the shooting stopped, Brother Lu strode in with a triumphant grin, unable to suppress his laughter. "I was planning to take out that idiot Chi in a few days, but who knew someone would deliver a pillow just when I needed to sleep? You've served as my stepping stone. Your death wasn't in vain." Brother Lu scanned the room for Jiang Ming's body, but after a thorough look he found nothing. Panic set in, his expression twisted, and he stumbled backward, shouting, "Quick! He's still alive? Keep shooting." But the only answer was a sword thrust from behind into his chest, piercing straight through his heart. The two men with submachine guns were already corpses. Jiang Ming picked up the two submachine guns, loaded fresh magazines, and left the room. The gunfire had drawn over 30 people, 7 or 8 armed with guns, and dozens more with clubs, surrounding the area outside. When Jiang Ming emerged, they all raised their weapons and aimed at him in unison. Tossing Brother Liu's corpse before them, Jiang Ming said calmly, "Lu betrayed Boss Chi. Now Chi is dead. Those who want to live follow me." "Who the hell are you? Why should we listen to you?" With Chi and Lu both dead, were the bosses now. Out of nowhere, this guy shows up, dragging Liu's body, claiming he killed Chi, and ordering everyone to follow him. Who does he think he is with such arrogance? With those words, 3 burly men stepped forward. The leader, missing an ear, looked ferocious and carried a shotgun. He glared at Jiang Ming and barked, "Who the hell do you think you are to order us around?" These 3 clearly ran together and were no pushovers, their faces twisted in menace as they eyed Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming sized them up. They looked strong and formidable, but aside from the shotgun in the leader's hands, there was nothing worth noting. He strode straight toward them. When he closed within a certain range, Jiang Ming suddenly sprang into action, snatching the shotgun with lightning speed and knocking the man unconscious with a single but stroke. Raising the gun at the other two, he said, "Want to try your luck?" Jiang Ming's speed was so blinding, from disarming to knocking him out in mere seconds, that everyone else stood stunned, staring at him in awe. This square is only so big and resources are limited. You people can hide for a while, but can you hide forever? When the monsters outside find you, I don't need to spell out the consequences. Jiang Ming spoke with a stern expression, his voice resounding with force, each word striking their hearts. "You have 10 minutes to prepare. Those who want to live, pack a backpack of supplies and follow me. Those who don't, I won't stop you." Seeing them still frozen in place, unsure what to do, Jiang Ming barked, "Waiting to die here." The survivors snapped out of their daze and scrambled to find backpacks and gather supplies. While they collected supplies, Jiang Ming began searching the shopping plaza for the steel and the mysterious merchant. Both Boss Chi and Brother Lu had been certified through the Steely, so it had to be nearby. Soon Jiang Ming found both the steel and the mysterious merchant on the rooftop. Choosing to trade with the merchant, Jiang Ming opted for weapons. Defending against the mutated creatures at Fukong compound would hinge on firepower, and with a 3-day siege to withstand, the demand for weapons and ammunition would be enormous. Firearms like pistols weren't very effective against mutated creatures of levels 7 to 10, so Jiang Ming chose to purchase a weapon called quantum mines. These mines could inflict significant damage on mutated creatures below level 10, but they were also expensive, 10 silver coins each. Jiang Ming used all his silver coins to buy 5 of them. Other weapons like pulse pistols tempted him, but many were prohibitively expensive and required specific professions to use. Mass-market items like quantum mines didn't have such restrictions. Back at the KTV entrance, only 43 people had returned. Nearly 30 others had fled in different directions, including the 3 who had aimed their guns at Jiang Ming. 43 people plus the 20-odd at Fukang compound would be just about enough, but their overall strength wasn't particularly impressive. Boss, this humble one is surnamed Go Fugaway. Everyone who's coming with you is here. Where should we head next? A young man in his 20s with prominent front teeth asked, his face beaming like a chrysanthemum as he looked at Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming said to Go Fugaway, lead them and follow me to the rooftop. Yes, sir. Go Fugaway replied, knowing his place without asking unnecessary questions. He turned to the crowd and said, everyone grab your gear and follow the boss to the rooftop. Upon reaching the rooftop, they found a dozen or so people already gathered there queuing up to certify at the steel. Leading them were none other than the 3 with the shotgun. It seemed they knew about the steel certification too, but had been kept under control by Boss Chi and Brother Liu. Now that both were dead, the others had naturally set their sights on the steel. Seeing Jiang Ming and his group ascend, both sides instantly raised their weapons at each other, the atmosphere crackling with tension. Jiang Ming's side had a clear numerical advantage, but the opposition had 5 pistols, 2 submachine guns, 2 shotguns, and a sniper rifle. Nearly everyone among the dozen-odd was armed with a firearm. If a fight broke out, Jiang Ming's side would be overwhelmed. This was a scenario Jiang Ming wanted to avoid. Though he could quickly kill those people, his own side would undoubtedly suffer heavy casualties. Having just gathered 50 people, he couldn't afford to lose many here. The opposing group had nearly all finished certifying. The burly leader turned to Jiang Ming and said, kid, you think I don't know why you're so strong? It's because of this steel. Now that I've used it too, I have the same power as you. Let's see you act tough now. Jiang Ming looked at him with disdain. The man thought he'd grasped the steel's purpose, but in reality, he hadn't changed at all. Nobody fire. Before Jiang Ming could act, the burly man stepped forward, cracking his knuckles. Let me show you my real power. Watch me take him down with one punch. Seeing he wasn't reaching for a gun, Jiang Ming gave a cold smile and clenched his fist. How about a bet? If you lose, your men follow my orders. If I lose, I'll acknowledge you as boss. Ha 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 ha. The burly man laughed heartily. Kid, face reality. You're no match for me. I could use a capable fighter under my command. After certifying at the Steely, the man's arrogance had swelled several-fold, convinced he now possessed overwhelming power. Jiang Ming stepped forward, closing in on their dozen or so people. That way, even if the man reneged, he could neutralize them as quickly as possible. Kid, die. The burly man roared, swinging a punch at Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming dodged and delivered a precise elbow strike to the back of his head, knocking him out cold. After casually incapacitating the man, Jiang Ming quickly closed the distance to within 2 meters of the dozen-odd people, his cold gaze sweeping over them. He lost. Now you all follow my orders. Those dozen people had believed that certifying at the steel would grant them power equal to Jiang Ming's. But seeing their leader defeated in one move again left them utterly dumbfounded. Stay back. The burly man's 2 accomplices raised their submachine guns at Jiang Ming. But Jiang Ming was faster, striking their wrists. They cried out in pain, dropping their guns to the ground. Jiang Ming drew his sword and slashed their necks in one motion. Blood sprayed as screams erupted behind him. With blood spattered on his face, he glanced back, and his gaze silenced everyone. Flicking the blood off his blade, Jiang Ming said, I'll give you a choice, follow me and live, or stay with them and die. Live, I want to live. A boy who looked like a high schooler of 17 or 18 dropped his pistol with trembling hands and ran to join the crowd behind Jiang Ming. With 2 bloody corpses, and the first one laying down his weapon, the others' defenses crumbled. One by one, they dropped their arms and rushed to the crowd. Some among them knew people in the other group. In this apocalypse, banding together for warmth was the right choice. They didn't want to go it alone. Numbers sometimes brought a sense of security. Jiang Ming turned to the crowd and said, everyone line up now. Place your hand on the steel one by one. You'll receive a card afterward. It's very important, so keep it safe. Jiang Ming took out his own card and said, all cards can be transformed into accessories weighing no more than 300 grams to wear. He briefly explained the importance and function of the identity card before having them come up one by one to certify. Go Fugaway was the most eager, stepping up first to place his hand on the steel. Soon he received his identity card. After obtaining his card, Go Fugaway didn't return to the crowd. Instead, he handed his card to Jiang Ming for inspection and helped maintain order, directing the others to come up and certify in turn. Jiang Ming hadn't expected Go Fugaway to offer his card. He had considered checking the basic stats of these people's cards to see if any had potential. Now that he had it, he took a look. He found that Go Fugaway's card had 1 point each in agility and spirit, a starting level equal to Bai Wu's. Jiang Ming raised an eyebrow, glancing at Go Fugaway, who was diligently organizing the crowd for certification. It seemed one really couldn't judge a book by its cover. After everyone had certified, Go Fugaway collected their cards one by one and handed them all to Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming scanned each one before returning them to Go Fugaway to give back. Aside from Go Fugaway, who had brought him some surprise, everyone else was utterly unremarkable. All 4 stats at 0, not a single one with even a point. The mysterious merchant and the steel wouldn't disappear, so Jiang Ming led the group toward Fukang compound. With over 50 people in total, moving to the more dangerous residential area was fraught with peril and difficulty. Jiang Ming had scouted the route beforehand and told them to break into smaller groups and head there separately. The 50-odd people had no idea where he was taking them, but with no other choice they followed his orders and made their way to Fukong Compound. Some locals among them knew the situation at Fukong Compound and wanted to slip away, but Jiang Ming's talk of mutated creatures scared them into pressing on reluctantly. Jiang Ming led the way, moving cautiously. If these 50-odd people could overcome their fear and take up arms against the mutated creatures, reaching Fukong Compound would be a breeze. Yet the hardest thing to overcome is the fear within one's heart. For those who have lived their entire lives in cities like flowers nurtured in a greenhouse, suddenly finding themselves in an apocalypse teeming with mutated creatures is a devastating blow. The strong survive, the weak perish. The survival of the fittest is nowhere more starkly evident than in this doomsday. Jiang Ming did not know how many of these people would survive, but those who did would surely achieve greatness. Behind us, there are zombies catching up. As the group made their way toward Fukong residential area, a panicked voice rang out from the rear of the procession. Though Jiang Ming had repeatedly instructed them not to make loud noises or fire their guns, human instinct in the face of danger often outpaces the mind. With several consecutive gunshots, the 3 zombies chasing from behind were taken down, but in their place came an endless tide of mutated creatures. Damn it! Hearing the gunfire from behind, Jiang Ming cursed under his breath and roared, "Everyone run forward." The more than 50 people slowly shuffling through the alley panicked completely when faced with countless mutated creatures both ahead and behind. They scrambled recklessly, trampling many underfoot without getting far. Curse it! Jiang Ming had overestimated this group's emergency response capabilities. Under these circumstances, not a single one of these 50-plus people would make it out alive. In his desperation, Jiang Ming remained calm. Leading from the front, he swept his gaze left and right. On both sides of the alley stood tall buildings with no foothold to climb. Boss, we're about to be surrounded. Let's break out. Go Fuguwei, his face as pale as paper, gripped his shotgun and shouted at Jiang Ming with a tense expression. Shotguns, follow my orders and clear the path ahead. Submachine guns, cover the rear. Everyone else, speed up and get out. The only option now was to forcefully break through. The streets outside were swarming with mutated creatures, and this would surely be a bloody battle. Jiang Ming tightened his grip on the crimson iron sword and charged ahead toward the zombies flooding into the alley. The sole silver lining was the narrow width of the alley entrance. No matter how many mutated creatures there were, only a limited number could enter at once. Boss, we're here to help. Go Fuguwei bellowed, raising his shotgun and firing a blast into the zombie horde. In such confined terrain, one could hit the target even with eyes closed. The shotgun's power was pushed to its limit, each blast sending 2 or 3 zombies flying. The others gritted their teeth, closed their eyes, steeled their hearts, and pulled the triggers. In an instant, gunfire erupted. The alley was packed with mutated creatures from both ends. Flames flashed as creatures fell, only to be replaced by more surging forward. Seeing this, a sudden inspiration struck Jiang Ming. He shouted, "Crossfire! Don't empty all your magazines. Go Fuguwei, take some men to help the rear. The rest of you follow me and push forward." The overwhelming tide of mutated creatures pouring into the alley had robbed Go Fuguwei of his ability to think. He instinctively obeyed Jiang Ming's command, leading 2 others to support the rear. The combined firepower of 4 submachine guns and 3 shotguns temporarily suppressed the mutated creatures' assault, but it left only Jiang Ming to clear the path at the alley's entrance. Those behind, armed with knives, axes, and clubs, trembled in fear, shivering uncontrollably. Jiang Ming roared, "If you don't want to die, pick up your weapons and charge out with me." With that, he charged ahead into the mass of mutated creatures, sweeping his crimson iron sword in an arc that cleaved the heads off 2 zombies. Jiang Ming was like a god of war, his crimson iron sword weaving a dense web of sword light that formed a wall, blocking and annihilating every mutated creature that drew near. Those behind clung to his steps, inching forward, overcoming their terror to hack at the mutated creatures with their weapons, temporarily holding back the assault. "Boss, we're almost out of ammo." Go Fugui's shout came from the rear. Facing what seemed like an endless horde of mutated creatures, even with sufficient firepower, the limited ammunition was a fatal flaw. "Charge with me." Jiang Ming bellowed, activating the skills Fury and Savage Strike. His strength surged, and he carved a bloody path, clearing the alley of all mutated creatures that had rushed in. Bursting out of the alley, the mutated creatures outside surged forward relentlessly, a horrifying and chilling sight. Jiang Ming kicked off the wall, shattering the chain on an external staircase of a nearby building with a single stomp, and shouted, "Get up there! Hurry! Run! Get up now! Move it, damn it! Don't block the way!" The crowd behind erupted into terrified shouts, scrambling chaotically toward the external staircase. Jiang Ming frowned and roared, "One at a time. Stop shoving, damn it! If you keep this up, none of you will survive." His words had some effect. Though still chaotic, they managed to ascend the stairs. Jiang Ming fought desperately to hold back the surging mutated creatures, but one man's strength had its limits. As time wore on, even he began to feel the strain. "Boss, we're here to help." Go Fuguwei was the last to retreat. He raised his shotgun and fired 2 blasts, joined by submachine guns and pistols from behind. The pressure on Jiang Ming eased. Fighting and retreating, they made it onto the external staircase. With a single sword stroke and a powerful kick, Jiang Ming broke the staircase, sending a mass of mutated creatures crashing to the ground below, where they lay shrieking upward. As Go Fuguwei and the others caught their breath, Jiang Ming turned and ascended the building. In the corridor, he found people crouched on the floor resting. His gaze swept over them like a hawk, and he said, "Anyone who's injured, step forward." Go Fuguwei and the others who had followed him up understood his meaning. Those wounded by mutated creatures would become infected. If allowed to mingle with the group, the casualties would be far greater. Yet no one stepped forward from the crowd. They knew the consequences of being bitten by mutated creatures, but they refused to accept death, clinging to life for as long as they could. Go Fuguwei, Jiang Ming commanded. Take some men and find everyone who's injured. Go Fuguwei knew what Jiang Ming intended. Though it weighed on his conscience, he had no choice but to obey for the sake of everyone else. He led the men, guns raised, inspecting each person one by one. If you come forward willingly, I'll let you leave and live a little longer as humans. But if you choose to hide and be a bane to the group, don't blame me for being ruthless. Jiang Ming's voice was stern as his eyes swept over their faces. Come out. Go Fuguwei and his men searched methodically, driving out anyone they found with injuries. Please, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. A bespectacled young man suddenly fell to his knees and begged as Go Fuguwei approached. A large bloodstain was visible on his arm covered by cloth, but blood had already trickled down to the floor. Get out. Go Fuguwei's voice was tense as he aimed his gun at the man, ready to prevent any sudden attack. Okay, I'm coming out. I'm coming out. Don't shoot. The bespectacled man raised his hands and rose shakily, driven by Go Fuguwei, toward a room at the end of the corridor. 13 people in total were driven out due to their injuries. They tried to resist, to fight back, but faced with the dark muzzles of guns, they could only bow their heads in resignation. Suddenly someone in the crowd convulsed and stood up, their body twisting in an unnatural angle, eyes bulging and bloodshot, a clear sign of imminent mutation. With a swift stroke, Jiang Ming's sword cleaved off the mutant's head. Simultaneously, sounds of crashing and screaming came from the room at the end of the corridor. The injured there had already mutated. Of the more than 50 people, only 40 remained. Jiang Ming took a deep breath and addressed them. I'll say it again, try not to use your guns. What just happened is a lesson. Anyone who dares to put everyone in danger again, I'll throw them to the zombies. The sounds from the corridor room and Jiang Ming's words made them all shrink back involuntarily. The recent ordeal still haunted them. Jiang Ming ordered Go Fuguwei to let them rest while he scouted the area, hoping the commotion hadn't attracted anything too formidable. But things often go awry. Jiang Ming had barely taken a few steps when the entire building shook violently, as if struck by something massive. Panicked screams erupted from the people in the corridor as they stumbled and fell. Jiang Ming shouted, "Everyone move. Head for the rooftop." He dashed upstairs, sword in hand, with Go Fuguwei and the others sensing the danger, grabbing their weapons and sprinting to keep up. Jiang Ming cut down every mutated creature he encountered on his way up, but the building continued to shake violently from the impacts. The building had 3 floors. Jiang Ming and the others had been on the second. In an instant, they reached the rooftop, only to be stunned by the sight before them. At the edge of the rooftop, half of a massive head was visible, an enormous humanoid mutated creature. Holy crap! Jiang Ming's eyes widened. He hissed, "Everyone shut up and find somewhere to hide." The group, paralyzed by the sight of the giant humanoid mutant, snapped back to reality and scrambled to find corners and cover. Jiang Ming hid behind a pile of debris and used his insight eye to examine the giant humanoid creature. Giant zombie. Level 8. Strength 15. Constitution 14. Agility 2. Spirit 1. The giant zombie's stats were formidable, compounded by its nearly 7-meter frame. It wouldn't be easy to handle. Fortunately, it had no skills, or else none of the 40-plus people here today would survive. Go Fuguwei. Jiang Ming called him over and pointed at some debris ahead. Take some men and use that stuff to build a bridge to the next building. They'll hold off this big guy. Got it. Be careful, boss. Go Fuguwei crouched low and led the others to gather materials and set up a makeshift bridge. The giant zombie continued to swing its arms, smashing and battering the building. The once sturdy structure was now shaking precariously. Jiang Ming charged at it, planting a foot on the rooftop edge and leaping onto its head. He drove his crimson iron sword downward into its skull. With a human suddenly on its head, the giant zombie abandoned its assault on the building and swung its enormous palm at Jiang Ming. The tip of Jiang Ming's sword had just pierced its skull when he felt the hardness of the bone. A shadow loomed over him, forcing him to withdraw the sword and dodge. He leaped onto its shoulder and stabbed at its neck, driving the blade deep until it pierced through the throat. In both overall and individual stats, Jiang Ming far surpassed this giant zombie. But its immense size made killing it no easy task. Even piercing its throat like this couldn't finish it. The giant zombie roared, shaking its massive body and swiping its huge hand at Jiang Ming. But with only 2 points in agility, it stood no chance of catching Jiang Ming, who had 9. Jiang Ming danced across its body, his crimson iron sword leaving a trail of bloody wounds. Yet even so, he couldn't kill it. He had to destroy its brain. Jiang Ming planted himself horizontally on the giant zombie's abdomen, his sword embedded in its belly. The creature brought both hands crashing down toward him. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Ming leaped, weaving between its arms, and hung momentarily in the air directly in front of its face. The giant zombie opened its gaping maw to swallow him whole. Jiang Ming stomped on its nose vaulted high and drove his crimson iron sword with full force into its eye socket. The sword pierced through the eyeball and plunged deep into the brain, leaving only the hilt in Jiang Ming's grip. The giant zombie roared, its massive body thrashing between the streets and buildings, trying to shake Jiang Ming off. But its brain was already destroyed, sealing its fate. With its last vestige of strength, it collapsed heavily, toppling a building and lying dead across the street. Jiang Ming picked up the silver coins that had dropped and quickly left the scene to find Go Fugui and the others. Taking down this creature a full 5 levels above him sent Jiang Ming's experience soaring. He leaped straight to level 4, now boasting 56 total stat points. Leveraging his speed advantage, Jiang Ming shook off the mutated creatures hot on his heels, and after some detours found Go Fugui and the group in a supermarket not far from Fukong residential area. Though Jiang Ming had held off the giant zombie, they had still lost several people during their escape. Now only 35 remained, with nearly 20 dead in total. Jiang Ming led the survivors back to Fukong residential area. The journey took over 2 hours, but they made it safely. Building 8 had already been cleared by him, so they ascended smoothly to the 7th floor. Seeing that Jiang Ming had miraculously brought back so many people, each carrying a large backpack of supplies, Li Yinxi was stunned. To her, this was an impossible feat, yet the evidence stood before her eyes. Jiang Ming assigned everyone to various rooms to rest. All firearms were handed over for centralized distribution and use. He called Go Fugui aside and gave him a gun, tasking him with managing the others. Go Fugui accepted the pistol with excitement. The fact that he was the only one given a weapon and appointed as a manager showed that Jiang Ming valued him. This touched Go Fugui deeply, a man who had always been overlooked and often bullied for his appearance. He solemnly assured Jiang Ming that he would not let him down. Jiang Ming did not hand the gun to Go Fugui out of absolute trust. First, with over 50 people now residing here, he needed someone to manage them. Bai Wu's leg had not yet healed, Xia Xinyu's temperament was unsuitable, and he himself could not afford to devote too much energy to this matter. Second, Go Fugui had a higher starting foundation than others. Jiang Ming intended to test whether he could cultivate him. If successful, it would be a great asset. You're back. Returning to the room, Bai Wu was slowly moving along the wall, supporting himself. Seeing Jiang Ming return, he greeted him. Jiang Ming nodded and asked, "Where's Xia Xinyu?" "She's inside, changing the medicine for your brother." "By the way," Bai Wu said, "your brother woke up briefly today and then fell back asleep. Go check on him." Jiang Ming nodded and walked into the room. Xia Xinyu had just finished changing Jiang Yuan's bandages. A sweat had dampened her forehead and hair. She was holding the used gauze ready to discard it. Seeing Jiang Ming enter, Xia Xinyu said, "Brother Jiang, barring any accidents, your brother should wake up by tomorrow. You've worked hard. Go rest," Jiang Ming said, patting her shoulder. After Xia Xinyu left, Jiang Ming checked on Jiang Yuan. His breathing was steady and strong, and all his wounds had scabbed over. With gradual recuperation, he would recover. As for the trauma inflicted on his lower body, that would have to be addressed later. A sleepless night passed. The next morning, Jiang Ming awoke, spun the lucky dice, and a 3 imprinted on his palm. He packed his backpack and knocked on everyone's doors. Amidst grumbles and commotion, he gathered everyone on the rooftop. Facing the rising sun, Jiang Ming looked at these drowsy, listless people and fired a shot into the air. The gunshot echoed through the quiet dawn sky. The previously sluggish crowd snapped to attention, their eyes wide as they fixed their gaze on Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming aimed the gun at them and asked, "Are you all awake now? If not, I'll fire another shot." "We're awake. We're awake." Seeing Jiang Ming's stern, cold expression, they were genuinely terrified and quickly agreed. Jiang Ming lowered the gun and said, "I called you here early to tell you something. As you can see, we now have over 50 mouths to feed. The food and water we brought yesterday will only last a few days. To survive, we have to go out and search for supplies. To survive here, everyone must contribute. Men will go out to find food and water, women will stay behind to care for the elderly and children and cook. Does anyone object?" Jiang Ming laid out his rules simply. In truth, finding food and water wasn't the main goal. He wanted to raise their levels and earn more galaxy coins to purchase equipment, giving him a better chance to complete his mission. "Boss," Go Fugui stepped forward energetically and asked, "When do we set out?" "I can't wait." Seeing his cooperation, Jiang Ming said, "We can leave soon. You decide on the personnel and weapon distribution. You must be back before dark. Also, let me make this clear, all firearms are to be turned into me. You'll have to prepare your own weapons and equipment for going out." With that, Jiang Ming left the rooftop of Building 8 without looking back, leaving a crowd whispering among themselves. The rules Jiang Ming was now enforcing barely resembled the laws of the apocalypse. The strong prey on the weak, the powerful survive, and the weak perish. Especially in the early days, it was more like a great sieve where only those who passed through could live. Jiang Ming dispatched the zombie before him with a single sword stroke and wiped the sweat from his brow. With his increased stats, killing these mutated creatures had become much easier. In half a day, he had nearly earned a galaxy gold coin. Just as he was about to continue grinding levels and earning money, Prince, who had wandered off somewhere, emerged from a corner, meowed at Jiang Ming, tossed his head, and dashed off. Jiang Ming looked over and saw a bar with a few zombies scattered inside. He followed Prince. All zombies along the way were intimidated by Prince and automatically moved aside. Following him to the bar counter, Prince jumped up and meowed twice at the area behind it, even pointing his furry paw in that direction. Jiang Ming vaulted over to the other side of the counter. Aside from a zombie that had been a bartender, there were only scattered bottles. He killed the zombie with one strike, but Prince kept meowing persistently behind the counter. Seeing Prince so fixated on this spot, Jiang Ming knew there must be something he was missing. But after a thorough search, he found nothing except bartending tools and various bottles of alcohol. Frustrated that Jiang Ming couldn't find it, Prince jumped onto the liquor cabinet and scratched at it. Jiang Ming looked at the cabinet, understanding Prince's intent. He punched it several times, smashing it to pieces. Bottles and jars crashed to the floor with crisp, shattering sounds. After breaking through the cabinet, Jiang Ming saw a hole about 30 centimeters in diameter behind it. The moment he saw the hole, Prince leaped into it and vanished in an instant before Jiang Ming could stop him. Behind the liquor cabinet was a wall, and the hole seemed to lead underground. Jiang Ming couldn't fit inside, so he had to let Prince go. It seemed the cat had discovered something exciting. After waiting a few minutes with no sign of Prince, Jiang Ming figured that with his strength he would be safe. He then cleared the bar and the nearby mutated creatures. Around 4 in the afternoon, when Jiang Ming was close to leveling up, a loud crash and thudding sounds along with breaking bottles erupted from the bar, followed by roars and screams. Worried about Prince, Jiang Ming, who had been nearby, rushed back to the bar upon hearing the commotion. Entering the bar, he saw that the once relatively intact establishment was now in ruins, covered in claw marks, bloodstains, and debris from destroyed items. The hole where the liquor cabinet had been looked as if it had been blasted open, now twice its original size. On the ground, Prince was crouched over a mutated rat as large as a bucket, gnawing on it. The mutated rat had some silver-white fur, clearly marking it as a silver beast. Jiang Ming approached. Prince was devouring the brain core of the mutated silver rat, which contained a silver-white substance that greatly benefited him. After finishing, Prince licked his small pink tongue with satisfaction, then climbed onto Jiang Ming's shoulder and curled up. Jiang Ming smiled and began cleaning up the scene. He harvested the silver fur and sharp fangs and claws from the mutated silver rat, packed them away, and left. He also used his inside eye to check Prince's stats. Mutated short-hair cat, silver beast. Level 15. Strength, 23. Constitution, 17. Agility, 30. Spirit, 5. Skills: double strike, swipes claws twice in quick succession, dealing massive damage. Tail whip, lashes tail like a whip at the target. Lightning strike, deals a devastating blow with lightning speed. Damn, that's strong. Not only did Prince's total stats exceed Jiang Ming's by nearly 20 points, but he also possessed 3 offensive skills. Jiang Ming had thought he and Prince were on par, but now with the inside eye he saw the gap. No wonder he was a silver beast, truly formidable. Given Prince's current attitude toward Jiang Ming, his strength was certainly a good thing. After another hour of grinding zombies, Jiang Ming was close to reaching level 5, but it was getting dark and the night was too dangerous. He decisively chose to head back. When he returned to Fukong Community, those who had gone out to search for supplies were already back. As a precaution, Jiang Ming ordered them to clear the mutated creatures within the compound first. Only then could he fully utilize the surrounding environment to set up defensive fortifications for the massive assault of mutated creatures during the mysterious mission. In one day, the group of over 50 had only managed to clear one building, bringing back some food in the process. When Jiang Ming returned, Xia Xinyue was also at the moment of completing her class change quest. However, it was nearly dark, so she would have to find a class change NPC tomorrow. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuan had woken up. He was unusually calm, without any outbursts, yelling, or attempts to flee. Jiang Ming had worried that his previous experiences might have left psychological scars leading to mental issues, but for now he seemed normal. Still, that didn't mean Jiang Yuan's inner self was unchanged. Only time would tell. Minga, Jiang Yuan said, looking up woodenly from his bed as Jiang Ming entered. A flicker of emotion stirred in his lifeless eyes. Xiao Yuan, Jiang Ming closed the door behind him. By the light of the fire in the room, he could see Jiang Yuan's thin, haggard face. He said, Zheng Pengfei is dead. I'm sorry bro, I was too late. Don't say that, Minga. Jiang Yuan forced a smile. Without you, I'd probably be dead. At least I'm lying here now. Bro, tell me what happened while I was unconscious. I want to hear. Jiang Ming nodded and recounted the events of the past few days, starting from when he couldn't find him in their hometown. Jiang Yuan listened intently. He had always been a good student with a strong memory and cared deeply about what Jiang Ming said. Xiao Yuan, Jiang Ming said finally, trust me bro, we'll find a way to help you recover. Rather than hiding it, Jiang Ming preferred to address the issue directly so Jiang Yuan would truly believe and trust him, giving his only family in this world a sense of security. I believe you bro. I always have, Jiang Yuan said, his smile appearing more natural. Bro, once I'm healed, I'll help you too. We'll do great things together. Absolutely. Jiang Ming looked at Jiang Yuan, a rare smile of determination spreading across his face. With 15 years of memories and experience from the apocalypse, he could fully train and nurture Jiang Yuan into a top-tier powerhouse. Jiang Ming stayed in Jiang Yuan's room for a long time. They started off slightly distant, but soon talked about everything, often bursting into laughter when recalling their childhood experiences. Jiang Ming's memories were instantly pulled back to years ago, to that peaceful, tranquil era. Late into the night, Jiang Ming carefully tucked Jiang Yuan and then quietly left the room, a lingering smile of contentment on his face. In the living room, Bai Wu was covered with a thick blanket on the sofa. He glanced at Jiang Ming as he came out of the room and said, in a good mood, huh? Jiang Ming nodded, then looked at Xia Xinyue, who was lying in a sleeping bag, but still awake. He said, Xinyue, thank you for taking care of my brother. They'll take you to find the class change NPC tomorrow. The thought of completing her class change tomorrow filled Xia Xinyue with excitement. She nodded and replied, Brother Jiang, don't worry. Taking care of patients is a doctor's duty. Jiang Ming nodded and began his sword practice. Xia Xinyue got up and joined in, swinging a wooden staff with decent form. Since it was already late, Jiang Ming didn't spar with her. After their practice, they both lay down to rest. Early the next morning, Jiang Ming woke Xia Xinyue. Go Fuguei had already gathered everyone on the rooftop waiting for him. After clearing the mutated creatures in the compound yesterday, I believe you've all gained some experience points. Some of the faster ones have already reached level 1. Jiang Ming's gaze fell on Go Fuguei as he continued. Each level grants 4 attribute points for you to allocate. Leveling up and growing stronger is the only way to survive in the apocalypse. Go Fuguei scratched his head and said, Boss, I haven't decided how to allocate those 4 points yet. Can you give me some advice? Jiang Ming looked at him and said, if you haven't decided, allocate 2 points to strength, 1 to constitution, and 1 to agility. Add points to spirit after level 10. Thanks, boss, Go Fuguei said, quickly allocating the points. He then placed a box in front of Jiang Ming. Boss, this is the galaxy coins everyone earned from killing mutated creatures yesterday. It's all here. Jiang Ming had already taught Go Fuguei some basic knowledge about the apocalypse, and he was responsible for collecting the galaxy coins dropped by the mutated creatures each day. The box contained 1 galaxy gold coin, a few galaxy silver coins, and some copper coins. Jiang Ming alone had earned slightly more than that yesterday. Over 50 people in one day couldn't match his output. The efficiency was undeniably poor. However, it wasn't their fault. They simply couldn't compare to Jiang Ming in terms of strength, experience, or mental fortitude. Jiang Ming accepted the coins and said, let me make this clear, in 8 days including today, a massive wave of mutated creatures will attack this place for 3 consecutive days and nights. These galaxy coins are to purchase weapons to fight them off. I am not telling you this to make you believe that you are doomed without hope. On the contrary, I possess the strength and capability to defend this place, but only if everyone cooperates. Handing over all your galaxy coins and diligently clearing the mutated creatures within the neighborhood every day to maximize your own power. When the horde of mutant creatures descends, no one will pity the weak. If you do not strive now, you will be the first to die when the time comes. Jiang Ming spoke these words as a preemptive warning, a wake-up call for those who intended to slack off and play tricks. After speaking, Jiang Ming took Xia Xinyue and left Fukang community to find the class change NPC, while Go Fuguei led the others to continue clearing the mutated creatures within the neighborhood. The collapsed walls around the community were gradually being repaired or blocked off with debris to prevent mutated creatures from outside from entering. Jiang Ming and Xia Xinyue searched Jiayang County for nearly half a day before finally finding the priest NPC in a small clinic. Standing before the NPC, who radiated a sacred glow and had golden hair and blue eyes, Xia Xinyue was momentarily stunned. Only after Jiang Ming reminded her did she snap back to reality and produce her class badge and the oath scroll. The priest NPC's gaze fell upon Xia Xinyue, and a gentle smile graced their face as they said, "O brave lady, you have accomplished an arduous task, proving your courage and strength. Now I shall perform the ceremony for you and sign the covenant. Are you ready?" Xia Xinyue replied with unwavering determination, "I am ready." The priest NPC took the covenant scroll, unfurled it, and began to chant incomprehensible incantations under their breath. "Sign the covenant, brave lady." The priest released the scroll, which was suspended by an unseen force, emitting a faint radiance as it floated before Xia Xinyue. Following the method Jiang Ming had taught her, Xia Xinyue pricked her fingers, squeezed out a drop of blood, and let it fall onto the scroll. The instant the blood touched the scroll, the covenant was formally established. The scroll vanished into thin air, transforming into a beam of holy light that descended from above, enveloping Xia Xinyue. Class change successful. Class priest. Class change character bound Xia Xinyue. After the class change was complete, Xia Xinyue continued speaking to the NPC, "I want to learn skills." The priest NPC said, "Brave lady, you are now a priestess bearing the mission of healing the wounded and rescuing the dying. I have skills suitable for you. Would you like to learn them?" Xia Xinyue nodded firmly and said, "Yes, I want to learn. I have 3 skills appropriate for you, but you must pay the corresponding tuition." The priest NPC displayed a skill panel before Jiang Ming containing 3 basic priest skills. Healing spell, Unlearned, a fundamental skill for the priest class capable of restoring a certain amount of damage to a target. Cooldown 5 seconds. Word of Truth, Unlearned, immediately adds a shield to the target that lasts for 10 seconds. The shield will dissipate early if broken. Cooldown 20 seconds. Holy Strike, Unlearned, deals a certain amount of damage to a target and inflicts a 3-second slow effect. Cooldown 15 seconds. These 3 most basic priest skills, capable of healing, shielding, and dealing damage, have short cooldowns. Having a priest and nurturing them well in the early days of the apocalypse would greatly increase the probability of survival in battle. Xia Xinyue relayed the information about these skills to Jiang Ming, took the galaxy coins from him, and learned all the skills. Learn skill Healing Spell. Learn skill Word of Truth. Learn skill Holy Strike. The priest NPC then said, "Brave lady, you have now learned the skills of a priest. I happen to have a commission here. Are Are you willing to accept it? I am willing. Jiang Ming had informed Xia Xinyue in advance that there might be a quest, so she accepted without hesitation. The priest NPC looked at Xia Xinyue and said, humanity is now suffering torment and agony. As priests, it is our duty to soothe their wounds and heal every person we can. Now I need you to find 10 medicinal herb formulas, brew them into medicine, and treat 50 patients. You have accepted the quest, heal the wounded and rescue the dying. Quest requirements: find 10 medicinal herb formulas, use the formulas to treat 50 patients, and bring the formulas to Priest Sola. You will receive a generous reward. Xia Xinyue relayed the quest details to Jiang Ming, frowning as she said, herb formulas are a strong suit of traditional Chinese medicine. I studied Western medicine and only know a little about TCM. Oh, I don't understand much about preparing herbs. Jiang Ming also realized this. It seemed completing this quest would not be as easy as they had imagined. Oh, that's right. Xia Xinyue suddenly recalled something and said, Brother Jiang, I remember that common medicines like ganmailing list their herbal formulas on the outer packaging. We can just follow those to prepare the medicine. Alright, since we're in a clinic, let's see what usable herbs are available. Western medicine clinics rarely have traditional Chinese medicine cabinets, but there were still plenty of common ready-made medicines. Soon Xia Xinyue had gathered 10 types of common medicines. All she needed to do was follow the formulas on the packaging to prepare the herbs. Next, Jiang Ming and Xia Xinyue searched Jiayang County for traditional Chinese medicine pharmacies. Fortunately, Jiayang County was fairly developed with several TCM pharmacies of various sizes. After spending most of the day, they finally gathered 9.5 portions of herbs. This was largely thanks to Xia Xinyue being a medical student, otherwise she wouldn't have recognized the herbs, and no one would have understood the pharmacology on the packaging. Now only the last herb, Sanchaku Avodia lepta, was missing. They had searched several TCM pharmacies without success. Either it wasn't available, or it had been frozen and spoiled. After searching high and low, only one last TCM clinic remained, tucked away in an inconspicuous corner. This small clinic was only 2 stories high, with the first floor barely reaching about 2-3 meters, a good 50 to 60 centimeters shorter than an ordinary building. The door was a single-leaf door, making the place feel very narrow and low. Jiang Ming felt quite uncomfortable stepping inside. Xia Xinyue paid no attention to this and began rummaging through cabinets and drawers. After a clatter of searching, she exclaimed in delight, found it. In the medicine cabinet, nearly half a drawer full of sanchaku was stored. Because the cabinet was made of high-quality material and the herbs had been carefully tended and preserved, their potency had not diminished much. Just as Jiang Ming and Xia Xinyue had found the sanchaku and were about to leave, a creaking sound came from the staircase leading from the back compartment to the second floor. Xia Xinyue tensed up instantly. She packed the herbs, picked up her wooden staff, and stood beside Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming also drew the sword from his back and stood on guard. After the creaking of the wooden stairs ceased, several aged and heavy coughs sounded from behind the doorway. Then an old man with completely white hair and beard appeared before Jiang Ming and Xia Xinyue. The old man was not tall, barely over 1.6 meters, and hunched over, making him appear even shorter. His hair, beard, and even his eyebrows were all snow-white, thickly covering his mouth and eyes. He coughed twice and spoke slowly in a hoarse voice. My little place hasn't seen any patients for a long time. What ailment are you two here to consult about? Jiang Ming saw that he showed no signs of infection or mutation. Aside from moving slowly, he still possessed normal human thought processes. He replied calmly, we were just passing by and needed to find a medicinal herb. Oh, I see, the old man said, slowly walking toward the now disordered medicine cabinet. Take whatever medicine you need. It's of no use just sitting here empty. Jiang Ming figured the old man was probably in his 70s or 80s. It was no small feat for him to have barely survived this long in the apocalypse. However, given his own way of doing things, Jiang Ming was not inclined to take such a frail, elderly man with him. Just as Jiang Ming was about to leave, Xia Xinyue suddenly spoke up and asked, Elder, may I ask if you are Professor Yan Zifu? The old man addressed, as Yan Zifu was slightly taken aback. He slowly turned to look at Xia Xinyue and asked, You are? You probably don't know me. I am a student from Huaxia Medical University. I once read your book Theory of Chinese and Western Medicine, and I greatly admire you. I never expected to meet you here. Xia Xinyue spoke with great emotion. So you're a student from Huaxia Medical University. Good. It's rare these days for a student to actually read the book written by this old stubborn. Yan Zifu said with some relief. Professor Yan, do you know what's happening outside? Xia Xinyue asked, noticing that Yan Zifu seemed completely unaware of the situation outside. Yan Zifu sighed and said, I initially thought this was a rare global plague or an acute infectious disease. I never expected the situation to spiral far beyond my imagination. All I can do is scrape by here. It seemed Yan Zifu was indeed aware of the outside situation. Seeing how emotional Xia Xinyue was, Jiang Ming realized that the old man before him must be a highly respected figure in the medical world. Jiang Ming said, Professor Yan, come with us. It's too dangerous here. Yan Zifu shook his head and lifted the sleeve of his thick coat. Beneath it, where an arm should have been, there was now only emptiness. The wound at the severed end had been stitched up with needle and thread, but it was clear that this was a fresh injury, not old. Seeing this, Xia Xinyue asked in astonishment, Professor Yan, your arm? Yan Zifu said, My wife was unfortunately infected with the virus and bit me. Although I cut off my own arm, the virus spread too quickly. Now I can only temporarily avoid turning into one of those monsters. Taking me with you would be like carrying a ticking time bomb. Jiang Ming's expression shifted slightly. On one hand, he admired Yan Zifu's decisiveness, and on the other, he was astonished that the old man had been bitten and still managed to resist mutation for so long. Young lady, Yan Zifu said tremblingly, pulling a book from his bosom with his remaining hand and handing it to Xia Xinyue. Since you are also a medical student, this book should be of some help to you. I have held on this long, and I have finally found someone to whom I can pass this book on. Xia Xinyue took the book Yan Zifu offered. The cover was handmade from cowhide with little in the way of refined craftsmanship, but it was smooth to the touch from being rubbed, not rough at all. Opening the first page, 3 neat characters in standard script were written herbology treatise. This book records my decades of medical practice. Discussions on various medicinal herbs, the many difficult and complicated cases I've encountered in my clinical experience. I hope it can be of some use. This is too precious, I can't accept it. Hearing Yan Zifu's words, Xia Xinyue understood the immense value of the book, something that could never be measured in money. She repeatedly waved her hands, intending to return it to Yan Zifu. Yan Zifu did not reach out to take it back. He looked at Xia Xinyue and said, "Young lady, I am already a dying man. I don't know when I will turn into one of those monsters outside. This book is my last will and my legacy. I thought it would be buried with me, but I never expected to meet a medical student while I'm still alive. Young lady, do an old man a favor and keep it." Xinyue accepted. This is Professor Yan's wish and his hope. Seeing that Xia Xinyue was still about to refuse, Jiang Ming spoke up. "Well, all right." Xia Xinyue accepted the book, then knelt before Yan Zifu and kowtowed 3 times. "Your student dares not accept Professor Yan's great kindness for nothing. Today I shamelessly ask to become your disciple and inherit your legacy." Yan Zifu chuckled kindly and said, "Then it seems this old man finally has a successor." "Young man," Yan Zifu helped Xia Xinyue up and turned to Jiang Ming. "I have no more regrets. I must trouble you with one last favor. Send me on my way." "Professor Yan." Xia Xinyue caught the meaning in Yan Zifu's words. She grabbed his hand and said, "Come with us. There must be a way." "No need, child." Yan Zifu shook his head. "I have lived long enough. Now that I have given you the book and found a successor, living on in this world as a dying old man is nothing but torment. Death is a release for me." Yan Zifu's gaze was aged and kind, yet also imbued with a sense of freedom and resolve. Xia Xinyue understood his feelings now and silently lowered her head. Jiang Ming let out a soft sigh. A highly respected medical authority from the days of peace now reduced to such a state. "Professor Yan, my sword is swift. You will not feel any pain." Jiang Ming drew the crimson iron sword, looked at Yan Zifu with solemn respect, and said, "Farewell." The tip of the sword pierced through Yan Zifu's brain. His expression still held the gentle and carefree look from moments ago. In the final moment of his life, his lips moved slightly. Jiang Ming understood. It was thank you. Yan Zifu's eyes slowly closed, and his hunched, aged body fell into Xia Xinyue's arms, completely lifeless. As Jiang Ming withdrew his sword, he swiftly tended to the wound, making the old man appear as if he were merely asleep. They dug a pit in the clinic's earthen floor and buried Yan Zifu's remains. Xia Xinyue used a door panel they had removed to write an epitaph tomb of esteemed teacher Yan Zifu, erected by unworthy disciple Xia Xinyue. July 3, 2035. Although she had not known Yan Zifu for long, his carefree spirit and the determination of a healer to leave something behind for posterity, even in death, had truly moved Xia Xinyue. After kowtowing 3 times before Yan Zifu's grave, Xia Xinyue and Jiang Ming left the clinic. Before departing, Jiang Ming removed the clinic's door and sealed the entrance, allowing Yan Zifu to rest in peace in a quiet place after death. All the formulas had been gathered, and he had even unexpectedly obtained a treatise on herbalism by the venerable Chinese medicine master Yan Zifu. Though the man was no longer alive, his legacy had been passed on. The subsequent tasks were quite simple: return to brew the medicine for the others, then come back to submit the quest. Jiang Ming gathered various materials for decocting herbs along the way and brought them back. Decocting the medicine required a long time, so submitting the quest would have to wait until the next day. After Jiang Ming brought the supplies and Xia Xinyue back to Fukang community, he continued leveling up. When he returned in the evening, Jiang Ming had successfully reached level 5 with a total attribute value of 62 points. At this rate, by the time the mutated creatures attacked 7 days later, he should be around level 10. Upon returning to Building 8, the air was thick with the pungent aroma of Chinese medicine. The corridor was lined with various pots of all sizes brewing herbs, and the room was filled with people who had come back, staring helplessly at the dark, murky concoction before them. In the end, Go Fuguei took the lead. He picked up a bowl of the steaming medicine, pinched his nose, tilted his head back, and downed it in one gulp. "Boss, you're back," Go Fuguei said, setting down the bowl as he noticed Jiang Ming entering the room. Jiang Ming nodded and said, "1 bowl for each person. Drink it all. It's good for your health. Good medicine tastes bitter." With Go Fuguei leading the way and Jiang Ming present, even the others forced themselves to swallow the bitter brew, suppressing their urge to vomit by drinking large amounts of water or eating something to wash it down. Seeing that they had all taken the medicine, Jiang Ming turned and went upstairs. Bai Wu was already able to walk on the ground, though not yet with complete ease. Zhang Yuan was still recuperating, and at this moment there was no talk of killing an old hen to nourish him, only some medicinal herbs and ingredients were used to aid his recovery. Faced with the intensely bitter medicine brewed by Xia Xinyue, Jiang Yuan downed 2 bowls in a row without even a frown. It seemed his past experiences had greatly matured his temperament. Bai Wu also drank a bowl. He paced around the room and said, "I've recovered quite a bit. They'll go with you tomorrow." Jiang Ming sat by the fire and replied, "You'll go with Go Fugue and the others tomorrow. Your leg isn't fully healed yet. It's safer with more people." That was only one reason. Having reached level 5 with a total attribute value of 62, Jiang Ming found the mutated creatures in some areas too low-level to pose much challenge, and the experience points gained were dwindling. He decided to seek out areas with higher-level mutated creatures. Though it would involve some risk, it would also allow him to raise his level and strength more quickly. Jiang Ming didn't impose too many restrictions on the others. It would be sufficient if they could clear all the mutated creatures from the residential area within a few days. Bai Wu nodded in agreement with Jiang Ming. His legs had been immobile for so long, and now that they were better, he couldn't rush things, he had to take it slow. After more than an hour, Xia Xinyue returned, her body reeking of Chinese medicine and drenched in sweat. As soon as she entered the room, she collapsed onto the sofa, her face flushed red from the heat of the fire. Bai Wu handed her a bottle of water and asked, "How do you feel?" Xia Xinyue shook her head then smiled. "I never really understood Chinese medicine before. It turns out it's far more complex than Western medicine. Just teacher Yin Zaifu's treatise on herbalism alone is enough for me to study." "Take your time," Jiang Ming said. "Don't let old Yan's kindness go to waste." Xia Xinyue nodded, closed her eyes, and fell asleep on the spot. Brewing medicine for over 50 people by herself was truly exhausting. After resting for a while and eating something, Jiang Ming began practicing his swordsmanship. Bai Wu followed suit with a wooden stick. Previously, he had only moved his upper body while seated, but now standing and moving his whole body, he truly felt the strain. After several hours, he was panting heavily and drenched in sweat. He couldn't help but look at Jiang Ming as if he were a monster. He himself was nearly half dead from exhaustion, yet Jiang Ming was as calm as ever, recovering after just a few breaths. This was also due to the fact that Jiang Ming's attributes were increasing as he leveled up. The next morning, Jiang Ming woke up as usual, and Xia Xinyue and Bai Wu followed him to the rooftop. Go Fugue had already gathered everyone there waiting. After adding Bai Wu to their group and collecting yesterday's 1 galaxy gold coin and dozens of galaxy silver coins, Jiang Ming took Xia Xinyue to the location of the job change NPC. Upon arrival, he spoke with the priest. NPC Sora submitted the quest and received the rewards. Quest Healing the Wounded completed, received galaxy silver coins, 10, 5 experience points, and quest item Black Leather Armor. Black Leather Armor, Black Iron Equipment, Strength 3, Constitution 2, required level 3. It was a piece of black iron armor. Its stats were generally higher than Jiang Ming's snakescale armor, but it required level 3 to equip. After completing the quest and gaining 5 experience, Xia Xinyue had only just reached level 1, still 2 levels away. Jiang Ming had Xia Xinyue follow him to kill mutated creatures and level up. Fighting together, experience points were divided based on level. Although this slowed Jiang Ming's leveling speed, it helped Xia Xinyue quickly raise her level. Taking Xia Xinyue's identity card, Jiang Ming touched his own card to hers, pressed the option button on the card, and completed the team formation. Over the past few days of killing these mutated creatures, Jiang Ming had noticed that most of them were only on the streets. These were low-level, ordinary mutated beasts. To find higher-level ones, he would need to venture deeper. The Wanxiang Food and Shopping Plaza was the largest commercial area in Jiayang County, housing various cuisines and entertainment facilities. It was one of the main economic sources of the county. At the same time, it had the highest concentration of mutated creatures. The further one went into the plaza, the higher the level of the mutated beasts encountered. "Stay close to me, understand?" Before leaving, Jiang Ming reminded Xia Xinyue again. Xia Xinyue tightened her grip on her wooden staff and nodded seriously. Jiang Ming first took Xia Xinyue to kill mutated creatures on the periphery. The creatures here were generally between levels 1 and 3, posing little threat. The main purpose was to let Xia Xinyue practice applying the methods he had taught her in actual combat. At first, Xia Xinyue was so nervous that she either used too much force and lost control of her body, or was too gentle to kill the mutated creatures. Eventually, through trial and error, she adapted to the rhythm of battle and gained control over her strength. When the time was right, Jiang Ming called out to Xia Xinyue and led her toward the interior of the shopping plaza. After smashing a zombie's head with her wooden staff, Xia Xinyue quickly followed. The first floor of the plaza was mostly clothing and jewelry stores. Once coveted luxury items from peacetime were now less valuable than a bottle of water or a piece of bread. The mutated creatures here started at level 3, with the highest around level 5. Jiang Ming had Xia Xinyue fight the mutated creatures separately, only stepping in to help when she was overwhelmed. This way she would gain more experience points and also receive more training and tempering. By around noon, the mutated creatures on the entire first floor had been mostly cleared. Xia Xinyue had successfully reached level 2 with over a third of the experience needed for level 3, which she could reach in the afternoon. After resting for a while and eating something to replenish their energy, Jiang Ming pointed out some issues in her combat technique, and the two of them ascended to the second floor to continue fighting. The mutated creatures on this floor were roughly the same level as those on the first. Fighting together, they cleared them quickly, but for some reason, there were noticeably fewer creatures on the second floor than on the first. Jiang Ming taught Xia Xinyue some combat techniques, such as throwing objects to create noise to scatter a group of gathered mutated creatures, making it safer to engage them. As Jiang Ming finished off 2 zombies with his sword, his nose suddenly caught a strong, nauseating stench of decay and blood. Frowning, he looked ahead. Black, foul-smelling blood was seeping from around a corner. He took a few steps forward, his eyes turning cold, and quickly crouched down. At the corner, a 2-headed humanoid mutated creature, standing 2 meters tall, was devouring other zombies in large bites. Jiang Ming had seen this many times in his past life. Such zombies had evolved to a certain degree and possessed human intelligence. They no longer attacked humans driven by instinctive bloodlust, but sought further evolution and greater power. To be safe, Jiang Ming activated his insight eye to examine the 2-headed zombie. 2-headed mutated zombie, level 17 strength, 35 constitution, 33 agility, 12 spirit, 5 skills. Bite opens its bloody maw to deal massive damage to a target. Slam swings its arms to deal area damage to a target. Its total attribute value was a staggering 85 points. It seemed the reason there were so few mutated creatures on this floor was that it had devoured them, allowing it to reach such a terrifying level and stats. Brother Jiang, what's wrong? Xia Xinyue, seeing Jiang Ming crouching motionless in the corner, came over to ask, only to be pulled down and covered by his hand. The 2-headed mutated zombie, which was gnawing on a zombie's arm, paused. One of its heads turned to glance in Jiang Ming's direction before turning back to continue feasting. What kind of monster is that? Xia Xinyue also saw the 2-headed zombie and asked in a low voice. Jiang Ming frowned and said, a level 17 2-headed mutated zombie with 85 total attribute points. It's extremely terrifying. So high. Xia Xinyue was startled. Brother Jiang, what should we do now? Don't panic, don't be nervous. It hasn't spotted us yet. Let me think. 85 total attribute points, higher than the prince. But if they could kill it, the experience gained would be substantial enough to level Xia Xinyue up to level 3 without a doubt. However, taking down such a terrifying creature would not be easy. Jiang Ming led Xia Xinyue crawling backward slowly. Go find liquid nitrogen in places like the milk tea shops. Meet me on the first floor after you find it. Xia Xinyue nodded, got up, and ran toward a milk tea shop. The vast shopping plaza had everything with at least 5 or 6 milk tea shops. Jiang Ming returned to the first floor and placed a quantum mine between 2 load-bearing pillars in the lobby. Then he pulled a fire hose and wound it around the pillars to create a simple barrier. He poured a large amount of oil onto the smooth floor tiles, making them slick and shiny. Brother Jiang, I only found these. Will it be enough? Xia Xinyue, carrying a backpack, handed a few bottles of liquid nitrogen to Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming glanced at them and nodded. It's enough. Remember, you stand over there. Jiang Ming pointed to a counter 10 meters away from the quantum mine. Wait for the explosion, then throw all the liquid nitrogen toward the center of the blast. Leave the rest to me. Xia Xinyue nodded and nervously hid behind the counter, clutching the backpack of liquid nitrogen. She admired Jiang Ming greatly. Facing such a monster, he didn't flee, but calmly devised a plan to kill it. Jiang Ming carefully returned to the second floor and looked toward where the 2-headed zombie had been. But all he saw there were piles of zombie corpses and black stinking blood. The creature was gone. Not good. Jiang Ming's internal alarm blared. Leaning over the railing, he shouted, Xia Xinyue, run. Xia Xinyue, crouching behind the counter, heard Jiang Ming shout and looked up toward him. Suddenly, a shadow loomed over her from behind. The 2-headed mutated zombie had been hiding in the shadows between the staircases, watching Jiang Ming and Xia Xinyue set everything up. When Jiang Ming went up to the second floor alone, it leaped down, shaking the entire first floor and shattering the floor tiles. Xia Xinyue's hair stood on end, and she felt as if she had fallen into an ice cave. She could clearly sense the immense pressure from behind and the overwhelming stench of blood. A level 17 2-headed mutated zombie against a mere level 2 Xia Xinyue. One slap would be enough to kill her from internal bleeding and organ rupture. The moment Jiang Ming shouted, he had already spotted the 2-headed zombie. He vaulted over the second floor railing, his gaze locking onto the creature's 2 heads. He intended to use his exposed killing intent to provoke the 2-headed zombie's aggression, drawing its attention to himself. Given its previous behavior, the 2-headed zombie's intelligence was nearly human. If that were the case, when provoked by Jiang Ming, it would prioritize attacking him, temporarily ignoring Xia Xinyue, whom it could kill at any moment. As expected, Jiang Ming succeeded. His undisguised killing intent drew the 2-headed zombie's attention. Xia Xinyue had already felt the threat of death and had closed her eyes, resigned to her fate. But the next moment, a gust of stinking wind rushed past her and the suffocating pressure vanished. She opened her eyes in surprise and saw that the 2-headed zombie had not killed her, but had instead turned to roar and charge at Jiang Ming. The crimson iron sword in Jiang Ming's hand clashed violently with the 2-headed zombie's fist. The immense force traveled through the sword into his body, numbing his wrist. Jiang Ming retreated, trying to put distance between himself and the zombie. He knew well that this monster outclassed him in every attribute except agility, where the gap was smallest. A direct confrontation would be suicide. He had to use the quantum mine he had set up. The 2-headed zombie roared and chased Jiang Ming relentlessly. Each of its attacks shook the hall, leaving craters in its wake. Come help. Jiang Ming dodged the fist of the 2-headed mutant zombie and shouted at Xia Xinyue, who stood frozen by the counter. Xia Xinyue snapped back to reality, grabbed her wooden staff, and rushed to assist Jiang Ming. "Don't come over." Jiang Ming saw Xia Xinyue about to charge straight at him, a move as suicidal as a low-health minion rushing a full-health champion. "Find a spot behind me, use your skills to heal me and shield me, then attack it." As a priest, she belonged in the back line. Charging to the front was nothing short of suicide. Xia Xinyue panicked for a moment. She slapped her own cheeks to calm herself, staying as far from the combat zone as possible while casting skills on Jiang Ming. Healing spell activated, and Jiang Ming felt a warmth envelop him, the wounds from the earlier battle beginning to mend. Truth spell conjured a translucent shield around his body. Holy Strike momentarily slowed the rampaging two-headed mutant zombie. However, due to the zombie's level far exceeding Xia Xinyue's, the 3-second slow effect lasted barely a second. But that was enough for Jiang Ming to catch his breath, dodge the attack, and regain his rhythm. Jiang Ming fought, while retreating, nearly reaching the spot he had prepared earlier. Then instead of backing away, he stepped forward and slapped the two-headed mutant zombie across the face. A crisp slap echoed, causing no real damage, but thoroughly enraging the two-headed mutant zombie. Even with its limited intelligence, it understood this was a provocation and insult from the human before it. Roar! The two-headed mutant zombie howled in fury, charging at Jiang Ming with all 4 limbs gnashing its teeth. Jiang Ming planted his sword on the ground, leaped backward, and cleared the trap he had set. The two-headed mutant zombie surged forward with unstoppable momentum, stepping directly onto the oil-slicked smooth tiles. Its body slid uncontrollably, crashing into the quantum mines Jiang Ming had laid. The mines triggered instantly with a deafening blast. The entire first-floor lobby shook violently, smoke and dust billowing, debris flying. A crater formed at the epicenter, swallowing 2/3 of the zombie's body. Jiang Ming grabbed the backpack Xia Xinyue had dropped, pulled out all the liquid nitrogen canisters, and hurled them into the blast center. He drew his pistol and pulled the trigger repeatedly. A series of metallic clinks followed as the canisters were punctured, releasing the chilling gas that sprayed over the two-headed mutant zombie. Freezing the zombie entirely with this amount of liquid nitrogen was impossible, but Jiang Ming could use it to stiffen its body and slow its movements. Before the dust settled, Jiang Ming charged into the blast center. Activating Rage and Furious Strike, he saw the zombie covered in liquid nitrogen, its body coated with a white frost. He raised his sword and slashed at its heads. The two-headed mutant zombie tried to defend itself, but its arms were trapped in the pit below, and its body had gone rigid from the liquid nitrogen. It could only open its gaping maw and use bite, attempting to stop Jiang Ming. Thud! One grotesque head rolled to the ground. Jiang Ming swung his sword again, severing the second head. Foul reeking blood sprayed everywhere, and the powerful body convulsed for a moment before finally dying. Phew! After killing the two-headed mutant zombie, Jiang Ming finally let out a sigh of relief. Defeating a creature over a dozen levels higher granted massive experience, leveling both him and Xia Xinyue up by 1. "Brother Jiang." Xia Xinyue rushed over, her face full of concern. "Are you okay?" "I'm sorry, I was just stunned earlier." "I'm fine, don't worry." Jiang Ming sheathed his sword. He understood her feelings, the terror of brushing past death's door. "Come on, help me drag its body out." Jiang Ming looped a fire hose under the zombie's arms, and together with Xia Xinyue, they pulled the corpse out. Once the body was out, Jiang Ming jumped into the pit. Inside lay 2 gleaming gold coins, a few silver coins, and a pair of greaves emitting a dark glossy sheen. He hadn't expected the two-headed mutant zombie to drop equipment. He picked up the item and used insight to examine its stats. Dark iron greaves, black iron equipment, constitution 3, agility 5, required level 6. These stats were exceptional even among early-stage black iron equipment, a fitting reward for killing a monster over a dozen levels higher. Jiang Ming equipped the dark iron greaves, having just reached level 6. He opened his status card to check his stats. Jiang Ming, level 6 class, Furious Swordsman, strength 30, constitution 26, agility 17, spirit 3, luck 14, lucky dice, experience 1100, bloodline divine spark, Xingtian fusion 66. Strength increased by 3, constitution by 5, agility by 6, totaling 14 points. His overall combat power surged, reaching 76 points, slightly higher than the prince's. Seeing his stats, Jiang Ming inwardly cheered. Climbing out of the pit, he saw Xia Xinyue had equipped the dark leather armor. He checked her stats as well. Xia Xinyue, level 3 class, priest, strength 9, constitution 5, agility 3, spirit 1, experience 3100. 3 levels gained added 12 points. The dark leather armor contributed 5, and her innate spirit added 1, bringing her total to 18 points. With their enhanced abilities, Jiang Ming and Xia Xinyue began cooperating to kill the mutated creatures. Their teamwork doubled efficiency, and their powerful class skills and stats proved their worth. With Jiang Ming leading and Xia Xinyue supporting, they swept through the mutated creatures in the area. As dusk approached, they returned to Fukong Residential Complex. Upon reaching Building 8, they encountered Bai Wu and Go Fugui's group emerging from another building. Everyone was covered in blood and bruises, but thankfully none bore bites or scratches from the mutants. Jiang Ming was eager to level up, not only to complete the mysterious quest, but also for another reason: those who reached level 10, with a total stat value exceeding 50, and having obtained a class, would not be infected by mutant creature attacks. This was a theory proposed by an elemental mage from Huaxiao around 2 to 3 months after the apocalypse began in his past life, later proven correct. Thus, once he successfully changed class, reached level 10, and surpassed 50 total stats, Jiang Ming could fight the mutants without restraint. Bai Wu and Go Fuguei spotted Jiang Ming and Xia Xinyue returning and hurried over to greet them. Go Fuguei said excitedly, "Boss, we cleared 2 buildings today. Brother Bai is incredible. He's worth several of us, cutting through the mutants like a hot knife through butter." Jiang Ming looked at Bai Wu. Leveling up to 1 in a single day was impressive speed and efficiency. The group returned upstairs. Compared to the fear and terror of the first day, they could now calmly coordinate to kill the mutants. When Jiang Ming's group entered the room, they found Jiang Yuan attempting to get out of bed by leaning against the wall. But his body hadn't fully recovered and his legs gave way, sending him stumbling forward. A bay window lay ahead. A hard fall would surely split his head open. Jiang Yuan quickly shielded his head with his hands. The expected pain never came. Jiang Ming caught him in the nick of time and guided him back to bed. Jiang Ming said, "Xiao Yuan, you're not recovered yet. Don't push yourself." Jiang Yuan scratched his head and replied, "Brother, I know. I just wanted to try, but my body is even weaker than I thought." Xia Xinyue came over to check Jiang Yuan's wounds, cleaning and bandaging them. Unfortunately, Jiang Yuan hadn't yet passed the stone tablet certification, so Xia Xinyue's skills couldn't heal him effectively. After dinner, they began training. Xia Xinyue and Bai Wu followed along earnestly. The next morning, they rose, spun the lucky dice, and gathered on the rooftop. Jiang Ming told Xia Xinyue to join Bai Wu and Go Fugui's group in clearing the mutants within the complex. With a priest's support, they would be safer. Jiang Ming chose to solo farm, deliberately seeking dangerous areas and hunting mutants higher level than himself for maximum experience. For several days afterward, Jiang Ming grinded levels by day and trained by night. 5 days passed in a flash, leaving only 2 days until the mysterious quest's deadline, including today. Jiang Ming had successfully reached level 10 with a staggering total stat value of 100 points. He could now dominate with ease. Xia Xinyue had reached level 8, Bai Wu lagged slightly at level 7, and Jiang Yuan, after recovering enough to walk and passing the stone tablet certification plus benefiting from Xia Xinyue's healing skills, had reached level 4. Among the 50-odd others, the lowest was level 3, and the highest, like Go Fuguei, matched Xia Xinyue at level 8. Having fought the mutants for some time, this group had cleared the complex of mutants 2 days ago. Now they ventured out in teams daily to level up by killing mutants. Through this period of accumulation, Jiang Ming now held 17 galaxy gold coins along with dozens of silver and copper coins, a hard-earned fortune sufficient to arm the entire Fukong residential complex and its inhabitants. With only 2 days left, Jiang Ming stopped leveling and focused on setting up defensive fortifications. He went alone to the mysterious merchant's location and initiated a trade. He exchanged for 10 quantum mines, bringing his total to 14. He also exchanged for 10 ground bind armors, ultra-strong plates laid on the ground to counter burrowing insect and animal-type mutants. Spending 5 gold coins, he purchased a device called the Thunder Net, primarily for defense against flying mutants, boasting significant lethality. With both ground and aerial defenses in place, only a heat and strength contest remained. Pulse pistols cost 1 gold coin each. Jiang Ming bought 3. He also spent 2 gold coins on a beam machine gun, which fired a micro-beam cannon after every 100 rounds, an ideal weapon against hordes of mutants. Repellent powder, when ignited, emitted a scent that deterred insect-type creatures, affecting them to a degree. Grenade torches with several times the power of ordinary grenades illuminated the blast radius for half an hour. Jiang Ming bought these specifically to counter nighttime mutant attacks. He also purchased auxiliary equipment like flashlights and flares, spending a full gold coin on tens of thousands of bullets. Only after spending all his galaxy coins did Jiang Ming stop. These items were now stored in his identity information card. This was the maximum efficiency he could achieve with his current galaxy coins. These purchases would play a crucial role in the defense 2 days from now. If he had more galaxy coins, Jiang Ming could have turned Fukong residential complex into a war fortress. Penniless Jiang Ming returned to the complex. After lunch, he gathered everyone on the rooftop, laid out all the items from the mysterious merchant, and taught them where to place and how to set them up. Through their recent experiences, the 50-odd people had come to accept Jiang Ming's leadership. Following his instructions, they picked up the equipment and began deployment. The Thunder Net's 5 laser sensor pillars were placed 4 at the 4 corners of Fukong residential complex and 1 atop their own building 8. The 14 quantum mines were arranged 8 at the 4 corners, 2 per corner, and the remaining 6 around building 8. The ground bind armors were buried every 20 meters, centered on building 8. Underground, they would automatically extend and connect, forming an impenetrable barrier. Plenty of repellent powder was scattered across key areas of the complex, with reserves kept on hand. Jiang Ming held back the pulse pistols and beam machine gun, weapons capable of dealing real damage to mutants, for now. Including the grenade torches, he first taught everyone how to use them, so they would be ready when he distributed them. With over 50 people working together, the defensive fortifications were completed in a single day. Jiang Ming personally inspected everything and confirmed they were ready. With 1 day remaining, Jiang Ming had everyone dig pits near the walls within the complex. They didn't need to be wide, but as deep as possible. The overwhelming number of mutants would be slowed by these pits, giving Jiang Ming's group more accurate shots and allowing them to kill more. Under Li Yang's leadership, they had scoured various police stations in Zhaoyang County for pistol ammunition. Now nearly 40 people could be equipped with pistols. However, their marksmanship was abysmal save for Officer Li Yinxi and the experienced reincarnator Jiang Ming. Bai Wu was the most accurate marksman after Jiang Ming and Li Yinxi. Jiang Ming had given him the sniper rifle, which also suited his desire to prepare for a long-range profession. After 2 days of clattering sounds resembling a construction site, everything was finally ready, waiting only for midnight tonight, when the mysterious mission would officially begin. For 3 full days and nights, the mutated creatures would offer no respite, launching a frenzied assault upon this place. This was Jiang Ming's first time personally undertaking a mysterious mission and orchestrating the entire arrangement. In his past life, he had participated in a mysterious mission led by a level 70 munitions expert with over 1,000 participants. The preparations alone had taken a month, resulting in the construction of a steel fortress. Yet even then, they barely completed the mission at an extremely tragic cost. Fortunately, mysterious missions are also divided by period. At the beginning of the apocalypse, with the current preparations, completing this mission should not be a problem. This time Jiang Ming would command personally. Relying on his past life experience, these defensive fortifications, and his own strength, he was determined to see it through. Soon night fell. Jiang Ming ordered everyone to eat their fill and rest, conserving their energy. When they awoke at nightfall, a fierce battle awaited. This battle focused on defense and repair. Various fortifications against mutated creatures had been set up around Fukang compound, but the main defensive area was Building 8. Not going to sleep? Bai Wu asked, carrying the sniper rifle as he came to the rooftop and looked at Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming shook his head and said, "No need. He'll double-check everything to make sure nothing is overlooked. You go rest, we'll call you when it's time." "Forget it," Bai Wu said, cradling the rifle in his arms and sitting down by the edge of the rooftop. "Who can sleep now? Everyone's too energetic, all ready for a big fight." Jiang Ming gazed into the distance and said, "After these 3 days, those who survive, I will take them away with me." "It's your call," Bai Wu said, pulling out a pack of cigarettes, lighting one, and taking a drag. "After all, you're the one who saved my life." Jiang Ming smiled, but did not respond. The night deepened until it was pitch black with no light visible. Besides the wind, occasional strange sounds drifted along with it. At 11 o'clock, Jiang Ming woke everyone up. After giving them time to rouse themselves, they all assembled on the top floor rooftop, taking positions on all 4 sides with all long and short weapons mounted. Everyone was tense yet excited. Having gained some understanding of the mutated creatures over this time, they had overcome their inner fears. They wanted to grow stronger to eradicate these man-eating monsters and to survive. The time displayed on the identity information card ticked by. At exactly 0000, everything around seemed to freeze, a silence so profound it was unsettling. Roar, 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 hiss, howl. Suddenly, from all around Fukang compound, a thunderous cacophony of various monster roars erupted, as if countless hands in the darkness sought to drag every living thing into the abyss. "Turn on the lights," Jiang Ming shouted. Massive searchlights around Fukang compound blazed to life, instantly dispelling the darkness and illuminating everything like daylight. These were solar-powered light-energy searchlights obtained from the mysterious merchant. The once pitch-black environment was now clearly visible. Around Fukang compound, countless mutated creatures surged forward, dense and innumerable, sending chills down one's spine and making the scalp tingle. Seeing such a massive horde of mutated creatures, everyone on the rooftop swallowed hard, gripping their weapons tighter, cold sweat silently drenching their bodies. The walls on all sides crumbled like paper easily toppled. After the walls fell, they were met with the first line of man-made defenses. One after another, mutated creatures fell into the pits. The ones behind surged forward, trampling and killing many. "Detonate." Seeing the pits nearly filled with mutated creatures, Jiang Ming bellowed. Zhang Yuan, in charge of detonating the explosives in the pits, pressed the transmitter in his hand. Boom, 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 boom. After 4 consecutive deafening explosions, the explosives beneath the pits were successfully triggered. All mutated creatures within the pit range were blown to pieces. Limbs, remains, and foul blood everywhere, while the pits were further enlarged. The explosions in the pits were only 1 round. After the pits were filled with a massive number of mutated creatures, those behind trampled over their bodies and surged into the compound, quickly charging into the various buildings, seeking any life to devour. The east building has been completely overrun by mutated creatures. The west building has been completely overrun by mutated creatures. The south building has been completely overrun by mutated creatures. The north building has been completely overrun by mutated creatures. Detonate. Hearing the reports from those around, Jiang Ming commanded. Go Fuguwei, responsible for detonating the explosives planted in each building, pressed the transmitter in his hand firmly. At the same time, all buildings in Fukang compound except Building 8 erupted with earth-shattering sounds. Amidst the rumbling, tall buildings collapsed in an instant, turning into rubble, crushing, exploding, and killing a vast number of mutated creatures. All the buildings in Fukang compound were cleared in an instant, leaving only Building 8 standing alone like a lighthouse in the center. With no other buildings to search, all mutated creatures targeted Building 8. The gap left by the fallen rubble was quickly filled again. Wait until they're closer before firing. Jiang Ming stood on the water tank at the top of Building 8, observing the surroundings and shouting commands. When the mutated creatures were about 10 meters from Building 8, Jiang Ming loudly ordered fire. Rat-a-tat-tat. Upon receiving the order, everyone pulled the triggers hard. For a moment, gunfire raged and bullets poured from the dark muzzles. The mutated creatures were so densely packed that aiming was almost unnecessary. Every bullet hit its target. Yet due to their overwhelming numbers, the firepower net could not halt their charge. For every one fell, more surged forward. Prepare incendiary grenades. Set up a fire line. Throw. When the mutated creatures were only about 5 meters from Building 8, Jiang Ming shouted to those holding incendiary grenades, and ready. Hearing the command, those holding incendiary grenades threw them all down. The flames from the grenades shot into the sky, forming a fire line that scorched everything it touched. All the mutated creatures were engulfed in flames, but even this could not stop their advance. Some had already touched the walls of Building 8, but the entire building had been modified. All windows and doors were completely sealed, the stairwells filled with debris, and the building's structure severed, making it impossible for them to ascend. Throw down all flammable materials. Jiang Ming commanded again. Some people grabbed prepared bottles and other items, hurling them at the massive horde of mutated creatures that had surrounded Building 8. Bang! The bottles filled with various alcohols hit the ground below, igniting upon contact with the incendiary flames, causing a larger blaze that instantly engulfed an entire swath of mutated creatures. Cloth strips, gas canisters, anything that could burn or explode was thrown down. For a moment, the scene was extraordinarily spectacular. Many mutated creatures were burned to cinders under the great fire, falling in droves. More surged forward from behind, and the fire line from the incendiary grenades had spread beyond 10 meters, turning the area around Building 8 into a sea of flames. Don't stop. Hit them hard, Jiang Ming shouted. Everyone's guns spewed tongues of fire frantically at the creatures below, with not a single bullet wasted. Gunfire echoed through the silent night sky. The blazing firelight and the glow of the searchlights illuminated the entire sky above. The gunfire was unceasing, everyone's adrenaline surging as they fired wildly, eyes bloodshot, pulling the triggers relentlessly. Only after thousands of rounds were expended was the fierce offensive of the mutated creature army halted. The pile of mutated creature corpses beneath Building 8 had nearly reached the first floor. Jiang Ming ordered incendiary grenades to be thrown down to burn the corpses. Thick black smoke billowed into the sky, emitting a pungent and unpleasant odor. Jiang Ming said, "Everyone rest here. Eat to replenish your strength." The night's wave of attacks had been repelled, but Jiang Ming knew this was merely an appetizer. A more ferocious assault was yet to come. Bai Wu set down his sniper rifle and shook his left hand. The continuous high-intensity trigger pulls had left his shoulder somewhat sore. The gun also needed to cool down and rest, otherwise its service life would be shortened. The others also breathed sighs of relief, putting down their weapons to rest and wolfing down the prepared food ravenously. Jiang Ming remained vigilant, constantly alert for another attack from the mutated creatures. Although the previous battle had been fierce, the gains were substantial. Not to mention the galaxy coins dropped below, but everyone had gained a considerable amount of experience points, nearly leveling up on average. 10 minutes later, Jiang Ming shouted, "Targets spotted in the east. Prepare for battle." Those who had just caught their breath picked up their weapons again and crawled to the edge of the rooftop. A small group of mutated creatures appears in the east, estimated at around 15 zombies, moving very fast, reported the person guarding the east side. Jiang Ming looked carefully at the dozen or so zombies charging rapidly from the east. They moved on all fours like spiders, quickly crawling toward Building 8. Don't underestimate them. These are crawling zombies, fast, able to climb walls. Suppress their speed with firepower. Jiang Ming shouted while instructing Go Fuguwei to set up the beam machine gun. With a rat-a-tat-tat, tongues of fire poured out, high-velocity bullets streaking toward the dozen or so crawling zombies. Simultaneously, the number of defenders on the east side increased, bullets forming a net of fire to block their approach to the building. A small group of crawling zombies also appears in the west, estimated at over 10. South side 2. North side 2. Almost simultaneously, crawling zombies appeared on the other 3 sides, moving at high speed and approaching Building 8. Jiang Ming commanded, "Don't panic. Everyone return to your positions. Prepare the oil drums. Pour them when they get close to the building. Use shotguns when they're near." Everyone on the rooftop tried their best to prevent the crawling zombies from approaching. But their speed was too fast, and the firepower net could not be completely impenetrable from all angles. In the end, aside from the east side where the beam machine gun successfully repelled them, 4 to 5 crawling zombies reached the building on each of the other 3 sides. Go Fuguwei and others took weapons to support the other 3 directions. As the crawling zombies climbed the building, large buckets of oil were poured down, drenching them. Shotgun triggers were pulled repeatedly, bullets continuously striking their bodies. By the time they reached the 5th floor, all the crawling zombies had been successfully killed. After these 2 waves of attacks, sporadic assaults from mutated creatures continued until dawn, but none were as threatening as the first 2. Jiang Ming had everyone take turns standing guard while those off-duty rested. A night of fierce fighting had exhausted everyone, but this was only the beginning. Around 8 or 9 in the morning, some massive figures appeared outside Fukong compound. Giant zombies detected in all 4 directions, estimated at 5 to 7 per direction. The The sentries on duty shouted loudly upon seeing them. Everyone who had been resting snapped awake, instantly grabbed their weapons, and rushed to their battle stations, entering combat mode with utmost speed. Prepare the micro beam, Jiang Ming shouted. Go Fuguei set up the beam machine gun aimed at a giant zombie and pulled the trigger. A stream of beams shot from the muzzle, precisely hitting its massive head, piercing through and killing it instantly. After the beam was fired, it needed to recharge. Go Fuguei pulled the trigger again, bullets pouring out wildly. But with over 20 giant zombies from 4 directions, a single beam machine gun could not kill them all. Bai Wu. Jiang Ming looked at Bai Wu and shouted, shoot their heads. Bai Wu peered through the scope at the heads of the giant zombies, firing shot after shot, bullets one by one penetrating their skulls. Xinyue, give me a shield, Jiang Ming said to Xia Xinyue. Xia Xinyue raised her wooden staff, using the skill word of truth to cast a protective shield on Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming drew his crimson iron sword, grabbed a rope prepared in advance, and slid down the building. The lack of long-range firepower was a weakness. It could only hold off the giant zombies from 2 directions. Jiang Ming would have to handle the other 2 directions himself. Stepping on the corpses of mutated creatures, Jiang Ming charged toward the oncoming giant zombies. They were all level 10, but their stats were inferior to Jiang Ming's. Approaching a giant zombie, he swung his crimson iron sword, severing both its ankles. Then the second, the third. In an instant, all 6 giant zombies had their ankles cut and crashed heavily to the ground. 12 massive hands came crashing down from all directions. Jiang Ming agilely dodged with his nimble movements. Faced with 12 colossal hands, Jiang Ming dodged relentlessly while carving deep bone-exposing wounds into the giant zombies, one slash after another biting into their monstrous flesh. Moments later, 6 massive human heads rolled onto the ground. Jiang Ming delivered the final thrusts, piercing each skull to ensure their utter demise. Meanwhile, several giant zombies had already closed in on the building's facade. Jiang Ming sprinted forward, activated his skills, Frenzy and Brutal Strike, and severed their ankles, robbing them of mobility before systematically eliminating each one amid evasive maneuvers. Boss, hurry up here. Go Fuguei leaned over the rooftop ledge, his face taut with urgency, as he shouted down to Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming glanced back, and there beyond the perimeter of Fukong residential complex surged a tide of mutated cockroaches, each as large as a washbasin, grotesque, terrifying, and crawling in suffocating, nauseating multitudes. Jiang Ming seized the rope, kicked off the wall, and scaled the building with agile precision, landing back atop the rooftop. Prepare incendiary grenades. These insectoid mutants fear fire above all. Burn them without mercy. Over 50 people each gripped an incendiary bottle, launching them in unison at Jiang Ming's command. Instantly, flames erupted skyward. The grenades, mixed with volatile accelerants, ignited a roaring sea of fire. Within it, the mutated cockroaches writhed ablaze and shrieking, while thick, acrid smoke billowed upward like a funeral shroud. Rat-a-tat-tat. A relentless barrage of gunfire resumed, bullets punching deep into the revolting, oversized insects. Jiang Ming dual-wielded pistols, fingers flying across triggers. But even the combined firepower of 40-odd rifles could not stem the overwhelming tide of mutated cockroaches. One by one, hideous chitinous cockroaches scuttled swiftly up the walls. Steel spikes, Jiang Ming bellowed. At once those stationed nearby triggered the mechanism. Thick iron bar-like steel spikes shot forth from the rooftop's rim, impaling the climbing cockroaches straight through their thoraxes. The spikes pulsed erratically, extending, retracting, skewering, then releasing, sending corpses tumbling downward in a grisly rain of twitching, burning insects cascading from the rooftop's edge like macabre hail. Yet some still slipped through, but their numbers were now negligible. Any that breached the perimeter were instantly met with concentrated fire and obliterated on sight. Below, corpses piled ever higher. Flames burned unceasingly, consuming both living mutants and their rotting remains alike, filling the air with a rancid, stomach-churning stench so potent it blackened the clouds above with greasy smoke. But those on the rooftop had no time for disgust or despair. Every fiber of their being was locked in mortal struggle, nerves strung taut, senses razor-sharp, every breath a defiance of annihilation. Half an hour later, the swarm was finally subdued. The few stragglers that remained were swiftly pierced by the relentless steel spikes. Jiang Ming ordered a brief respite, food replenishment. Though supplies remained plentiful, ammunition, especially bullets, had suffered heavy depletion. He had gravely underestimated the mission's severity. Over 10,000 rounds had already been expended, 1/3 gone. Yet 2.5 days of defense still loomed ahead. Without bullets, they would be toothless tigers forced into hand-to-claw combat, with horrors far stronger than themselves. Lao Bai Fuguei, come with me to collect galaxy coins. Everyone else, hold position, stand guard, maintain vigilance. There was no choice but to gamble, descend into the carnage, gather as many galaxy coins as possible, then rush to the mysterious merchant to barter for sufficient arms and ammo. Only then could survival be assured. Understood. Yes, boss. Bai Wu and Go Fuguei responded in unison, lowering ropes before descending with Jiang Ming to the ground, where, ignoring revulsion, they plunged hands into mounds of mutant carcasses, scavenging furiously for coins. Stay sharp, some may still be alive, Jiang Ming warned, dispatching a half-mobilized cockroach whose upper body still twitched violently. Half an hour later, another wave of zombies forced their retreat. They tallied their haul, 5 galaxy gold coins. Below lay countless dead mutants. Dozens of galaxy gold coins surely remained buried beneath the teeming layered mass of corpses. But retrieving them was perilous. Many lay unmoving, yet still animate ready to strike, and the sheer density made extraction nearly impossible. Boss, this won't work. These mutants keep coming endlessly. The fire can't burn fast enough to match the rate at which their bodies pile up. Go Fuguwei wiped viscous slime from his hands with a grimace brow furrowed in frustration. Jiang Ming shared his concern. Inside the building, only incendiary grenades, alcohol, oil, and gas remained combustible, and much had already been consumed since nightfall. With 2 more days ahead, squandering it all now would leave them defenseless when darkness returned. And the longer they delayed, the stronger the mutants grew, making it imperative to secure reinforcements from the mysterious merchant without further delay. After a moment's silence, Jiang Ming declared, "Listen carefully. Command is now transferred to Bai Wu and Go Fuguwei. I will retrieve weapons and ammunition. I'll return within 1 hour. Can you hold the line?" Every second lost heightened the danger. With only 5 coins, he would buy what he could, then race back before nightfall. To delay until tomorrow would force them into brutal close-quarters slaughter. Go. Bai Wu wiped down his sniper rifle. "I'll clear your path. You can count on us, boss." Go Fuguwei pounded his chest with a grin. "An hour. I'll hold this roof for 10, if I have to." Without hesitation, Jiang Ming seized the rope. 1 hour. I'll be back." Then turning to the others, "Brothers, fire hard. Cover the boss." Go Fuguwei roared, shouldering his beam machine gun and unleashing a searing torrent of light into the advancing horde. As Jiang Ming departed, Xia Xinyue cast verbal truth upon him, a blessing of clarity and resolve. At street level, mutant corpses had piled up to the 2nd floor. Each step Jiang Ming took sank into a slick, squelching morass. He pushed past nausea, sprinting full tilt toward the complex's outer gate. A small vanguard of zombies rushed him, each ranked around level 10. With suppressing fire from the rooftop and a single explosive dash-and-sweep maneuver, Jiang Ming shattered their formation and burst free, racing headlong into the fog-shrouded city beyond. Beyond, the complex mist hung thick and impenetrable, concealing unseen terrors in every shadowed alley, every silent doorway. He located his motorcycle, ignited the engine, and tore through the desolate urban streets, its thunderous roar echoing like a war cry across the ruins. On the rooftop, Bai Wu and the others watched Jiang Ming fade into the swirling fog, until he vanished entirely, swallowed by the gray abyss. Bai Wu bit into a cracker and said calmly, "Don't worry, he's got 9 lives. Stronger than any of us. If he doesn't make it back, we're already dead." Jiang Yuan rubbed his aching legs and murmured, "I believe my brother will return. He always keeps his word." Xia Xinyue laid her hands upon Jiang Yuan, casting healing arts, as she said softly, "Brother Jiang would never abandon us." Go Fuguwei lowered his beam machine gun, gulped water, wiped his mouth, and grinned broadly. "I trust the boss, every inch of him." Bai Wu smiled faintly, rose to his feet, and said, "Then let's prove we're worthy of his faith. For this 1 hour, he's counting on us to hold." Jiang Ming plunged headlong into the fog, navigating by memory alone, evading ambushes, darting past lunging horrors, every second a brush with oblivion. Time was now the most lethal adversary. The longer he delayed, the stronger the mutants grew, and the faster their dwindling supplies would vanish. 20 minutes into the mist-choked journey, he found the mysterious merchant. With 5 galaxy gold coins in hand, he first purchased a beam machine gun and 10,000 rounds, spending 3 coins. That purchase alone was woefully insufficient for the remaining 2.5 days, but Jiang Ming had a second plan. With his remaining 2 coins, he acquired a single fervor incendiary bomb, a weapon of apocalyptic potency. Its blast yielded kiloton-level detonation, generating temperatures high enough to vaporize everything within its radius, an early apocalypse terror unmatched in destructive fury. His intent was clear: use the bomb to incinerate the mountain of mutant corpses beneath Tower 8, then scour the ashes for galaxy coins, before returning to the merchant once more. Only such audacity offered a chance to complete the mission. Otherwise, with current armaments, holding out until day 3 was utterly impossible. Having secured his cargo, Jiang Ming turned and sped back toward Fukong Residential Complex. In the half-hour after Jiang Ming's departure, 3 smaller waves of mutants attacked, followed by one massive assault combining giant zombies and crawling zombies. Now over 50 defenders stood their ground atop the rooftop, emptying magazines in desperate, feverish volleys. Go Fuguwei had long lost count of how many rounds he'd fired, or how many beams he'd unleashed. His finger hammered the trigger, recoil shook his shoulders, jolted his jaw, vibrated through his bones. Yet he gritted his teeth and held on unbroken. Incendiary grenades. Bai Wu barked from his perch atop the water tank. "Only 10 left," came the panicked reply from the munitions runner. "All of them now? Follow with fuel drums and liquor bottles. Flashbangs. Aim for their eyes. Blind them." Bai Wu's voice cracked raw as he issued rapid-fire commands. Every defender tensed to the breaking point, obeying orders, hurling their last incendiaries and fuel containers over the edge. Flashbangs, eyes closed. With a shout, 7 or 8 flashbangs arced outward in 4 directions, blinding bursts aimed at the crawling and giant zombies converging on Tower 8. But few zombies relied on sight. Scent and sound guided them, and the glare only stunned them for seconds. Too many. They're unstoppable. We're done. Don't come closer. Die, die, died. Even as they fought with every ounce of strength, the sheer scale of the onslaught proved insurmountable. As the mutants drew nearer, some minds began to fracture, teetering on the edge of total collapse. Steady. Don't panic, Bai Wu thundered. We're on the roof. They can't reach us. Remember, 1 hour. Halfway there. Hold on. Jiang Ming will return. And when he does, we live. His words steadied fraying nerves. Indeed. Only the crawling zombies could scale the walls. The giants, though towering, could barely reach the 5th or 6th floors, leaving the rooftop sanctuary untouched. Wait, what are they doing? Someone cried out. Several giant zombies had planted both hands against Tower 8's facade and begun heaving, shaking the entire structure. They're trying to topple the building. Bai Wu's eyes widened in horror. Detonate the quantum mines, now. The quantum mines, designed for proximity or remote detonation, had been reserved for later threats. But the crisis brooked no delay. 6 mines embedded around the tower flared to life. A seismic boom shook the earth. Giant zombies collapsed, their lower bodies reduced to shredded ruin. Crawling zombies were torn apart en masse. 6 smoking craters formed a perfect ring, shielding Tower 8 like a bastion of scorched earth. Yet this was but a temporary reprieve. More giants and crawlers streamed toward the tower, and still 20 minutes remained until Jiang Ming's promised return. For those on the rooftop, those 20 minutes were pure torment, an endless crucible of death and despair where hope flickered only as a distant ember. That ember was Jiang Ming, but the flames still had to travel, 20 minutes away. 20 minutes, normally a blink, now stretched like eternity as legions of snarling, clawing mutants surged ever closer, each second dragging like an age. Hold. Words failed. Bai Wu screamed instead, emptying his rifle bullet after bullet, punching through skulls, his voice raw, his soul aflame. Crack. A sickening snap echoed. Go Fugue's right shoulder had dislocated from sustained machine gun recoil. The weapon clattered to the ground, his arm hung limp, useless. Damn it. Go Fugue cursed, reaching desperately for the gun with his left hand, only to falter as agony lanced through his ruined joint. Xia Xinyue, whose healing arts had kept the team functional, rushed over, casting the spell upon him while assessing the injury. Your right shoulder is fully dislocated. I must reset it, then immobilize it with a splint. Brace yourself. Sweat glistened on Xia Xinyue's brow as she gripped his shoulder, applied precise pressure, and with a sharp, clean pop, realigned the joint. His arm moved again. Go Fugue reached for the gun, only for Xia Xinyue to seize his wrist, her voice sharp with authority. Do you want to lose your arm forever? One more shot, and your right hand is gone. Go Fugue grinned and said, a man's about to die, what use is an arm? Thanks for the kindness, but I promised the boss I'd get it done. With that, Go Fugue shifted the gun to his other shoulder and continued firing at the monsters approaching Building 8. Xia Xinyue wanted to stop him, but she knew he wouldn't listen. Clenching her teeth, she went to the edge of the rooftop and used her holy strike to attack the mutated creatures, doing her part. While the group struggled on, Jiang Ming was already rushing back without rest. When he arrived outside Fukong District, he saw the scene before him. Hordes of giant zombies and crawling zombies were violently assaulting Building 8, and the people on the rooftop were in grave danger. Time was of the essence. Jiang Ming took out the Molotov cocktail he had bought and hurled it forcefully toward the base of Building 8. The Molotov cocktail traced a perfect arc through the air, and with a burst of flames it crashed heavily onto the piled corpses of mutated creatures below. Boom. A deafening explosion followed, and the shockwave instantly killed the mutated creatures near the epicenter. Then a massive fire erupted, leaping dozens of feet high, the rolling heat forcing everyone to step back. It's the boss. The boss is back. The sudden explosion and fire made everyone on the rooftop recoil. In the blaze, Sharpie Go Fugue spotted Jiang Ming and shouted excitedly, brothers, give it everything. Cover the boss. Go Fugue yelled passionately, squeezing the trigger tightly as he sprayed bullets at the mutated creatures below. Under the intensified flames, the massive pile of mutated creature corpses at the base of Building 8 was visibly vanishing, leaving behind a shimmering layer of galaxy coins. Jiang Ming swiftly approached a giant zombie, severed its ankle with one sword stroke, and as it knelt on one leg, he kicked off its back, leaped onto its head, then sprang upward, grabbed the rope dangling from the rooftop, and climbed back up in a few swift moves. Jiang Ming produced 10,000 bullets and a new beam machine gun. Share the ammo, and Zhang Yuan take the beam machine gun. Let's drive back this wave of mutants first. Without much talk, everyone carried out Jiang Ming's orders as fast as they could. With his return, they found their anchor, and their belief in victory grew stronger. The Molotov cocktail's power was fiercer than expected. Any mutant that touched it was instantly engulfed in roaring flames and rapidly incinerated. The pressure on the rooftop crew eased considerably. The firewall from the Molotov combined with the two beam machine guns successfully repelled this wave of mutants. Boss, thank goodness you came back in time, or we really wouldn't have held on. Go Fugue grinned through clenched teeth as Xia Xinyue put his arm in a splint. Bai Wu rubbed his sore shoulder and asked, what's the plan now? These supplies won't last us through the next 2 days of mutant attacks. Jiang Ming glanced at the galaxy coins glittering in the fire below. We need to collect those coins. I have to visit the mysterious merchant again for equipment. Li Yinchi frowned. But those coins are in the fire, and they're not metal. A magnet won't pick them up. How do we get them? The Molotov's flames will die out once there's nothing left to burn. We'll go down and collect them then. Jiang Ming looked toward the pile of supplies. If we can make it through tonight and I make another trip tomorrow, we'll be able to hold. Jiang Yuan walked over and said, brother, just tell us what to do. Well, follow your lead. Jiang Ming said, while the mutants aren't attacking, everyone rest and regain your strength. We'll have 4 people per shift. Report any activity immediately and wait for my orders. While everyone rested, Jiang Ming told the others not to disturb him. He went alone to a room downstairs, stripped off his clothes, and looked at the 3 red willow leaf marks on his chest and navel. This was a gift from the Xingtian bloodline. Previously, it had dimmed after he used hospital equipment to stimulate energy, but now it had not only regained its luster, but was also flickering with a fiery red glow. Jiang Ming opened his identity card and looked at the bloodline stage. The integration had reached 100, and a prompt appeared: accept bloodline fusion task. Yes, no. He recalled from his past life that some advanced and powerful bloodlines required several stages of improvement to unleash their full potential. It seemed the Xingtian bloodline had reached its first stage. Jiang Ming hesitated for a moment and chose not to accept the task. The mysterious task already brought immense pressure and threat. Adding a bloodline fusion task might push things beyond his control. He didn't want to take too great a risk. However, he could clearly feel strands of energy seeping from the glowing red willow leaves into his body, as if granting him inexhaustible strength. Jiang Ming sensed that completing the bloodline fusion task would bring another qualitative leap in his power. He dressed and returned to the rooftop. Apart from those on watch, everyone else was resting with their weapons. With the addition of 2 beam machine guns and 10,000 rounds, the pressure had lessened. Night was falling and darkness was the true terror of the apocalypse. The searchlights were turned on once again, illuminating the Fukong district as bright as day. Snake-like mutants approaching from the north, from the south too, from the west, and the east. With these shouts, the resting people instantly raised their weapons and aimed in all directions. Jiang Ming opened his eyes and looked around. Snakes of all colors, some as thick as a bowl and others as big as a bucket, were slithering swiftly toward Building 8. Jiang Ming looked at the nearly extinguished Molotov flames below. Snakes have poor eyesight and hearing. Prepare stun grenades. Aim for their eyes. At Jiang Ming's command, a dozen stun grenades were thrown from the rooftop into the massive snakes. The stun grenades exploded among the snakes, and the resulting flash and bang temporarily reduced the giant snake's combat effectiveness. Jiang Ming took out his last 3 pulse pistols and tossed one to Li Yanqi. Among them, only the 2 of them had good aim. Holding a pulse pistol in each hand, Jiang Ming pulled the trigger. Beams of pulse laser shot from the metallic high-tech muzzles. 2 striking red lasers pierced through the heads of 2 giant mutant pythons, destroying their brains and turning them into limp, lifeless heaps on the ground. Beside him, Li Yanqi was still figuring out how to use the pulse pistol. Seeing Jiang Ming fire it like a regular gun, she copied him and pulled the trigger. A pulse laser shot out, but her aim was off. It only hit a giant snake's body, though the wound made it writhe in agony. At the same time, the recoil of the pulse pistol, far greater than that of a regular gun, made Li Yanqi's wrist tingle, and the weapon nearly flew out of her hand. Ignoring the discomfort, she adapted to the recoil, and together with Jiang Ming, the 3 pulse pistols wreaked havoc. Every giant snake that was hit was either killed or injured. None escaped unscathed. Despite their immense power, the pulse pistols couldn't be used indefinitely. They required something akin to a magazine, but instead of bullets, they needed energy crystals. Energy crystals were sold by the mysterious merchant for 1 silver coin each. Jiang Ming had limited galaxy coins, so once the 3 pulse pistols ran out of power, they would become useless lumps of metal without replacement crystals. Fortunately, the energy crystals in the pulse pistols had a large capacity. Even with such intense and frequent firing, they would last about an hour, more than enough to deal with the giant snakes before them. On the 4 sides of the rooftop, Go Fuguwei and Zhang Yuan each manned a beam machine gun on the east and west. On the south, Jiang Ming wielded 2 pulse pistols. On the north, Li Yanqi had 1 pulse pistol, Bai Wu's sniper rifle, and others with shotguns. The firepower was roughly balanced, keeping the giant snakes at least 10 meters from the building. Some of the giant snakes caught fire from the still burning Molotov flames, and like a spark igniting a prairie fire, a large patch of them were soon ablaze. Incendiary grenades. Ready. Throw. Jiang Ming ordered again. Torch-like grenades were tossed into the snake swarm. With each explosion, the fire intensified, causing the snakes to thrash about in agony. The rooftop crew quickly finished them off, successfully repelling the attack of the giant snakes. Had the snakes managed to coil up the walls, even the steel-spiked defenses would have been hard-pressed to stop them. Snakes were incredibly resilient and flexible, and some were venomous. A single bite could kill many of the people here. After fending off this wave of giant snakes, the flames had spread to within 10 meters of the building. Jiang Ming led the team down on ropes to collect the vast number of galaxy coins on the ground. They had been collecting for half an hour and still weren't done. But these coins were the capital for surviving the next 2 days, so no matter how many, they had to be gathered. Big brother, come back. Another wave of mutants, ants the size of motorcycles. Go Fuguwei, on watch at the rooftop edge, shouted down to them. Everyone up. Jiang Ming commanded. Those who had gone down to collect coins quickly climbed back up the ropes. Jiang Ming raised his pulse pistol, holding the rope with one hand and firing at the mutant ants through the flames. Their 6 legs, sharp as blades and massive mandibles, were devastating. A single bite could probably gouge a hole in Building 8. Fire at full power. Don't let them touch the building. If so many ants really bit into Building 8, it might collapse tonight. While climbing up, Jiang Ming gave orders to those above, then tied the 2 pulse pistols to the rope to be hauled up. He let go and jumped down. Boss, what are you doing? The rope suddenly felt light as Go Fuguei pulled up the 2 pistols. He hurriedly leaned over the edge and shouted, Boss, come up quick. The mutant ants are closing in. Jiang Ming drew his crimson iron sword and yelled, They'll be fine. Hold your positions. Clang. No sooner had Jiang Ming spoken than a mutant ant lunged at him, its huge mandibles wide open. Gripping his crimson iron sword, Jiang Ming met it head in, cleaving the fearsome mandibles in 2 with one stroke, then thrusting forward to end its life. After killing 1 more, ants surged forward. Puffed. An ant spat a stream of acid. Jiang Ming dodged nimbly, but the ground behind him hissed and corroded under the acid. A cold glint in his eyes, Jiang Ming began to slaughter. His stats 100 points gave him an overwhelming advantage, allowing him to move with ease, even when surrounded by the mutant ants. The people on the rooftop didn't idle either. The sound of gunfire was incessant as they poured everything into killing the ants. Incendiary grenades. Stun grenades. Throw. After killing the 10th ant, Jiang Ming shouted without looking back. Hearing the command, those on the rooftop hurled the prepared incendiary and stun grenades down. Amid the explosions, many ants were blown onto their backs. The ants' weakness lay in their 6 razor-sharp legs. Though deadly, the joints were fragile. The blast broke 1 or 2 legs, slowing them down, and then they were picked off one by one. Suddenly, Go Fuguei leaned over the edge and shouted anxiously, Boss, get up here. There are mutant spiders coming too. Before the ants were dealt with, the spiders arrived. Damn it all. Jiang Ming couldn't help but curse. He grabbed the dangling rope, sliced off an ant's head with a backhand, kicked off its body, and climbed back to the rooftop in a few swift moves. Looking ahead, he saw a dense swarm of mutant spiders, each as big as a small tank, with 8 eyes and 8 legs crawling toward them. Most striking was a behemoth over 3 meters tall at the rear of the spider horde. It had 10 eyes, each as large as a lantern, glowing crimson in the darkness. Its 12 legs covered in needle-like hairs loomed menacingly, exuding a chilling horror. Jiang Ming knew this was the first night's mutant boss, the special variant in the mission. To survive the 3-day siege, they had to defeat a boss each night. Only then would the night be safe. The nocturnal bosses grew stronger with each passing night. Jiang Ming's mysterious mission only required him to hold out for 3 days, but in his past life, he had been part of a mission that lasted 10 days. The 10th night's boss, a golden mutant over level 80 known as the Lord of the Demon Mountains, was a sight he would never forget. Boss, what the hell is that thing? It's huge. Go Fuguei swallowed, nervously staring at the boss. Jiang Ming said gravely, It's tonight's boss-level mutant. Kill it, and tonight we're safe. Everyone. Jiang Ming shouted to the others, Wait for my command. He'll handle the big one. You take care of the rest. Xia Xinyue. Jiang Ming said to her, When I go down, put a shield on me. Got it. Xia Xinyue nodded vigorously and replied loudly, Got it. Throw all the remaining grenades, torches, and flashbangs down there. Concentrate fire. After issuing the command, Jiang Ming grabbed the rope, pushed off the wall to leap high, and at the peak, he used the momentum to spring forward with Xia Xinyue, seizing the moment to cast a shield on him. Simultaneously, all the remaining throwable items like grenades, torches, and flashbangs went out with Jiang Ming. This was the final battle of the night. Victory meant a chance to catch their breath. Defeat meant death. Set up the guns and clear the path for the boss. Go Fuguei roared, his beam machine gun spitting bullets furiously, the concentrated beams shooting at the mutated creatures along Jiang Ming's path. Boom, boom, boom. Midair, Jiang Ming watched as the mutated creatures below were eliminated by concentrated fire, triggering explosions one after another. In his line of sight, the colossal boss mutated spider grew closer and clearer. Suddenly, a large group of mutated spiders below turned in unison, aiming their massive abdomens skyward, and shot out strands of steel-like spider silk at Jiang Ming in the air. Jiang Ming swiftly swung his crimson iron sword, cutting through all the incoming spider silk. Though not entangled, his momentum and speed were hindered, causing him to land off to get surrounded by the mutated spiders. Before landing, Jiang Ming took out several packets of repellent powder, dusting himself with 2 and scattering the rest like smoke in all directions. The mutated spiders that touched or smelled the repellent powder stirred restlessly, instinctively moving away from the area. Upon landing, Jiang Ming charged straight at the boss spider, sword in hand, decapitating every mutated spider in his path, his overwhelming stats showcasing a powerful advantage. Hiss. As Jiang Ming drew closer, the boss spider let out a screech, its lantern-sized eyes gleaming with a crimson light, and from its central eye shot a beam of red laser. Jiang Ming rolled to dodge, using his insight eye to examine the boss spider. Mutant Spider King, Black Iron BOSS level 17, Strength 50, Constitution 44, Agility 20, Spirit 5, Skills Corrosive Venom, spits highly corrosive venom from its mouth. Red Eye Laser gathers energy from 10 eyes to fire a highly destructive laser. Steel Spider Silk spits spider silk as hard and sharp as steel from its abdomen and mouth. Its total stats reached a terrifying 119 points higher than Jiang Ming, with 3 devastating skills. The laser just fired was likely the Red Eye Laser, and with its massive body, it seemed an impossible foe. However, Jiang Ming thought otherwise. Under the inside eye, the mutant Spider King revealed lines of green weak points. One on each of its 10 legs, one on its head, one on its abdomen, and one on its back, totaling 13 weak points. Destroying all would create a kill zone, allowing him to slay the mutant Spider King. The theory was perfect, but execution was another matter. Not only was the mutant Spider King itself terrifying, but the dense swarm of mutated spiders guarding it was not easy to breach. The repellent powder's effect was temporary. The mutated spiders around Jiang Ming were now stirring, eager to pounce, occasionally shooting spider silk. Staying still meant death. Jiang Ming pointed his sword at the mutant Spider King, using the backs of the spider swarm as stepping stones to attack the king. Mutated spiders trampled each other to reach Jiang Ming, but he dodged nimbly. Before him was the massive body of the mutant Spider King. He thrust his sword at its huge eye, aiming to break the weak point there. Destroying the Spider King's eyes would also disable its skills at Tufferone Gang. Having just fired a red-eye laser, the skill was on cooldown, making the king's eyes most vulnerable. The crimson iron sword plunged deep into one of the Spider King's large eyes, sending foul blood splattering everywhere as the massive body shook with an enraged roar. Two front limbs covered in steel needle-like hairs swung at Jiang Ming. He pulled out the sword, climbed onto the mutant Spider King's back, and stabbed its massive head. These two strikes reduced the green bar of the weak point on the Spider King's head by a small fraction. On its back, he was in its blind spot, safe from its 10 legs and eyes. But this didn't mean the Black Iron boss would let Jiang Ming slash it for free. The mutant Spider King shook its massive body to throw Jiang Ming off, while countless mutated spiders climbed up its 10 thick limbs onto its back, charging at him. With such a strategic advantage, Jiang Ming wasn't about to be thrown off easily. He drove his sword deep into the Spider King's back to steady himself, and pulled out a pulse pistol to shoot at the approaching mutated spiders. Quick, support the boss. As Jiang Ming engaged the boss mutant Spider King, a horde of mutated creatures turned back to attack him, easing the pressure on the rooftop team, who provided remote support. For a moment, fire erupted around the mutant Spider King as countless bullets exploded at its feet, knocking mutated spiders dead or flying, yet they continued to surge forward to kill Jiang Ming. Damn it. Seeing the seemingly endless wave of mutated spiders, Jiang Ming holstered his nearly empty pulse pistol, pulled the crimson iron sword from the Spider King's back, and tossed two flashbangs at the oncoming spiders. Boom, boom. Two explosions sent the mutated spiders tumbling down. Seizing the moment, Jiang Ming struck again, destroying two more of the Spider King's eyes. The mutant Spider King's massive body shook even more violently, its front and back pairs of legs flailing, but unable to reach Jiang Ming. Moreover, its large movements and flailing legs made it difficult for the mutated spiders to climb up. Yet Jiang Ming felt like he was on a roller coaster. The crimson iron sword found no purchase to strike, barely keeping him steady. Hit its legs. Jiang Ming shouted to the distant rooftop. If the shaking continued, he wouldn't kill this giant, but would be devoured by the climbing mutated spiders. Despite the distance, Jiang Ming's words reached the rooftop team clearly. Quick, quick. Support the boss. Go Fuguwei and Zhang Yuan aimed their beam machine guns at the mutant Spider King's 10 legs, spraying wildly, knocking mutated spiders off one by one. Slowly but surely, the weak points on the Spider King's legs diminished, easing Jiang Ming's burden. Kill. Jiang Ming knelt on the Spider King's back, steadied himself, and roared as he drove his sword into its eye. Screech. The Spider King bellowed in rage, charging around with its massive body, trying to shake Jiang Ming off. With a fierce resolve, Jiang Ming slashed repeatedly, destroying all the Spider King's eyes, the green bar of the head weak point vanishing. With its 10 large eyes destroyed, foul blood gushed from the 10 holes. The mutant Spider King reared up, lifting its abdomen to spray a torrent of spider silk into the sky. The silk formed a massive net, cascading down to cover its back. It aimed to trap Jiang Ming in the web, then have the mutated spiders devour him. Seeing the Spider King's intent, Jiang Ming slashed continuously with his crimson iron sword, cutting a hole in the descending net and leaping out. Landing on its back, he stabbed deeply, blood spurting as the mutant Spider King seemed to enter a slow death, pierced repeatedly by Jiang Ming's sword. Boom, boom. Minutes later, the mutant Spider King was riddled with wounds, its back full of sword holes, and its two front legs severed by heavy fire. The weak points on its head, back, and front legs were destroyed, leaving 8 legs and 1 on the abdomen to trigger the kill zone. The 8 legs could be gradually worn down, but the abdominal weak point was perilous. A single crushing move by the Spider King could be fatal. Yet this didn't deter Jiang Ming. He stabbed into the Spider King's back and swung upside down and slid down, carving a deep wound from its back to its belly, reaching the internal organs. Feeling the human had left its back, the battered mutant Spider King lifted its abdomen and sprayed a sheet of spider silk. Jiang Ming dodged nimbly, his crimson iron sword swinging with vigor, and activated the skill's Fury and Brutal Strike, slashing heavily into the Spider King's belly. Roar! The mutant Spider King screeched, ramming its abdomen into Jiang Ming. Having just embedded his sword, Jiang Ming couldn't dodge in time and was struck hard. Fortunately, his snake-scale armor and decent stats prevented internal bleeding or concussion. Shaking his head, the Spider King's desperate struggle only fueled Jiang Ming's ferocity. He charged recklessly, unleashing a flurry of blows on its abdomen, destroying the weak point in seconds. Unrelenting, Jiang Ming's eyes blazed red with bloodlust. Ignoring danger, he hacked at the vulnerable joints of the Spider King's legs like a true berserker, forging glory with madness and passion. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the mutant Spider King, once with 8 legs, now had only 5, standing unevenly, as if about to collapse. Yet Jiang Ming's assault only intensified. As he fought with increasing ferocity, the 3 red willow leaves representing the Xing Tian bloodline on his body glowed brighter, shimmering with divine light. At this moment, Jiang Ming saw only the mutant Spider King, focused solely on killing it, oblivious to everything else. The rooftop team shifted fire from the Spider King's legs to covering him. Not that they didn't want to attack the Spider King, but they feared hitting Jiang Ming. He was now under the creature, and the rooftop's heavy fire dared not shoot recklessly. Thus, for the first time, they witnessed Jiang Ming's true power far beyond their comprehension. Facing such a massive, terrifying BOS-level monster, he charged in alone and fought heat-in. This required more than mere courage. A calm mind, analysis, and judgment of the situation, making optimal choices, controlling the attack rhythm, arranging fire support. All these were essential to the scene before them. After severing another leg, the Spider King spat highly corrosive venom, trying to kill Jiang Ming. But even in his bloodlust, Jiang Ming's calm combat instincts allowed him to dodge the venom and continue his attack. The mutant Spider King was now at its wit's end. By normal timing, those who accepted the mysterious mission after the apocalypse would have died failing the task. At this point, under normal circumstances, no one possessed the strength, courage, or experience to complete this nearly impossible mission. Yet, Jiang Ming appeared. A reincarnator's anomaly with unparalleled knowledge of the apocalypse, rapidly boosted stats, and combat experience enough to build a war fortress. His courage and decisiveness were beyond question. This mutant Spider King was destined to fall to him today. As one more leg break would trigger the kill zone, the Spider King staggered slowly, standing on its remaining limbs, then charged directly at Building 8. This caught Jiang Ming off guard, his sword missing. The mutant Spider King, ignoring the mutated spiders it crushed, aimed its bloodied head at Building 8, using sound and gunfire to navigate despite its blindness. Fortunately, Jiang Ming had destroyed its eyes, otherwise a red-eye laser could have doomed Building 8. Seeing the Spider King charging recklessly at Building 8, Jiang Ming's mind cleared. He shouted to the rooftop, "Break its last leg." Seeing the mutant Spider King charging recklessly, the people on the rooftop were all startled. Hearing Jiang Ming shout, they raised their weapons and unleashed a frenzied hail of bullets. If it truly collided with them, the building would likely collapse, and they would either be crushed to death or devoured by the mutant creatures. Jiang Ming also charged at the mutant Spider King, leaping onto its back, gripping his sword, and plunging it downward. The immense force from above caused the Spider King to falter. Though its speed was hindered, it did not stop its mad rush toward Building 8. Die! The crowd on the rooftop, seeing the mutant Spider King closing in, roared in fury as they frantically pulled the triggers, shooting at its remaining leg. Crack! Boom! Under concentrated fire, the mutant Spider King's last leg finally snapped. However, it was only about 5 meters away from Building 8. At this distance, even without legs, inertia alone would deliver a devastating impact, especially since its maw still held corrosive venom aimed at the building. At the critical moment, after all 13 weak points were destroyed, Jiang Ming, on the mutant Spider King's back, saw the red execution line appear above its head. Seeing this, Jiang Ming tightened his grip on the crimson iron sword, roared, and charged toward the mutant Spider King's head. He stomped hard on it and drove the sword down with both hands. Boom! With all his strength, Jiang Ming's sword pierced clean through the mutant Spider King's massive head. The crimson iron sword embedded into the ground, dragging the Spider King's colossal body with a grating screech. Stop! As the mutant Spider King's body neared Building 8, Jiang Ming roared and braced himself against the crimson iron sword. The entire blade sank into the Spider King's skull and into the ground, halting it just a few centimeters from the building. The mutant Spider King beneath him was now utterly still, a corpse covered in wounds, oozing foul blood. It had been killed the moment the execution line appeared, and Jiang Ming drove his sword through its head. Only the inertia of its massive body had carried it forward. Having stopped the mutant Spider King from crashing into the building and successfully slain it, Jiang Ming gasped for breath as a wave of fatigue washed over him. "Boss, come up quick." A rope dropped from the rooftop. Jiang Ming pulled out the crimson iron sword, grabbed the rope, and let go Fugui and the others haul him up. Back on the rooftop, Xia Xinyue hurried over to cast a healing art on him. The fierce battle had left him with several wounds from the mutant spider. Fortunately, Jiang Ming no longer feared infection, otherwise he would have had to end his own life. While receiving treatment, Go Fugui and the others cleaned up the remaining battlefield. With the main boss slain by Jiang Ming, the remaining mutant spiders and mutant ants were left for them to handle. Half an hour later, the battle ended, and Jiang Ming had regained his strength. He told Go Fugui and the others to rest, then slid down the rope to the ground. He pried open the mutant Spider King's corpse, revealing a glittering pile of galaxy gold coins and a bronze-colored axe. Jiang Ming picked it up to inspect the axe's attributes. Spider King Battle Axe, Bronze Artifact. Strength 15. Constitution 4. Required level 12. Jiang Ming was overjoyed to see the Spider King Battle Axe. He had expected only an iron artifact, so landing a bronze one was a stroke of luck. However, equipping it required level 12. Having just reached level 11 from killing the mutant Spider King, he needed one more level to wield the Spider King battle axe. Jiang Ming searched further, but aside from the Spider King battle axe and 8 galaxy gold coins, there was nothing else. Still, taking down the mutant Spider King for a bronze artifact was quite a bargain. Moreover, besides the mutant Spider King, the fallen mutant creatures had dropped plenty of galaxy coins, enough to purchase ample supplies and firepower from the mysterious merchant. After 10 minutes, Go Fuguwei and the others, having rested, came down to help Jiang Ming collect the galaxy coins. With the mutant Spider King dead, no large-scale mutant creature invasions would occur until 6 the next morning, at most a few stragglers roaming about. An hour later, they had gathered all the galaxy coins, a total of 63 gold coins, 56 silver coins, and 13 copper coins. Armed with this fortune, Jiang Ming rushed to the mysterious merchant's location that very night. Carrying a hefty sum, Jiang Ming calmly opened the trade interface. He first bought 2 beam machine guns, 10 pulse pistols, and 20 energy crystals, spending a total of 16 galaxy gold coins. Then he purchased 2 laser Gatling guns, each firing a penetrating laser beam every 300 rounds at 3 gold coins apiece. Paired with the beam machine guns, they could form a powerful suppressive fire. He also bought 2 flame grenade launchers at 5 gold coins, each coming with 10 grenades. Though smaller than standard grenade launchers, resembling large mortars, they packed more punch, igniting mutant creatures with flames that were hard to extinguish. These major purchases consumed half of his galaxy coins. After a moment's thought, Jiang Ming gritted his teeth and spent 10 gold coins on a mutated double experience card. Upon activation for the next 24 hours, all mutant creatures killed would grant double experience points. This experience card would prove immensely useful against the hordes of mutant creatures in the mysterious mission. When used in a team, the entire party's experience would be doubled. He also bought 4 rows of electric spike barriers, which when activated emitted 100 volts of high voltage electricity. Mutant creatures crossing them would either be electrocuted to death or paralyzed and slowed. At 3 gold coins per row, Jiang Ming purchased 4 rows for a total of 12 gold coins. With the remaining coins, he bought 30,000 rounds of ammunition, as well as Molotov cocktails, flashbangs, and incendiary grenades as auxiliary equipment. With these, the rooftop's defensive capabilities would see a qualitative leap, mowing down mutant creatures in droves, gradually forming the rudiments of a true base defense. After making these purchases, Jiang Ming immediately returned to Fukong Residential Complex, reaching the rooftop top floor before dawn. Jiang Ming distributed the newly bought weapons and ammunition uniformly, handing out all sorts of novel and exotic firearms to his team. He taught them how to use each weapon, and they learned earnestly. However, being their first time handling such gear, mastering them would require practical combat experience. With the new weapons, everyone was excited and exhilarated, their fatigue from the night's battle swept away. They now yearned for the mutant creatures to come, eager to grab their gear and fight fiercely. At 6 o'clock, a massive wave of mutant creatures surged again outside Fukong Residential Complex, this time a horde of zombies. Unlike the first day, many of these zombies had mutated into various forms. Stat-wise, they could be divided into 3 types: those with high strength, those with high constitution, and those with high agility. As the horde of mutant creatures came into view, Jiang Ming gave the order, commencing the second day's defense battle. All manner of new weapons unleashed a torrent of firepower. The 4 beam machine guns and 2 laser Gatling guns rattled like drum beats, forming a suppressive net that kept the mutant creatures at bay 10 meters from Building 8. The 2 flame grenade launchers roared, sending shells into the mutant creature horde, erupting in brilliant sparks and leaving behind a field of corpses and massive craters. At the start of the battle, Jiang Ming activated the double experience card. Under the watchful eye of insight, everyone's experience gain rate doubled. At this pace, by the end of the day, everyone would likely reach level 8 or even 9. With the heavy firepower support, Jiang Ming hardly needed to direct them. They knew how to fight. Though the mutant creatures below seemed countless, they still couldn't approach Building 8. Jiang Ming scanned the surroundings, refusing to let his guard down. The mutant zombie army was just the beginning of the second day. What followed would surely be more terrifying. Indeed, behind the mutant zombie army came a myriad of mutant creatures: mantises, cockroaches, spiders, and countless others surging forward. What caught Jiang Ming's attention was the dense swarm of mutant flies buzzing loudly overhead. He activated the lightning net, and bolts of electricity formed a massive web, sending mutant flies tumbling down from the sky. Jiang Ming ordered 1 laser Gatling gun and 1 beam machine gun to turn their barrels skyward and open fire. Fortunately, they had prepared beforehand, otherwise the swarm of mutant flies would have overrun the rooftop. Thus, most of the day passed. By afternoon, the initial excitement had waned, and they began taking shifts to rest. Throughout the day, countless mutant creatures perished below. Jiang Ming smoothly leveled up to 12, equipping the Spider King battle axe. He opened his personal status card to check his attributes. Jiang Ming, level 12, class Berserker, strength 61, constitution 42, agility 23, spirit 3, luck 13, lucky dice, experience 3,100, bloodline divine, divine persona Xingtian, stage 100 fusion, accept bloodline fusion task. Yes, no. The Spider King battle axe's stats were indeed formidable, boosting Jiang Ming's total stats to 129. Now facing the mutant Spider King again, he could kill it outright. By nightfall, almost everyone on the rooftop had reached level 8 or above, with Xia Xinyue, Bai Wu, and Go Fuguei the highest at level 11. Jiang Yuan and Li Yinshi lagged slightly at level 9, while the rest were within this range. Jiang Ming leveled up once more in the afternoon, now over halfway to level 14. After tonight, everyone on the rooftop was expected to reach level 10, allowing them to fight the mutant creatures unrestrained, no longer fearing injury. Late into the night, after successfully repelling several waves of mutant creatures, the final boss of the evening arrived. A tiger roughly 5 meters tall, the size of a small hill. This tiger differed from ordinary ones. Instead of a yellow-black coat, most of its body was silver-white, marking it as a silver beast that had already undergone half of its evolution. The king character on its forehead had mutated into a crimson vertical pupil. It had 2 whip-like tails, and most unexpectedly a pair of folded fleshy wings on its back. These grotesque wings were no mere decoration. They were fully functional for flight. Jiang Ming and the others had just witnessed the mutant three-eyed tiger forcibly breach the lightning net and enter the battlefield outside Fukong residential complex. Boss, this big cat doesn't look easy to deal with. Go Fuguei said, his expression grim as he manned the flame grenade launcher. Limited by distance, Jiang Ming couldn't use insight to see the mutant three-eyed tiger's stats, but its intimidating appearance and the mysterious mission's pattern of escalating boss strength made it clear this tiger was no pushover. Let's try a shot first, Jiang Ming said, looking at the mutant three-eyed tiger at the edge of Fukong residential complex. Go Fuguei, already prepared, pulled the trigger on his flame grenade launcher. The grenade shot from the barrel aimed directly at the mutant three-eyed tiger's position. Seeing the incoming grenade, the mutant three-eyed tiger raised its head, and a laser shot from its third eye detonating the grenade midair. The resulting flames scattered, scorching the surrounding mutant creatures. Roar! Enraged by the human attack, the mutant three-eyed tiger faced the rooftop and let out a deafening roar. With the kingly bearing of the tiger, the mutant three-eyed tiger strode toward Building 8. At the same time, the mutant creatures that had been charging the building halted, retreating in unison to the edge of Fukong residential complex. Seeing this, the crowd on the rooftop prepared to suppress the mutant three-eyed tiger with firepower, but Jiang Ming stopped them. Cease fire. Everyone looked at Jiang Ming in confusion. The mutant three-eyed tiger was drawing closer, ignoring the lightning net, and capable of flight. If it got close and flew up to strike, they would all perish. Despite their doubts, they trusted Jiang Ming and stopped firing. The mutant three-eyed tiger halted 10 meters away, raised its head, and met Jiang Ming's gaze on the rooftop, its eyes filled with provocation. This mutant three-eyed tiger seemed more evolved and intelligent than Wang Zijin. What does it want? Bai Wu, closest to Jiang Ming, asked with a frown. A duel. Uttering these 2 words, Jiang Ming gripped the Spider King battle axe, grabbed the rope, and slid down to the ground. Are you out of your mind? Bai Wu shouted, leaning over the edge of the rooftop as he watched Jiang Ming slide directly down the building. Without turning back, Jiang Ming said, nobody move. Keep an eye on the mutated creatures at the edge. Leave this three-eyed cat to me. Since this mutated three-eyed tiger wanted a unknown fight, Jiang Ming would grant its wish. Jiang Ming hadn't descended recklessly. He had weighed many factors. The exact stats of this mutated three-eyed tiger were unknown, and it could fly. A full-scale battle would undoubtedly put them at a disadvantage. Few ground-to-air weapons could effectively harm it, and only Jiang Ming himself could kill it. But a large-scale fight would also trigger a surge of mutated creatures attacking Building 8. Killing this mutated three-eyed tiger would be arduous for Jiang Ming, but he hadn't expected it to step forward and challenge him directly. This played right into his hands. Once within range, Jiang Ming used his insightful eye to examine the mutated three-eyed tiger's stats. Mutated three-eyed tiger silver beast. Level 19. Strength 60. Constitution 45. Agility 30. Spirit 10. Skills Tri-Eye. Beam gathers energy from 3 eyes to unleash a devastating ray. Fierce Tiger's Roar emits a deafening roar that stuns the target and increases strength by 5. Winged Cyclone beats wings rapidly to create a tornado that sweeps the area for 10 seconds. The mutated three-eyed tiger's total stats reached 145 points, and its 3 skills were incredibly overpowered, far superior to Jiang Ming's. A direct confrontation wouldn't yield many advantages. However, that didn't mean Jiang Ming would back down. A unknown fight was fine. Now that he didn't fear infection, he would go all out. The outcome was still uncertain. Moreover, the mutated three-eyed tiger had a total of 10 weak points on its head, limbs, wings, back, abdomen, and tail. Though fewer than the mutated Spider Queen, they were more dangerous and harder to exploit. Its ability to fly alone made it far more formidable. Roar. Seeing the insignificant human before it, the mutated three-eyed tiger let out a roar and took a threatening step forward with its front paw exuding an imposing aura. Jiang Ming gripped the Spider King battle axe, resting it on his shoulder, and looked disdainfully at the tiger. Three-eyed cat'll knock out all your teeth soon. Let's see if you can still be arrogant. Though they couldn't understand each other's language, both could sense the intense killing intent, contempt, and the aura of evenly matched strength emanating from the other. Roar. With a thunderous roar, the mutated three-eyed tiger charged at Jiang Ming first. Its paw, as large as a truck tire and armed with sharp claws and barbs, swept toward him with a whistling wind. Jiang Ming's agility was inferior to the tiger's, but with complete focus and the instinctive danger reactions ingrained in every cell of his body from his past life, he could still keep up with its speed. Facing the incoming paw, Jiang Ming let out a low shout, hoisted the Spider King battle axe, and swung it with all his might at the tiger's paw. The paw capable of splitting mountains and cracking stones clashed violently with Jiang Ming's axe. Their strength was evenly matched. But Jiang Ming only had 2 hands and 1 axe, while the tiger still had 3 paws and its tail unused. Seeing that a single slap couldn't kill this human, the tiger raised its other front paw and swiped at Jiang Ming. As the massive paw lunged toward him, Jiang Ming's eyes widened. He let out a fierce shout and simultaneously activated his skills Rage and Brutal Strike. He had been waiting for this moment. When the tiger attacked with its other paw, it only had its hind legs on the ground. Lifting that paw also caused a momentary imbalance in its body, brief but enough for Jiang Ming to land a devastating blow. With the skills activated, Jiang Ming's strength surged. In an instant, he lifted the tiger's front paw, exposing its entire abdomen. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Ming slammed Brutal Strike fiercely into the tiger's belly, causing the weak point there to decrease significantly. The tiger winced in pain and quickly adjusted. Its tail, as hard as a steel whip, lashed out at Jiang Ming with a piercing crack. Jiang Ming parried the tail with his axe, then instead of retreating, he charged forward, ducking under the tiger's body and unleashing a relentless barrage of strikes on its belly. As the weak points rapidly diminished, the axe tore through the tiger's skin. Silver, black, and yellow fur flew through the air, mingling with foul, bloody gore. The tiger's constitution wasn't much stronger than the mutated Spider Queen's. Previously, Jiang Ming lacked the strength and feared being crushed, but now, with his enhanced power, he no longer feared it. Even if the tiger is massive as a small hill dared to try and crush him, Jiang Ming could gut it from below. The tiger in agony couldn't reach its belly with its limbs. It could only thrash wildly and whip its steely tail at him. But Jiang Ming clung to the underside of the tiger like a stubborn parasite, refusing to show his head. Yet the tiger's fur and blood continued to pour out in increasing amounts. Wounded and roaring incessantly, the tiger spread the wings folded on its back and beat them powerfully. Strong winds gusted as it prepared to take to the sky to shake Jiang Ming off. Quick as a flash, Jiang Ming grabbed hold of the tiger's massive claw and was carried into the air. In the sky, the tiger thrashed its limbs to dislodge him, while its 2 whip-like tails lashed at him fiercely. Jiang Ming clung tightly to the tiger's fur, hacking at its paw with his axe. Roar! Suddenly, the enraged tiger unleashed its skill fierce tiger's roar, targeting Jiang Ming directly below. The thunderous roar crashed into his mind, leaving his ears ringing and causing a moment of disorientation. His movements faltered and he was hurled from the tiger's body, plummeting from a height of over 10 meters. Boss! Big brother! Jiang Ming! The group on the rooftop watched the battle tensely. When they saw Jiang Ming fall straight down from such a height, their hearts leaped into their throats, and they cried out in alarm. Jiang Ming snapped back to his senses in an instant, only to find himself plummeting rapidly through the air. He might have survived the fall with his robust constitution, but above him the tiger flapped its wings, and the vertical pupil on its forehead began gathering energy for another skill, Tri-Beam. In that critical moment, the people on the rooftop aimed their weapons at the tiger, ready to fire, but Jiang Ming's sharp shout stopped them. Don't move. Hearing his command, everyone instinctively halted their attacks. But before his words faded, the tiger's Tri-Beam shot a powerful ray from its brow, striking Jiang Ming as he fell. The beam accelerated his descent, or rather blasted him straight into the ground. Dust billowed and cracks spiderwebbed across the earth. The group on the rooftop stared intently into the dust, shouting Jiang Ming's name, hoping for a response. But the next moment, the tiger unleashed its 3rd skill, Winged Cyclone. Its leathery wings beat rapidly and forcefully, whipping up a storm of sand and debris. A series of fierce gales formed a high-pressure zone, pressing down heavily on the spot where Jiang Ming had fallen. Big brother! Boss! Witnessing this, everyone's hearts sank. The tiger's relentless assault shattered their confidence. Such overwhelming, ferocious attacks seemed impossible for anyone to withstand. Yet in the next instant, a human figure shot out from the dust and wind like lightning. A closer look revealed it was Jiang Ming. Apart from his tattered clothes, he appeared largely unharmed, his muscular and powerful body exposed to the air. But now a layer of red light enveloped him, clinging to his skin like a thin mist. The tiger's 3 consecutive skills had caught Jiang Ming off guard. He had braced for injury, but at the critical moment, he felt a breakthrough in his body. This red mist-like light had shielded him from the tiger's attacks and continuously supplied him with power. This was also one reason he had stopped Bai Wu and Go Fuguei from intervening. Jiang Ming had no time to ponder the origin of this power and red light as the tiger in the sky charged at him again. Feeling an inexhaustible surge of strength and knowing the tiger's skills were all on cooldown, Jiang Ming brandished his axe and charged head-on. Facing the ferocious tiger, Jiang Ming leaped to a height of 3 stories. This astonishing jumping power surprised not only the tiger, but also Jiang Ming himself. He was now nearly level with the tiger. The tiger's diving body paused, and it raised a massive paw to swat Jiang Ming down again. Jiang Ming had leaped so high that he had no foothold in midair, but he wasn't about to be easily knocked down. Gripping his axe, he swung it with full force. Instead of being batted away, the axe blade sank deep into the tiger's paw. Jiang Ming held onto the handle dangling from it. Roar! The tiger roared in pain and swung its paw again to shake him off. This time Jiang Ming acted first. He jerked the axe handle, performed a swift somersault, and grabbed hold of the tiger's fur while pulling the axe free. Thus Jiang Ming once again secured a grip on the tiger's claw. But he wouldn't repeat his earlier mistake. Before the tiger could counter, Jiang Ming climbed up its thick fur onto its back. He hacked wildly at its head and back with special attention to its wings. Blood gushed, and weak points plummeted. The tiger's once majestic appearance was gone. Its back was a bloody mess from Jiang Ming's relentless chopping. It thrashed violently, trying to throw him off. But no matter how it flew, spun, accelerated, or stopped abruptly, Jiang Ming clung to its fur, hacking away at its back without pause. The tiger grew unsteady, but its tail was too short to reach Jiang Ming, leaving him to wreak havoc on its back. The group on the rooftop felt like they were on an emotional roller coaster. Their hearts had sunk when Jiang Ming was bombarded by the tiger's skills, but then he bounced back as if unharmed, leaping onto the tiger's back and unleashing a furious assault. After a fierce struggle, a pained howl echoed as Jiang Ming severed one of the tiger's wings with a single axe blow. The remaining wing couldn't sustain flight, and the massive body crashed heavily to the ground. Even then, Jiang Ming didn't relent. He swiftly eliminated the remaining weak points on the tiger, then leaped high and brought his axe down with all his might, cleaving its massive head from its body. After a long and thrilling duel, the unknown battle ended in Jiang Ming's victory. Having killed the tiger, Jiang Ming felt a wave of exhaustion. The red light had dissipated, his head spun, and his vision blurred. Forcing his body to move, he reached the base of Building 8, grabbed the rope wounded around his axe, and tied himself to it. Then completely drained, his eyes rolled back, and he lost consciousness. Quick, pull the boss up. Go Fuguwei and the others above saw this and pulled together with all their strength to haul Jiang Ming up as fast as possible. Healing art. Once he was up, Xia Xinyue immediately cast a healing spell on Jiang Ming, then began to examine him. Miss Xia, how is my brother? Jiang Yuan asked, frowning with worry. After a brief check, Xia Xinyue said, preliminary examination shows brother Jiang is just a bit exhausted. The coma is due to overexertion. There's nothing serious. With enough nutrition and rest, he should wake up. Good to hear he's fine. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief at Xia Xinyue's answer. Jiang Ming was their pillar. If anything happened to him, no one knew how they would survive the final day. Using Yin Zaifa's leftover herbal compendium and some available food, Xia Xinyue prepared a medicinal meal. Conditions were limited, but it was a remarkable achievement under the circumstances. Several people worked together to prop Jiang Ming up and slowly fed him the medicinal broth. After he had consumed the entire bowl, Xia Xinyue wiped the sweat from her brow and said, now we just wait for brother Jiang to wake up on his own. All right, Go Fuguwei shouted. Until the boss wakes up, we must hold our ground. Brothers, can we do it? Yes. It must be said that Go Fuguwei was quite sharp-witted, knowing exactly when to utter inspiring and motivational words to prevent the team from losing morale during Jiang Ming's unconscious slumber. With the ultimate boss, the mutant three-eyed tiger, dead, the subsequent mutant creatures no longer posed a significant threat, and the crisis of the night had been successfully averted. It wasn't until the first glimmer of dawn, just as the third day's defensive battle was about to commence, that Jiang Ming slowly regained consciousness. Shaking his still foggy head, he opened his eyes to find Xia Xinyue and the others gathered around him. Boss, you're finally awake. You scared us to death. Go Fuguwei, crouching nearby, exclaimed loudly and excitedly upon seeing Jiang Ming stir. Brother Jiang, have some water first. Jiang Ming took the water offered by Xia Xinyue, took a sip, and asked him, fine. How are things now? Bai Wu replied. It's now a little past 6 in the morning of the third day. Judging by the time, today's batch of mutant creatures should be arriving soon. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ming leaned against the wall to stand up, walked to the edge of the rooftop, and looked down. The remains of the massive number of mutant creatures killed in the battle had mostly been scorched away, with scattered specks of galaxy coins glinting on the ground. Before the mutants come, go down and collect all the galaxy coins, Jiang Ming said, leading the way by grabbing a rope and sliding down. Bai Wu, Go Fuguwei, and the others followed closely, leaving only a few people on the rooftop to stand guard. Jiang Ming was the first to reach the massive corpse of the mutant three-eyed tiger he had slain the night before, finding beneath its belly a total of 10 galaxy gold coins, a jade-white chest, and a sniper rifle. Gunslinger class advancement chest. Recognizing the prominent pistol emblem on the chest, Jiang Ming instantly identified it as a gunslinger class advancement chest, and the weapon dropped was also a gunslinger class weapon. Tiger Stripe Sniper, bronze, strength 17, agility 5, required level 14. In terms of overall attributes, the Tiger Stripe Sniper surpassed Jiang Ming's Spider King battle axe. Jiang Ming retrieved the chest and the Tiger Stripe Sniper from beneath the mutant three-eyed tiger's body, then called over Bai Wu, who was collecting galaxy coins on the other side. Didn't you mention before that you wanted a class like mage or gunslinger? Jiang Ming placed the gunslinger class advancement chest in front of Bai Wu and said, this is a gunslinger class advancement chest. It offers 3 professions: sharpshooter, munitions expert, and gunner. Choose for yourself. If you'd prefer a mage or another class chest, you can give this one to someone else. I want it. Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Wu reached out and opened the chest. A pistol, a grenade, and an RPG appeared before him, representing the 3 professions: sharpshooter, munitions expert, and gunner. Bai Wu's gaze swept over the 3 items one by one before he finally drew the pistol, choosing the profession, sharpshooter. As the chest vanished, Bai Wu received his advancement quest. Bai Wu said, "The quest requires me to kill 100 zombies with headshots using a gun along with 200 other mutant creatures, totaling 300 kills." Jiang Ming handed the tiger-striped sniper dropped by the mutant 3-eyed tiger to Bai Wu and said, "It's the last day today. Level up quickly and equip it. This will also help you complete your advancement quest." Jiang Ming could also use the tiger-striped sniper, but since his class didn't match, he wouldn't gain any stat bonuses from it. It would just be an ordinary sniper rifle to him, so it was better to give it to Bai Wu for practice. The spoils from the second night were slightly more than the first, totaling around 80 gold coins. Before the mutants launched a major assault, Jiang Ming drove his motorcycle to the mysterious merchant's location to purchase weapons and ammunition. In addition to replenishing his supplies, he also bought a Onati double experience card. After the fierce battles of the previous day, Jiang Ming had leveled up twice, reaching level 15. The others above level 10 had gained about 2 levels, while those below level 10 had even gained 3 levels in some cases. Now almost everyone had reached level 10 on average, no longer fearing harm from mutant creatures. Among the purchased weapons and equipment aside from the usual supplies, Jiang Ming also bought a destructive homing missile launcher for 10 gold coins. Each launcher could load and fire 6 missiles, each capable of destroying an entire building. A terrifyingly powerful weapon. Of course, such missiles weren't free. Each one cost 1 gold coin. Expensive as they were with such a devastating tool, surviving the final night was almost certain. In addition to the destructive homing missiles, another powerful weapon was the magnetic cannon, costing 10 gold coins each. Its appearance resembled an oversized RPG launcher, but its single shot packed a punch comparable to the destructive homing missile. Its main feature, however, was that upon explosion it created an electromagnetic field in the blast radius, paralyzing any creatures within. After purchasing a large batch of weapons and ammunition, Jiang Ming returned fully loaded to Building 8 of Fukong District just in time for a new wave of mutant attacks. This wave consisted of a mixed horde of insects, spiders, cockroaches, ants, centipedes, and countless others. The most formidable was a rhinoceros beetle mutation as large as a human with a horn of devastating power. A single strike had already breached the wall of Building 8, and a few more blows would likely cause it to collapse. Sensing the danger, those on the rooftop prioritized focusing their fire on the mutant rhinoceros beetle. Although they could inflict damage, the beetle's carapace provided high defense, making it difficult to kill quickly. Bang! At the critical moment, a gunshot rang out as Bai Wu pulled the sniper rifle's trigger. A bullet precisely pierced the beetle's eye, penetrating its brain for a one-shot instant kill. With suppressing fire from the rooftop, Jiang Ming safely returned to the rooftop, distributed the weapons, and began the final day's defense against the mutant creatures. Amidst the roar of gunfire and explosions, mutant after mutant fell, only to be replaced by more charging forward. Those defending the rooftop mechanically pulled their triggers, their emotions shifting from initial excitement, thrill, and anger to a gradual numbness. Brothers, tonight is the last night, and the most dangerous one. But if we make it through, we win. So no matter what, we must hold Building 8 tonight. After repelling a wave of mutants as dusk approached, and a brief respite came, Jiang Ming gathered everyone for a final pre-battle rally. Everyone replenished their energy and stamina, nodding solemnly and seriously. They fully understood the stakes of tonight: win and live, lose and die. As night fell and darkness enveloped everything, Jiang Ming had already ordered the activation of solar-powered searchlights. On this final night, the mutants' assault was fiercer than anticipated, allowing no time for rest. The gunfire and explosions on the rooftop never ceased. Fortunately, their stockpile of weapons and ammunition was sufficient, allowing them to suppress the mutants' advance with overwhelming firepower. Jiang Ming estimated that over the past 3 days, nearly all the mutants in Jiayang County had converged here. Once these 3 days passed, the county would be considerably safer. However, that hinged on Jiang Ming and his team enduring the final night's frenzied, overwhelming assault from the mutant tide. Jiang Ming. What's that? Bai Wu, positioned at the high point on the water tower, frowned as he spoke, firing a shot in that direction. The area where Bai Wu's bullet landed was pitch black, yet within it glowed clusters of fiery red light, like large red lanterns in the night, but with an eerie quality. Jiang Ming focused his gaze and frowned, saying, "Fire beetles. Prepare the frost mist guns. These beetles have a range of 20 meters. Once they enter range, blanket them with frost mist fire, and the rest of you follow up with heavy firepower." After issuing the command, Jiang Ming felt grateful for his prudence in purchasing the frost mist guns, as dealing with fire beetles, flying fireball shooting ranged mutant insects, would have been far more difficult otherwise. Plug the gap in the eastern fire net. Use crossfire, don't unload all at once, or you'll leave a gap in the fire net. Mutant flies on the south side. Block them with the lightning net. Fire a magnetic cannon to the north. Jiang Ming directed the battle methodically, every bullet and shells used calculated to maximize efficiency and effectiveness. From start to finish, no matter the type, number, strength, or speed of the mutant creatures, none could approach within 5 meters of Building 8. This was thanks to the firepower, as well as the increased levels, improved stats, and coordinated efforts of everyone. But Jiang Ming knew that no matter how ferocious these charging mutants were, they were merely appetizers. The main course would arrive only at the end. As time passed and midnight approached, the mutants appearing grew more numerous and powerful, their assaults fiercer, and their scale and numbers increasingly vast. By 11 o'clock at night, after the last zombie fell, the area around Building 8 was piled high with mutant corpses. Raging fires burned and smoke filled the air, casting an additional shadow over the already dark sky. Seeing no more mutant attacks, Jiang Ming did not relax. Instead, he became even more focused, gathering everyone together. The final boss was next, and only by killing it would the mysterious mission be truly complete. Thump, thump, thump. With each heartbeat-like vibration, a massive elephant with 2 pairs of 4 enormous tusks came into view. This colossal elephant stood half as tall as Building 8, each of its 4 tusks 3 meters long. A simple charge would obliterate all of Jiang Ming's defenses. Most terrifyingly, its entire body was silver-white, marking it as a fully evolved silver beast. Frankly, Jiang Ming was stunned by this form. He had devised numerous strategies to counter the final night's ultimate boss, but he never expected a fully evolved silver beast, especially one as enormous as an elephant. It was the largest and strongest mutant Jiang Ming had encountered since his rebirth, aside from the massive shadow he had seen that one night. The worst part was that he had to confront it and do everything in his power to kill it. The moment he saw the giant elephant, Jiang Ming began formulating plans, even mentally preparing for some sacrifices. But what happened next threw him completely off balance. The next moment, the elephant in view did not charge headlong to tear apart Jiang Ming's defenses as expected. Instead, it stopped, and then a human figure stood atop its massive head. That figure was minuscule compared to the giant elephant, yet in aura, it completely overpowered the beast beneath its feet. Though small in stature, it seemed infinitely magnified at that moment, making even the mountain-like elephant appear insignificant, trampled underfoot. For the first time, Jiang Ming's hand, which had always firmly gripped the Spider King battle axe, trembled. Bai Wu noticed and walked over, saying, "You all retreat first. He'll cover the rear." Jiang Ming snapped back to reality, his gaze becoming unprecedentedly serious and solemn. "Everyone listen to my order. Retreat from here, using the ropes from the back. Hurry." Bai Wu frowned, wanting to say something, but Jiang Ming silenced him with a glare. The figure on the elephant's head suddenly kicked off, leaping across a distance of several dozen meters in an arc through the sky, landing directly on the edge of the rooftop. All the anti-air measures like lightning nets were utterly useless against him. Jiang Ming felt a chill at the top of his head, his gaze instinctively shifting to the source, unable to look away, staring fixedly at the newcomer. Up close, Jiang Ming saw that the figure was a young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, a well-fitted expensive suit, a luxurious watch, and spotless leather shoes. He looked like a successful professional, just starting his career, yet exuding an uncanny maturity, with no hint of nouveau riche ostentation. The instant he saw this man, Jiang Ming's hair stood on end and his mind went cold, an instinctive reaction to danger. This man, who appeared no different from an ordinary person, was certainly no pushover. At the very least, Jiang Ming was certain he wasn't human. No matter how similar his appearance was to a human's, his corpse-pale complexion and the nauseating, unmistakable stench of a mutant creature could never be mistaken for a human's. Jiang Ming tightened his grip on the Spider King battle axe, using his body to shield everyone behind him, his gaze locked onto the figure, trying to draw all of his attention. The moment he had leaped onto the rooftop, Jiang Ming had used his insight eye to examine the figure's stats, which were beyond terrifying. Zombie Dominator King, grade level, strength, constitution, agility, spirit, skills. The zombie overlord before his eyes was not merely a king-tier entity. Every single value appeared as a string of question marks in Jiang Ming's view, indicating that its level and all attributes far exceeded his own, surpassing the limits of his perception. All the preparations Jiang Ming had laid out, combined with their dozens of men, would not suffice to withstand even a single strike from this zombie overlord. He had no doubt that with a mere blink the creature could snap his neck. Why did the final boss have to be such a terrifying existence? Jiang Ming forced his mind to remain as calm as possible. He had originally thought the giant elephant was already horrifying enough, but he never anticipated that the true final boss was this zombie overlord. Yet under the gaze of dozens of pairs of eyes filled with varied emotions, the zombie overlord, which bore no physical difference from an ordinary human in appearance, stared back at them with a placid expression. In its eyes, Jiang Ming could perceive intelligence. Nothing more, not even curiosity or arrogance. It resembled a sage whose gaze had already seen through all things. "You are formidable," the zombie overlord spoke as if engaging in normal conversation, its gaze fixed on Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming, sensing no overt murderous intent or battle lust, steadied his nerves and asked, "You are powerful." "I know," the zombie overlord replied, betraying no emotional fluctuation at Jiang Ming's compliment, as if it had grown weary of hearing such grandiose praise, or perhaps Jiang Ming was merely stating an undeniable fact. "If my memory serves me correctly, I was once the same species as you," the zombie overlord stated. "This can now be confirmed, judging by our similar appearance and shared language." Jiang Ming's expression tightened. He had not expected this zombie overlord to retain memories from its time as a human before transformation. If that were the case, perhaps there might still be a turning point. The zombie overlord continued, "That giant elephant was your final target. I merely followed my instincts and came here. Then what are you here to do?" Jiang Ming asked tentatively, seeing that it was capable of communication. "You are formidable. I wish to ask for your help, the zombie overlord said, its attitude unexpectedly cordial, almost indistinguishable from a normal human's. Jiang Ming, however, dared not let his guard down. Frowning, he asked, "What do you want me to help you with? If even you cannot accomplish it, how could I possibly assist you?" The zombie overlord's expression turned contemplative, then it said, "I haven't decided yet. I merely came ahead to inform you." Its words were flat, yet carried an overbearing, commanding tone that brooked no refusal. Jiang Ming's mind raced at lightning speed before he replied, "I can help you, but there's a condition: you have to cripple that giant elephant." Regardless of the zombie overlord's motives for appearing here, at least for now, it showed no desire to kill. Under the premise of negotiating terms, mutual exploitation was the safest course of action. The zombie overlord gazed at Jiang Ming for a moment, then without turning its head, pointed a finger at the giant elephant. In the next instant, the colossal creature, as immense as a hill and frozen in place, suddenly went berserk. It slammed its body against the ground, and everything around it repeatedly thrashing itself with its trunk as thick as a giant python, even curling its tusks to wrench them off, sending foul, bloody gore spraying everywhere. Jiang Ming watched the scene unfold in silence, secretly tightening his grip on the Spider King battle axe. This zombie overlord had already etched a deep crimson exclamation mark of terror in his mind. The ability to drive a silver-tier mutated giant elephant to self-mutilation spoke volumes of its power and capability. Truly a king-tier zombie overlord was as terrifying as legend described. An eerie silence fell over the rooftop. Jiang Ming and the zombie overlord locked eyes while the others stood rooted to the spot, restless and uneasy, their hearts shrouded in a layer of shadow and fear. A stark contrast to the mutated giant elephant's frenzied self-destruction. "Human, remember the promise you made today," the zombie overlord said, then leaped into the air and vanished into the boundless darkness in the blink of an eye. After its departure, the suffocating, oppressive atmosphere on the rooftop finally eased. Everyone exhaled in unison, some collapsing to the ground, their legs too weak to support them. Meanwhile, the mutated giant elephant had also collapsed from its self-inflicted injuries, lying on the ground, gasping its last breath. Jiang Ming's gaze remained fixed on the direction where the zombie overlord had vanished, his pounding heart gradually calming. This zombie overlord, indistinguishable in appearance from an ordinary human, was undoubtedly an invincible existence in this stage of the apocalypse. Why had it appeared here? Why had it sought him out? What did it want him to do? The sudden turn of events left Jiang Ming's mind flooded with questions. "Jiang Ming." Bai Wu reached out and clapped a hand on Jiang Ming's shoulder, his expression grim. "Let's deal with the problem at hand first." Snapping back to reality, Jiang Ming nodded at the mutated giant elephant, which had lost its combat capability and was on the verge of death. He descended the rope ladder and charged straight toward it, his inside eye already locking onto the kill line above its head. Raising the Spider King battle axe, he forcefully split open its massive skull, destroyed its brain, and slew the final boss of that last night. Base defense mission complete. Brave warrior, this is your well-earned reward. Mission complete. Gained 50 experience points, 20 galaxy coins. Defeated the final boss, gained 50 experience points, 10 galaxy coins. Acquired mission item silver elephant helmet. The secret mission was now finished. The experience points from killing the mutated giant elephant combined with the mission rewards and a double experience card allowed Jiang Ming to level up twice in a row, which somewhat alleviated his gloomy and heavy mood. There was also an equipment piece, the silver elephant helmet, which was now stored in Jiang Ming's information card. Jiang Ming retrieved it. It was a pure silver helmet shaped like an elephant's head with two silver tusk-like horns that hung down to the collarbone. If not for the bronze-colored glow emanating from it, Jiang Ming would have been jumping for joy by now. Silver elephant helmet, bronze tier, strength 11, constitution 21, agility 2, required level 17. A bronze tier helmet that boosted 3 attributes was a rare piece of good equipment. Since Jiang Ming had just reached level 17, he equipped it immediately. Jiang Ming, level 17, class berserker, strength 87, constitution 73, agility 30, spirit 3, luck 12, lucky dice, experience 1100, bloodline, divine persona, Xing Tian, stage fusion 100, accept bloodline fusion mission. Yes, no. After equipping the silver elephant helmet, Jiang Ming's total attribute value reached 193. He estimated that among the surviving humans in this time period, those who could match his strength could be counted on one hand. Jiang Ming then dissected the massive corpse of the mutated giant elephant, finding over a dozen galaxy coins beneath it, along with another piece of equipment and a book. The equipment was a staff exquisitely carved from smooth white jade-like material. Ivory staff, bronze tier, strength 15, constitution 15, required level 17. Another bronze tier item with decent stats, perfect for Xia Xingyue, though she would need to gain a few more levels before she could equip it. What intrigued Jiang Ming the most was that book. The moment he saw it, his breathing quickened. Drops from killing mutated creatures included not only equipment, but also skill books. Skills like Slash, which Jiang Ming had obtained through the lucky dice, could only be learned through skill books. In the apocalypse, aside from learning basic skills from class change NPCs, acquiring new skills required either completing specific missions or killing mutated creatures for drops. Thus, a skill book held extraordinary significance in the apocalypse. However, it was also possible for a skill book to be unsuitable for one's class, leading to high prices at sale. In his past life, aside from common skills, every skill book that went on sale fetched astronomical prices, sparking bloody conflicts. Jiang Ming picked up the palm-sized skill book, which emitted a faint glow. Taking a deep breath, he crushed it with force, hoping for good luck, that it would be a skill book suitable for the Berserker class. Clicking on the skill book, a virtual light screen emerged from it. Flame bullet load, a combustible bullet that deals penetrating damage to the target and burns them for 5 seconds. Cooldown 15 seconds. Applicable class Gunner series, it was a skill book for the Gunner series. Jiang Ming found the result acceptable, as Bai Wu had just become a sharpshooter and could use it. His class change mission should have been completed by now. Jiang Ming found Bai Wu and asked about his progress. Bai Wu said, "The class change mission is done. He'll wait for tonight to pass and find the class change NPC first thing tomorrow morning." Jiang Ming nodded and said, "Here, take this," tossing the skill book to him. "Go find the class change NPC tomorrow on your own." The 3-day secret mission, though fraught with danger, had ultimately passed without fatal incidents. Having survived those arduous 3 days, the rewards were substantial. Setting aside the gains in combat experience and mental fortitude, the tangible improvements in levels and attributes alone would take everyone a good while to fully digest. Meow. Prince, who had essentially coasted through those 3 days, came running from somewhere and buried its head into the mutated giant elephant's corpse, eager to absorb its silver essence. The same had happened with the mutated three-eyed tiger the previous day. Prince had taken advantage to absorb its silver essence. Now half of its bodice fur had turned silver white, and its entire form was nearly as large as an adult dog. Today's mutated giant elephant was a fully evolved silver-tier beast containing an enormous amount of silver essence. If Prince absorbed it all, it might evolve into a complete silver-tier beast. Jiang Ming did not stop Prince. The more it absorbed, the faster it evolved, and the stronger it became, allowing it to play a greater role in the future. Leaving Prince to absorb the silver essence from the mutated giant elephant's corpse, Jiang Ming began helping to clean up the battlefield. The entire Fukong residential area was essentially destroyed, with only the war-torn teetering Building 8 still standing. For hundreds of meters around, there was nothing but barren land, rubble, and mutated creature corpses. Now that the secret mission was complete, there was no need to stay here any longer. After midnight passed, Jiang Ming led the team in cleaning up the battlefield and quickly evacuated the area, heading to the Hongtian shopping plaza, where the mysterious merchant was located, their former base. When they returned to this place, after half a month, everyone had undergone significant changes in both mindset and strength. One thing was certain: all of this had been brought to them by the man named Jiang Ming. Every outcome told them that their past choice had been correct. Now they followed Jiang Ming's lead wholeheartedly, not like the superficial loyalty they had shown to Boss Chi. They genuinely admired Jiang Ming from the bottom of their hearts. Over 50 survivors, all above level 10, armed with a large cache of advanced weapons, carved their way through. No mutated creature could block their path, and they arrived safely at the Hongtian shopping plaza. Without needing Jiang Ming's orders, under the leadership of Bai Wu Go Fuguwei and others, the group quickly began setting up and constructing defensive fortifications, clearing mutated creatures from inside the plaza and consolidating supplies. Jiang Ming delegated all matters to them, setting aside his worries for a rare night of rest. When he woke the next morning, Bai Wu had already left to find his class change NPC. The others, except for those on sentry duty, had formed teams to go out and kill mutated creatures to level up, with Jiang Ming guiding them onto the right path, clearly outlining that survival required strength, and strength came from killing mutated creatures. Combined with the tangible benefits of growing stronger over the past half-month, no further persuasion was needed. Everyone proactively worked to enhance their own power. Jiang Ming shouldered his backpack, called out a greeting, and left the Hongtian shopping plaza. He had spent a considerable amount of time in Jiayang County due to the mission and was now preparing to leave for the next destination. But before that, he needed to complete the Bloodline Fusion mission. Bloodline Fusion mission requires collecting the blood of 100 different mutated creatures, including the blood of 10 silver-tier beasts. Once collected, mix and refine them, then immerse yourself in the mixture to gain the power of Bloodline Fusion. The Divine Grade Xing Tian Bloodline Fusion mission was no small feat. Setting aside the blood of 100 different mutated creatures, even finding 10 silver-tier beasts was no easy task. Silver-tier beasts were not as common as cabbages. Over this entire time, aside from the few bosses encountered during the secret mission, there had been scarcely any others. However, Prince could count as one. He could borrow its blood when the time came. Zombies, having left the realm of humanity, were also considered a type of mutated creature. Jiang Ming easily obtained their blood. The rest would have to come from mutated insects, mutated beasts, and the like. To this end, Jiang Ming rode a motorcycle across the entire Jiayang County. Only his formidable strength allowed him to act so boldly, though anyone else would have to tread carefully, fearing being devoured by a mutated creature lunging out of nowhere. In a single day, Jiang Ming slaughtered a wide array of creatures: mutated spiders, mutated ants, mutated cockroaches, mutated mantises, mutated centipedes, mutated flies, mutated frogs, and more. He even made a special trip back to the Fukong residential area, but the sheer number of dead mutated creatures there had caused their blood and corpses to mix together. After much effort, he managed to collect only 5 types. As for Prince, it was still absorbing from the mutated giant elephant's corpse, and would likely be occupied for a while. After all, this was once a place where humans lived, so there wouldn't be too many other creatures around. To quickly gather a sufficient number of blood samples from different species, Jiang Ming could only think of one place: the zoo. As everyone knew, the zoo housed an astonishing variety of creatures, with even moderately large zoos boasting hundreds of species. Collecting blood from 100 different mutated organisms, there would be a trivial task. However, the zoo was undoubtedly a paradise for mutated creatures, a place far more terrifying and unforgiving than the city where the law of the jungle was starkly evident. There was another issue: Jiang County had no zoo. Jiang Ming had specifically checked. The nearest one was in Mingfeng City, over 100 kilometers away, requiring at least half a day to reach. None of these posed a real problem for him. Jiang Ming decided to set out for Mingfeng City the next day, while also accelerating his northward plan. With the ice melting in 3 months, just 90 days, only about 70 remained. Delaying further would be disastrous. Before nightfall, Jiang Ming returned to Hongtian Shopping Plaza. Bai Wu was already back, having apparently completed his class change quest and obtained a new piece of equipment, a pair of black iron bracers. That evening, Jiang Ming summoned Bai Wu, Xia Xinyue, Zhang Yuan, Go Fuguwei, and Li Yinxi to his room, informing them that he would leave for Mingfeng City the next day. "You're going to Mingfeng City?" Li Yinxi asked, her expression slightly agitated as she looked at Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming turned to her and said, "Have you been there?" Li Yinxi nodded. "My hometown is in Mingfeng City. I was transferred to Jiang County for work, but I know the place well. I can go with you." Jiang Ming stared at her until she averted her gaze, finally sighing. "All right, I'll be honest. I want to go back to find my parents and my younger brother. Even now, I hope they're still alive." "No problem," Jiang Ming agreed readily. "As long as you guide me, I can help you find your parents and brother. Xiao Yuan, you'll come with me tomorrow. Xinyue, Old Bai, and Fuguwei will stay here and hold the fort until I return." Jiang Ming estimated the trip wouldn't take long, at most 2 or 3 days. By then, the prince should have finished absorbing and they could continue northward. After their discussion and decisions, everyone dispersed. Jiang Ming began packing. Zhang Yuan had learned much by his side recently, but had grown taciturn, unlike his former cheerful self. Still, at least he hadn't shown signs of giving up on life. It would take time. Early the next morning, Jiang Ming rolled the lucky die as usual. A 5. Seemed like his luck was good today. He pressed the number into his palm, shouldered his backpack, and found Zhang Yuan and Li Yinxi already waiting at the door. Li Yinxi had dark circles under her eyes, suggesting she hadn't slept well, but she seemed mentally energized. Jiang Ming understood. Returning to her hometown to find her family was just like when he had gone looking for Zhang Yuan. 3 motorcycles were parked at the entrance. With enough gold coins, Jiang Ming had acquired more vehicles to facilitate transporting supplies. He also had Go Fuguwei lead a team to buy off-road vehicles and pickup trucks suitable for carrying cargo and climbing mountains, which would be modified. With dozens of people to move, transportation was indispensable. Li Yinxi led the way with Jiang Ming and Zhang Yuan following behind. The motorcycles roared as they sped toward Mingfeng City. Li Yang's goal was to find her parents and brother, while Jiang Ming's target was the mutated creatures in Mingfeng City Zoo. They had agreed the night before Jiang Ming would first accompany Li Yinxi to her home to check, and if not found, they would head to the zoo. So they wasted no time, taking the provincial highway at top speed to Mingfeng City, arriving around noon. Along the way, they encountered some mutated creature attacks, but with Jiang Ming present, they were no issue. After refueling at a gas station and bypassing the block toll booth, the trio entered Mingfeng City. After nearly another hour of riding, they reached Li Yang's home at Jia residential area. But the situation here was grim. Just along the way, they had seen and encountered numerous mutated creatures, forcing them to park and proceed on foot. The entire residential area was also surrounded by mutated creatures, zombies being the most numerous. Seeing this, Li Yang's hopeful yet anxious expression grew more worried and fearful. Jiang Ming patted her shoulder and said, "Let's go." Inside, climbing walls and jumping fences had become second nature. Entering an ordinary residential area was no challenge. With their overall stats now above level 10, a short sprint was enough to vault over. Once inside the area, Jiang Ming and Zhang Yuan followed Li Yinxi, crouching low and moving quietly toward her building, careful not to attract the attention of nearby mutated creatures. Building 2, Unit 1. That was Li Yang's building. She lived on the 9th floor. The elevator was out of service, meaning they had to climb 9 flights of stairs. Jiang Ming gripped his Spider King battle axe and led the way, with Li Yinxi in the middle and Zhang Yuan bringing up the rear. The 3 moved swiftly and quietly up the stairs. There were some mutated creatures on the stairwell. When they spotted living humans, they roared and lunged. Jiang Ming dispatched them easily with a single axe blow each, and they reached the 9th floor without issue. He pushed open the fire door and entered the corridor. There were 4 rooms on each side, and every door stood wide open. Seeing this, Li Yang's heart sank, but she forced herself to walk to her own door. Pulling it open as usual, she put on a smile and said, "Mom, Dad, little bro, I'm home." But she was met only with deathly silence. Tears silently streamed down Li Yang's cheeks. She had known this outcome was likely, but she couldn't let go of that sliver of hope. Now she faced the result she dreaded most. Jiang Ming glanced through the crack in the door and said, "Don't cry just yet. There are no signs of a struggle or bloodstains inside. It looks like they left on their own. They might still be alive." "Do you mean my parents and brother could still be alive?" Li Yinxi opened her eyes, looking at Jiang Ming with hopeful anticipation. Jiang Ming replied calmly, "It's possible, but not certain. So many days have passed, whether they survived after leaving here is hard to say." Li Yang's flickering hope dimmed again. She wiped away her tears and said, "No news is good news. Maybe my parents and brother were lucky enough to be rescued by someone." Jiang Ming entered the house and looked around. The refrigerator was empty and some clothes had been taken. It seemed they had ample time to prepare before leaving. Other than that, he found nothing else. From this, he could infer that Li Yang's family had a relatively high chance of being alive. But it was just Jiang Ming's guess. After all, this was the apocalypse. Ordinary people surviving outside was a near miracle. "Let's go," Jiang Ming said. "First to the zoo. If time permits, we can look for your parents and brother later." "Wait for me," Li Yanqi said, quickly running back inside. Moments later, she emerged with a photo frame. The picture showed a happy family of 4. Li Yanqi carefully placed the frame into her backpack, afraid of breaking it. Then she led Jiang Ming toward Mingfeng City Zoo. An hour later, on the rooftop of a building near Mingfeng City Zoo, Jiang Ming observed the zoo through binoculars. The original walls and iron fences had been damaged in multiple places, clearly not by human hands. The gaps varied in size, and the ground was stained with blood. At the entrance, a few hyena-like mutated creatures were gnawing on a corpse. Jiang Ming put away the binoculars and said, "Wait for me here. We'll go in and take a look." "Brother, let me come with you," Jiang Yuan called out. "I can help." Jiang Ming smiled and said, "I know, but we don't know the situation inside yet. It's easier for me to go alone. Let me scout first, then I'll bring you both in." With that, Jiang Ming climbed down from the rooftop and slipped quickly into the zoo through a gap in a collapsed wall. Even from a distance, a nauseating stench filled the air. Mutated animals were different from zombies. After mutation, their innate ferocity was further amplified and different species would attack and devour each other. They were truly savage beasts with senses of smell and hearing far sharper than zombies, making them easy to notice if careless. As Jiang Ming entered the zoo, a mutated hyena that had been gnawing on a corpse at the entrance raised its blood-drenched, sinister head, sniffed the air, and slowly moved toward where Jiang Ming had entered. Once inside, Jiang Ming moved along the bushes, scouting the area as he went. A mutated giraffe with spines growing from its back, a rhinoceros clad in what looked like black armor, a hippopotamus nearly as large as a truck licking blood from its fur, a lion grooming its mane stained with gore, a tiger pouncing on a mutated antelope. The sights were endless. This was a paradise for mutated beasts, a true place of survival of the fittest, a forbidden zone for humans, a hell for the weak. Yet this did not deter Jiang Ming from completing his bloodline fusion mission. Jiang Ming coated himself in mud to mask his scent, moving silently. He stealthily captured a mutated canary and extracted its blood. One by one, he collected samples toward his goal of 100 species. During this process, he also spotted a few silver-tier beasts, mentally noting their locations. They were all targets for blood collection. Grr. As Jiang Ming was extracting blood from a mutated golden monkey, a low growl suddenly sounded behind him, followed by a rush of foul wind. Without hesitation, Jiang Ming swung his Spider King battle axe in a backhand strike. A mournful cry rang out as a mutated hyena fell to the ground, its belly cleaved in two. Even so, the mutated hyena dragged its upper body, trying to bite Jiang Ming, letting out hoarse snarls. Jiang Ming finished it off with another axe blow, frowning slightly. He had been careful all the way. How had this hyena detected him? Moreover, hyenas were pack animals. Killing one would surely bring the rest. Wiping the blood off his axe, Jiang Ming applied another layer of mud and quickly left the area. Within 2 minutes of his departure, over a dozen mutated hyenas charged to the scene, finding only their dead companion. The leader, a noticeably larger mutated hyena, lifted its head and let out a howl, followed by the rest in unison. The deafening roar startled a flock of birds into flight. Then they devoured the carcass of the mutated hyena that had just died bit by bit, leaving not even a trace of bone behind. Jiang Ming, who had just slain a mutated viper, looked up at the direction where birds and beasts had startled into flight, the very spot where he had killed the mutated hyena. Knowing that they had arrived, he quickened his pace to leave the area. The mutated hyenas behind him followed the trail, scouring for prey. Yet Jiang Ming had concealed himself so well that even their keen senses could not easily locate him. However, having evaded the mutated hyenas, Jiang Ming encountered another predicament. To obtain the blood of a mutated bison, he stealthily killed a smaller one. As a result, the mutated bison herd discovered him during the act, and now Jiang Ming found himself fleeing from a thundering stampede of bison, dust and smoke billowing in their wake. He had intended to collect the blood and slip away unnoticed, but instead found himself chased by a horde of mutated creatures. What vexed Jiang Ming even more was the mutated bison pursued him with a frenzied determination, rampaging wildly and barging into the territories of countless other mutated beasts. Animals, especially those that live in groups with defined territories, hold their domains in high regard, whether before or after mutation. Any intruder entering their territory would be met with a collective attack. What began as a chase by mutated bison alone soon escalated as mutated rhinos, lions, hippos, tigers, and a multitude of other creatures all became entangled in the chaos. Some were chasing Jiang Ming, while others directly engaged in fierce battles with one another, plunging the scene into utter pandemonium and complete loss of control. The mutated hyenas, which had been scouring for Jiang Ming, also seemed to find their direction and join the pursuit. Unintentionally, Jiang Ming had triggered a minor beast tide. If not stopped in time, it could devastate nearly half of Mingshi City, and the massive number of mutated creatures originally confined to the zoo would scatter throughout the urban area, delivering a catastrophic blow to the city. Jiang Ming took out a signal gun and fired it into the sky. Li Yinxi and Zhang Yuan, who had been waiting outside the zoo, saw it and immediately rushed in with their equipment. Relying on his formidable overall stats, Jiang Ming fled frantically through the zoo with an ever-growing swarm of mutated creatures hot on his heels. As Li Yinxi and Zhang Yuan entered the zoo, they saw a cloud of dust in the distance with a vast horde of mutated beasts thundering like a migration. Upon closer inspection, they realized the beasts were chasing Jiang Ming ahead of them. Judging by the scale, it seemed nearly every animal in the zoo had been drawn out by him. Jiang Ming spotted Zhang Yuan and Li Yinxi and shouted, "Plant bombs. Blow a pit, the bigger the better." Jiang Yuan and Li Yinxi grasped the urgency of the situation and immediately began digging holes and setting explosives. Fortunately, they had brought ample equipment. While Jiang Yuan and the others dug and laid the explosives, Jiang Ming did his utmost to hold back the massive horde of mutated creatures pursuing him, buying them precious time. "Brother, it's ready." Jiang Yuan and Li Yinxi worked swiftly and had the setup complete in no time, shouting to Jiang Ming, "Stay back. Detonate it once I'm across." Jiang Ming changed direction and sprinted toward the prepared explosives. The site was near the crocodile pool adjacent to a rockery where the terrain could be used to blast a massive crater. Jiang Ming leaped onto the rockery, vaulted over the crocodile pool, and yelled, "Blow it." Jiang Yuan pressed the signal transmitter in his hand. A thunderous boom echoed as a powerful shockwave propelled Jiang Ming forward several steps. Behind him, the crocodile pool and rockery had been reduced to a colossal deep pit. The pursuing mutated creatures all tumbled into the pit. Those at the front were crushed and trampled to death, a dark, seething mass that was utterly horrifying to behold. Nevertheless, they had managed to halt this minor beast tide, preventing it from escaping the zoo. "Let's go." Having stopped the mutated beasts in their tracks, Jiang Ming decisively chose to leave the area. The entire zoo was now in complete disarray. Who knew if something like a zombie overlord might emerge next? No sooner had Jiang Ming and his group left the zoo than they encountered several people heading their way. With no place to hide nearby, they came face to face. In this apocalypse, even among human survivors, mutual aid and camaraderie were non-existent. The two sides confronted each other, blades and guns at the ready. However, by comparison, the other side only had 2 pistols and weapons like knives and clubs, while Jiang Ming's group each wielded a pulse pistol with plenty more gear in their backpacks and information cards, far superior in quality. Jiang Ming initially wanted to avoid trouble and go their separate ways, but after glancing at Li Yinxi, he said, "Hold your fire. We mean no harm." This shout made both sides halt their movements and weapons, standing in a standoff. Jiang Ming continued, "The mutated beasts in the zoo have gone berserk and are about to break out. Let's get out of here first." With that, he turned and ran, with Li Yinxi and Zhang Yuan following suit. The others didn't open fire. They had come to investigate the commotion and were surprised to find people emerging from the zoo. "Brother, you, what do we do?" one of them asked, staring at the dust swirling within the zoo. The leader, you, a man with a buzz cut and a scar at the corner of his eye, frowned and said, "We leave too." Instead of retracing their steps, you led his men to follow Jiang Ming's group. A subordinate asked, puzzled, "Brother, you, why are we following them?" Yes, gaze covetously fixed on Jiang Ming and his companions. "Look at their gear and weapons. Clearly high-quality stuff. They're unlucky to have run into me. And that woman. She's not bad-looking. The boys haven't had any fun in a while. We'll take her back for everyone to enjoy." Yes, eyes were filled with greed and lechery as they roamed over Li Yinxi. "Brother, they're really following us." Zhang Yuan glanced back and said to Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming nodded. "We'll make our move at the alley ahead." Then he turned to Li Yinxi. "These guys look like survivors from around here. Let's see if we can get any news about your parents and brother." Li Yinxi was touched. Through their time together, she had come to know Jiang Ming as a decisive and ruthless man. Normally, anyone who pointed a gun at him would end up with broken limbs at the very least. He had deliberately led them here to inquire about her family. "Thank you." Jiang Ming smiled. After rounding the corner, he waited by the wall. Seconds later, footsteps sounded as Yu and his men gave chase. Damn it, did these guys take speed or something? Running so fast. Fucking going to take it out on that woman later, making us run this far. Their foul language made Li Yinxi frown in displeasure. The moment they appeared at the corner, Jiang Ming and the other two struck with explosive force. One punch each, and the men were incapacitated, clutching arms, legs, or stomachs, groaning in pain. These men had awakened their steels, but their levels were pitifully low. They were no match for Jiang Ming's group. For efficiency's sake, Li Yinxi could have taken them all down single-handedly. Minutes later, Yu and his men had been dragged into a house and thrown onto the floor. Jiang Ming and the other two sat on the sofa, arms crossed, watching them silently. Yu had been punched in the stomach and nearly passed out from the pain. Now recovered, he realized he was no match for these three and stared at them blankly. 8 men defeated by 3, one of whom was a woman. It was a laughable disgrace. Jiang Ming looked at Yu expressionlessly. "He'll ask you a few questions. Answer honestly, and you live, otherwise he'll break your limbs and feed you to the zombies." As Jiang Ming spoke, Zhang Yuan stood up and walked toward a man with dyed yellow hair, the one who had been the most vocal and vile. "What are you doing? Stay back, stay back." Ignoring his screams and pleas, Zhang Yuan efficiently and mercilessly broke his limbs. The cracking of bones and joints grated on the other's nerves. Then under their horrified and helpless gazes, Jiang Yuan tossed him off the balcony. A dull thud followed by the snarls of zombies. Yu and his men were drenched in sweat, their breaths ragged, eyes wide with disbelief at what they had just witnessed. A chill crept up their spines. Yes' scalp tingled as he looked at Jiang Ming and the others. At best, they were petty thugs who considered themselves tough for wielding knives, but they had never encountered a man as terrifying as Jiang Ming. No matter how horrifying the mutated beasts outside, where they were monsters different from humans. But Jiang Ming issued orders devoid of emotion, and Jiang Yuan carried them out with brutal efficiency, comparable to the most fearsome prison murderers. They'll talk. They'll tell you whatever you want to know. You stammered, trembling with fear. The others cowered on the ground, terrified of being broken and thrown to the zombies. Seeing the desired effect achieved, Li Yanqi pulled out a photo and showed it to you. Have you seen the people in this picture? You studied the photo carefully, then stammered, no, I haven't. I see. Then you're useless. Jiang Ming calmly nodded to Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan cracked his wrists and walked toward you. Wait. You scrambled backward in panic, shouting, I know where you can find them. Oh, go on. Jiang Ming didn't stop Jiang Yuan, his eyes fixed on you. Watching Jiang Yuan approach, you blurted out at the fastest speed of his life. In the city center, the military has set up a temporary shelter. All the survivors in Mingshi City are heading there. You can look for your people there. I've told you everything I know. Please spare my life. You screamed, squeezing his eyes shut. After a moment, the anticipated pain of broken limbs never came. You cautiously opened his eyes to find Jiang Ming and his group gone, leaving only his men in the room. You let out a long sigh of relief, collapsing limply to the floor. For the first time, he felt how close the specter of death had been. Jiang Ming parted ways with Li Yanqi and Jiang Yuan downstairs. They headed toward the shelter in the city center, while Jiang Ming continued his mission to fuse bloodlines. Jiang Yuan had originally wanted to accompany Jiang Ming, but under his orders he reluctantly went with Li Yanqi to the shelter. Jiang Ming told them he would find them once he finished his tasks. After parting ways, Jiang Ming returned to the zoo. Jiang Ming was determined not to give up on the zoo as a source for collecting blood from 100 different species of mutated creatures within a short period. However, the recent chaos had left the zoo in utter disarray, with mutated creatures tearing and devouring one another, while some had even escaped through the collapsed walls. After observing for a while, Jiang Ming realized that collecting mutant blood from the zoo today was impossible. The scene was too chaotic. As a human, he would be instantly mobbed if he entered. After another half-hour of observation, with no solution in sight, Jiang Ming left the place. He decided to roam around Mingshi City, hoping to find treasure chests or NPCs to take on quests, level up, and get equipment. His motorcycle was hidden in a place known only to him and two others. Jiang Ming chose not to ride it as it was too conspicuous, and instead traversed the city on foot, searching for targets. As his eyes swept the area, he suddenly spotted an old man leaning against a lamppost on a crosswalk, barely breathing, as if he might die at any moment. Strangely, no mutated creatures were near the old man. The closest one, a zombie about 10 meters away, seemed completely unaware of his presence. Sensing something unusual, Jiang Ming's eyes lit up. In such a situation, the old man was likely an NPC, and where there was an NPC, there was a high chance of triggering a quest. Jiang Ming approached the old man and asked, "Sir, is there anything I can help you with?" The old man lifted his sallow face to look at Jiang Ming and said in a weak, hoarse voice, "Young man, while I was evacuating with the group, I got separated from my grandson. He is my only grandson, my last hope in this world. Without him, I have no reason to live. Can you help me find my grandson?" The quest prompt appeared: save the little boy Gu and accept decline. Facing this rare opportunity, Jiang Ming naturally chose to accept. Quest accepted: save the little boy Guan. Quest objective: find and protect the little boy Guan and bring him back to his grandfather. Completing the quest will grant you a generous reward. After accepting the quest, Jiang Ming did not rush off. Mingshi City was vast, and finding a quest NPC wouldn't be easy. He chose to speak with the old man again. "Young man, have you found my grandson? I got separated from him on Zhongshan Road." In his past life, many impatient people would rush off immediately after accepting a quest from an NPC, only to end up wandering aimlessly like headless flies. Choosing to continue the conversation with the NPC could yield valuable information related to the quest. For instance, Zhongshan Road was the location for this quest, a lesson learned from past experience. Armed with the necessary quest information, Jiang Ming set off for Zhongshan Road. Finding it was simple, besides the bus stop, road signs would guide the way. A dozen minutes later, Jiang Ming arrived at Zhongshan Road. As expected, the quest wasn't as straightforward as it seemed. From a distance, he saw a horde of zombies gathering and drifting toward a single direction. Without hesitation, Jiang Ming drew his Spider King battle axe and charged toward them, hacking at the mutated creatures before him. One swing, one kill, like slicing through vegetables. This level of quest posed no challenge to him. After cutting a bloody path through the horde, Jiang Ming saw a small boy crouched behind an iron gate in a shop ahead, trembling and staring fearfully outside. Using his insight eye, Jiang Ming saw the name Guan floating above the boy's head, confirming him as the quest target. With a single swing of his axe, he cleaved through the iron gate, scooped the boy up, and said, "Don't be afraid. I'm here to save you. He'll take you to your grandfather." Holding Guan with one hand and wielding the Spider King battle axe with the other, Jiang Ming cut down everything in his path, bursting out of Zhongshan Road in the blink of an eye. With the quest target found, all that remained was to bring him back to complete the quest. In the early days of the apocalypse, NPC quests were relatively simple and easy, designed to help survivors quickly adapt to the harsh environment. Jiang Ming returned to the old man with Guan and initiated a conversation. "Sir, I've brought your grandson back." The old man looked up, and upon seeing the little boy beside Jiang Ming, his expression turned ecstatic. Trembling, he reached out his hands and said, Child, are you alright?" "Grandpa," Guan cried out, throwing himself into the old man's arms. The old man comforted the child and turned to Jiang Ming, saying, "Young man, thank you so much. Please accept this small token of my gratitude." Quest completed. Save the little boy Guan. Rewards: Galaxy Silver Coins, 8, Experience 2. For a basic quest at the start, these rewards were decent. However, for Jiang Ming, they were merely a stepping stone. He already had over 30 Galaxy Gold coins on him, as completing the near-impossible secret quest in the early game had yielded significant benefits. After completing the quest, Jiang Ming was about to leave when he noticed the old man and the boy standing there with worried expressions, not moving. Under normal circumstances, after completing an early apocalypse quest, if it was a one-time quest, the NPCs would disappear. If it was a repeatable quest, they would leave and appear elsewhere. But this situation reminded Jiang Ming of another possibility: a chain quest. A chain quest consisted of multiple consecutive quests. Some were completed in 3 or 4 steps, while others could stretch to dozens or even hundreds of steps. However, all chain quests shared one common trait: the reward for each step was slightly better than the previous one. Though the increase was small, the rewards would accumulate significantly as the chain progressed. This was why in his past life, chain quests with dozens or hundreds of steps were extremely rare. Not only were they highly contested, but one also needed a keen eye to spot them. If Jiang Ming walked away now, he might miss this chain quest entirely. Realizing this was likely a chain quest, Jiang Ming turned back, approached the old man, and asked, "Sir, is there anything I can help with?" "Young man, how fortunate to meet you again," the old man sighed. "Though my grandson is back, we've lost the group. In this world, a frail old man and a young boy can't survive on our own. I don't care if I die, but my grandson is still young. Young man, I beg you to take my grandson to find the group to a safe place." The quest prompt appeared: escort the little boy Gu and accept decline. Jiang Ming decisively chose to accept. This was only the second step, and given the difficulty of the first, it wouldn't be a problem. But Jiang Ming initiated another conversation with the old man, saying, "Sir, your grandson can't be separated from you. He needs your care. I can protect both of you and take you to the group." "Oh, is that true?" The old man's previously gloomy expression lit up. He asked, "Are you really willing to take an old man like me along?" Hidden quest triggered: escort the old man Gu Jin. Accept quest. Yes, no. Jiang Ming smiled contentedly. He had only tried his luck, never expecting to actually trigger a hidden quest. To accept a quest in the apocalypse, one first had to find an NPC, then talk to them. Through conversation, quests could be accepted, and the dialogue often revealed crucial information. The way one spoke also mattered, as there was a chance of triggering hidden quests. Although they were NPCs, they were almost indistinguishable from real people. Think of them as highly advanced artificial intelligence. They had emotions. So in the apocalypse, one must never offend an NPC, or they'd end up on a blacklist. Jiang Ming continued, "Sir, please tell me, which direction did the group head?" The old man, supported by the little boy Gu, and stood up and raised a trembling hand. "The group left in that direction about half a day ago." "Half a day?" Jiang Ming muttered, stroking the stubble on his chin. "Sir, please come with me. He'll protect you and take you to a safe place to find the group." With that, Jiang Ming carried the NPC on his back, took Gu's hand, and left. He returned to the hiding spot for his motorcycle, retrieved it, and hit the road. Triggering a hidden quest increased the difficulty. For instance, bringing the old man along meant protecting 2 people, which added pressure and slowed progress. Fortunately, Jiang Ming had a motorcycle, otherwise catching up with the group, which had a half-day head start, would have been impossible. Placing Guan in front and securing the old man behind him, Jiang Ming drove the motorcycle in the direction the old man pointed. Given the motorcycle's speed, even though the group had left half a day earlier, they were mostly on foot, so it shouldn't take long to catch up. The old man guided him, and Jiang Ming chatted with him to gather information while following the trail left by the group. An hour later, in a small square ahead, a settlement of several dozen people was resting, having set up camp. Using his insight eye, Jiang Ming saw the NP-specific green names floating above each person's head. This was undoubtedly the group the old man had spoken of. Jiang Ming stopped the motorcycle and led the old man and Guan toward the settlement. As soon as they approached the square's perimeter, a guard on patrol pointed a gun at him and ordered him to halt. Jiang Ming raised his hands and said, "Don't worry, I mean no harm. I've brought your people back." He took 2 steps back, revealing the old man and Guan. "Is that Uncle Gu Jin and Guan?" One of the guards recognized them, asking in disbelief. "Liang, it's us," Gu Jin said, stepping forward excitedly. "I thought I'd die on the road, but I never expected to find you." Liang was equally thrilled. "Uncle Gu Jin, we were attacked by mutated creatures back then. It was so chaotic that we only realized you and Guan were missing after we got here. I can't believe you're alive. This is wonderful." Gu Jin turned to Jiang Ming and said, "We owe it all to this young man. Otherwise Xiao and I might have been devoured by those monsters." Liang stepped forward and said to Jiang Ming, "Young man, thank you for saving Uncle Gu Jin and Guan. Please accept this small token of our appreciation. Quest completed. Escort the little boy Guan. Rewards Galaxy Silver Coins 9, Experience 3. Hidden Quest completed. Escort the old man Gu Zhen. Rewards Galaxy Silver Coins 10, Experience 4. After finishing the quest, Jiang Ming gazed at the small settlement before him, lost in thought. Based on his experience and intuition, there were bound to be more quests to trigger here. Yet what concerned Jiang Ming more was this very place. In the apocalypse, as humanity struggled to survive, it seemed the world itself conspired to help them adapt and avoid swift extinction. Across the globe, NPC settlements of varying sizes began to emerge. Beyond offering quests, these settlements evolved over time, eventually serving as sanctuaries for human survivors. In his past life, every human-built fortress had been utterly destroyed in several major battles. It was only by relying on these NPC settlements to recuperate that humanity slowly regained its strength. One could say these NPC settlements were of paramount importance to human survivors. The NPC settlement before him now resembled a novice village in a game. Jiang Ming never expected that the chain quest he had stumbled upon would lead him to such a fortunate discovery. Where the NPCs of this settlement would eventually journey or establish themselves remained unknown. Yet every settlement had its leader, and typically quests were available. After completing the second quest, the old man Gu Zhen and the young boy Gu and had already returned to camp to rest. Jiang Ming approached the NPC Li Yang and initiated a dialogue. "Hello, what can I do for you?" The NPC Li Yang turned his head toward Jiang Ming and said, "Brave survivor, welcome. You may enter and leave the survivor settlement freely." Having said that, he turned his head back and continued standing guard. The NPC Li Yang had no quests to offer. Jiang Ming stepped into the settlement where dozens of NPCs, both young and old, were gathered. He approached them one by one, hoping to find the NPC that would trigger the next quest. Yet after questioning over a dozen NPCs, all he received were systemic replies. No new quest was triggered. Just as Jiang Ming began to suspect that the quest might consist of only two parts, designed merely to lead survivors to this settlement, his gaze fell upon a middle-aged man standing before a tent, his brow furrowed in worry. Jiang Ming's eyes lit up, and he strode directly toward him. Drawing closer, he noticed the man had a thick beard, a robust tiger-backed, bare-waisted physique, and stood nearly 1.90 meters tall. What struck him most was a nagging sense of familiarity. Driven by curiosity, he used his inside eye to observe the man's information. Tu Hongba, NPC level. Class, Strength, Constitution, Agility, Spirit, Skills. Good heavens, another one full of question marks. At least he was an NPC aligned with the human survivor faction. But the name Tu Hongba. Jiang Ming furrowed his brow in thought, and then a title slipped from his lips: the Ancient Fist Master Tu Hongba. A Fist Master was a class within the combat system, and an Ancient Fist Master was an exceptionally rare hidden class. In Jiang Ming's past life, Tu Hongba was a renowned NPC famed not only for his hidden class, but also for founding the city of Heavenly Awakening, a sanctuary that sheltered all surviving humans in the apocalypse. During one pivotal battle, humanity teetered on the brink of extinction. Those who fled to the city of Heavenly Awakening witnessed Tu Hongba single-handedly defeat 3 golden beasts, 1 purple gold beast, and countless powerful mutated creatures, thereby preventing humanity's annihilation. Thus, this NPC, nicknamed the Butcher, was revered as a guardian deity in the hearts of human survivors, protecting their safety. Jiang Ming held deep respect for this protector of humanity. He never imagined that, having been reborn, he would encounter him in such a manner. Composing himself, Jiang Ming stepped forward and asked, "Hello, is there anything I can do for you?" Given the location of Tu Hongba's tent and the question marks filling his information panel, it was obvious he was the settlement's leader. Coupled with his worried expression, Jiang Ming was certain the third quest would be triggered from him. Tu Hongba looked at Jiang Ming and said, "Brave survivor, welcome. But I've run into some trouble. The mutated creatures in the Mingfeng City Zoo have become inexplicably agitated. If they break into the city, it will be a disaster. I need you to investigate the cause and report back to me. You will be handsomely rewarded." Hearing the quest, Jiang Ming was slightly taken aback, then nodded and said, "Of course." A prompt appeared: accept quest, investigate the zoo. Yes, no. Quest objective: the mutated creatures in the Mingfeng City Zoo have become extremely agitated recently. Investigate the cause and report back to Tu Hongba. Complete the quest to receive a generous reward. Jiang Ming selected yes, then left the settlement and set out for the zoo. Earlier today, Jiang Ming had been chased all over by the zoo's mutated creatures without noticing anything unusual. However, Tu Hongba's quest hinted that something was indeed amiss there. Upon returning to the zoo, the situation had calmed somewhat. The chaotic mutated animals had dispersed. Jiang Ming stealthily infiltrated the area to begin his investigation. Typically, investigation quests could be completed by finding a single anomaly. As it happened, Jiang Ming discovered a group of mutated creatures gathered outside the panda enclosure. Among them were mutated lions, tigers, and leopards, nearly one of every species. Without exception, they were all formidable, the strongest of their respective packs. Jiang Ming even spotted 2 silver beasts among them. These creatures, usually fiercely territorial, were oddly not attacking one another. Instead, they stood or sat silently around the panda house, as if waiting for something. The situation was abnormal, but the panda house was completely surrounded. The mutated creatures had exceptionally keen senses of smell and hearing, so Jiang Ming dared not approach too closely. Looking around, Jiang Ming used his Spider King battle axe to pry open a manhole cover. It was unpleasant, but for the quest there was no other choice. Dripping sewage echoed in the sewer, and the filthy water beneath his feet made a splashing sound. The acrid, nauseating stench filled his nose and mouth. Yet Jiang Ming had grown accustomed to, or perhaps immune to such smells. He had witnessed far more disgusting and horrifying scenes, and was unfazed by such things. Following the sewer forward, he relied on his memory to reach the area beneath the panda house's interior. Climbing up a ladder, he produced a small mirror, extended it through a crack, and rotated it 360 degrees. Confirming no mutated creatures were above, he gently pushed open the drain cover at the sewer entrance. Emerging from the sewer, Jiang Ming, having already scouted the interior, executed a roll to hide behind a pillar before surveying the surroundings again. From his earlier vantage point, he had only seen a few centimeters above the ground. Now standing upright, he saw that directly opposite the main entrance lay the panda breeding area. Inside the enclosure, beyond the shattered glass barrier, there were no adorable giant pandas. Instead, there was only a single egg emitting a faint golden glow. This egg was roughly the size of 2 ostrich eggs, its shell as white and smooth as jade, immaculately polished, and it emitted a faint golden radiance that pulsed like a breath, flickering rhythmically. Upon seeing this egg, Jiang Ming's composure shattered completely. His mind trembled. This was a golden egg. In the early days of the apocalypse, the silver beasts, golden beasts, and even the higher-tier amethyst beasts all evolved step by step. For instance, Prince was currently in the evolutionary stage of a silver beast. These mutated creatures were first-generation evolutions. What troubled humans most was their ability to reproduce. The offspring of these silver and golden beasts did not require gradual evolution to grow like their parents. Some were born directly as silver or golden beasts. Others, slightly inferior, might not have pure coloration, but could still evolve further through post-birth development. Thus, the golden egg before him contained at least a golden beast. Where there was a golden egg, there must be a golden beast mother. If Jiang Ming encountered a golden beast, now his only fate would be death. But what were those mutated creatures outside waiting for? Under normal circumstances, a single golden beast was an existence that even the combined forces of those outside mutants couldn't provoke. Unless the golden beast was absent, they surrounded the area waiting for the golden egg to hatch and the golden beast within to be born. The phenomenon of raising another's offspring, or the birth of a juvenile king, supported by all creatures, would never occur among mutated beings. Those mutants gathered outside were likely waiting to devour the unborn golden beast within the egg. If they succeeded in consuming it, they would undergo a qualitative evolutionary leap. Jiang Ming's mind churned with thoughts as he gradually approached the shattered glass wall. The glass wall had a large broken area, and dried black bloodstains were visible on it, suggesting that some colossal creature had fought here earlier. As Jiang Ming drew near the glass wall, his line of sight bypassed a row of bamboo that had been blocking the left side. Behind that bamboo, he discovered a massive mutated giant panda covered in golden fur and standing over 5 meters tall, lying on the ground. Its breathing was now faint, its abdomen rising and falling slightly. Its body was covered in wounds as if inflicted by the sharp claws of some animal. Dark red blood continuously flowed from its injuries, pooling into a puddle. Not far in front of it lay the corpse of a mutated polar bear. What astonished Jiang Ming even more was that this mutated polar bear was also a golden beast. But by now it was a thoroughly cold corpse, half its head and neck bitten off, the blood nearly congealed, dead beyond any doubt. Roar! The moment Jiang Ming witnessed this scene, the fallen mutated giant panda let out a faint roar, struggling to its feet, having clearly detected his presence. Not good. Jiang Ming's heart jolted. With a swift motion, he leaped directly into the breeding ground, rolled over, and raised the golden egg, glaring fiercely at the mutated giant panda, now inches away. If you come any closer, I'll smash it. Whether it was Jiang Ming's threat or the severity of its injuries, the mutated giant panda barely managed to stand, wobbled twice, then collapsed heavily. Its eyes fixed intently on the golden egg in Jiang Ming's hands before reluctantly closing. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Ming steeled himself. Holding the golden egg with one hand and gripping the Spider King battle axe with the other, he charged straight at the dying mutated giant panda. His insight eye had already spotted the kill zone. Raising the battle axe, he activated the skills Fury and Raging Strike, cleanly burying the axe into the head of the mutated giant panda. Killing a golden beast was an extremely rare opportunity. Under normal circumstances, Jiang Ming would have turned and fled without looking back. Although this was a cheap shot, the experience points and loot undeniably belonged to him. The experience from a golden beast caused Jiang Ming's experience bar to surge significantly, leaving him just shy of leveling up. Without time to check what had dropped, Jiang Ming hastily scooped everything into his identity information card. Then, setting down the golden egg, he retrieved a bottle, split open the mutated giant panda's skull with the Spider King battle axe, and collected the golden essence that flowed out, filling the bottle completely. The reason the mutants outside had remained still was likely their fear of the dying panda's final counterattack. But now that it was dead, those keen mutants would surely sense the change, and a bloody storm would erupt here. Following the same procedure, he split open the mutated polar bear's skull, extracted its essence, and also collected some of its blood as one of the required samples for the bloodline fusion quest. Instead of blood from 10 different types of silver beasts, Jiang Ming directly used the blood of golden beasts. He felt a pang of greed, regretting that the mutated polar bear hadn't died by his hand, or it would have dropped plenty of good loot. However, facing 2 weakened golden beasts simultaneously was beyond his capacity. Such a thought was merely wishful. After packing up, Jiang Ming stuffed the golden egg into his backpack and retreated into the sewer at top speed. The blood of the 2 golden beasts mixed with the sewer's foul odor was enough to completely mask his scent. As Jiang Ming entered the sewer and made his way toward the exit of the zoo, tremors and rumbles echoed from above. The mutants waiting outside had finally lost patience and made their move. But their target, the golden egg, had already fallen into Jiang Ming's hands. At most, they could feast on the remains of the 2 golden beasts, which would still promote some evolution. However, the most precious golden liquid had already been taken away by Jiang Ming. For safety, Jiang Ming traveled through the sewer until he was well outside the zoo's perimeter before emerging. After orienting himself, he headed straight for a nearby pharmacy. Relying on his memory, he weighed and packaged the required herbs, then left. Subsequently, Jiang Ming found a house cleared of zombies, sealed the doors and windows tightly, and took a deep breath. He retrieved the golden egg and 2 bottles of golden liquid from his backpack. If Prince absorbed all of this, there was a high probability it would directly complete its silver beast evolution and step into the ranks of golden beasts. However, Jiang Ming had other plans for the golden egg and the 2 bottles of golden liquid. Hatching a golden egg was a risky endeavor he wouldn't undertake. Back when he encountered Prince, who had just evolved into a silver beast, it had nearly cost him his life. Hatching a golden beast, not to mention the unknown strength of the creature within. The phenomenon of the hatched beast devouring its incubator was all too common in his past life. Jiang Ming had no reason to take such a risk. Jiang Ming entered the bathroom, wiped the bathtub clean, then picked up the golden egg. Carefully, he made a small opening at the top, then turned it over. Strands of golden liquid flowed from the egg, dripping into the smooth, clean bathtub. Feeling the weight of the golden egg in his hands gradually decreasing, the yet informed life within was being cruelly nipped in the bud by Jiang Ming, transforming into a golden liquid that flowed into the bathtub. Once the golden egg was completely drained, Jiang Ming set the empty shell aside, then took out the medicinal herbs prepared earlier and tossed them into the bathtub one by one according to the measurement. A peculiar thing happened upon contact with the golden liquid. The herbs began to sizzle as if boiled in hot water, rapidly dissolving and merging into the golden fluid. Jiang Ming cut open the bottled water he had prepared, pouring it in while adding more herbs. In an instant, the bathroom was filled with swirling mist resembling a celestial realm. When the bathtub was filled to the brim and all the herbs had been added, the original golden liquid was completely diluted by water and neutralized by the herbs, leaving the entire tub filled with a pale golden fluid. Jiang Ming stripped off his clothes and carefully cut a small opening on his body at the locations of the 3 red willow leaves of the Xing bloodline and the green world tree seed. Crimson blood began to flow out from the wounds. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Ming stepped into the bathtub. Instantly, an excruciating burning sensation engulfed his entire body, his skin turning as red as a steamed crab. But that was just one leg. Gritting his teeth and enduring the pain, Jiang Ming submerged his entire body into the tub. This was something Jiang Ming had learned by chance in his past life. The essence of mutated creatures could be used not only by the creatures themselves. With the right method, humans could also absorb the energy within to enhance their own strength. The silver liquid of silver beasts was highly toxic. Any human who touched it would die. Only the essence of golden beasts could be used with this method. In his past life, by the time Jiang Ming heard of this, golden beasts were already unattainable. Even if one died, he had no access to its essence or corpse. But in this life, through a stroke of fate, he had obtained the essence of 2 golden beasts and a golden egg. Jiang Ming was determined to give it a try. Like countless branding irons searing his skin, the seemingly ordinary pale golden fluid, even after dilution with water and neutralization by herbs, contained far more terrifying energy than imagined. Especially at the places where Jiang Ming had cut himself, the pain was like countless bullet ants gnawing at him, agonizing beyond endurance. Even Jiang Ming, with eyes wide, body tense, and veins bulging, barely managed not to cry out. While Jiang Ming endured the heart-wrenching, blazing torment, the pale golden fluid slowly seeped into his body through his pores and the wounds on his chest and abdomen. This was a rather risky, domineering, yet the most direct and effective method, absorbing the golden liquid through dilution and neutralization. What changes would occur after absorption was unclear to Jiang Ming, but he was certain it would enhance his strength. As time passed, Jiang Ming gradually grew accustomed to the pain, feeling the energy within being slowly absorbed by his body. He did not know how long had passed, but the sky outside had turned completely dark. When the golden liquid in the tub was nearly gone, Jiang Ming sat up. He could clearly feel that his strength had increased. He opened his status card to check his attributes. Jiang Ming, level 17, class Berserker, strength 90, constitution 76, agility 30, spirit 3, luck 12, lucky dice, experience 1100, bloodline divine, divinity Xing, phase fusion 100, bloodline fusion quest progress 35100, of silver beast blood 310. Strength and constitution had each increased by 3 points. Jiang Ming smiled with satisfaction, then proceeded to pour the other 2 bottles of golden beast liquid into the tub and absorb them in the same manner. The energy of the golden liquid was so potent that every absorption was agonizing for Jiang Ming, yet after each session, he emerged vigorous with his wounds vanished without a trace. Not even a scar remained. When absorbing again, he had to reopen the cuts. This continued until dawn the next day, when Jiang Ming finally finished absorbing all the golden liquid. Perhaps because the mutated giant panda and the mutated polar bear were adult golden beasts, after absorbing their golden liquid, Jiang Ming's strength and constitution each increased by 8 points. Combined with the golden egg, his total attribute increase amounted to 22 points. Jiang Ming's overall stats had now surpassed 200, reaching 215, a growth rate that could not be called slow. At the same time, Jiang Ming discovered that the world tree seed had taken root and sprouted after absorbing the energy of the golden liquid. It had grown 3 main trunks, 1 golden, 1 crimson, and 1 emerald green. Jiang Ming found that aside from the crimson and emerald trunks, he could draw power from the golden trunk. This power was also golden in color and could be attached to a specific part of his body, although its range was limited. Currently, it could only cover the size of a palm. As for its specific effects, Jiang Ming had only discovered so far that when the golden energy was attached, his skin turned golden and his defensive capabilities greatly increased. Even a blade could not cut through it. After absorbing all the golden liquid and seeing the world tree seed take root and sprout, Jiang Ming was in high spirits, feeling refreshed and invigorated. He dressed and returned to the NPC survivor settlement to submit his quest. As for the golden eggshell, Jiang Ming crushed it and packed it up to bring back to Prince. Although the essence within had been absorbed by Jiang Ming, this was still the shell of a golden beast egg. For a silver beast like Prince, it would still be of some help. After returning to the settlement, Jiang Ming found Tu Hongba and initiated a dialogue. "I'm back. I've investigated the cause. The mutated animals in the zoo are fighting over a golden egg. I also discovered 2 golden beasts that had killed each other in the struggle for the egg. That should be the reason for their agitation." Tu Hongba nodded, earnestly patted Jiang Ming on the shoulder, and said, "So that's what happened. Hard work, brave warrior. This is your reward. Quest completed. Investigate the zoo. Reward: Galaxy Silver Coins 15, Experience 5. The experience gained filled the last bit of Jiang Ming's experience bar, allowing him to level up. Having completed the 3rd ring of the quest, Jiang Ming prepared to move on to the 4th. He guessed that triggering this quest would still involve Tu Hongba. After submitting the quest, Tu Hongba returned to his tent, and soon people began to file in one after another. Jiang Ming thought for a moment and followed them inside. A simple conference table made from 2 square tables was now fully occupied on both sides, leaving only 1 seat empty opposite Tu Hongba. The tent flap had been lowered, signaling the start of the meeting. Jiang Ming guessed this was part of the quest storyline and walked straight to the vacant seat to sit down. "Ladies and gentlemen, the cause of the mutated creatures' agitation in the zoo has been found. As far as I know, they are fighting over a golden egg, and 2 golden beasts have already killed each other over it." As Tu Hongba spoke these words, the people seated on both sides began to murmur among themselves. A sturdy man of about 1.6 meters tall with slightly dark skin and a solid build sitting to Tu Hongba's left said, "Old Tu, in my opinion, we should seize the moment while these mutated creatures are in chaos and wipe them out in one fell swoop. There are so many of them in the zoo, leaving them be will only bring trouble later." Raging Knight Lei Tai. Jiang Ming recognized this sturdy man at a glance. A renowned NPC in his past life, one of Tu Hongba's right-hand men, and the owner of the hidden class Raging Knight. This seemingly robust man was a formidable figure, having once charged alone into tens of thousands of mutated creatures, carving a bloody path to rescue the besieged Tu Hongba. "I disagree with this approach," a bespectacled youth with long hair tied in a ponytail, sitting on the other side of Tu Hongba, frowned. "We just endured a brutal battle. Our supplies are depleted and our ranks have thinned significantly. We haven't recovered yet. A rash assault will only lead to greater sacrifices." Tri-elemental mage Zhuang Liming. He was another of Tu Hongba's right-hand men, a prominent figure in his past life as well. He possessed the hidden class Tri-elemental mage, capable of wielding the magic of water, fire, and wood. He also served as Tu Hongba's strategist and NPC of immense power and intellect. "What's there to fear?" Lei Tai retorted angrily. "Our home is occupied, and we're letting these damned creatures run rampant. I'm going to slaughter them all. Go ahead if you want." Zhuang Liming shot back without backing down. "If you want to die, no one's stopping you, but don't drag us all to our doom." As the two were about to clash like needle against thread, Tu Hongba interjected, "Stop arguing. The person who brought me this information is also here. Let's hear his opinion." Suddenly, Tu Hongba turned the question over to Jiang Ming. Everyone, especially Lei Tai and Zhuang Liming, fixed their gazes intently on him. Jiang Ming understood this was a mission choice point. The situation was clear: 2 paths. Either support Lei Tai and fight the mutated creatures in the zoo, or back Zhuang Liming and let it go. Different choices would lead to diverging mission outcomes, especially for the chain quest. A good choice might allow several more links, while a poor one could end it in just a couple. Based on Jiang Ming's judgment, supporting Lei Tai to battle the zoo's mutated creatures was the safest bet for extending the chain. However, there was another way to handle such choice missions, depending on how the task recipient responded. After a moment of deliberation, Jiang Ming said, As far as I know, the mutated creatures in the zoo are currently fixated on that golden egg. If we launch a surprise attack now, we could achieve unexpected results. Hearing this, Lei Tai shot a provocative glance at Jiang Ming. But Jiang Ming paused briefly before continuing. The golden egg has already caused 2 golden beasts to kill each other. We don't know what other dangers lurk in the zoo. So boss 2, it's best you decide this yourself. By saying this, Jiang Ming essentially kicked the ball back, returning the choice to Tu Hongba. Though it was akin to saying nothing, he avoided offending either Lei Tai or Jiang Ming while allowing Tu Hongba to make the truly optimal decision from his NPC perspective. In his past life, many people approached mission choices with a fixed mindset, always picking one side. But there was another way, like exploiting a bug, by returning the question to the NPC. However, the task recipient couldn't remain silent, otherwise the mission story couldn't proceed. Tu Hongba pondered seriously for a moment before saying, "The mutated creatures in the zoo must be dealt with eventually, but our current strength isn't enough to completely destroy them. Brave warrior, would you be willing to help us?" Here it comes, here it comes. Jiang Ming rejoiced, inwardly nodding earnestly. These damned mutated creatures have invaded our home. Fighting them is my bounden duty and responsibility. I am willing to contribute my strength. A prompt appeared: accept mission zoo campaign, yes, no. Seeing the word campaign, Jiang Ming raised an eyebrow slightly before selecting yes. Mission requirements: the campaign between the human survivor settlement and the mutated creatures of Mingshi City Zoo is about to begin. The settlement urgently needs personnel and supplies. Collect 100 barrels of 18.9 liters of purified water, 500 boxes of common medicine, 1,000 portions of food, and recruit at least 50 people to join the campaign within 7 days. Complete the mission to receive generous rewards. Seeing the mission details, Jiang Ming's heart skipped a beat. The 4th link had directly escalated into a campaign between the human survivor settlement and the mutated creatures. Tu Hongba asked, "Brave warrior, what is your name?" "My name is Jiang Ming. I'm glad to contribute." Tu Hongba nodded solemnly. "All right, Jiang Ming. Call me old too. We only have 7 days to prepare. Please make sure to complete the task. It's crucial for this campaign. I'm counting on you." Jiang Ming also stood up. Time is of the essence. They'll start preparing now. Having accepted the 4th link, he left the settlement. This mission exceeded Jiang Ming's expectations. Normally, it should have been a solo chain quest, but now it seemed to be developing into a small-scale campaign, likely influenced by his dialogue with the NPC. Still, this didn't hinder Jiang Ming from continuing the chain. However, with only 7 days, he needed to act quickly to prepare everything. It was a good opportunity to have the people from Zhaoyang County come to Mingshi City. With their experience from completing the mysterious mission, they could prove useful in this campaign. As for the supplies, collecting them all within 7 days alone would be challenging. Piled together, they'd form a mound as high as a hill. Having accepted the mission, Jiang Ming decided to head to the rescue station to find Li Yinxi and Jiang Yuan and check on their situation. The rescue station was easy to find. Many tall buildings had prominent red arrows painted on them to indicate the direction. Walking toward the rescue station, Jiang Ming found the mutated creatures along the way posed no threat to him, given his comprehensive stats exceeding 200 points. Suddenly, screams rang out ahead, followed by 2 or 3 figures appearing in Jiang Ming's view. He focused his gaze. 3 people in total, 2 men and 1 woman, all young and dressed in student uniforms. They were fleeing in disarray, covered in dust, with mutated creatures chasing behind them. But they seemed exhausted, their pace slowing, their bodies growing weak, panting heavily. One of the fleeing boys tripped over his own feet, falling flat on his face. He stretched out his hand in despair, shouting for help. However, the other 2 students were in dire straits themselves, uncertain whether to turn back and help. Their hesitation allowed the mutated creatures to draw closer. The distance, already short, shrank until the creatures could almost grab their clothes. Seeing this, Jiang Ming sprinted forward, swinging his Spider King battle axe to cut down the pursuing creatures. The 3 who had been on the verge of despair saw a figure flash before them, followed by a broad back blocking their path. In the blink of an eye, like slicing through melons and vegetables, he dispatched the chasing mutated creatures. All 3 were dumbfounded, staring wide-eyed at the strangely attired man before them. In their minds, mutated creatures were terrifying and dangerous. The only option was to flee as far as possible. Even those with guns had to be cautious. Seeing someone confront them head-on like this was a first, especially armed with just an axe. "If you can move, stand up. Shut up and follow me," Jiang Ming barked, snapping them out of their daze. The 3 came to their senses. The other boy and girl helped the fallen student to his feet. Just as they were about to express their gratitude, Jiang Ming was already 5 or 6 meters ahead. They quickly shut their mouths and hurried after him. Along the way, Jiang Ming maintained a distance of about 3 meters from them, neither too close nor too far. He didn't utter a single word to them despite their attempts to speak. Even though the 3 appeared to be ordinary students, perhaps naive and ignorant, Jiang Ming's past life caution never waned despite his rebirth. He saved them because they were human, but that didn't mean he owed them anything more. With Jiang Ming clearing the path, the 3 students traveled safely. Following the arrow signs, they reached the destination in half an hour. The rescue station's perimeter was fortified with abandoned cars and barbed wire to fend off zombie and mutated creature invasions. Behind the first line of defense, armed personnel stood guard, inspecting survivors seeking entry. This inevitably involved stripping for full body checks to ensure no injuries from mutated creatures. If clean, all was well. If injured, the lucky ones might be driven away to survive a few more days. The unlucky ones would meet a bullet to the head. As Jiang Ming and the 3 students approached, the guards behind the first line nervously raised their weapons, shouting for them to halt and enter one by one. Jiang Ming stepped forward first, passing through the first line of defense. He addressed the guard. "Hello, I'm looking for 2 people. Looking for people." The guard had assumed Jiang Ming was seeking shelter. Hearing he was looking for someone, the guard said, "Submit to an inspection, and if you pass, you can go in and find them." Jiang Ming shook his head. "I'm not going in. Could you please pass a message for me? I'm looking for Jiang Yuan and Li Yanxi." "Not going in. Then why come to the rescue station?" The guard frowned impatiently. "So many people come and go here daily. How can I remember everyone? Either submit to the inspection and find them yourself, or leave. I don't have time to waste on you." The guard moved to shoo him away. Jiang Ming wasn't unwilling to be inspected, but he was carrying too much gear: a laser pistol, 2 regular pistols, 50 rounds of ammunition, plus grenades and explosives. A search would spell trouble. His items would be confiscated on the spot. He wondered how Jiang Yuan and Li Yanxi had gotten in. "You 3 line up and come for inspection." The guard blocked Jiang Ming outside the first defensive line, directing the 3 students to proceed. The 3 entered a tent set up behind, where dedicated personnel conducted the checks. This temporary rescue station must have received some military aid to have lasted this long. "Do me a favor," Jiang Ming called out to the last female student about to enter. "Once inside, help me find 2 people, a man named Jiang Yuan and a woman named Li Yanxi. Tell them Jiang Ming is waiting outside." Despite Jiang Ming's cold demeanor throughout the journey, the girl was deeply grateful for saving their lives. She nodded. "They'll make sure to deliver the message." Watching the 3 students pass the inspection and enter the rescue station, Jiang Ming pulled out a pack of cigarettes and lit one, smoking to the side. In peaceful times, the unique scent of tobacco might have been pungent to some, but now cigarettes and alcohol were scarce commodities. A single puff could send one into euphoria. The guard at the gate was also a heavy smoker who hadn't smelled tobacco in a long time. Seeing Jiang Ming smoking openly, he couldn't resist edging closer, inhaling the smoke. Jiang Ming exhaled. "Ah, this damned world makes even a simple smoke so hard to come by. And with this cold, a puff warms you up a bit." Jiang Ming sighed as he spoke, glancing at the guard drawing nearer. He smiled, turned, and casually offered a cigarette. "Friend, standing guard in this cold isn't easy. Have one to perk yourself up." The guard, who could no longer bear the smell of smoke, now had the cigarette right in front of him. Though he could guess what Jiang Ming was about to say, his craving for a smoke was simply irresistible. Rubbing his hands together, the guard said, "Then I want stand on ceremony." He eagerly pulled out the cigarette and placed it between his lips. In the next second, Jiang Ming had already lit it with his lighter. "Thanks, man." The guard took a deep, forceful drag, drawing the smoke all the way into his lungs. After a moment, only a faint wisp of smoke escaped from his mouth and nose. Closing his eyes in sheer bliss, the guard let out a satisfied sigh and said, "Ah, that hits the spot. It's been ages since I last had a smoke." Jiang Ming weighed the half-pack of cigarettes left in his hand and said, "Buddy, how about it? Consider doing me a favor, and this half-pack is yours." "Well," the guard fell into hesitation. He had originally planned to take just 1 cigarette and refuse whatever Jiang Ming asked. But after that 1 puff, his nicotine craving had been thoroughly awakened. Without more cigarettes, he would be driven mad with longing. "Oh, and I also have this half-pack of Huazi," Jiang Ming said, noticing his hesitation. He decisively raised the stakes, pulling out another half-pack and placing them together. "That makes a full pack. Help me with this, and all these cigarettes are yours." "Huazi." At the sight of the half-pack of Huazi, the guard's eyes lit up. He stepped closer to Jiang Ming, gripping the hand, holding the cigarettes tightly with both hands. Glancing around cautiously, he discreetly slipped the cigarettes into his own pocket and said, "We have a registration ledger here. Let me check it for you. Wait here." A man with a full stomach is easily swayed, and a man with gifts is easily won over. Having accepted Jiang Ming's cigarettes, the guard ran into the tent. After about 10 minutes, he came out and said, "Found them. Those 2 arrived yesterday and are in the medical station. I've already sent someone to notify them. Just wait here." Jiang Ming thanked him and handed over a Zippo lighter. The guard accepted it with a beaming smile, now feeling more and more favorably disposed toward Jiang Ming. Before long, 2 figures emerged from the entrance, Jiang Yuan and Li Yanxi. Upon seeing these 2, for some reason, even the guard on duty and the doctor in charge of inspections became unusually respectful, even stepping back a few paces to maintain a certain distance. Jiang Ming observed this and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. "Big brother." Jiang Yuan walked out of the checkpoint and came up to Jiang Ming, saying, "You're here." Jiang Ming nodded, then looked at the guards and asked, "What did you 2 do? Why do they all seem so afraid of you?" Jiang Yuan glanced at them, and the moment his gaze met theirs, they all lowered their heads, not daring to look him in the eye. "After we arrived yesterday, some people tried to throw their weight around, and a few even tried to harass Sisterly. I dealt with them. It's all settled now." Jiang Yuan spoke of it casually, but Jiang Ming could roughly guess what had transpired. He nodded and asked, "What about your belongings?" "We hid them inside," Jiang Yuan said. "Before coming here, we stashed the things outside. We'll sneak out tonight to bring them in." Jiang Ming turned to Li Yanxi and asked, "Did you find your parents and younger brother?" Li Yanxi nodded, her expression somber. "I found my parents. On the casualty list. There's still no news about my brother." "My condolences," Jiang Ming said, shaking his head slightly. "Come with me. I have something to discuss with you." leading Zhang Yuan and Li Yinxi into a building. Jiang Ming told them about the fourth ring of the quest chain. Big brother, so we only have 7 days left. Zhang Yuan said. Then we need to head back today and bring brother by and brother go over. Jiang Ming nodded. That's exactly what I was thinking. It's still early today. You two head back and come back tomorrow morning with the others. We'll meet outside the human NPC survivor settlement. Jiang Yuan nodded. All right, there's no time to lose. We'll leave now. Jiang Ming looked at Li Yinxi. If you're not feeling up to it, I'll allow you to rest at the aid station for a day and let Jiang Yuan go back alone. No need, Li Yinxi said, shaking her head as she stood up. I'm a police officer after all. I'm not that fragile. Let's head out now and try to make it back to Jiayang County before dark. After parting ways, Li Yinxi and Jiang Yuan returned to the aid station to gather their gear, found their motorcycle, and immediately set off, leaving Mingfeng City to return to Jiayang County. Jiang Ming did not enter the aid station. Instead, he continued roaming through Mingfeng City. A city as vast as this had already yielded a golden egg, a quest chain, and a human NPC survivor settlement on his first visit. He was confident there were still many treasures waiting to be unearthed within its bounds. The city streets, once bustling with life, now lay in desolate decay. The homeland where humanity had thrived was now overrun by monsters, leaving only hordes of grotesque, terrifying mutated creatures prowling in search of fresh flesh to devour. Jiang Ming alternated between slaying mutated beasts to level up and scouring the city for treasure chests or NPCs that might offer quests. He also marked locations where mission supplies were stored so that once Bai Wu and the others arrived, they could collect them with maximum efficiency. Jiang Ming continued this grind until sunset. In the past, he would have already found a place to rest, but with his overall stats now exceeding 200 points, he could afford to be active even in the dark. As the sun fully dipped below the western horizon and night descended, Jiang Ming, aided by the enhanced vision granted by his insight, I could vaguely make out objects in the darkness. Walking along the fringes of the streets and alleys, Jiang Ming gradually ventured deeper into the city. Countless dangers lurked in the darkness, but alongside them lay many treasures. Squeak, squeak. As Jiang Ming walked, he suddenly heard the sound of a rodent nearby, roughly 10 meters away. Focusing his gaze ahead, he saw a pitch-black shadow beside a trash can roughly the size of a children's Reborn car. With his limited vision, that was all Jiang Ming could discern. He guessed it was a mutated rat or hamster, though one this large was quite uncommon. Jiang Ming crept closer, raising his Spider King battle axe to take down the mutated rat, but the creature seemed to sense his presence and scurried away in an instant. Don't run. Jiang Ming gave chase, axe in hand. Killing low-level zombies had grown tedious. High-level mutated beasts like this offered far more experience points. Jiang Ming pursued through the darkness, keeping his eyes locked on the large black shadow ahead. Just as he was about to bring down the axe, the mutated rat suddenly seemed to soar into the air before his eyes vanishing into the gloom. What the hell? Jiang Ming froze for a moment, then quickly retreated several steps. Peering ahead, he could see nothing but pitch-black darkness. No buildings or structures, just an abyss, like a black hole. Every hair on Jiang Ming's body stood on end. His instincts screamed that danger lay ahead, and the mutated rat could not have simply flown away on its own. Though it was risky, Jiang Ming was determined to find out what lay ahead. Retreating 100 meters, he climbed to the rooftop of a 20-plus-story hotel. Drawing his flare gun, he fired a signal flare toward the spot he had just left. The red flare streaked across the long night, flying into the impenetrable darkness. Its light attracted the attention of mutated beasts throughout the streets, and many of them howled as they chased after it. Jiang Ming stood on the rooftop, watching silently as the flare drew closer to the spot, its crimson glow gradually illuminating the area. Suddenly, a tentacle-like appendage shot out from the darkness, wrapping around the flare with lightning speed. Jiang Ming was just about to glimpse what lay in the darkness when the flare's light vanished entirely in the next instant. However, in the fleeting moment before the flare's light disappeared, Jiang Ming caught a glimpse of an enormous silhouette, roughly 50 meters tall, almost level with the hotel he was standing on. After a moment's deliberation, Jiang Ming raised his flare gun again and fired 3 consecutive flares in 3 different directions. This time he adjusted the angles so that the flares would fly higher, ensuring they wouldn't be snatched away. As the 3 flares arced from 3 different angles toward the dark area, a colossal creature gradually revealed itself before Jiang Ming's eyes. That was a willow tree, a colossal willow tree so immense that it would take at least a dozen people joining hands to encircle it. Its willow branches were a verdant, dripping green, swaying gracefully in the wind, while its trunk was thick and sturdy with roots spreading into the nearby buildings, piercing through windows and doors to shroud them. Such a gigantic willow tree did not grow naturally. It was a genuine mutant willow. Each of those emerald willow branches bore an object, either a human or a mutated creature, but all without exception had become withered and shriveled, drained of their blood and essence, transformed into nourishment for the willow. Compared to zombies or other mutated creatures, mutant plants were rarer, but also far more difficult to deal with, and even more terrifying. Take this mutant willow tree as an example. There was not a single living thing around it. Just moments ago, Jiang Ming had been chasing that mutated rat only for it to be seized and drained dry by the tree. Jiang Ming felt fortunate that the mutated rat had led the way for him. Otherwise, if he had stumbled in himself, he would have met the same fate, ending up as a dried corpse. The thought still sent a chill down his spine. The next moment, the willow branches of the mutant tree began to thrash wildly. The mutated creatures in the city, drawn by the signal flare, had chased after it into the area where the mutant willow stood. Some creatures already drained dry by the willow were cast down to the roots to be absorbed again as fertilizer. Its branches, like countless tentacles, would ensnare a zombie or another mutant with every swing, turning them into new nourishment. For a moment, it was as if a host of demons were dancing wildly. Countless willow branches lashed and flailed, and one by one the mutated creatures visibly withered into dried husks. Jiang Ming's scalp tingled at the sight. He stowed away the signal gun and hastened to leave the area. Even in the early days of the apocalypse, the nights were no better, with danger lurking everywhere. Jiang Ming departed from that place and found a safe spot to rest for the night. Waking up early the next morning, Jiang Ming rolled the lucky dice. Today his luck was decent, a 4. He imprinted it on his palm, ate breakfast to regain his strength, and then set out for the human NPC survivor settlement to wait for Jiang Yuan, Bai Wu, and the others. But when Jiang Ming arrived at the settlement, he found Jiang Yuan lying on the ground, his body covered in wounds and bleeding profusely. Startled, Jiang Ming rushed over to help him up. Xiao Yuan, wake up. What happened? How did you get so badly hurt? Where are the others? Jiang Yuan's eyes fluttered open, and upon seeing Jiang Ming, he mustered the last of his strength to grab his brother's arm and said, "Brother, go quickly. 10 kilometers north of Mingfeng City in the outskirts, go quickly." After forcing out these words, Jiang Yuan's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed unconscious. Jiang Ming's heart pounded wildly. He scooped Jiang Yuan into his arms and dashed into the settlement, shouting, "Doctor! Where's the doctor? Someone's injured." Jiang Ming's roar echoed throughout the settlement. Soon a doctor NPC arrived with nurses and a stretcher. "Quick, put him here. He's lost too much blood and needs emergency treatment." The NPCs in the settlement were not entirely rigid system-driven automatons. They could provide services like trading or medical aid, but payment was required afterward. Jiang Ming didn't care about that. After entrusting Jiang Yuan to the NPCs for treatment, he found a motorcycle and sped straight to the northern outskirts of Mingfeng City. Jiang Yuan's condition told him something must have gone wrong. The motorcycle roared down the road at breakneck speed, with Jiang Ming pushing it to the limit. A journey that would normally take about half an hour was brutally cut down to just over 10 minutes. On the provincial highway, from a great distance, Jiang Ming could hear the intense roar of artillery, beam guns, laser gatlings, and the distinctive sound of pulse pistols, along with even destruction-seeking missiles and nuclear magnetic cannons. What had Bai Wu and the others encountered to push them to such extremes? Jiang Ming frowned as the motorcycle sped forward. Before long, he saw the site of the battle. On the highway ahead, Bai Wu, Go Fuguwei, and over 50 others had arranged their modified vehicles in 2 rows, encircling a gas station as a defensive barrier. Surrounding them on all sides were countless mutated creatures launching a frenzied assault. Only a few of these creatures were zombies, most were mutated animals, with wolves making up the majority. There were no fewer than several thousand mutant wolves alone, their speed and strength far surpassing those of zombies. Compounded by the unfavorable terrain, Bai Wu and his group were struggling to hold off the onslaught. In the distance, massive forms were drawing closer. The relentless barrage of fire would only attract more mutated creatures, escalating the battle until one side could no longer withstand the assault and collapsed. Seeing this, Jiang Ming pulled the pin on a grenade, gripped the motorcycle's handlebars with one hand, and sped forward, dropping a line of grenades in his wake. Virum boom. Jiang Ming's motorcycle roared, kicking up clouds of dust as it screeched across the ground. With a series of explosions, the mutated creatures where the grenades detonated were all blasted into the air. Jiang Ming drove the motorcycle toward Bai Wu's group, shouting, "Toss out a barrel of gasoline. It's the boss. The boss is here. Big brother. The boss has come to save us. Gasoline. Hurry, hurry." Amidst cheers of joy, a barrel of gasoline was thrown from the convoy. Jiang Ming watched it land among the mutated creatures behind him, then fired a single shot, detonating the barrel. With a thunderous blast, Jiang Ming lifted the motorcycle's front wheel, vaulted over the mutated creatures, and charged into the convoy. Without wasting time on idle chatter, Jiang Ming said, "Listen to my orders. Leave 10 people to cover the rear with me. Everyone else get in the vehicles. Boss, those beasts slashed the tires on the vehicles." Go Fuguwei said bitterly. Despite the strength of the modified vehicles, they could have charged through the mutated creatures, but the beasts had laid roadblocks and spiked strips ahead, crippling the vehicles on the road. "Abandon the vehicles and all heavy gear. Everyone travels light." Hearing that the tires were blown, Jiang Ming made a decisive call. Vehicles could be replaced, but clinging to these immovable hunks of metal would only lead to greater loss. "But boss, we have the nuclear magnetic cannons and destruction-seeking missiles." "Leave them all," Jiang Ming said firmly. "Get everyone out of here first. Load all the remaining ammunition and blast a path for us." "Yes, sir." Reluctant as they were under these circumstances, survival was paramount. Soon everyone discarded their heavy loads. Each person carried a backpack filled with weapons and ammunition. Food and water could be found everywhere in Mingfeng City. The cannons were already loaded. Teams of 4 moved quickly. Jiang Ming commanded loudly, "Covering fire. Clear the way with artillery. Fire." Boom, boom, boom. The first volley of shells fired, leveling the mutated creatures ahead. Teams of 4 dashed through at top speed, retreating swiftly while fending off the creatures that lunged at them. Then came the second and third volleys, blasting a path through the horde of mutants. Only Jiang Ming and the 10 rearguard members remained. Fire off all the remaining shells. We're pulling back, Jiang Ming ordered. With the last of the ammunition expended, the highway was left in ruins under the relentless bombardment, but it temporarily stemmed the tide of mutants, creating a window for their retreat. Retreat. Jiang Ming gave the command, gripping his Spider King battle axe as he led the charge outward with Bai Wu Go Fuguwei and the other 10 close behind. On the path forced open by the artillery, Jiang Ming swung his Spider King axe, felling one mutant after another, and fought his way out with the remaining men. They ran nonstop for 5 kilometers before reuniting with the others and finally coming to a halt. Jiang Ming took a deep breath and said, "Everyone rest here for 5 minutes. Then we'll head to Mingfeng City to regroup." Afterward, Jiang Ming called Bai Wu Go Fuguwei, Xia Xinyue, and Li Yinchi aside and asked what happened. "According to the schedule, you should have arrived in the afternoon. You were supposed to leave just now, not be here already." Bai Wu spoke with a look of shame. "It was my idea. Given our current equipment and levels, I thought we didn't need to worry about mutated creature attacks. So we set off last night. Everything went smoothly until we neared Mingfeng City, and this happened." Bai Wu looked at Jiang Ming and said, "All of this was my own doing. It has nothing to do with them. If you want to blame someone, blame me." All right, Jiang Ming said, "I don't mean to blame anyone. I just want to remind you that the apocalypse has only just begun. It's dangerous even during the day, let alone at night. Consider this a lesson. Our equipment and levels may seem decent, but in a situation like that we would have been doomed." Jiang Ming's words might have been harsh, but they served as a wake-up call. After completing the mysterious quest, they had become too cocky. If they didn't remain cautious, they could be wiped out at any moment. "I've already sent Jiang Yuan for treatment. Don't worry. He'll fill you in on the situation over there along the way." After speaking, Jiang Ming gestured for the others to prepare for departure. Bai Wu and the others exchanged glances. They had braced themselves for a scolding from Jiang Ming, but he didn't make things difficult for them. Still, they weren't fools. This time, they would take it as a lesson learned, letting reality etch today's experience into their memories. A group of over 50 people set off toward Mingshi City. Everyone was above level 10, so they moved swiftly, arriving at Mingshi City in about an hour. Jiang Ming led them to the human NPC survivor settlement. The 50-plus people waited outside while Jiang Ming entered and found Tu Hongba to initiate a dialogue. "Hey, old Tu, I've brought you the people you wanted. They are brave and powerful warriors who can contribute to the campaign, but I need you to allow them free access to the settlement." Tu Hongba said joyfully, "Of course. As humans, we must unite to resist those terrifying mutant creatures. I've already sent word that the people you brought can come and go freely just like you." With permission granted, Jiang Ming returned outside, waved them in, and had them set up camp and rest in the open area to the east. After giving them half a day to rest, Jiang Ming gathered them together and assigned a simple task. Within 7 days, each person was to collect food, water, and medicine, store them in a warehouse, and then bring everything together. After assigning the task, everyone paired up in groups of 2 or 3 and left the settlement. Bai Wu and Go Fuguwei were responsible for finding a suitable warehouse. Jiang Ming checked on Jiang Yuan's injuries. With Xia Xinyu's help, he would recover in a few days. Then Jiang Ming approached Tu Hongba again and initiated a dialogue. "Old Tu, there's a huge mutant willow tree in Mingshi City. Do you know about it?" The mutant willow tree he had seen the previous night weighed heavily on Jiang Ming's mind. As an NPC, Tu Hongba should be able to provide some information. "Are you referring to the century-old willow tree that was famous in Mingshi City and later mutated?" Jiang Ming nodded. "That's the one." Tu Hongba sighed. "That willow tree has taken over that area. Whether humans or mutant creatures, any who enter its domain become its nourishment. The more it absorbs, the larger it grows. It will surely become a calamity, and we are at our wits' end." Jiang Ming pressed on. "Is there no way to eliminate that mutant willow tree?" Tu Hongba thought seriously for a moment. "There's one way. If you can collect 100 fire phosphor butterfly wings and deliver them to Zhuang Liming, he will tell you what to do. Do you accept the quest, collect fire phosphor butterfly wings? Yes, no. Quest requirement, collect 100 fire phosphor butterfly wings and deliver them to Zhuang Liming. He will reveal the method to eliminate the mutant willow tree. Completing the quest will grant you a generous reward." This quest was not part of the chain quest, it was separate. The chain quest could only be triggered after completing the previous link. Fire phosphor butterflies, Jiang Ming mused. These fiery red mutant butterflies as large as a human face were not hard to find. They usually lingered in places with dense flowers and grass, and their bright red color made them easy to spot. However, these butterflies only emerged at night, meaning Jiang Ming would have to complete the quest after dark. There was no choice. Since he had accepted the quest, he had to see it through. Leaving that mutant willow tree untouched was a huge risk. If it were allowed to grow fully, it would spell disaster for the human survivors. After leaving the settlement, Jiang Ming spent his time leveling up by slaying monsters while waiting for nightfall. A few hours later, darkness fully descended, and Jiang Ming began his search for fire phosphor butterflies. Parks and flower shops were his top choices. Having scouted the area during the day, Jiang Ming entered a flower shop and immediately spotted several fiery red butterflies, each the size of a face, fluttering their wings on withered flowers. Without a word, Jiang Ming swung his Spider King battle axe. These mutant butterflies were not strong in attack. The only danger was the pollen shaken from their wings, which caused a burning, itching sensation on contact. Not fatal, but extremely uncomfortable. He quickly dispatched the few fire phosphor butterflies, collected 5 wings, and moved on to the next location. Over the next few hours, Jiang Ming scoured parks, flower shops, and lawns. Every place where fire phosphor butterflies could be found. The number of wings in his possession gradually increased. After hours of effort, he now had 93 wings, closing in on the quest requirement. Just as he finished off the last fire phosphor butterfly in a park and was about to leave, a fiery red figure suddenly lunged at him, accompanied by a shrill cry. Jiang Ming leaped back to dodge and focused his gaze. It was another fire phosphor butterfly, but different from the ones he had seen before. It was larger, about the size of a truck tire, and had 2 pairs of wings totaling 4 with silver spots on them. Oh, a silver beast. Jiang Ming was thrilled. He had been wondering where to find 10 different types of silver beasts for the blood fusion quest, and here one came to him. Plus, it would yield 2 more fire phosphor butterfly wings. Still, since it was a silver beast, it was wise to check its stats to be safe. Fire Phosphor King Butterfly Silver Beast, level 20, strength 67, constitution 38, agility 30, spirit 5, skills flame powder. The Fire Phosphor King Butterfly shakes its wings, scattering flame powder that deals damage and slows the target for 5 seconds. Bite. The Fire Phosphor King Butterfly charges at the target and delivers a powerful bite, dealing a certain amount of damage. Butterfly Cry. The Fire Phosphor King Butterfly emits a sharp screech, stunning the target for 2 seconds. It turned out to be a Fire Phosphor King Butterfly with a total stat value of 140, comparable to the mutant 3-eyed tiger. However, its skills were far inferior to those of the tiger. After all, it was just a butterfly, evolving into a silver beast was already a rare feat. Having triumphed over the much stronger mutant 3-eyed tiger, Jiang Ming now had a total stat value of 221, making this Fire Phosphor King Butterfly no challenge at all. After assessing its abilities, Jiang Ming wasted no time and charged in with his Spider King battle axe. With overwhelming superiority in every stat, the battle was a foregone conclusion. The Fire Phosphor King Butterfly had pitifully few weak points, only 5 in total, which Jiang Ming exploited with ease. Once the execution line was exposed, a single axe stroke ended its life. Though it was weak, it was still a king butterfly and a silver beast. Jiang Ming eagerly flipped over its corpse to see if it had dropped anything good. All he found were a few galaxy coins and a bracer, a white-tire item, not even black iron. Butterfly King Bracer, white-tire, strength 4, constitution 5, required level 18. Its stats were higher than the black iron arm guard, but that was only because the Fire Phosphor King Butterfly was a higher level. If it had been black iron, the stats could have doubled. Unfortunately, it was just a white-tire item. Still, it was better than the black iron arm guard. Jiang Ming swapped them out, equipped the Butterfly King Bracer, and his overall stats increased by 5 points. The black iron arm guard couldn't be wasted. He would give it to Xia Xinyue or Bai Wu later. After swiftly removing the 2 pairs of wings from the Fire Phosphor King Butterfly, Jiang Ming headed to the next location. He only needed 3 more wings to complete the quest. Half an hour later, Jiang Ming severed the last pair of Fire Phosphorus Butterfly wings, gathering the requisite 100 portions and finally completing the task. In truth, these Fire Phosphorus Butterflies were not difficult to handle. They were merely 2 scattered, emerging only at night, which caused Jiang Ming to spend the better part of the night collecting a full 100 wings. After returning to the settlement and resting for a few hours, dawn had already broken. Jiang Ming sought out Zhuang Liming to submit the quest. Here are 100 Fire Phosphorus Butterfly wings for you. Jiang Ming handed the 100 collected Fire Phosphorus Butterfly wings to Zhuang Liming. Zhuang Liming took the wings and said, "You actually managed to complete the task. Here is your well-earned reward. Quest completed. Collect Fire Phosphorus Butterfly wings. Obtain 5 Galaxy Silver coins, 1 experience." The reward was meager, but that was of little consequence. Jiang Ming was more concerned with the method to deal with the mutated willow tree. He asked, "Can you tell me a way to eradicate that mutated willow?" Zhuang Liming put away the Fire Phosphorus Butterfly wings and said, "The strength of that mutated willow far exceeds my imagination. Even with my trielemental magic, I cannot eradicate it. Brave warrior, I need you to collect 50 pieces of black armored crocodile hide and 100 scythe mantis sides and bring them back to me." Quest received. Zhuang Liming's commission, yes, no. Quest requirements: collect 50 pieces of black armored crocodile hide and 100 scythe mantis sides and bring them back to Zhuang Liming. Completing the quest will grant you a generous reward. Jiang Ming let out a soft exclamation of surprise, not expecting another chain quest. He wondered how many links this quest would have. If the ultimate goal was to deal with that mutated willow, the number of links would likely be substantial. He decisively accepted the quest and chose to speak again, asking, "Do you know where I can find black armored crocodiles and scythe mantises?" In truth, Jiang Ming already knew where to find these 2 mutated creatures. The scythe mantis, a type of mutated mantis, needed no introduction. It was easy to locate, though its strength surpassed that of ordinary mutated mantises. As for the black armored crocodile, it went without saying. Crocodiles, being carnivores, were only found in the zoo. However, with the battle about to commence, the zoo was surely in chaos. Venturing there recklessly was not safe, so Jiang Ming hoped to extract some useful information from the NPC. Mutated mantises prefer to conceal themselves in grass and trees, so you must always be wary of their ambushes. Black armored crocodiles are in the zoo. Their death roll is the greatest threat. The The situation there is complicated, so you can seek help from others to complete the quest. Alright, thank you. Jiang Ming left Zhuang Liming's side satisfied. He had caught the last sentence, you could seek help from others. This meant the quest could be completed as a group. Jiang Ming promptly summoned Bai Wu, Xiaoxingyue, Go Fuguwei, and Li Yinxi, informing them that he needed to complete a quest and inviting them to join his party. None of them objected to Jiang Ming's invitation, or in fact they were eager to follow him. This man not only led them through countless hardships to carve a path in the apocalypse, but also possessed all sorts of invaluable and peculiar experiences worth learning from. They quickly joined the party, prepared themselves, and set off directly for Mingfeng City Zoo. Scythe mantises were easy to find, but the black armored crocodiles were a tough nut to crack. These creatures had high health and attack power, making them formidable opponents. The feeling of coming alone was different from coming as a group, and this time Jiang Ming was fully equipped. Among the 5-3 were professional survivors. In melee there was Jiang Ming the Berserker, at range Bai Wu the Gunslinger for recovery and healing, Xiaoxingyue, Li Yinxi was a police officer, and Go Fuguwei had excellent talent. This lineup was the best Jiang Ming could muster, more than capable of venturing into Mingfeng City Zoo. Head to the crocodile pool. Jiang Ming recalled that the crocodile pool had been blown up to stop a horde of mutated creatures chasing him. He wondered what state it was in now. Arriving near the crocodile pool, they found a massive crater left by the explosive blast, filled with the crushed and trampled corpses of mutated creatures. Scattered along the crater's edge lay numerous crocodiles, their bodies resembling black armor. Each was at least 10 meters long, the size of ancient giant crocodiles. Occasionally, they would crawl down into the crater to feed on the corpses. Jiang Ming surveyed the area. Dealing with these black armored crocodiles alone posed no difficulty, but the challenge lay in avoiding the attention of too many mutated creatures. Otherwise, they would soon find themselves chased by a swarm again. To this end, Jiang Ming had briefed them beforehand on how to kill the black armored crocodiles. The method was neither too hard nor too easy. In 2 words, kiting. 1 or 2 people would act as bait, drawing the attention of mutated creatures within a specific range. This range was crucial. It had to attract only 1 or 2 creatures, or a small portion of them. Too many would be unmanageable, and the commotion would escalate. Once lured a certain distance away, the pre-ambush team would strike together, picking them off one by one. This method was slower but safer, and the most suitable approach for the moment. Bai Wu and the others had no experience in kiting, so Jiang Ming took the lead to demonstrate. Before kiting, if possible, one should understand the target's weaknesses. For instance, the black armored crocodile's weakness was its eyesight. It primarily hunted by smell. Its domain was the water, and its combat effectiveness diminished on land. Without such knowledge, one would have to probe the range bit by bit. Jiang Ming quietly approached a few slightly isolated black armored crocodiles, allowing his scent to enter their hunting range. As expected, 2 black armored crocodiles immediately used all 4 limbs, swinging their thick tails, and rapidly crawled toward Jiang Ming. Seeing this, Jiang Ming ran in the opposite direction, always maintaining a distance where the crocodiles could detect him but could not catch up. 100 meters away in a thicket, Bai Wu and the others had already set up, waiting for Jiang Ming to lure the black armored crocodiles over. Jiang Ming was fast, and soon he had lured the 2 crocodiles over. Bai Wu, Li Yinxi, and the others each held pulse pistols. Ordinary pistols were too loud. Even with silencers, firing one in an open place like the zoo would alert all nearby mutated creatures. The pulse pistol, however, was very quiet, making it suitable for such targeted eliminations. As the black armored crocodiles drew closer, Jiang Ming also drew his pulse pistol as a signal. He then turned and pulled the trigger with force at the crocodiles chasing him. In an instant, 5 laser beams shot forth, piercing through the bodies of both black armored crocodiles. The massive 10-meter-long bodies slid for a distance before crashing heavily to the ground, successfully eliminating 2. Jiang Ming instructed them to skin the crocodiles while he went back to continue luring. After an hour of this back and forth, Jiang Ming and his team had obtained 30 black armored crocodile hides, and each had gained a considerable amount of experience. Seeing Jiang Ming's kiting technique, Bai Wu and the others wanted to try it themselves. Noticing their eagerness and having observed the process many times, Jiang Ming let them take turns. Bai Wu went first to lure. Moments later, 4 black armored crocodiles chased him back. Jiang Ming calmly directed one each. Xiaoxingyue, take the one on the right. Li Yinxi the left. Go Fuguwei the middle. Leave the last one to me. Fire on my command. As the black armored crocodiles entered the designated range, Jiang Ming gave the order, and the 4 fired simultaneously. Jiang Ming, Li Yinxi, and Go Fuguwei each landed a precise hit, killing 1 crocodile with a single shot. However, Xiaoxingyue, unskilled with firearms, missed her target, only wounding a crocodile's leg. Jiang Ming quickly fired a follow-up shot to finish it off. Bai Wu returned and said, "It's not as simple as it looks." Go Fuguwei nodded and added, "It's fine, I'll be careful." Go Fuguwei went to lure the monsters, performing slightly better than Bai Wu, managing to bring back only 3 black-armored crocodiles, which were easily dealt with. Next was Li Yinxi, who, like Bai Wu, lured 4 black-armored crocodiles back, but all were within controllable limits. Finally, it was Xiaoxinyue's turn. Jiang Ming initially thought her performance would be similar to the others, but when the ground trembled and a vast dark swarm of black-armored crocodiles appeared on the horizon, his eyes twitched, and he decisively ordered everyone to retreat. It took over half an hour to shake off the pursuing black-armored crocodiles. Go Fugue, hands on his hips, said, I say, Sister Xinhua, how did you bring back a whole herd? You've exhausted me. Xia Xinhua lowered her head somewhat apologetically and said, I don't know either. Maybe I misjudged the distance. In the blink of an eye they were all chasing after me. Forget it, the task is done. We should leave this place. 50 black-armored crocodile hides had been collected, and the next step was to gather the scythes of the scythe mantises. This type of insectoid mutated creature was easy to find. Jiang Ming had the 4 of them pair up into 2 teams, moving along 3 routes to speed up the collection process. 2 hours later, Jiang Ming had collected over 90 scythe mantis scythes. Just as Jiang Ming finished removing a scythe from a scythe mantis, Go Fugue rushed back flustered and said, Boss, come with me quickly. There's a situation. Seeing his tense expression, Jiang Ming put away the scythe, nodded, and followed Go Fugue, asking, What's wrong? Go Fugue said while running, We just found a creature over there that's twice the size of an ordinary scythe mantis. Can't tell what its strength is. Jiang Ming nodded and quickly followed Go Fugue to a park where Xia Xinhua was crouching nearby. Go Fugue pointed towards the bushes ahead and said, Boss, it's right there. That scythe mantis is almost as tall as a 3-story building. Following the direction of Go Fugue's finger, Jiang Ming saw a mutated mantis twice the size of an ordinary one. Unlike other mutated mantises, this one was not green but a fiery red, its pair of sharp sides glinting with a chilling light. Jiang Ming told Go Fugue and Xia Xinhua to stay put while he moved closer and used his insight eye to examine it. Crimson Fire Mantis, level 18 strength, 58 constitution, 29 agility, 15 spirit, 3 skills, cross/slash. The Crimson Fire Mantis swings, its dual blades forming a cross, dealing penetrating damage to the target. Leap strike. The Crimson Fire Mantis leaps towards the target, increasing agility by 3. Apart from its different color compared to ordinary mutated mantises, this Crimson Fire Mantis had total stats exceeding 100 points and possessed skills, which was rare among common mutated creatures. With further evolution, this kind of mutated creature could certainly become a chieftain-level being. But since Jiang Ming encountered it today, it was destined to die here. This Crimson Fire Mantis would be a nightmare for any other human survivor, but it posed no real threat to Jiang Ming. Therefore, he decided not to handle it himself. He sent Go Fugue to fetch Bai Wu and Li Yinxi, intending for the 4 of them to join forces against the Crimson Fire Mantis. Bai Wu and Li Yinxi arrived quickly, and after a brief explanation of the situation, the 4 discussed and prepared to act. Go Fugue was responsible for attracting and kiting the Crimson Fire Mantis, drawing its attention and taking the brunt of its attacks. Li Yinxi provided support from the side. Xia Xinhua stayed further back to heal, and Bai Wu dealt damage from a distance with his sniper rifle. After finalizing their plan, they immediately moved into action. Go Fugue fired a few shots first. The rays from the pulse pistol struck the Crimson Fire Mantis, piercing several holes in its body from which black blood oozed. The Crimson Fire Mantis, enraged by the pain, screeched and swung its massive sides towards Go Fugue. Having successfully drawn its attention, Go Fugue did not linger and ran to the side, luring the Crimson Fire Mantis out of the woods. Li Yinxi, ready on the other side, raised her gun and pulled the trigger, adding several new bloody holes to the Crimson Fire Mantis. The beast roared and turned to chase after Li Yinxi. Word of power, holy strike. Xia Xinhua cast a shield on Li Yinxi while also dealing damage to the Crimson Fire Mantis. Bang! Flame bullet shot from Bai Wu's tiger-striped rifle hitting the Crimson Fire Mantis. Flames instantly engulfed its body. Within the blaze, the Crimson Fire Mantis struggled and screeched, trying to extinguish the flames, but the flame bullet would burn it for a full 5 seconds. That was enough time for Bai Wu to blow its head off. The powerful firing force of the tiger-striped rifle sent 3 consecutive bullets breaking through the last weak point on the Crimson Fire Mantis, and a final shot to the head finished it off. The Crimson Fire Mantis crashed heavily to the ground, leaving behind a charred corpse. Go Fugue ran forward, deftly removed its pair of large scythes, and picked up the dropped galaxy coins. Jiang Ming took the scythes while the galaxy coins were split among the group. After completing the task, they returned to the human NPC survivor settlement, found Jiang Ming, and submitted the quest. Jiang Ming took the crocodile hides and scythes, exclaiming in admiration, "Young and fearless warrior, your bravery impresses me. Come take your well-earned reward." Quest: Jiang Ming's commission completed, received galaxy silver coins, 10 experience too. After finishing the second stage of the mutant willow tree quest, Jiang Ming continued to inquire with Jiang Ming, ready to proceed with the subsequent tasks. "Can you tell me now how to destroy that mutant willow tree?" Jiang Ming said thoughtfully, "The mutant willow tree. I have an idea of how to eradicate it. Thank you for collecting the tissues of those 3 mutant creatures for me. With these materials, I can attempt a triple-element composite magic that might just be able to destroy that tree." Jiang Ming continued, "Is there anything I can help with?" Jiang Ming shook his head and said, "I need time to research this magic." Hearing this, Jiang Ming knew that the quest had temporarily concluded at this second stage. He would have to wait for Jiang Ming to finish researching the magic before continuing. After completing the quest, Jiang Ming wandered around the settlement looking for any tasks or useful items to purchase. "Boss." Suddenly, a subordinate rushed back from outside the settlement, panting as he came before Jiang Ming. "Trouble, there's trouble." Jiang Ming frowned and asked, "Calm down. Tell me clearly what happened." The subordinate, hands on his knees, said, "At the farmer's market about a kilometer from here, we were collecting supplies when we ran into a group of people. They wanted to fight us for it. We beat them, but they went back and called for backup, about 100 people. Our brothers are now surrounded inside. I risked my life to come back and report. Go find Bai Wu, Go Fuguei, and the others. Tell them to bring our brothers for support. They'll head over first." After saying this, Jiang Ming strode swiftly towards the farmer's market. The subordinate caught his breath and hurried off to notify Bai Wu and the others. Jiang Ming had anticipated such a situation. Mingfeng City was vast, and there were bound to be many survivors. Conflicts over collecting supplies for the war mission were inevitable. However, Jiang Ming believed these were not issues. It was a law of the jungle, though resources were limited. Those with ability would get them while those without could only watch. Still, the fact that the other side could mobilize over 100 people meant their strength should not be underestimated. A kilometer was not too far. Jiang Ming soon arrived outside the farmer's market, where he could see all the entrances and exits blocked by people who were shouting provocatively inside. Fortunately, the market's complex terrain gave Jiang Ming's smaller group some time to hold out. Only about 50 people were outside and half had already gone in. Intermittent gunfire could be heard, indicating a fight had broken out. Jiang Ming weighed the smoke grenade and flashbang in his hands, pulled the pins, and hurled them forcefully into the crowd. The flashbang and smoke grenade exploded instantly. The flashbang blinded them, causing them to hop around and shout, while covering their eyes. The smoke choked the crowd, making them cough and weep uncontrollably. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Ming rushed through them, knocking out 7 or 8 people with a single punch each. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Ming charged into the farmer's market. Ahead, he could clearly see a crowd chasing and beating several people, gunfire ringing out incessantly. His men could only use the buildings as cover, constantly dodging. Damn it! Jiang Ming grabbed 2 grenades and hurled them into the crowd. 2 explosions followed, shrapnel killing and wounding many. The ground was littered with people writhing and screaming. Jiang Ming, holding a grenade in each hand, leaped onto a vegetable stall and roared, "Everyone stop right now, or it'll blow you all to hell." The sudden appearance of the 2 grenades and Jiang Ming momentarily silenced the crowd. "Boss! Chief!" his men shouted. Seeing Jiang Ming, his men's spirits lifted. They quickly gathered around him, glaring angrily at the opposing group. "Call your leader out." Jiang Ming barked at the crowd, which was littered with the dead and wounded. Though they had suffered casualties, the opposing side was not spineless. Those still unharmed raised their guns at Jiang Ming. "Drop your weapons if you want to live." In the apocalypse, everyone risked their lives for survival. No one backed down. "You drop your guns." Jiang Ming's men shouted back. Jiang Ming's men were no pushovers. Having been chased all the way, they were all wounded to some extent. Now that their boss had come to back them up, they couldn't afford to lose face. Jiang Ming let out a contemptuous sneer, trying to out-tough him. "These people were still in kindergarten. You shoot me, and he'll just get one more hole. But he'll toss these 4 tea eggs over here. Look at the people around you. If you want to end up like them, go ahead. Or maybe you're not all that fearless, are you?" Jiang Ming's gaze swept mockingly over the gunman's companions. Some were pale and backing away, others had already gone weak in the knees from fear. Jiang Ming squinted, locking his eyes on a man in the crowd. "Hey kid, I spared your life a couple of days ago. You think you've lived too long? You dare come looking for trouble with your grandpa again?" Trembling brother, Yu poked his head out from the crowd. The moment he saw Jiang Ming, he felt the sky had darkened. He tried his best not to draw attention, but he was found out anyway. All eyes were now fixed on Brother Yu. "Brother Yu, you know him?" a few people asked. Brother Yu stood frozen, unable to nod or shake his head. What tormented him most was that both Jiang Ming and his own boss were staring at him. "Xiao Yu, what's going on?" Brother Yes, boss, was a one-eyed bald man with a ferocious scar. "B boss," Brother Yu stammered on the verge of tears. "The guy I told you about the other day, the one leading those people. It's him." Brother Yu knew all too well how terrifying Jiang Ming was. He thought he'd never see him again, but fate had cruelly brought them together once more, and now Jiang Ming was the boss of the people they were chasing. Fear of death is nothing to be ashamed of. But when a group has some who are fearless and others who just want to survive, the difference in mindset can easily tear them apart. With just a few words, Jiang Ming had put immense psychological pressure on them. Satisfied with Brother Yes' reaction, he looked calmly at everyone and said, "They'll say this one last time, put down your guns." "Put them down." Jiang Ming's sudden roar made the opponents tremble involuntarily. A few of them lost their grip on their guns, which clattered to the ground. "Don't think you can scare us with a few grenades," the one-eyed man snarled viciously. "Don't be afraid. We've got dozens more brothers outside. Call them in. Let's see how many people your grenades can kill." As he finished speaking, dozens of people rushed in from outside, all armed. But when the one-eyed man looked closely, he was stunned. He didn't recognize a single one of them. They weren't his men at all. They came fast, Jiang Ming thought. He looked at the one-eyed man and said, "You think you're the only one with people. Go outside and see if any of your men are still standing." "Boss," Go Fuguei yelled, "tell us how to deal with these bastards. Break their limbs and feed them to the zombies, or throw them in the river to the fish." Jiang Ming tossed the grenades to Go Fuguei and addressed the opposing group. "I've given you your chance. It's up to you whether you take it. But let me give you some friendly advice, a boss who uses his own men as cannon fodder. You never know when he'll sell you out." Jiang Ming's expression was calm and indifferent, but his words were like daggers, each one a stinging slap to the one-eyed man's face. "Brothers, pack up. We're leaving." Jiang Ming said, turning and jumping off the stall, walking towards the exit of the market. Motherfucker, he'll kill you. In this situation, backing down would have been the safest choice. But the one-eyed man used to bullying and dominating others couldn't stomach the humiliation. It was a complete loss of face. He raised his gun to shoot Jiang Ming in the back of the head. Bang! A gunshot rang out. The one-eyed man stared with his remaining eye, a bloody hole now in the middle of his forehead. Red and white matter splattered everywhere as his body slowly fell backward to the ground. Bai Wu blew the smoke from his sniper rifle's muzzle and calmly put the gun away. Trying to kill Jiang Ming, they'd have to get through them first. When the one-eyed man raised his gun, no less than 20 guns were already aimed at him. Bai Wu was just faster and more accurate. From start to finish, Jiang Ming didn't even glance back. He didn't pause for a single moment because he knew he would be safe. With the one-eyed man dead, Jiang Ming didn't make things difficult for the others. Intimidating them was enough. He hadn't come here to kill. They loaded up all the supplies from the market and took everything away. However, the day's events served as a warning. To ensure everyone's safety, Jiang Ming divided his 50-plus people into 5 groups of about 10 each. This way, even if they encountered a similar situation again, a fight wouldn't result in them being chased down. Jiang Ming sent everyone out to continue gathering supplies, while he himself returned to the settlement. First, he checked on Jiang Yuan's condition. After 2 days of treatment and rest, he had mostly recovered and would probably be able to get out of bed tomorrow. With only 3 days left until the Battle of Mingfeng City, by the 5th day, thanks to his men's hard work, all the supplies needed for the mission had been collected. They were loaded onto assembled vehicles and parked at the settlement's gate. Jiang Ming found Tu Hongba and said to him, "Old Tu, I've brought all the people and supplies you need. They're right outside the settlement gate." "Really? Take me to see." Tu Hongba eagerly followed Jiang Ming to the gate and saw several carts piled high with supplies. "Jiang Ming, you're incredible." Tu Hongba said, his face full of excitement. "With these supplies, our chances of winning this battle have increased significantly. Here, this is your well-deserved reward. Mission complete. Zoo battle rewarded with Galaxy Silver Coins 50 EXP 6. Mission triggered. Battle of Mingfeng City. Help Tu Hongba achieve victory in the Battle of Mingfeng City. Complete the mission to receive a generous reward." It seemed this was the 5th and final mission. As long as he helped Tu Hongba win, this quest chain would be finished. With 3 days left, Tu Hongba and the other human NPC survivors needed to prepare, and so did Jiang Ming. On the 6th day, Jiang Ming took everyone along with toolboxes and spare tires towards the outskirts of Mingfeng City. He had left a lot of heavy firepower there earlier. He intended to bring it all back. It had cost a fortune in galaxy coins, and he wasn't about to abandon it. When the group of over 50 arrived at the gas station where they had abandoned the vehicles, the mutated creatures had long since dispersed. However, the craters from missiles and the corpses littering the ground were stark evidence of the fierce battle that had taken place not long ago. But what no one expected was that the vehicles were still there, yet the weapons were gone. The annihilation tracking missiles, the nuclear magnetic cannon, and every other piece of equipment had vanished. "Leave 10 people to repair the vehicles," Jiang Ming said with a frown. 10 more to stand guard. The rest of you search the area for any clues. Don't wander too far." Bai Wu and Go Fuguei were equally perplexed. How could a perfectly good weapon simply vanish? It was so heavy and its ammunition had been depleted. Who would take it, and for what purpose? The more Jiang Ming thought about it, the more unsettled he became. He summoned Bai Wu and meticulously questioned him about the specifics of that day's events. Bai Wu told Jiang Ming that their journey had been uneventful until they reached that spot. It was as if the mutated creatures had been lying in wait, blocking the road with spiked strips that punctured their tires, trapping them there. Jiang Ming's brow furrowed deeply. Then a sudden realization struck him. "Call everyone back," he said gravely. "Fix the vehicles and leave this place immediately. Forget about searching for the items." "What did you figure out?" Bai Wu asked, alarmed by Jiang Ming's expression. Jiang Ming shook his head. "Just get on with it. I hope I'm wrong." Seeing that Jiang Ming wouldn't elaborate, Bai Wu didn't press further. He immediately went to gather everyone. Based on Bai Wu's account, Jiang Ming deduced that the mutated creatures had acted with premeditation. Yet when he had observed them that day, he hadn't seen any intelligent variants among them like silver beasts or gold beasts. But their coordinated actions suggested a more terrifying possibility: a higher intelligence mutated creature was commanding them from behind the scenes. Given the scale of the creature horde that day, their leader was likely a fully evolved silver beast of a commanding tier. Such an entity was not something Jiang Ming could afford to provoke. If his guess was correct, the weapons had been taken by the mutated creatures. Though he couldn't fathom why a commanding tier beast would want them, it was best to avoid stirring up trouble for now. Mingfeng City was far more dangerous than Jiang Ming had anticipated. In his past life, the city was merely a fallen one with no notable events or legendary figures emerging from it. But now, having arrived here himself, Jiang Ming realized Mingfeng City was not so simple. In just the few days had been here, numerous incidents had occurred. From the 2 gold beasts and the golden egg in the zoo to Tu Hongba's human NPC survivor settlement, the mutated willow tree, and the mysterious intelligent creature that stole human weapons. All of it told Jiang Ming that this place was extraordinary. Half an hour later, the vehicles were repaired. Jiang Ming ordered everyone aboard and drove straight back to the Mingfeng City settlement without a moment's pause. After they left, a mutated myna bird perched on a tree hundreds of meters away, flapped its wings, and flew toward a distant mountain. Back at the settlement, Jiang Ming let the others do as they pleased whether they wanted to train or rest. Jiang Ming himself went to find the mysterious merchant in Mingfeng City. The loss of their heavy firepower had severely weakened the team's overall strength. With the battle imminent, they needed to replenish their weapons and ammunition quickly, or they would be caught unprepared. Fortunately, everyone still had their portable pulse pistols, which were easy to carry. Energy crystals were also readily available, and they had managed to keep their laser gatlings and beam machine guns. After finding the mysterious merchant in a convenience store, Jiang Ming used all his galactic coins to purchase 2 annihilator tracking missiles, 2 nuclear magnetic cannons, and a large stock of napalm bombs and other weapons. Though his funds were completely drained, the team's combat strength was restored. Now that the mission had escalated to a full-scale battle, Jiang Ming's current arsenal was far from sufficient. In his past life, the battles he had participated in were nothing short of meat grinders. Both humans and mutated creatures were like ants on the battlefield. He himself had chosen to die alongside a horde of mutated creatures in the final moments of a large-scale war. Fortunately, the main offensive force in this battle was Tu Hongba's group. Jiang Ming was merely a participant in the mission and didn't bear the brunt of the assault or defense. After exchanging for these items, Jiang Ming returned to the settlement and distributed all the weapons and ammunition. There was still 1 day left for preparation. Jiang Ming had originally planned to return to Zhaoyang County today to bring Prince over. After absorbing the mutated elephant, Prince should have completed its silver evolution, making it a valuable combat asset. Jiang Ming had just packed up and was riding his motorcycle toward the highway intersection when a silver blur shot out from the roadside and lunged straight at him. Jiang Ming immediately abandoned the motorcycle, leaping off and drawing his Spider Queen battle axe. He fixed his gaze on the silver figure, assuming it was a mutated creature attacking him. But when he looked closely, he found it oddly familiar. After a second glance, he realized it was Prince. Prince was now about the size of a leopard, its entire body covered in silvery white fur. Its muscles were well-proportioned and powerful, exuding both strength and grace. "Prince," Jiang Ming called out cautiously, not lowering his axe. Some mutated creatures underwent drastic personality changes after evolution, and he feared the same might have happened to Prince. Prince had shown no aggressive intent since its initial launch. Hearing Jiang Ming's call, it mewed and padded over to him, rubbing against his leg with a look of affection and dependence. Jiang Ming breathed a sigh of relief. He lowered his axe and ruffled Prince's silvery white fur. "I was about to go find you, but you came to me instead. Come on, let's head back." As he spoke, Jiang Ming glanced at Prince's status panel. Mutated short-hair cat, silver beast, level 30 strength, 75 constitution, 55 agility, 65 spirit, 15 skills, triple strike, swipes claws 3 times in quick succession, dealing heavy damage to the target. Lightning tail whip lashes its tail like lightning to strike the target. Thunderous strike deals a devastating blow with lightning speed, slowing the target for 10 seconds. Prince's level was already higher than Jiang Ming's, with a total stat value of 210 points and enhanced skills. It was a formidable silver beast that would prove invaluable in the upcoming battle. Jiang Ming mounted his motorcycle and headed back to the settlement, with Prince effortlessly keeping pace behind him. After all, its agility of 65 was nothing to scoff at. Back at the settlement, Bai Wu and the others were puzzled to see Jiang Ming return so soon. Then they spotted a silvery white silver beast following him. They were startled, but Jiang Ming quickly explained it was Prince, preventing any chaos. Go Fuguwei marveled. Not long ago it was just a tiny kitten. Now it's a silver beast the size of a leopard. How fast things change. Jiang Ming chuckled. Let me warn you, Prince's total stats have surpassed 200 points. You'd better think twice before teasing it. The laughter died instantly. Everyone's smiles froze as they backed away, staring at Prince in terror. As a fully evolved silver beast, Prince might not be the strongest in raw power, but its speed was blinding. It could tear their throats out in the blink of an eye. As a mutated creature, Prince couldn't enter the settlement. Jiang Ming had to let it roam nearby. In his past life, some foolish elites kept mutated creatures as pets. Human fortresses allowed it if you had enough wealth and power, but NPC territories were off limits. Guards would be ready to attack the moment you approached the gate. Jiang Ming also gave Prince the golden eggshell that had nurtured the gold beast. The moment Prince saw it, its eyes lit up. It lowered its head and began devouring it. Jiang Ming had suspected Prince would like it. He just wasn't sure if it would aid its evolution. After settling the Prince, Jiang Ming also rested for a while. Zhang Yuan had mostly recovered and went to level up with Bai Wu and the others. The next day was the final day of preparation, the day the settlement would march out and the camp would set off. Early in the morning, Jiang Ming gathered everyone at the settlement's entrance. Almost simultaneously, the NPC troops inside began to line up, numbering over 200 with ample weapons and ammunition, at least more than Jiang Ming's group had. Among them, Jiang Ming spotted a laser cannon. Its power was astonishing. A single shot could pierce 5 or 6 skyscrapers and cause explosions. Its only drawback was the long charge time. Priced at 30 galactic gold coins each, it was far too expensive for Jiang Ming, who could only admire it from afar. Before long, Tu Hongba, Lei Tai, and Zhuang Liming arrived together, their gazes sweeping over the crowd gathered at the settlement's entrance. Tu Hongba declared, "Fellow countrymen, the monsters have invaded our homeland. What should we do? Drive them out. Eliminate them. Destroy them." The NPCs responded with fervor. "That's right. We must expel these mutated creatures from our homeland. A battle lies before us." Winning it will give our surviving human compatriots in Mingfeng City a chance to live. So for our families, for our compatriots, we must eradicate the monsters and claim victory. Tu Hongba's words were stirring. Even many of Jiang Ming's people were moved, clenching their fists, eager to rush to the battlefield and fight the mutated creatures to the death. March out. At Tu Hongba's command, the 200-strong force set off for the Mingfeng City Zoo. 200 people might sound like a small number, but it amounted to 2 full companies. With their equipment, they could be considered an elite force at this stage. No one knew how long this war would last. Jiang Ming had asked Tu Hongba, but received no definitive answer. The battle will only end when the threats inside the zoo are eliminated. Those were Tu Hongba's exact words, implying that besides the 2 already deceased golden beasts, there was something else terrifying within the zoo. Something capable of threatening even Tu Hongba. As for Tu Hongba, Jiang Ming could not discern his current numerical strength. Anything that could threaten him was certainly beyond Jiang Ming's ability to handle. The 200-strong force marched through the streets of Mingfeng City, clearing out every mutated creature they encountered. They also came across some human survivors. Seeing so many people on the road was a strange and unusual sight. Some speculated whether it was a military convoy or an evacuation operation. Regardless, the sight of a large crowd gave them a sense of security, and they wanted to draw near. Soon many emerged from their hiding places and approached the formation. Jiang Ming instructed everyone to stay silent. The NPCs would handle any questions from these people. However, at this moment, it was clearly unwise for these people, some emaciated from hunger, others women, children, or students, to join the ranks. If this were an evacuation column, it would be different, but they were heading to the battlefield. Joining meant going to war. When the NPCs truthfully answered where they were going and why, the survivors who had wanted to join quickly fled, leaving not a single one behind. These people were already suffering on the brink of life and death, without food or water, feeling close to death. Having glimpsed hope only to find it was a battle-bound force, many were plunged into despair. Jiang Ming chose to ignore them. In the apocalypse, the strong survive and the weak perish. Oh, only those who adapt to the end times are worthy of living. In this world, no one pities or sympathizes with the weak. Self-reliance and a strong fist are the only truths. If these people truly wanted to survive, they would find a way. Placing all hope and fate in others' hands made it hard to endure in this world. The 200-strong formation attracted the attention of many survivors, but only a handful stayed to follow the force to the battlefield. Half an hour later at the Mingfeng City Zoo, Tu Hongba divided the force into 5 units surrounding the zoo from 4 directions. Tu Hongba led 50 men to guard the main gate, Zhuang Liming 50 at the back gate, Lei Tai on the west side, and Jiang Ming took his 50-plus men to guard the east side. The remaining 50 served as a mobile unit ready to reinforce any position. The other 3 directions were all NPCs, so Jiang Ming had no worries. For his east side, he needed to start preparations early. On the east side of the zoo, the nearest enclosures were the giraffe yard and the horse paddock. The walls in this area had mostly collapsed, leaving no cover outside except a wide road and a few trees. Jiang Ming had Bai Wu and the others lay mines and bombs, while other heavy firepower and trench defenses were hastily set up, aiming to complete everything before the battle began the next day. Jiang Ming's task was simply to hold the east side. The rest was up to Tu Hongba, who was the main character in this campaign. At noon, a Lei Tai arrived at Jiang Ming's position, carrying something on his shoulder. Grinning, he said, "Brother Jiang Ming, old Tu was worried you might be short on men and weapons, so he sent me to bring you something good." Lei Tai lifted the cloth covering the weapon, revealing a cannon that resembled a Barrett sniper rifle, but was larger with more devices and accessories attached. A laser sniper cannon. Jiang Ming recognized it at once and blurted out. "Hey, you know your stuff," Lei Tai said with a laugh. "This laser sniper cannon is on loan to you for now. Old Tu says if you perform well and win this battle, it's yours to keep. But be careful, its power isn't something just anyone can handle." After speaking, Lei Tai left with his men. Staring at the laser sniper cannon before him, Jiang Ming's eyes gleamed. This was a rare treasure, and the promise of keeping it upon mission completion was an unexpected delight. Jiang Ming called Bai Wu over. As a sharpshooter, he was better suited for using firearms. But after some adjustments, Bai Wu shook his head. "No, this thing isn't for me. I'm not used to it." He raised his tiger-striped sniper rifle and added, "It's too heavy, good for fixed-point strikes, but I prefer high-mobility precision rifles." Jiang Ming nodded in understanding. If only he had a gunner class on hand, they would surely adore this laser sniper cannon. However, just because Bai Wu couldn't use it didn't mean it would be shelved. Li Yanqi could operate it, though she would need more time to get used to it. The recoil matched its power, but fortunately Li Yanqi's level and physique were strong enough to handle this deadly weapon. Time passed, and all sides of the zoo were busily preparing. The survivors who had joined the force along the way were temporarily integrated into the NPC units. These people were both brave and fortunate. Early exposure to combat would benefit them greatly in the future, helping them adapt faster to the apocalypse. On Jiang Ming's side, everything was set up late into the night. The solar-powered searchlights provided by Tu Hongba illuminated the area like daylight. Any mutated creature approaching the zoo's perimeter, whether inside or out, was met with artillery fire and reduced to a corpse. In the darkness, the light from the zoo shone like a beacon, drawing the attention of survivors across Mingfeng City. Those in high-rise buildings could see it at a glance. Curiosity drove them to take out telescopes and various devices to investigate, most hoping to find a glimmer of hope for survival. The most significant reaction came from those at the rescue station, where a company of soldiers was stationed, tirelessly gathering and searching for survivors in the city, awaiting the main force to converge and depart together. Yet the difficulty of the rescue operation in Mingshi City far exceeded their expectations, causing progress to be exceedingly slow. Now, with an unknown contingent appearing during the day and such a commotion from the zoo at night, they sensed that something momentous was about to unfold in Mingshi City. But the night was even more terrifying than the day. They dared not venture out lightly, instead climbing to higher vantage points, using military telescopes to peer at the distant scene. However, the zoo was too far away. They could only see a brilliant glow from afar, illuminating the entire night sky. For the first time since the apocalypse began, the survivors in this monster-infested city felt a surge of curiosity and longing for the outside world, yearning to explore it. But they could not. The light attracted not only their attention, but also the countless mutated creatures lurking in the city. The intense glow was like a beacon in the darkness, strikingly conspicuous, so much so that even the mutated beasts could find their way with closed eyes. The first gunshot rang out in the night, its unique sound echoing through the city and reaching the ears of the survivors. Then came a second, a third, and increasingly dense volleys of gunfire from the zoo, hammering away at the hearts of the human survivors like drumbeats. Though they had never met and knew not what transpired there, the gunfire in the darkness brought a glimmer of hope to these survivors tormented in the apocalypse's gloom. Hurry! Squad 1, secure the light energy searchlight. Don't let the mutants knock it over. Squad 2, suppress the zombies on the right with firepower. On the battlefield, Jiang Ming stood atop a trench, calmly commanding over 50 fighters. They primarily faced the mutated creatures surging from the city's outskirts toward the zoo. Having chosen to wage this battle, the mutants within the zoo were their primary targets, but that didn't mean other mutations wouldn't attack. Though this world now had NPCs, levels, classes, and weaponry, it wasn't like a game where initiating a quest or engaging a monster prevented others from attacking. This was the apocalypse, a brutal reality where death was ever present. Beyond Jiang Ming's position, Tu Hongba Lei Tai and Zhuang Liming had also engaged the enemy. The battlefield roared with artillery and gunfire never ceasing. Landmines and grenades soon piled up a mountain of mutated corpses around the zoo. After nearly an hour of relentless combat with no patch of ground left unscathed near the zoo, the advance of the city's mutated beasts was finally halted. Jiang Ming ordered everyone to rest, replenish ammunition, and restore their strength, rotating shifts for guard duty. These mutants were merely a prelude. There were surely more formidable creatures lurking within the city and the zoo itself. When those beings emerged, the true climax of this battle would begin. In that short hour, none shone brighter than Wangzi the Silver Beast. To avoid friendly fire, Jiang Ming assigned it a small sector to defend. Any mutant daring to breach that spot fell beneath Wangzi's claws. The sudden cessation of gunfire and explosions after nearly an hour left the survivors in Mingshi City on edge, desperate to know the outcome. What seemed routine to Jiang Ming and his team was in their minds a life-or-death struggle. Yet no matter how they speculated, without witnessing the scene firsthand, their understanding of the battle remained confined to imagination. Before dawn, sporadic attacks from mutants occurred, but most were driven by a primal hunger for flesh, posing little real threat. At daybreak, the sun, which had spun on the other side of the earth, returned to view. Its light fell upon the land, but could not melt the frozen expanse, nor warm the hearts of human survivors. This world was cold, merciless, and cruel. With the first gunshot of the morning, a new day was heralded, and the battle officially commenced. Amid the thunder of artillery, piles of mutants fell like dominoes, only to be replaced by more charging forward. The earth trembled with clear, rhythmic vibrations, as if some colossal entity was approaching. To the east, in Jiang Ming's defensive zone, a massive mutated two-headed hound raced down the street, toward them, its body dotted with silver spots. Unmistakably a silver beast. Jiang Ming turned to Wangzi and said, "It's yours. Bring me back its corpse." Wangzi licked its paw, let out a meow, and shot forward like a silver lightning bolt toward the oncoming two-headed hound. The two-headed hound held a size advantage, but Wangzi's speed was superior. With a single pounce, its claws tore a massive chunk of flesh from the hound. The hound howled in pain, its two enormous heads opening wide, snapping at Wangzi. Wangzi dodged nimbly, then unleashed its skill lightning tail whip, striking the hound with lightning speed. The air cracked with a sonic boom as the tail lashed out like an iron flail. A deep, bone-exposing wound appeared on the hound's back. Its spine nearly snapped from the blow. Having evolved into a silver beast, the two-headed hound possessed a degree of intelligence. Realizing it was outmatched, it let out a mournful howl and turned to flee. But Wangzi had no intention of letting it escape. With a burst of speed, it blocked the hound's path and immediately unleashed its skill triple strike. 3 consecutive swipes of its claws reduced one of the hound's heads to a bloody pulp, a grotesque sight. Unable to fight or flee, the hound roared in desperation, ready to fight to the death. But Wangzi gave it no chance, activating Thunderous Strike and smashing the other head like a watermelon with a single claw. The massive body of the two-headed hound crashed heavily to the ground. Wangzi approached, smashed its head to ensure it was dead, then dragged the corpse back. Jiang Ming stepped forward, took out a bottle to collect the hound's blood, and stroked Wangzi's smooth, soft head. "Well done. Go on. Wangzi nuzzled Jiang Ming, then ran back to absorb the silver essence of the two-headed hound completely. As time passed, more powerful and advanced mutants appeared near the zoo, escalating the battle's intensity. By noon, the squad monitoring the zoo reported that the mutants inside had finally begun to move. In an instant, a tide of varied mutated creatures surged outward from the zoo. This was clearly abnormal. The zoo housed numerous mutant species, each with its own territory. Unless a beast tide was triggered, they would never gather and attack together like this. It seemed Tu Hongba was right. There was something within the zoo that commanded these mutants a presence above them all. This troubled Jiang Ming. Excluding the mutated polar bear and the giant panda from before, there were surely other formidable mutants. If even these creatures obeyed commands, how terrifying must the hidden threat within the zoo be? The zoo's mutants charged in all directions. Though the spectacle was grand, most were weaker creatures or herbivores like mutated bison, unable to breach the survivors' defenses. Yet Jiang Ming and the others knew this was merely a probing assault intended to test which defensive line was weakest and easiest to break through. Although the zoo teemed with mutated creatures, their numbers were not infinite. To break out by simultaneously assaulting all four directions with divided forces would be an unwise strategy. The optimal approach was to identify the weakest point among the four sides as a breakthrough. Once all mutated creatures converged there, their concentrated mass, akin to a minor deluge, would overwhelm any single direction. Yet this tactic was not without countermeasures. As soon as the mutated creatures revealed their chosen direction of assault, nearby squads and reserve forces could swiftly reinforce the threatened point. This was both a battle and a game of strategy. Jiang Ming understood this clearly, ordering his men to concentrate their firepower, ready to intercept or reinforce at a moment's notice. Bang, bang, bang. Forced to contend with mutated creatures both outside the zoo and within its perimeter, the limited manpower prevented the battle line from extending too far. Thus, Jiang Ming prayed that the creatures within the zoo would not choose his side, though otherwise they might truly be unable to hold the line. Rumble. The ground trembled distinctly, dust and smoke billowing within the zoo, a sign of a massive horde of mutated creatures on the move. At the four cardinal points outside the zoo, both Jiang Ming and NPCs like Tu Hongba stared intently at their respective sectors, poised and ready for the mutated creatures' assault. Swoosh. A flare shot into the sky, signaling which direction the mutated creatures had chosen as their breakthrough. Spotting it, Jiang Ming let out a relieved breath, then barked, "Main gate. 20 men with me. The rest hold your positions." He hadn't expected the creatures to target the gate defended by Tu Hongba, arguably the toughest of the four sides to breach. Not to mention the single laser cannon there would give those mutated creatures a very hard time. Yet Jiang Ming sensed something was off. If the hidden threat within the zoo employed only such simplistic tactics, it would be far too easy. But there was no time to dwell on that now. The priority was to reinforce the gate and prevent the creatures from breaking out of the zoo. Meanwhile, Lei Tai had also arrived at the gate with 30 men, doubling the defenses there to over 110 soldiers. Upon arrival, they saw thick dust clouds rolling within the zoo as countless mutated creatures surged toward the gate in a frantic rush. "Take your positions," Jiang Ming commanded. His men swiftly occupied their fighting posts, as did Lei Tai's, while Tu Hongba, already stationed there, had begun his interception. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the firepower at the zoo gate reached unprecedented intensity, a dense network of flames enveloping the entire entrance. Any mutated creature that approached was instantly slain on the spot. But gradually, Jiang Ming noticed something amiss. The creatures kicked up a tremendous commotion, shrouding the gate in dust, yet remarkably few were actually killed. Not good. Jiang Ming suddenly realized the truth, looking up to see a massive mutated eagle circling high in the sky, then flapping its wings and flying back into the zoo. The next moment, two flares blazed up from the left and right sides of the zoo gate, their fiery red glow both conspicuous and glaring. "Quick, fall back," Jiang Ming roared, sprinting at full speed toward the eastern side he was defending. The rest followed closely. They were neither blind nor foolish. The flares signaled trouble. Jiang Ming's expression grew grim. How had he not foreseen this? Using a small contingent of mutated creatures to generate massive clouds of dust as a smokescreen, they had lured the left and right squads into reinforcing the gate. Amid the thunderous barrage, no one could see the true situation clearly. With the main force's attention fixed on the gate and other positions, the defenses on both flanks were thin. That was when the bulk of the mutated creatures launched their real assault, breaking through two sides at once. By the time Jiang Ming rushed back, he witnessed a mutated rhinoceros collapsing a wall and bursting out, followed by an endless tide of mutated crocodiles, wolves, hyenas, lions, and countless other formidable beasts surging forth like a flood. "Everyone, abandon the first and second defense lines. Fall back to the third line." Jiang Ming had established 3 lines of defense, the first against creatures within the zoo, the third against those from the city, and the middle second line as a buffer zone. But now that the creatures had breached the first line, holding it further would only result in needless casualties. Forced to relinquish the first and second lines, he bought enough time for the returning troops to enter their positions. Consequently, Jiang Ming and his men were left with only a single line of defense, now forced to simultaneously confront the mutated creatures from both the zoo and the city. Li Yinshi. Jiang Ming charged toward the mutated beasts, gripping his Spider King battle axe, and bellowed over his shoulder. Bang! A thunderous gunshot like a clap of lightning rang across the sky. From the laser sniper cannon, a fist-sized shell shot forth, directly piercing the lead mutated creature. The rhinoceros was blasted apart, flesh and blood flying in all directions. Hiss! Li Yinxi went slightly, adjusting her shoulder. The recoil of the laser sniper cannon was far greater than expected. Even with her constitution, she could only fire a few shots. Yet a torrent of mutated creatures poured out like a breached dam. She had to hold her ground. Bang! 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 Everyone was retreating to the third defense line. Li Yinxi, Bai Wu, and other ranged fighters used their weapons to delay the surging mutated creatures as much as possible. But the sheer number of creatures was overwhelming. In the blink of an eye, they overran the first defense line, and the firepower from Li Yinxi and the others was utterly insufficient to halt their advance. At the critical moment, Jiang Ming charged to the second line, Spider King battle axe in hand. Activating the skill Rage, he swung the axe and brought it down upon a charging mutated bison. With one strike, the bison was instantly decapitated. But behind it came an endless, seemingly inexhaustible tide of creatures. Jiang Ming let out a fierce cry, his battle axe whirling with savage momentum, shadows of the blade flickering as one creature after another fell dead beneath his blows. Yet even though Jiang Ming possessed the strength to single-handedly overpower any one creature facing such overwhelming numbers, he simply could not kill them fast enough. His stamina was rapidly depleting. But Jiang Ming knew he could not retreat now. If he did, the third line of defense would collapse and his sector would be completely lost. The creatures would flood into the city, and this battle would be lost. Rat-a-tat-tat. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, a dense volley of gunfire erupted behind Jiang Ming. Everyone had entered the third line of defense and launched a fierce counterattack, unleashing all their firepower upon the escaping creatures. Boss, fall back now, Go Fuguwei shouted, wielding a laser Gatling gun. Jiang Ming split a spiked hedgehog with his axe, then pushed off the ground and swiftly retreated. Once at a safe distance, he hurled 5 or 6 grenades and incendiary bombs in one swift motion. Under the suppression of heavy firepower, the eastern side of the zoo was held with great difficulty. But the situation remained precarious. They were down to a single line of defense, their living space severely compressed, leaving them vulnerable to a pincer attack. Jiang Ming took a deep breath and roared, "Pour it on. Drive these bastards back and retake our positions." Under Jiang Ming's command, interwoven firepower rained down continuously. For a full 5 minutes, the mutated creatures were pinned between the first and second lines, unable to advance a single step. Having weathered the initial onslaught, the creatures' assault began to wane. Jiang Ming led his men, gradually pushing them back into the zoo and reclaiming the lost defense lines. While Jiang Ming's side barely stabilized the situation, Lei Tai's was far less fortunate. By the time he rushed back, the creatures had already broken through. Lei Tai exhausted every means to stop them, barely managing to hold the line through the power of his hidden class, the Rampage Knight, at the cost of over a dozen lives. Though the eastern and western lines were not breached, Lei Tai's side had clearly lost over a dozen men, making it the weakest of the 4 sectors. The fixed number of defenders on the other 3 sides could not be changed, so they had to draw personnel from the reserve. Yet even after filling the defensive gaps, hidden dangers remained. 10 minutes later, the mutated creatures in the zoo began to retreat, all returning into the zoo. But no cheers of victory arose from the human side. Lei Tai's position had lost over a dozen men, but they were all NPCs, so Jiang Ming paid them little heed. However, on Jiang Ming's own front, 6 had fallen. These 6 were the ones who had walked out of Zhaoyang County with him back then. Even though Xia Xinyue had done her utmost to save them, she could not pull them back from the jaws of death. The atmosphere grew heavy. Everyone sat in the trench, clutching their weapons, silently staring at the 6 fallen comrades. Just moments ago, they had been laughing and chatting, boasting heartily, living, breathing men. In the blink of an eye, they had become cold, lifeless corpses. Following Jiang Ming recently had given them an unprecedented sense of safety and illusion that as long as they stuck with him, they would never die. But today's 6 deaths plunged them into silence. Jiang Ming was only human, not a god. He could not truly guarantee that everyone who followed him would live. In response, Jiang Ming took out a bottle of liquor, walked before the 6 fallen, unscrewed the cap, took a sip himself, and then poured 3 times before each of them. The liquor seeped into the soil, mixing with the scent of blood and gunpowder in the air, exuding an indescribable odor. Rest easy, brothers. Dying spares you the suffering of this world. If there really is an underworld, delay your reincarnation there. When this damned world returns to normal, come back. Wine clears the path, smoke builds the bridge, gold in mouth wards off evil spirits. 18 years later, you'll be heroes again. After pouring the wine, Jiang Ming lit 3 cigarettes before each man, then gathered from everyone 6 galaxy gold coins and placed 1 in each mouth. This was a funeral custom that arose later in the apocalypse of his past life. In that era, people died constantly, especially on battlefields. After a campaign, many could not even find their remains. Thus, this funeral custom spread. Simple, yet it showed due respect for the dead. Brothers, fire a salute to see them off. Jiang Ming drew his gun, fired a shot into the sky. The others, moved by the fragility of life, raised their guns and fired. After 3 shots rang out, Jiang Ming said, "A few of you find a place to bury them. Remember, dig deep or those beasts will dig them up and eat them." Go Fugue rose and led several men to carry the bodies away, digging graves to bury them. Why hang your heads? Jiang Ming sat on the trench, blowing a thick smoke ring. War means death. Today they die, tomorrow you or I might. No one knows when their time comes. All we can do is live each day to the fullest and fight to survive. Jiang Ming said these words to them, but also to himself. In his past life, he treated every day as his last, alone in the world, spending when he had money, finding ways to earn when he didn't. But in this life, he wanted to live well. This desire had never been so strong, not because he feared death, but because he felt the world should not be this way. Under Jiang Ming's words, the group's emotions were somewhat soothed. This was a necessary ordeal. Those who endured and survived would grow further. In the afternoon, Tu Hongba sent for Jiang Ming to attend a meeting. Zhuang Liming and Lei Tai were also present. Lei Tai looked like he had been through a fierce battle with a wounded arm and a grim expression, apparently still brooding over being outwitted by the mutated creatures. Tu Hongba said, at noon, the mutated creatures in the zoo launched their first wave of assault, which we successfully repelled. But we also suffered losses, and this made me realize the gravity of the situation. To win this battle, we must take the initiative. If we merely counter passively, our casualties and damage will only grow. Lei Tai slammed his fist on the table and stood up abruptly. I agree, we should strike first. Damn it, those beasts are playing mind games with us, costing us over a dozen brothers. I can't swallow this. Old two, I say let me lead a dozen men straight into their lair and take out that coward hiding in the back. Problem solved. Zhuang Liming rolled his eyes. If you do that, it'll be ready to collect your corpse. That creature has shown it can scheme with us, meaning it has intelligence no less than ours. A frontal assault will only increase our losses. Then what do you suggest? Lei Tai glared and demanded. Zhuang Liming thought for a moment and said, I think our priority is to locate that creature. The zoo is vast. Even if we enter in an encirclement and gradually tighten the net, we can't guarantee finding it. Besides, it's now the territory of mutated creatures. Rushing in recklessly will only bring us trouble. Zhuang Liming's analysis was sound, plunging the four men into silence. Tu Hongba turned to Jiang Ming and asked, Brother Jiang Ming, what's your take on this? Jiang Ming tapped the table lightly, his thoughts twisting and turning. After a moment, he said, a direct assault won't work. The mutated creatures have too keen senses. Even a decapitation strike would be detected before getting close. Moreover, we don't know the target's current location or its exact strength. Entering the zoo might lead us into another trap. So I suggest we use firepower to cover the entire zoo and blast it out. Tu Hongba fell into thought upon hearing Jiang Ming's words. Firepower covering the entire zoo. Lei Tai looked at Jiang Ming as if he were an idiot. Brother, never mind how big the zoo is. With our current weapons, the longest range is only a few hundred meters and ammunition is limited. Your so-called firepower coverage is impossible. It's possible. Zhuang Liming suddenly spoke, looking at Jiang Ming with admiration. We don't need to actually shell the entire zoo. We just need to force it out. So we can use incendiary weapons like napalm, things that ignite easily and are hard to extinguish, and throw them into the zoo. Jiang Ming nodded. The zoo has plenty of greenery everywhere. It will catch fire easily. Once the flames spread, they'll be unstoppable. Without us lifting a finger, the mutated creatures will be forced out. Zhuang Liming added. And I have a spell that can enhance the fire's power enough to burn them to a crisp. Excellent. Tu Hongba clapped his hands. Then it's decided. Go back and prepare your incendiary weapons. At 6 in the evening on the signal flare, launch the attack. The mutated creatures in the zoo will surely counterattack, so everyone must hold their positions. Yes. Returning from Tu Hongba's, Jiang Ming had his men organize supplies and dig a firebreak around the zoo's perimeter to prevent the flames from getting out of control and harming their own. At 6 o'clock, a signal flare was launched precisely from Tu Hongba's position at the zoo's main entrance. The other 3 directions, upon seeing the flare, ordered their men, who had been waiting in readiness, to hurl all incendiary and explosive weapons into the zoo. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, flames shot into the sky. Incendiary bombs, napalm, and other weapons exploded, igniting a raging fire. It burned even more fiercely upon touching the vegetation. The lines of fire from all 4 sides quickly connected, forming a wall of flame that gradually advanced inward, consuming the zoo. On the western side, Zhuang Liming raised his staff, embedded with 3 colored gems, and chanted incantations. As he spoke, a magic circle materialized beneath his feet, and the red gem at the staff's tip gleamed with dazzling light. When the magic circle fully formed, Zhuang Liming let out a shout and pointed his staff at the flames within the zoo. The magic circle beneath him then converged into the staff, transforming into a streak of red light that flew into the blazing fire inside the zoo. The moment the crimson radiance entered the flames, the blazing fire seemed to be infused with life, growing even more vigorous and surging like ocean waves toward the depths of the zoo. An advanced skill, fire spirit, huh? Gazing at the roaring inferno, Jiang Ming murmured softly. In the apocalypse, skills were also ranked. The skills that Jiang Ming, Xiaxin and Bai Wu learned from the NPC were all basic skills, and the skill book obtained from killing the mutated giant elephant was also basic. Basic skills were merely the most fundamental tier. Beyond them were intermediate, advanced, epic, legendary, and the divine tier, which was considered the pinnacle. There were also forbidden arts, secret techniques, and special skills. These were classified as rare skills, and their potency was highly uncertain. Some rivaled legendary or epic skills, while others were weaker than even the most basic ones. What Jiang Ming was currently using was an advanced skill. The fire spirit could imbue flames with life, granting them a qualitative leap in power. Burning things was merely its most basic function. The true might of an advanced skill had yet to be revealed. The flames blazed fiercely, reflecting the sunset clouds that dyed the skyline crimson. Thick smoke billowed into the air. Survivors in the city watched the towering fire and smoke, yearning to know what was happening outside, but the fear instilled by the mutated creatures kept them rooted in place. The mutated creatures within the zoo continuously had their range of movement constricted, converging toward a single spot in search of refuge. Around the zoo, everyone stood in readiness, prepared to counter any mutated beasts that might charge out in a desperate counterattack. Roar! With an earth-shattering bellow, the zoo erupted with the calls of birds and beasts. In the next moment, a multitude of mutated birds took to the sky, clutching clods of dirt in their claws, attempting to extinguish the raging inferno. However, the flames harbored the fire spirit, rendering ordinary earth utterly incapable of diminishing the blaze by even a fraction. Seeing the flames inextinguishable, the birds and beasts of the zoo emitted frantic cries. The mutated birds soared over the wall of fire, launching attacks against the humans encircling the zoo. All personnel attention. A large number of mutated birds are approaching from the air. Prepare for battle. Amidst the cascade of commands, everyone raised their weapons, aiming at the mutated birds in the sky. From morning until now, only terrestrial mutated creatures had emerged from the zoo. Now that even the birds were being deployed, it seemed the flames had truly driven that creature into a corner. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets and shells fired in unison toward the sky. Mutated birds fell like rain, thudding to the ground in droves. Jiang Ming locked his gaze onto a mutated goshawk among the flock. Part of its feathers were silver-white, unmistakably a silver-tier beast. Taking the laser sniper cannon from Li Yinshi, Jiang Ming aimed at the silver-tier beast and decisively pulled the trigger. A fist-sized shell roared forth, striking its target with pinpoint accuracy at incredible speed, downing an entire cluster of mutated birds. Prince, go. Fetch that silver-tier goshawk for me. Prince, who had been crouching on a tree ready to pounce on the mutated birds, meowed in response upon hearing Jiang Ming's command and dashed toward the collapsed corner of the zoo wall. After pushing aside the nearby slain mutated birds, Prince retrieved the silver-tier goshawk and returned to Jiang Ming's side. Jiang Ming extracted its blood, then let Prince absorb the silver essence from its body. Jiang Ming had already collected 2/3 of the 100 different species of mutated creature blood required. After this battle, he would likely complete the collection. The key was to gather blood from 10 different species of silver-tier beasts. He still needed 3 more. The zoo definitely harbored more than just 1 or 2 silver-tier beasts. Many had yet to emerge. None of those he had seen outside the panda pavilion that day had appeared. However, Jiang Ming had patience. As long as the fire spirit's flames continued to burn, he was confident they would eventually be forced out. The roar of artillery continued. Though the birds had once blotted out the sky after several volleys, only a handful remained. The last few higher-level ones staggered back, carrying their wounded bodies. After repelling the mutated birds, Jiang Ming's heart suddenly leaped with a thought. He called out to Zhang Yuan, "Xiao Yuan, go quickly to the west side and find Zhuang Liming. Tell him to seal off all the sewers with fire. Hurry." Zhang Yuan, sensing the urgency, dashed at full speed toward the back gate. Fortunately, it was closed, so there was no need to take a detour. Arriving at Zhuang Liming's position, he found him and relayed Jiang Ming's message. Zhuang Liming frowned slightly and said, "I did overlook that point. Tell Jiang Ming to rest assured. I will block all the sewers." With that, Zhuang Liming waved his magic staff. Blazing flames instantly surged down through the manhole covers into the sewers, evaporating all the moisture and incinerating every creature lurking within. Zhang Yuan returned to report the situation. Zhuang Liming had done as instructed, and as a precaution had also burned all the sewers near the zoo's perimeter. Jiang Ming nodded. He had just recalled that a few days ago he had used the sewers to retrieve the golden egg. It was possible that the creature inside the zoo might also try to break out through the sewers and launch a surprise attack from behind. Having Zhuang Liming burn the sewers was a safer bet. As the flames continued to burn, the mutated creature's range of movement within the zoo grew ever smaller, yet their roars never ceased. Jiang Ming and the others remained poised for battle at all times. The sky gradually darkened. All the searchlights were switched on, illuminating the surroundings brightly. The raging fire was so vivid and dazzling under the night sky that its terrifying heat could be felt even from a great distance. Buzz! Roar! Howl! Amidst the cacophony of roars and cries, the mutated creatures in the zoo launched their final assault. The blazing flames had left them with no retreat. As all the mutated beasts charged in their last desperate attack, a massive figure soared into the air, casting an enormous shadow that loomed over most of the zoo. Its head resembled a dolphin's, but its body was like a shark's. At its base was a sharp golden stinger, and it had wings broader than an eagle's. It was a grotesque amalgamation, yet it exuded an overwhelming sense of oppression. What the hell is that thing? Even Jiang Ming had never seen such a bizarre creature, but the sensation it brought was one of deep dread and terror. It was neither a golden tier nor a silver tier beast, yet parts of its body were gilded. Coupled with its incongruous form, there was only one explanation for such an oppressive presence. This mutated creature had devoured many others, ultimately fusing their powers and body parts into itself. This oppressive aura left no doubt. It was the final boss of the zoo. Jiang Ming shouted, "Forget about that mutated dolphin for now. Hold back the other mutated creatures." That mutated dolphin was clearly not to be trifled with. It was best to leave such a creature to Tu Hongba and the others. 3 hidden professions whose specific stats were unreadable even with his inside eye. It was wiser not to draw the first wave of aggro here. The casualties at the other 3 positions were all NPCs, but here they were living people. Every loss counted. As expected, before Jiang Ming's group made a move, Tu Hongba, Zhuang Liming, and Lei Tai simultaneously launched a fierce assault. Nuclear magnetic cannons, laser cannons, and the like all rained down upon that bizarre creature. Aya! The mutated dolphin, struck by the attacks, opened its sharp maw and unleashed a destructive sonic wave toward Tu Hongba's position. The sonic waves manifested as tangible damage, not only causing splitting headaches, but also pulverizing rocks and trees in their path. Damn, it's that strong. Jiang Ming was startled by the mutated dolphin's ferocity. This was already the second unreasonable mutated creature to appear in the current stage of the apocalypse, the first being that zombie dominator. Yet, this mutated dolphin had not reached the same terrifying level as the zombie dominator, but it was still a creature that had emerged ahead of its timeline. This bizarre creature was terrifyingly powerful. Jiang Ming gritted his teeth and chose to hold his ground. That thing was too dreadful, at least above level 60. Rushing over now would be suicide. It was better to leave it to Tu Hongba and the others. While Jiang Ming was preventing these mutated creatures from breaking out of the zoo, Tu Hongba had already engaged the mutated dolphin in battle. Ancient Fist Master Tu Hongba, Tri-Element Mage, Zhuang Liming, and Furious Knight Lei Tai were all renowned figures in the post-apocalyptic world, each possessing a hidden class. The sight of these 3 joining forces against a mutated beast was a rare spectacle. Crushing Fist, Blazing Fire, War Cry. The 3 unleashed their skills simultaneously, all powerful advanced class abilities. The resulting explosive force drove the mutated dolphin back repeatedly through the air. However, they suffered from the disadvantage of being unable to fly. After launching a volley of skills, they could only land and wait for another opportunity. The only one capable of sustained output was Zhuang Liming, the Tri-Element Mage. Due to his class attributes, he could learn 3 types of elemental magic, and thus various spells could be seen flying from his staff. Yet casting magic required time for incantations and forming magic arrays, and it also consumed a great deal of stamina. Zhuang Liming alone could not hold out for long. Old Tu will launch you up there. Ride it and beat it. Lei Tai crouched low, crossing his hands over his knees, and said to Tu Hongba. Tu Hongba nodded, took a deep breath, and after a running start, he stepped onto Lei Tai's hands. Lei Tai roared up. He hurled Tu Hongba with all his might. With Lei Tai's strength, Tu Hongba was launched into the air, charging rapidly towards the mutated dolphin. Water Mist. Zhuang Liming cast a spell using mist to obscure the mutated dolphin's vision, preventing it from seeing Tu Hongba. Tu Hongba adjusted his body midair, punching the air with his fists. The resulting air blast propelled him, allowing him to adjust his trajectory. With the coordination of the 3, Tu Hongba successfully landed atop the mutated dolphin's head. With a fierce yell, he slammed his fist down upon its skull. The mutated dolphin staggered, its airborne body lurching downward sharply. Wooden entanglement, water binding. Seeing his opportunity, Zhuang Liming immediately cast 2 advanced binding spells. Vines sprouted from the ground, coiling around the mutated dolphin's body, gripping it tightly. Water surged from Zhuang Liming's staff, forming rope-like currents that tightly bound the wings and body of the mutated dolphin. For a time, the mutated dolphin could no longer ascend into the sky, forcibly trapped by 2 advanced magics, just 5 or 6 meters above the ground. Lei Tai chuckled fiercely and bellowed. "You monster, let your grandpa Lei show you what you're made of." Charge, heroic leap, sky-rending slash. Lei Tai unleashed a combo, charging forward and leaping high from the ground. His sword struck the mutated dolphin's abdomen, cleaving a massive gaping wound. Rotten, stinking viscera, blood, and all sorts of debris spilled out, emitting a nauseating stench. The combined assault of the 3 left the mutated dolphin utterly helpless. Its head was caved in by Tu Hongba's strikes, its brain nearly pounded to a pulp. Roar! The mutated dolphin emitted sonic waves, struggling frantically to break free. "Hurry! I can't hold on much longer." Zhuang Liming roared, drenched in sweat. Maintaining 2 advanced binding spells on such a massive creature was immensely draining. Lightning Flash, Fist, Thunderclap, Fist, Twin Dragon Fist. Tu Hongba unleashed all his strongest skills, caving in most of the mutated dolphin's head into its mouth. Yet the mutated dolphin possessed immense vitality, far from being easily dispatched. Seeing that Tu Hongba and the others had gained the upper hand, Jiang Ming took the laser sniper cannon from Lianxi. Once within range, he fired 2 shots at the mutated dolphin's 2 pairs of wings. Bang! Bang! 2 shells struck the mutated dolphin's wings with pinpoint accuracy, blasting 2 large holes in them. Jiang Ming dared not face it head-on, but he had no qualms about finishing it off from behind. If he could take it down, the experience points would surely be enough to level him up. Bang! Bang! 2 more shots hit the connections between wings and body, which now hung by a thread, ready to break at any moment. Deprived of the lift provided by its wings, the mutated dolphin let out a miserable screech and plummeted to the ground. Seeing it was on its last legs, Jiang Ming could hold out no longer. He released the 2 advanced binding spells, knelt on one knee drenched in sweat, and gasped for breath. Tu Hongba and Lei Tai joined forces, using every trick in the book to deliver the final killing blow to the monster. After firing 2 more shots from a distance, Jiang Ming frowned slightly. Although the mutated beast seemed on the verge of death, something felt off. Roar. After falling, the mutated dolphin let out a roar. From its broken wings, 2 pairs of sharp claws extended. It then dug into the ground at an incredible speed, excavating a pit in an instant. Where do you think you're going? Lei Tai roared, leaping high into the air and bellowing, heavy leap strike. Boom. Like a thunderclap on flat ground, the mutated dolphin, attempting to escape by digging, was instantly blasted into the air. Overlord Fist. Tu Hongba, having gathered his strength, delivered his mightiest blow squarely onto the mutated dolphin's brain, smashing its skull to pieces. Rotten, stinking blood splattered everywhere. With the mutated dolphin dead, the other mutated creatures that had been frantically charging and fleeing suddenly lost their leader. They fell into chaos, not only failing to breach the defenses, but even fighting among their own groups. This instead eased the pressure on the human survivors. They bombarded the mutated beasts, relentlessly driving them back into the zoo. Meanwhile, Tu Hongba's battle was nearing its end. With the death of the mutated dolphin, the biggest boss, the mutated creatures in the zoo were leaderless. After suffering so many casualties, they no longer posed a significant threat. After the mutated dolphin died, Jiang Ming, having participated in the battle, also gained experience. However, the experience points were not as much as he had imagined, not enough to level him up directly, only reaching 99. Although he was close to leveling up, he felt the experience gained did not match the creature's formidable strength. Jiang Ming shook his head, dismissing the thought. Being close to leveling up was good enough. He could find a few mutated creatures to take down and make up the remaining experience. With the mutated dolphin slain and the other creatures retreating, everyone finally had a brief respite. They all breathed a collective sigh of relief. The battle was far more brutal than they had imagined, but little did they know this was only a minor skirmish. The losses incurred in this entire engagement were already very minimal. Some large-scale battles would claim hundreds or even thousands of lives, functioning like a massive meat grinder where humans were no more than ants. After a short rest, Tu Hongba ordered everyone to form an encirclement and conduct a final sweep of the zoo. Everyone armed themselves and, once ready, entered the zoo. Every mutated creature they encountered was riddled with bullets. Even in this final phase, there was no room for carelessness. The ferocity of the mutated beasts could claim lives in an instant. Constant vigilance was required. Jiang Ming also took the opportunity to quickly collect blood samples from various mutated creatures to complete the bloodline fusion task. 2 hours later, the vast zoo was mostly cleared. Part of the mutated creatures inside had already been burned to death by Jiang Ming's magic earlier, and the remaining ones had been eliminated. Next came the cleanup phase. Jiang Ming ordered his men to collect galaxy coins, the more the better. Although Tu Hongba would distribute them based on merit, the other 3 sides were all NPCs. It was far more satisfying to pocket them himself. By the time the battlefield was cleared, it was past midnight. The entire battle from start to finish had taken a full day and night. Humanity had achieved a great victory with minimal cost. This battle began swiftly and ended just as quickly. In his past life, Jiang Ming had participated in countless battles, some as brief as 10 days to half a month, while others stretched on for years. With the battle concluded, the mutated creatures in the zoo were completely eradicated, removing a grave threat from Mingfeng City and granting the survivors here a bit more breathing room for their future existence. At 2 in the morning, the over 200-strong squad packed up their weapons and gear before returning to the settlement. After resting for a night, by noon the next day, everyone gathered at the settlement's entrance as Tu Hongba prepared to summarize the battle. Jiang Ming could essentially predict everything the NPC would say, so he listened with little interest, until Tu Hongba mentioned rewards and merits, at which point he perked up. He couldn't care less about how the NPCs divided things among themselves internally. He only wanted to know what his own group would receive. Tu Hongba declared, "So I've decided to split the spoils of this battle into 4 equal shares to be distributed by each squad's leader." Jiang Ming nodded upon hearing this. It was indeed a fair method of distribution. Calculated down, his group would get around 70 to 80 galaxy gold coins. However, Jiang Ming was more concerned about what the big boss had dropped. Logically, after killing such a powerful mutated creature, equipment was bound to drop, perhaps even a silver tier item. Under normal circumstances, when participating in a battle alongside NPCs, any equipment dropped would generally be prioritized for non-NPC human survivors. Sure enough, Tu Hongba then produced a chest piece. The armor was entirely green, as if crafted from green fish scales, emitting a bronze glow. Unmistakably a bronze-tier chest piece. Jiang Ming's heart stirred at the sight of this chest piece. As his own power level increased, the snake-scale armor had begun to lag behind his progress, making this bronze-tier chest piece a perfect fit for him. This battle's victory owes much to brother Jiang Ming's contributions. Therefore, this bronze-tier chest piece should be awarded to him as a trophy. Don't you all agree? Yes. At Tu Hongba's incitement, the crowd of human NPC survivors shouted in unison. Jiang Ming rubbed his hands together as he stepped forward, saying, "How could I possibly accept this?" Yet his hands moved, without hesitation, reaching out to take the chest piece directly. He eagerly used his insight eye to examine the attributes of this bronze chest piece. Azure Scale Armor Bronzeteer. Strength 19. Constitution 9. Required level 21. It was undoubtedly a bronze tier chest piece, but it required level 21 to equip. After killing some mutated creatures last night, and leveling up, Jiang Ming was only at level 19 now. He needed 2 more levels before he could wear it. Still, the Azure Scale Armor's stats far surpassed those of the Snake Scale Armor, and equipping it would grant a new boost to his strength. Jiang Ming wasn't in a hurry, his level would gradually rise. It just required some time. Aside from this Azure Scale Armor, there was nothing else. It made sense. Against that mutated dolphin, Jiang Ming had only fired a few shots from a distance, so a single bronze tier chest piece was already a good deal. Moreover, Tu Hongba had kept his promise and gifted Jiang Ming the laser sniper cannon. With the Galaxy Gold coins and this chest piece, the battle had turned out quite profitable. After receiving the Galaxy Gold coins, Jiang Ming distributed 1 to each person, while those who had contributed more like Bai Wu and Go Fugue received 2 each. After handing out the Galaxy Gold coins combined with what his own people had collected yesterday, Jiang Ming still had over 30 coins left, essentially recouping all the money spent on equipment earlier. Once the coins were distributed, Jiang Ming didn't forget his 5th ring quest. This was the final quest in the chain, offering not only a single quest reward, but also a bonus for completing the entire chain. Jiang Ming found Tu Hongba, and after a dialogue completed the 5th ring quest. Quest completed: Mingfeng City Battle Reward Galaxy Silver Coins 2, Experience 7. Chain quest completed: Survivors of Mingfeng City, Reward Galaxy Silver Coins 12, Experience 5. Quest item obtained: Crimson Copper Boots. Jiang Ming rejoiced, inwardly not expecting a quest reward of equipment. He took out the Crimson Copper Boots and used his insight eye to examine their stats. Crimson Copper Boots Bronzeteer. Constitution 6. Agility 14. Required level 21. It was a quite impressive piece of equipment, a bronze tier item, and a pair of boots at that. Perfect for replacing his iron tier war boots. The only downside was that, like the Azure Scale Armor, it required level 21 to equip. Still, acquiring 2 bronze tier items in a single day filled Jiang Ming with immense joy. After completing the chain quest, Jiang Ming went to find Zhuang Liming to inquire about another chain quest concerning the mutated willow tree, but again there was no result. Then Jiang Ming left the settlement and headed to the warehouse where their supplies were stored. It was a large warehouse now remodeled to resemble a cold storage room with temperatures even lower than outside. Inside were mountains of food and medicine, while water was stored in another warehouse on the opposite side. Jiang Ming came here specifically to find medicine, Chinese herbal medicine to be precise. Western medicine was generally more portable and convenient, but he needed Chinese herbs, so he had specifically asked Bai Wu and the others to collect a substantial amount. After this period of accumulation, he had gathered all the mutated creature blood required for the blood fusion quest. Now he just needed to follow the steps and methods to prepare the mixture, and these herbs would come in handy. Following the labels on the medicine cabinet, Jiang Ming grabbed handfuls of various herbs here and there, filling over 100 bottles and jars. After gathering and organizing all the herbs, he placed them alongside the previously collected mutated creature blood and began preparing the concoction. Jiang Ming worked meticulously during the process, using a scale to measure each ingredient carefully, neither too much nor too little. After all, whether in his past life or this rebirth, this was his first encounter with a blood box, let alone a divine-grade bloodline. Every step had to be carried out with caution. It took Jiang Ming a full 2 days and 2 nights to successfully prepare the concoction. The resulting mixture was pitch black thick as sesame paste, yet it emitted a peculiar exotic fragrance. It filled an entire large oil drum to the brim. After finishing, Jiang Ming wiped the sweat from his brow and carefully moved the drum to an adjacent empty warehouse. Bai Wu and the others had already secured the perimeter, eliminating all approaching mutated creatures without a trace. With everything ready, Jiang Ming stripped off all his clothes, took a deep breath, and stepped into the oil drum. The anticipated pain or torment did not come, instead it felt as warm as soaking in a hot bath. Then he slowly submerged his entire body into the mixture. Fully immersed in the concoction, a warm embrace enveloped Jiang Ming's body. Gradually a wave of drowsiness washed over him, and he fell into a deep sleep within the liquid. The thick mixture slowly began to solidify, becoming as hard as cement. Even in this environment, Jiang Ming maintained his life force, showing no signs of suffocation or death. Bai Wu and the others stationed outside had no idea what Jiang Ming was doing, but they would guard this place until he emerged once more. No one knew the earth-shattering changes occurring within Jiang Ming inside that oil drum. His Bodis metabolism accelerated dramatically, and layer after layer of skin began to shed. His once somewhat rough skin became as tender, supple, and lustrous as a newborn's. After undergoing repeated cycles of shedding, Jiang Ming's skin became as smooth and delicate as mutton fat jade, yet it also possessed remarkable toughness and defensive capabilities. Meanwhile, around the 3 fiery red willow leaves on his chest and abdomen, representing the Xing Tian bloodline, new red patterns began to emerge. They appeared bit by bit, like intricate runes etched into Jiang Ming's body. The 3 fiery red leaves emitted a blazing crimson glow resembling real eyes and a mouth slightly parting as if about to open. At the same time, the red trunk of the world tree seed began to grow slowly, as if drawing nourishment from the concoction. Thus 3 full days and nights passed. Throughout this time, Bai Wu and the others remained steadfast outside, never leaving their posts, constantly vigilant against any sign of movement around them. After the medicinal agent in the oil drum was completely absorbed by Jiang Ming, he slowly regained consciousness. He could clearly feel himself confined within a very narrow space, and his instinctive survival response drove him to struggle attempting to break free from this restraint. However, the space inside the oil drum was limited, and Jiang Ming could not stretch his limbs. He could only rely on the strength of his muscles to burst through the restraints binding him. Holding his breath, Jiang Ming exerted all his strength, pushing against the solidified medicinal agent that encased his back and head. Under the immense force of Jiang Ming's power, cracks began to appear on the surface of the oil drum and the solidified agent. The fissures grew more numerous and larger, gradually connecting with each other. When the cracks covered the entire surface of the oil drum, a deafening sound erupted. Like a thunderclap on a calm day, the entire oil drum exploded into pieces within the warehouse. At the center of the blast, Jiang Ming stood naked, his tall stature, sharp featured skin as smooth and lustrous as white jade, and a physique of well-proportioned solid muscles brimming with explosive power. Such a body could only be described as perfect. The next moment, the warehouse door was pushed open from outside, and Bai Wu, Jiang Yuan, and a crowd of people surged in, brandishing weapons. Seeing so many people suddenly rush in, Jiang Ming felt a chill below his waist. Quick as a flash, he grabbed the clothes he had taken off earlier and wrapped them around his lower body. The sudden explosion in the warehouse had alarmed Bai Wu and the others, who rushed over, worried that something had happened to Jiang Ming. As soon as they entered, they saw him standing there stark naked, though fortunately, he was quick enough to cover his vital parts. "Boss, what have you been up to?" Go Fuguwei stared wide-eyed at Jiang Ming and said, "That skin, that physique, tisk, even those women aren't as good as this." Go Fugui's words were confirmed as Xia Xinyue, and Li Yinshi looked at Jiang Ming's skin with envy. It was even better than theirs. His physique, height, chiseled face, and sharp features made them feel a flutter of attraction. Jiang Ming cleared his throat and said, "All of you get out. Let me get dressed, and we'll talk later." Bai Wu and the others realized it was inappropriate to linger and led the group out of the warehouse. After they left, Jiang Ming began to examine his body. He seemed a bit taller than before. Before fusing with the bloodline box, he was about 1.7 meters tall, after the fusion around 1.73 meters, and now he appeared to be about 1.76 meters. There were no major changes in his physique and build, but his muscles felt firmer. He swung his arms a couple of times, and sensed that his strength had also increased. His skin had become as white as snow, a complexion that Li Yinshi and Xia Xinyue envied, but it made Jiang Ming feel a bit uncomfortable. Why would a grown man need such fair skin? It made him look pale and tender, as if he were a sissy. Jiang Ming also noticed that the red trunk of the world tree seed had grown longer and thicker, far surpassing the other two trunks. Additionally, near the 3 fiery red willow leaves representing the Xing Tian bloodline, some reddish patterns had appeared resembling mysterious runes. Yet, Jiang Ming could clearly sense a certain power within them, as if calling out to him. Almost instinctively, Jiang Ming sought to draw some power from them. The next moment, these patterns representing the Xing Tian bloodline blazed with intense red light, and a surge of immense power flooded directly into Jiang Ming's body. Xing Tian bloodline, divine grade, initial, proficiency 0-100, exclusive divine grade skill for the owner of the Xing Tian bloodline. Upon activation, the user's total attribute values increase by 20 for 30 seconds. Cooldown 1 hour. As the power poured into his body, detailed information about the divine bloodline skill emerged in Jiang Ming's mind. This was an unexpected delight. He hadn't anticipated that fusing a divine grade bloodline would grant an exclusive skill. Moreover, this skill was a rare divine grade ability. Divine grade skills were always top tier, the kind that were both invaluable and hard to come by. And judging by the words divine grade initial, it was highly probable that the skill could be upgraded further. Jiang Ming felt an intense surge of excitement, as if he had an inexhaustible supply of strength. Since he had activated the skill and the cooldown was long, he couldn't afford to waste it. Jiang Ming clenched his fist and punched the ground. With a thunderous boom, the floor was smashed into a deep crater, and the ground within a 5-meter radius from the center was completely fractured. Not bad, Jiang Ming nodded in satisfaction. The power of this punch was slightly better than he had anticipated. What would happen if he combined it with the skill Rage? Jiang Ming instantly activated the Rage skill, increasing his strength by 10. After stacking the skills, Jiang Ming's strength reached 139 points, and his total attribute value hit 311 points, a remarkably impressive figure. The 30 seconds passed quickly, and the skill entered its cooldown. Jiang Ming took a deep breath, feeling immensely exhilarated. After dressing, Jiang Ming strode out of the warehouse with a spirited demeanor. Bai Wu and the others were waiting outside. Having heard the loud commotion inside, they were secretly awed, wondering how much Jiang Ming's strength had increased. Upon asking Bai Wu and the others, he learned that 3 days had passed. Jiang Ming immediately returned to the settlement, found Zhuang Liming, and inquired again about the task concerning the mutated willow tree. Zhuang Liming said, "Jiang Ming, you're here. I've already developed the magic to eliminate the mutated willow, but I have other tasks now and can't accompany you to destroy it. However, I've stored the magic in this bottle." Zhuang Liming produced a small, exquisite bottle containing a dark green liquid. Just drip this liquid onto the trunk of the mutated willow and the magic will activate automatically. You'll be able to eliminate it smoothly. Go on, I await your good news. Do you accept the quest eliminate the mutated willow? Yes, no. Quest requirements. The mutated willow that suddenly appeared in Mingfeng City poses an unknown threat to the survivors here. Eliminate the mutated willow, bring back its core to Jiang Ming, complete the quest, and you will receive generous rewards. After accepting the quest, Jiang Ming along with Xia Xinyue and Bai Wu packed their gear and set out for the location of the mutated willow. Jiang Ming had witnessed the terror of that thing that night and knew it wouldn't be easy to deal with. Thus he brought only Xia Xinyue and Bai Wu. Both had professions making them stronger in various attributes and equipped with corresponding skills, making it easier and smoother to coordinate with Jiang Ming. Arriving at the building near the mutated willow, the daytime view was entirely different from the night. That night, Jiang Ming had only caught a fleeting glimpse, but seeing it now in the daylight, the visual impact and sense of awe were far more intense. Not to mention the massive trunk and the canopy spanning dozens of meters, the withered corpses hanging from the willow branches drained of their essence were enough to make one's scalp tingle with fear. Xia Xinyue swallowed hard and said, "Brother Jiang, are you sure we can eliminate this mutated willow?" Jiang Ming nodded and said, "We just need to use the magic potion Ryn-animation gave us, drip it onto its trunk, and wait for the magic to take effect. They'll shoot it with my gun," Bai Wu said, holding his tiger-striped sniper rifle. Jiang Ming shook his head. Without special bullets loaded with the magic potion, the bullet would likely melt from the heat upon firing. Moreover, the mutated willow has too many branches, and it's highly likely they'll intercept the bullet midair. Bai Wu asked, "What do we do then?" Jiang Ming thought for a moment and said, "Wait here for a bit. They'll circle around and take a look." Jiang Ming left the building and surveyed the area around the mutated willow. He noticed that the branches on the north side were slightly sparser than those on the other three sides. Jiang Ming returned and informed Bai Wu and Xia Xinyue, saying, "In a moment you two will use fire attacks on this side to draw the mutated willow's attention. They'll circle around from behind and find an opportunity to pour the magic potion onto its trunk. Once successful, fire a signal flare as a sign and retreat immediately. Remember, don't let its branches entangle you." After finalizing their plan, Jiang Ming, Xia Xinyue, and Bai Wu split up. By the time Jiang Ming reached his designated position, Bai Wu and Xia Xinyue had already initiated their assault on the mutated willow tree. Their fire attack was straightforward. A barrage of highly flammable and explosive weapons was hurled from above toward the mutated willow. Once these projectiles entered the tree's attack range, its willow branches swept through the air, ensnaring them all. Seizing the opportune moment, Bai Wu fired a single shot, detonating the grenades and other incendiary devices tangled in the branches. Instantly, a blaze erupted into the sky, and the raging fire raced along the willow branches, spreading rapidly to the trunk and limbs. The mutated willow seemed to come alive in an instant. Its branches thrashed and flailed wildly in a desperate attempt to extinguish the flames, while numerous tendrils shot directly toward Bai Wu and the others. Having achieved their objective, Bai Wu and Xia Xinyue swiftly evacuated the rooftop. Confronting such a colossal entity of unknown power demanded caution and prudence. Shortly after Jiang Ming arrived at his position, a series of explosions echoed from the opposite side of the mutated willow, followed by a raging inferno that climbed up its branches. The willow's branches convulsed violently. Whether due to the intense heat of the flames, Jiang Ming could almost perceive the entire tree trunk writhing. Yet such flames could not inflict a fatal blow upon the mutated willow. Its dense, sky-veiling canopy of branches could smother the fire. Thus, Jiang Ming's window of opportunity was exceedingly narrow. Seeing the willow beginning to extinguish the flames, Jiang Ming wasted no further time. After a couple of warm-up jumps, he propelled himself forward with a powerful thrust of his legs, shooting straight toward the mutated willow like an arrow from a bow. The mutated willow possessed an extraordinarily keen perception. The moment Jiang Ming entered its attack range, a torrent of branches coiled toward him. However, with the tree preoccupied by the blaze, the number of branches targeting him was not overwhelming. Dodging and weaving, Jiang Ming rapidly closed in on the willow's trunk. The bottle containing the magical potion was already half opened. He needed only to reach the trunk and pour the contents onto it. Though it sounded simple, the branches lashed and thrashed madly along the path. One misstep could mean being ensnared and drained into a desiccated husk. When Jiang Ming was merely 10 meters from the willow's trunk, he decisively activated his freshly cooled skill, Xingtian bloodline. Instantly, his overall attributes underwent a qualitative leap, and his speed surged dramatically. He covered the remaining distance in the blink of an eye. Jiang Ming hurled the opened bottle with all his might at the willow's trunk. The glass bottle shattered upon impact, drenching the trunk in the magical potion. Having done this, Jiang Ming turned and fled at full speed. The potion would soon take effect, driving the willow into a frenzy. He had to escape its range before it went berserk, or he might be killed by its indiscriminate attacks. No sooner had Jiang Ming run a short distance than the magical potion splashed on the trunk began to visibly and rapidly corrode the willow's wood. The potion spread like a virus with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, it had eaten away a large chunk of the trunk and continued to expand and corrode deeper. The air around Jiang Ming was filled with the whistling of the willow's frenzied branches, their frequency and speed many times greater than before. Without looking back, he knew the potion was working. The willow had gone mad. With only 30 seconds left on his skill, Jiang Ming finally burst out of the willow's attack range. Even as his speed slowed, he did not stop continuing to run until he reached a completely safe distance. Only then did he climb a tall building to observe the willow from afar. In the brief time it took Jiang Ming to escape the willow's attack range, the magical potion had already corroded more than half of its body. The corroded parts had necrotized and fallen away, resembling an ancient tree that had been dead for years. Jiang Ming watched as the mutated willow was gradually consumed by the potion. Though its branches thrashed wildly, even attempting to sever the corroded sections to preserve the unaffected parts, it was futile. However, Jiang Ming had poured the potion on the lower half of the trunk, very close to the roots. The corrosion prioritized the root system. The ground trembled as the willow's roots were corroded. A tree cannot live without its roots. Bereft of them, no matter how lush its foliage, the mutated willow was doomed. Yet one had to admire Jiang Ming, the trielemental mage. The magical potion he had concocted was so potent that a single bottle had vanquished such a formidable and terrifying creature. Still, this success was also due to Jiang Ming's own efforts and the fact that the mutated willow had not yet grown to its full terrifying potential. Had such an encounter occurred in his past life, the willow would likely have been able to uproot itself and walk the earth. Defeating it would have required a 100-man raid party at level 50. The corrosion continued for a full half hour. When the last branch drooped and withered, it signified the complete death of the mutated willow. To be safe, Jiang Ming waited another half hour before approaching the willow. Such a massive creature's demise would surely yield loot, and he also needed to retrieve a quest item to report back. Arriving at the spot where the willow had once stood, Jiang Ming pushed aside the enormous crumbling rotten wood. After digging for a while, he uncovered a stone emitting a verdant green glow. Using his insight eye, he identified a tree core quest item. He tossed it into his backpack and continued digging. His fingers soon struck something hard, and he quickened his pace. Before long, 5 galaxy gold coins and a jet black chest appeared before Jiang Ming. A Nightfall class advancement chest, he recognized immediately. The chest, black as coal, belonged to the Nightfall class. He hadn't expected defeating the mutated willow to yield an advancement chest. After confirming there was nothing else, Jiang Ming secured the gold coins and returned to the settlement with the chest and the quest item tree core. He found Xia Xinyue and the others not far away, and together they went back to the settlement. Jiang Ming handed the tree core to Jiang Ming to complete the quest. Taking the tree core, Jiang Ming said, "It seems you've used the potion I concocted to eliminate that menace, the mutated willow. Here is your well-earned reward. Quest: eliminate the mutated willow completed. Reward: galaxy coins 15, experience 3. This was the final quest in the chain, and Jiang Ming had finished it. Afterward, Jiang Ming found Jiang Yuan and called him alone into a room. He placed the Nightfall class advancement chest before him. Jiang Ming was no saint, he had his own selfishness. As Jiang Yuan's only remaining kin in this world, he naturally looked after him more. This Nightfall advancement chest was given to Jiang Yuan as priority, without consideration for others. Xiao Yuan, this is a Nightfall class advancement chest. It contains 3 classes you can choose from: assassin, ninja, and thief. Jiang Ming detailed the strengths and weaknesses of each class as well as their future development paths, and then sought Jiang Yuan's own opinion. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Yuan said, "Brother, I'll choose assassin." Jiang Ming nodded with a smile and said, "Of course you can. But can you tell me why?" Jiang Ming was more concerned about Jiang Yuan's state of mind. This class choice presented a good opportunity to understand him better. "Brother, I've thought it over carefully," Jiang Yuan said. "Compared to others, I have no special advantages. It's only because you're my brother, always looking out for me, and they know of our relationship, that they treat me with respect." "But brother, didn't you say so yourself?" Jiang Yuan looked earnestly at Jiang Ming. "This is the apocalypse, not the peaceful times of old. People die every day. No one knows if the next moment will be their own. So I have to adapt, to face it, to struggle, and to fight to survive in this world." As his emotions surged, Jiang Yuan clenched his fists tightly and said, "But brother, all this time I've been living under your protection better off than anyone else. When hungry I had food, when thirsty I had water. Though I learned a great deal from you, I haven't truly grown this way. Brother, I'm not being rebellious or speaking on a whim." Jiang Yuan sniffled, continuing, "I just want to help you, to do something for you." Jiang Ming listened attentively to Jiang Yuan's words. Indeed, as he said, since rescuing him, he had cared for him in every way without being too strict. Now it seemed that Jiang Ming had been overly worried. Jiang Ming nodded and asked, "So Xiao Yuan, what do you want to do?" "I want to venture out on my own." Jiang Yuan's gaze was resolute as he looked at Jiang Ming. "If I keep living under your protection, I'll never truly grow." "All right." Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Ming directly agreed to Jiang Yuan's request. "Once your class advancement is complete, you can set out on your own." "Brother, you agreed." Jiang Yuan had already prepared to argue if Jiang Ming disagreed, but he never expected his brother to consent so readily. Jiang Ming nodded and said, "Yes, I'm not that rigid. But be careful out there alone. Life and death are fated, and wealth and honor are in heaven's hands. Understand?" Jiang Yuan nodded seriously, then reached out to open the shadow-type class advancement chest. A dagger, a kunai, and a short sword appeared before him. Jiang Yuan directly grasped the dagger and drew it out. The chest didn't vanish immediately. Instead, a streak of dark light suddenly shot out from within, plunging straight into Jiang Yuan's body before disappearing. Seeing this, Jiang Ming looked at Jiang Yuan in slight astonishment and asked, "What kind of class advancement quest did you receive?" Jiang Yuan checked the quest and said, "Brother, my class advancement quest is called Shadow Assassin. Is there something wrong?" "Xiao Yuan," Jiang Ming said with a smile, "you're in luck. Shadow Assassin is a hidden class among Shadow-type assassins, extremely rare. I won't ask further. Just follow the quest requirements to complete your advancement. Come to me if you have any questions." Jiang Yuan's unexpected acquisition of the hidden class Shadow Assassin was something Jiang Ming had never anticipated. Hidden classes appeared randomly in class advancement chests with an extremely low probability of obtaining one and no fixed method to increase the odds. Otherwise, Jiang Ming would have long sought a hidden class for himself. After Jiang Yuan left, Jiang Ming took out a map and began calculating the route ahead and the time required. For the time being, Jiang Ming had no intention of expanding the 50-person team. More people wouldn't necessarily be beneficial, and the northward route posed its own challenges requiring detours around major rivers. Most bridges over large rivers were already blocked, and with so many vehicles, Jiang Ming's group wouldn't be able to cross. They could only take small bridges over tributaries in some county towns. This would inevitably take time, which was why Jiang Ming had planned to head north early. Even a conservative estimate suggested the journey would take over a month. Moreover, beneath those great rivers lurked many dangers. Mutated aquatic creatures were often more terrifying than those on land. Jiang Ming marked the route on the map with different colored pins as winding and complex as a mountain road. However, this would greatly increase safety, and along the way they could search for class advancement chests, bloodline boxes, or NPC settlements. At the same time, Jiang Ming took stock. This trip to Mingfeng City had been highly fruitful, not just in terms of levels and equipment, but also various quests, successfully completing the bloodline fusion task and acquiring an exceedingly rare divine skill. However, it had also consumed considerable time. Jiang Ming needed to hurry northward without further delay. That evening, Jiang Ming gathered everyone together and instructed them to prepare quickly over the next few days and hasten their departure north. The vehicles previously prepared in Jiayang County had all been driven back, but the harrowing experiences on the road had cost Jiang Ming's group dearly, while also serving as a stark warning to Bai Wu and the others. After the vehicles returned, they underwent a new round of modifications. The tires, chassis, and other vulnerable parts were reworked and reinforced. Now the vehicles had become true land behemoths. Bodies covered in spikes, triangular cones at the front for clearing paths, and machine guns mounted on the roofs. They were essentially low-budget land battle tanks. However, after the battle at the zoo, survivors from Mingfeng City had inadvertently found their way to the settlement. Jiang Ming instructed his people not to meddle. The NPCs in the settlement would take charge of resettling these survivors, and following those NPCs might even be safer for them. Anyone who approached their camp or sought to join was firmly refused. 3 days later, Bai Wu and the others had everything ready: food, water, medicine, and other supplies. Including personnel and cargo, they had 9 vehicles in total. Except for the last one, which carried supplies alone, the other 8 were loaded with a mix of supplies, weapons, ammunition, and people. This way, even if an accident forced them to abandon some vehicles, they wouldn't lose all their supplies and weaponry. During those 3 days, Jiang Yuan also completed his class advancement quest successfully, becoming a Shadow Assassin. Without much farewell or ceremony, Jiang Yuan quietly left the settlement one morning. Though he didn't say a word, Jiang Ming watched him until he disappeared into the morning mist. In his backpack were the snakescale armor, black iron boots, and black iron bracers that Jiang Ming had given him. He would see them as soon as he opened his pack. Although Jiang Ming couldn't yet equip the bronze boots and azure scale armor, not equipping the snakescale armor and black iron boots wouldn't have a significant impact on him now. They were just right for Jiang Yuan. No matter how decisive and resolute he appeared, they were still brothers. Worry lingered in his heart. But this was all Jiang Ming could do for him now. The road ahead was Jiang Yuan's to walk alone. However, to Jiang Ming's surprise, Xia Xinyue had quietly followed Jiang Yuan as he left. Jiang Yuan might not have noticed, but Jiang Ming saw it clearly from a distance. He chuckled softly to himself, thinking, "This girl isn't afraid, I'll be angry." Still, it was for the best. Jiang Yuan would have a companion on the road, a priest at that. The two could look out for each other. Bai Wu, Go Fugue, and the others were all surprised by Jiang Yuan and Xia Xinyue's abrupt departure and came to ask Jiang Ming about it. Jiang Ming said calmly, "I know about this. I agreed to let them leave. If any of you want to venture out on your own, I'll agree to that too. It's not a bad thing, relying too much on me won't get you far." At Jiang Ming's words, Li Yinxi was the first to propose leaving. She still wanted to find her younger brother, a constant concern in her heart. Following Jiang Ming might ensure smooth sailing, but news of her brother would have to be set aside. Jiang Ming nodded in agreement. Li Yang's brother was a burden she couldn't set down, just like him and Jiang Yuan. He understood. Moreover, in the short term, Jiang Ming didn't have the time, energy, or ability to help her search. It might be better for her to go alone. Next was Go Fugue, who looked at Jiang Ming apologetically and said, "Boss, I'm truly grateful for your care all this time, for saving our lives again and again. But a few of us brothers came out from our hometown to work, and we all want to go back and see how things are. Rest assured, boss, I Fugue never forget a kindness. If there's ever a chance, just say the word, and we brothers will go through fire and water without batting an eye." Jiang Ming looked at the dozen or so people behind Go Fugue, who were fidgeting nervously. Jiang Ming nodded with a smile and said, If you want to go home and see, then go ahead. Be careful on the road. You're a large group, so take 2 vehicles. Bring plenty of weapons, ammunition, and supplies. If things don't work out back home, head north to Yanjing and find me. Thank you, boss. Jiang Ming's straightforward agreement to their request filled Go Fugue and his men with joy, their faces lighting up. After thanking him, they turned to pack their belongings. Jiang Ming looked at the remaining 20-odd people and said, if anyone else wants to leave, just tell me directly. He'll agree to it. Later, go get your supplies, weapons, and ammunition. Seeing that Jiang Ming truly allowed those people to leave, the rest approached him in small groups to express their intentions to depart, and Jiang Ming consented to all of them. Most of these people were migrant workers in Jiang County from other places. Even now, they couldn't let go of their hometowns and worried about their families. Jiang Ming respected their choices and let them go, so in the end, only Xiang Jing and Bai Wu remained. Jiang Ming glanced at Bai Wu beside him and asked, aren't you leaving? Bai Wu rolled his eyes and retorted, do I have anywhere else to go? Jiang Ming chuckled and said, indeed, after all, you still have to work for me. Let's go. Jiang Ming called out bid farewell to the 3 NPCs, 2 Hongba, Zhuang Liming, and Lei Tai, then got into the sturdiest and largest modified off-road vehicle with Bai Wu. Originally, this off-road vehicle was used for clearing the path, equipped with a triangular plow up front. But now that everyone had left and the supplies were divided, Jiang Ming would drive it himself. As for weapons and ammunition, aside from easy Takari pulse pistols, Jiang Ming kept only the laser sniper cannon as heavy firepower and distributed the rest to the others. Conveniently, the sunroof had also been modified for shooting. One could climb from the passenger seat to fire. The trunk was packed full of supplies, enough for the journey, while the back seat was left for the large-bodied Wangzi to lie down. After everything was ready, Jiang Ming put on a pair of sunglasses, turned the key with practiced ease, and started the engine. The roar echoed as the massive modified off-road vehicle, like a land beast, charged forward onto the road. The car sped along the highway at breakneck speed, its drifting skills so wild that Bai Wu couldn't help but buckle his seatbelt and grip the door handle, shouting, are you trying to get us killed? Can't you drive slower? Jiang Ming grinned and said, what do you know? Ever heard of speed and passion? My driving is rock solid. Don't worry, nothing will happen. In his past life, he was known for his aggressive driving. Now that he had a car to handle, how could he resist having some fun? The moment Jiang Ming finished speaking, Bai Wu's eyes widened as he pointed ahead and yelled, people. Jiang Ming turned his gaze to see dozens of fully armed soldiers blocking the road ahead with barriers set up. Jiang Ming slammed the brakes and clutch, causing nearly half the vehicle to lift off the ground. Fortunately, the modified car was heavy enough to stop just short of the soldiers' barricades. The windows had protective mesh installed, or else Jiang Ming would have stuck his head out to curse at these people for blocking the road in broad daylight. But before Jiang Ming could start yelling, his vehicle was already surrounded by soldiers. A captain leading the military unit said, we are soldiers dispatched by the Huaxian Nation to the Mingfeng City Relief Station. We need to requisition your vehicle. Please get out and cooperate. What do we do? Bai Wu reached for the grenade at his waist, ready to fight at Jiang Ming's command. Jiang Ming rested his head on his hand against the window and said, I forgot to tell you. The vehicles bought from the mysterious merchant have bulletproof materials. With that, Jiang Ming started the engine. The off-road vehicle roared like thunder as he said, sorry, but we worked hard to get this car. I can't give it to you. If you want one, go 200 meters away to a settlement. The leader there will tell you how to find a vehicle. Please get out and cooperate. Jiang Ming's actions furrowed the captain's brow, and all the soldiers raised their weapons. Jiang Ming clicked his tongue, floored the accelerator, and the off-road vehicle roared through the barricades, speeding away. Not to mention now, even in his past life, Jiang Ming wouldn't give up the car. After all the hard work to buy and modify it, how absurd to hand it over just because someone said so. This was the apocalypse, not peacetime. Everyone was fighting to survive. Why should he follow their orders? Throughout it all, the soldiers never fired a shot, watching helplessly as Jiang Ming's vehicle disappeared into the distance. Captain, what now? A soldier asked the captain. The captain frowned and thought for a moment before saying, let's check the place he mentioned. We need to find a way to contact headquarters as soon as possible. Jiang Ming drove the off-road vehicle recklessly down the road. With the triangular plow clearing the way and the vehicle's massive frame and weight, it pushed aside the abandoned cars on the road. However, this attracted a horde of mutated creatures chasing after them. That's when Bai Wu stepped in. As Jiang Ming drove, he lowered the window and tossed grenades outside. With each explosion, mutated creatures were blown to pieces. Soon the car reached the highway. Bai Wu held the map marked by Jiang Ming with a route as twisted as a mountain road and asked, are we really going this way? Jiang Ming nodded and said, we have to. With luck, we might get there in about a month. Once Jiang Ming made a decision, Bai Wu didn't question it further. Around midday, Jiang Ming parked the car at a service station. Bai Wu dealt with the approaching mutated creatures and refueled the vehicle, while Jiang Ming ran to the repair shop and gathered a pile of tools. He skillfully used a jack to lift the car, crawled underneath, and soon the sound of clanking metal echoed. After a while, Jiang Ming emerged and said to Bai Wu, who was smoking nearby, go start the car. Bai Wu got into the driver's seat and turned the key. Suddenly, he noticed that the off-road vehicle, which had roared loudly before, was now as quiet as an electric car, as if muted. Jiang Ming put away the tools and said, all right, let's hit the road. You drive this afternoon. The noise was too loud, attracting too many mutated creatures. It's risky. Bai Wu said nothing, silently starting the car and continuing the journey. To head north to Yinjing they could take the highway directly, but Jiang Ming had several places to visit. He remembered that a section of the southern highway into Yinjing was completely overrun by mutated creatures requiring a detour. So Jiang Ming decided to take a detour from the start, heading toward his destinations while conveniently moving toward Yinjing. After Jiang Ming's modification, the car was much quieter and fewer mutated creatures were attracted to chase them. The journey was uneventful. Jiang Ming even played some music from the car stereo, dozing off in rare relaxation while Wangzi rested in the back seat. The car cruised along the highway with one person and one cat sleeping peacefully to the soothing music. If not for the wrecked cars and mutated creatures outside, it would feel like a leisurely vacation. Jiang Ming was sleeping soundly when a sudden sharp break jolted him awake. He rubbed his eyes and sat up asking, "What's going on?" Bai Wu frowned at the road ahead and said the road's collapsed. Jiang Ming peered forward. Under the twilight sunset, a stretch of the highway about 10 meters long had completely caved in. After stopping the car, the two got out to inspect and found the collapsed area was over 10 meters deep. The road was impassable. Jiang Ming spread the map on the car's hood and pointed at the route with his finger, saying, "Since this road's gone, well, turn back and exit the highway at the previous junction to Jiangling County, then circle back up." After deciding the route, they turned around. It was getting late, and they hoped to reach Jiangling County before dark. However, as they exited the highway and approached Jiangling County, they found the entrance blocked as well. This time it wasn't due to a collapse, but a pile of large items like sofas, refrigerators, and abandoned cars blocking the way. Above these barricades were electric fences capable of keeping most mutated creatures out. Bai Wu stopped the car and said, "It seems that in Jiangling County someone has already organized resistance against the mutant creatures." Now over a month had passed since the apocalypse descended. Those survivors with true capability and intelligence who could quickly adapt to the Doomsday world had begun to showcase their talents, consciously resisting the invasion of mutant creatures. "Looks like we'll have to turn back and take the detour," Bai Wu said as he began to reverse the car. Just then a roaring rumble suddenly echoed from the sky, as if an aircraft was flying overhead. Following that, Jiang Ming witnessed a fiery red meteor trailing a tail of flame streak across the heavens before plunging into Jiangling County. Bai Wu halted the reversing motion, also watching the meteor fall into Jiangling County. Jiang Ming opened the car door and said, "Find a place to hide the car. Let's go in and take a look." Bai Wu glanced sideways and asked, "Without the car our journey north will take twice as long." "Who said we're walking?" Jiang Ming replied, "Let's find where that meteor landed." Bai Wu nodded, concealed the car among the trees near the entrance, covered it with camouflage branches and cloth, erased the tire tracks, and looked at Jiang Ming asking, "What is that meteor?" Jiang Ming shook his head and said, "Not sure yet. We'll only know once we find whatever fell down." In the post-apocalyptic world, such meteors would occasionally fall from the sky every now and then. These were no ordinary meteors. They often contained something within, much like the bloodline boxes that fell on the night the apocalypse began. These meteors carried special items. There was no fixed type or specific function. Many things fell, and it was entirely up to the survivors to uncover their value. However, among them was one item universally recognized by all survivors in the Doomsday world, the Divine Demon Key. The tale of the Divine Demon Key dated back to the 3rd year after the apocalypse in Jiang Ming's past life. That year, a man accidentally obtained the key and through a twist of fate used it to travel to a mysterious place, the Divine Demon Continent. The Divine Demon Continent was fraught with countless dangers, yet it also held opportunities that could elevate one to the heavens. It was a place where one could forge divinity or descend into demonhood. No one knew what he experienced there, only that upon his return his power had surged dramatically, making him overwhelmingly formidable and catapulting him into the top 100 of China's galactic battle rankings. That man issued a world announcement revealing to all how to use the Divine Demon Key. Thus those who had previously obtained the key but didn't know how to use it flocked to the Divine Demon Continent. Some returned as exalted beings while others remained there forever. Yet despite this, people still scrambled to enter the Divine Demon Continent, driven by the opportunities within, all aspiring to be the one who ascended. But to journey to the Divine Demon Continent, one must possess a Divine Demon Key, and each key could only be used by one person. Consequently, to vie for the qualification to enter the Divine Demon Continent, many fought fiercely over the keys, leading to bloodshed and numerous deaths. In his past life, Jiang Ming had also activated a Divine Demon Key by sheer coincidence and stumbled into the Divine Demon Continent, where he obtained the lucky dice. Jiang Ming fervently hoped that this meteor contained a Divine Demon Key, granting him the chance to enter the Divine Demon Continent and claim its treasures ahead of time. After navigating through layers of obstacles, Jiang Ming and Bai Wu had just entered Jiangling County when a cluster of red dots locked onto them. "Don't move. Hands up." With a shout, a group of people wielding infrared rifles and wearing night vision goggles emerged from the nearby bushes and buildings. Bai Wu glanced around and whispered, "About 20 or more people, all armed." Jiang Ming shook his head, slightly gestured behind him for Prince not to follow, and slowly raised his hands. Seeing Jiang Ming raise his hands, Bai Wu followed suit. With over 20 guns, even with their enhanced physiques, without bulletproof vests, Jiang Ming and Bai Wu couldn't withstand a hail of bullets. They would be riddled with holes in an instant. "Hands on your heads. Kneel down." The leader holding an assault rifle approached Jiang Ming and Bai Wu quickly while commanding loudly. Jiang Ming and Bai Wu complied, placing their hands on their heads and crouching down. They were then pinned to the ground and searched. Captain Lu, these two are carrying quite a load. 4 grenades, 2 pulse pistols, several packs of compressed biscuits and beef jerky, and a few bottles of water. The searcher handed the found items to the leader, Captain Lu. Captain Lu removed his night vision goggles, revealing a burly, stern-faced, middle-aged man. He said in a deep voice, "The rest of you continue your posts. A few of you come with me to take them back first. Stand up. Move." Jiang Ming and Bai Wu were handcuffed behind their backs, black hoods pulled over their heads, and pushed forward. Neither Jiang Ming nor Bai Wu spoke during the journey. Now in enemy territory and captured, they had to take things step by step. However, Jiang Ming, relying on his exceptional calculation and memory, mentally mapped the path they had taken. The first 15 minutes were on flat ground, followed by a slight incline of about 50 meters. Then came the sound of a rolling shutter door opening. It seemed only a small gap was open, the sound brief. Then they entered another space. Jiang Ming guessed they were close to the group space. But immediately after, Jiang Ming felt ropes tightly binding him. Then he was pushed forward and plummeted into a free fall. Suppressing the urge to snap the ropes, Jiang Ming landed after a few seconds, rolling to a kneel. A foul odor invaded his nostrils, and the ground beneath his feet felt wet. He deduced they were in a sewer. A dull thud beside him signaled by whoosh drop. Then came the clang of an iron ladder and the splash of footsteps. The others had descended into the sewer. "Stand up. Stop playing dead. Keep moving." Amid shoves and shouts, Jiang Ming and Bai Wu continued forward. After about 200 meters, they heard the creak of an iron door opening. "Duck your head." Hearing the command, Jiang Ming complied, lowering his head as they passed through the iron door. It felt like entering the busiest district of a city, surrounded by the murmur of many voices. But in an instant, the noise ceased. Jiang Ming could sense countless eyes fixed on him and Bai Wu. The black hoods over Jiang Ming and Bai Wu's heads were removed. After squinting briefly to adjust to the light, they gradually discerned their surroundings. The place resembled a sewer, yet not quite. It looked more like an air raid shelter. But one thing was certain: they were underground. Numerous tunnels branched off to other areas. Their current location seemed like a small central plaza about 200 meters in diameter, where many people had gathered. Among the crowd were men, women, the elderly, and children. Compared to the gaunt survivors Jiang Ming had seen earlier, these people seemed better off. They had food, water, and adequate clothing. "Bring them over." As Jiang Ming surveyed the area, a voice called out from the center of the settlement. "Move it." Jiang Ming and Bai Wu were shoved forward. Drawing closer, Jiang Ming saw a man of about 30 with immaculately combed hair, gold-rimmed glasses, and a military uniform seated in a wheelchair. His rank insignia indicated he was a major. Stopping 2 meters before him, the man asked, "Who are you two? Why have you come to Jiangling County?" Jiang Ming replied calmly, "We're from Mingshi City, just passing through. We were captured as soon as we entered Jiangling County." "Then what about these weapons and ammunition?" He took the pulse pistols and grenades from a subordinate and said, "These new type weapons aren't something people like you should possess." Jiang Ming sneered, "Brother, you know what the world is like out there. If you want to survive, you need some firepower to protect yourself. If you like them, I'll give them to you. Be serious." Jiang Ming's attitude displeased both sides, and they raised their guns at his head, shouting. Jiang Ming glanced at him and said, "Young man, be careful not to let the gun go off by accident. Pointing a gun at your own countrymen is no skill at all. If you have the guts, go out there and kill those monsters. You." The man was about to retort when the major stopped him and said, "All right, regardless of what you did before, until we confirm whether you pose a threat, we will temporarily hold on to these weapons and equipment. Meanwhile, you'll have to stay here and not wander off." Jiang Ming shrugged indifferently and said, "We're both tied up like this now, what else can we do? But don't worry, food and water will be provided. 1 cup of water and half a compressed biscuit per day. If you want more, you'll need to help with the work." The major handed the pulse pistol to his subordinate, looked at Jiang Ming and Bai Wu, and said, "We happen to have some vacancies right now. If you want to clear your names, quickly lend a hand with the work." Jiang Ming raised an eyebrow and said, "Working is no problem, but how can we work while tied up?" The major adjusted his wire-rimmed glasses and said, "Untie them." The subordinates swiftly untied the ropes from Jiang Ming and Bai Wu and also removed their handcuffs. Jiang Ming twisted his wrist, stretched his body a couple of times, and said, "Aren't you afraid we might suddenly attack and kill you now?" The major curled his lips, slightly met his gaze, and said, "Feel free to try." Jiang Ming saw absolute confidence and resolve in his eyes. Though this man might have physical shortcomings, his psyche was incredibly strong. After a full 10 seconds of eye contact, Jiang Ming extended his hand and said, "Jiang Ming." The major also reached out and shook his hand, saying, "Wu Songji. Take them down to rest." After confiscating their weapons and interrogating them, Jiang Ming and Bai Wu were led into a tunnel. At the end of the tunnel was a fork leading to 2 small rooms on the left and right, each only about 4 or 5 square meters in size. Jiang Ming and Bai Wu were shoved inside, and the guide locked the door behind them. Jiang Ming finally understood why everyone was crammed into the central hall. The living quarters here were far too cramped. He and Bai Wu were squeezed into such a tiny space that even turning over was a problem. Bai Wu frowned uncomfortably and said, "Should we use your Spider King battle axe to hack a way out?" Jiang Ming twisted his neck and said, "No rush. Let's rough it here for one night. If they really need manpower, they'll let us out to work tomorrow. We'll see then. Jiang Ming was accustomed to storing his Spider King battle axe back into the information card and had also chosen to conceal his equipment. So he didn't mind the confiscation of those food supplies and weapons. There was still a pile of them in the off-road vehicle parked outside Jiangling County. Bai Wu ran his fingers through his hair, lay down, turned to face the wall, and closed his eyes to rest. Jiang Ming took a deep breath, slowly exhaled, and then closed his eyes as well. However, Jiang Ming wasn't truly asleep. He entered a state of light slumber where he could wake up at any moment, clearly perceive every movement around him, and still recover his expended energy. Otherwise, sleeping in such a cramped space for one night would inevitably leave him aching all over the next morning. Still, Jiang Ming found it strange. Since they had people and guns, why didn't they set up a rescue station on the surface instead of holing up in such narrow underground spaces? The night passed neither too quickly nor too slowly. When the door to their room was open, Jiang Ming's eyes snapped open immediately. Hey, get up and work. Jiang Ming and Bai Wu sat up at the same time. Their mental states were decent, and they followed the person ahead out of the tunnel, then turned into another one. After walking a short distance inside, Jiang Ming heard the clanging sounds of hammering. A bit further ahead, he saw several people wielding tools like hoes and shovels, digging a tunnel, gradually breaking off soil and rocks and transporting them elsewhere. What are you standing around for? Get to work. The person in charge of this tunnel handed them 2 hoes and said, dig quickly. Try to finish this tunnel today. Jiang Ming and Bai Wu exchanged a glance, shook their heads, and began swinging their hoes. Both of them were over level 10 with strength and physique, far surpassing ordinary people, so such manual labor wasn't particularly arduous for them. While working, Jiang Ming kindly helped a gaunt young man lift a large stone, successfully striking up a conversation with him. Thanks, the man said gratefully. Jiang Ming waved his hand and replied, we're all countrymen, no need to be polite. My name is Jiang Ming. What should I call you? My name is Sun Wang. Sun Wang dug at the stones as he spoke. I saw you at the small square yesterday. You're really impressive. You're the first person I've seen aside from Captain Liu who could talk calmly with Major Wu. Jiang Ming chuckled and said, it's nothing. I'm just a bit bold. By the way, Sun Wang, you look like a student. Why are you here doing such hard labor? Sun Wang lifted a rock and placed it in a nearby basket, giving a bitter smile. What's the point of being a student now? Being a student never meant much before, and with the world like this now, without any skills, the only way to survive is to do hard labor. Jiang Ming nodded sympathetically and asked, so how did you end up here? Sun Wang chipped off a large chunk of mud, paused to catch his breath, and said, when those monsters first appeared, I fled everywhere with my schoolmates and teachers. Later we ran into Captain Liu's group, and then we came here. Why don't you go to the surface? Jiang Ming asked the question he was most curious about. You have people and guns. It wouldn't be a problem to carve out a safe area on the ground. Why stay underground and dig tunnels every day? Sun Wang shook his head, raised his hoe, and continued digging, his eyes filled with lingering fear. You're not from around here, so you don't know. Besides the monsters, all the safe places in Jiangling County have been taken over by Ghost Lord. And who is this Ghost Lord? Jiang Ming felt he had hit on something crucial. Sun Wang swallowed hard and said, I don't know Ghost Lord's real name, but he used to be the top crime boss in Jiangling County with immense power. He practically ruled the county with an iron fist. In the early days of the apocalypse, he quickly seized control of many key areas in Jiangling County thanks to his numerous followers. After Ghost Lord occupied most of the safe areas in the county, he expanded his power even more ruthlessly, gathering a large number of people under his command. These people committed every evil imaginable: murder, arson, rape, and looting. Fortunately, Captain Liu's group passed through here and used this abandoned wartime bomb shelter as our refuge, which is how we've barely survived until now. Hearing Sun Wang's account, Jiang Ming raised an eyebrow. So the roadblocks had seen yesterday were set up by Captain Liu and Wu Songji. No wonder they looked so professional. But judging by the situation, Jiangling County was in a different state internally. That Ghost Lord was now the master of Jiangling County. Jiang Ming only hoped that this Ghost Lord wouldn't cause trouble when he came looking for the meteorite. Otherwise, if angered, he would blow his brains out with a laser sniper cannon. While working, Jiang Ming chatted intermittently with Sun Wang. Since Sun Wang was still a student and had been stuck in this sunless bomb shelter, he had little guard up, and Jiang Ming easily extracted everything he knew. After digging for several hours, Jiang Ming wasn't sure of the exact time. Someone brought food and water, half a compressed biscuit, and 2 cups of water for each person. While eating, Jiang Ming and Bai Wu exchanged the information they had gathered, filling in gaps in each other's knowledge. When they were about done, they exchanged a glance and decided to leave this place. Leaving wouldn't be difficult. Outside in the open, they'd have nowhere to hide from guns, but here in the cramped underground with their strength and the crowd of people around, the enemy wouldn't dare shoot recklessly. It would be easy to slip away. If worst came to worst, they could grab someone as a hostage. They doubted the others would really pull the trigger. After Jiang Ming and Bai Wu reached an agreement, they cast aside their hoes and strode directly outward. They were merely passing through this place, intending to investigate the contents of the meteorite before leaving. Having broadly understood the situation in Jiangling County, there was no need to tarry here any longer. The overseer, brandishing a gun, blocked their path and barked, "What do you think you're doing? Get back to work." Bai Wu took a swift step forward and knocked him unconscious with a single chop to the neck. Jiang Ming picked up the dagger the guard had worn, while Bai Wu retrieved the pistol. The two of them swaggered out as if they owned the place. Whether due to limited manpower or other reasons, the entire tunnel had only that one guard. It wasn't until they reached the central hall that they encountered a few more sentries along with numerous people bustling about their tasks. Concealing their weapons beneath their clothing and using the crowd as cover, Jiang Ming and Bai Wu made straight for the exit. As they drew near the door, the guards on duty finally noticed them. Recognizing them as the two outsiders from yesterday, they raised their weapons and ordered them to step back. But Jiang Ming and Bai Wu were quicker. In a flash, they subdued the guards, creating barely a stir. Yet the passers-by were no fools and witnessed everything. However, Jiang Ming and Bai Wu, acting as if no one were watching, calmly opened the iron door and walked away under the gaze of all. Faithy just left like that. Report to Major Wu now. Damn, something's gone wrong. Holy shit, those two are beasts. Only after Jiang Ming and his companion had departed did the crowd snap out of their stupor, scrambling to report the incident to Wu Songji. But Jiang Ming and Bai Wu paid them no heed. Following the route they had memorized on the way, and they quickly opened the rolling shutter door and left the hidden base. Outside, the sky was just beginning to lighten as the sun rose. Not far from the rolling shutter door lay the entrance to the Jiangling County Expressway. Their hiding place was a small workshop, a testament to how the man known as Ghost Lord had cornered them into this desperate refuge just to survive. Grab some gear before we head out, Bai Wu asked, slinging the tiger-striped rifle over his shoulder. No need, Jiang Ming replied, producing the Spider King battle axe. Let's go find where that meteor landed. Having witnessed the meteor fall into Jiangling County from a distance, they didn't know its exact location. But since height offers a better view, Jiang Ming and Bai Wu decided to head for the Jiangling Tower, the tallest structure in the county. However, according to information Bai Wu had gathered, the Jiangling Tower was now fully occupied by the Ghost Lord. To reach its summit, they would inevitably have to confront him, which was precisely why Bai Wu had asked about retrieving more equipment. The pair set off together. Jiang Ming said, "Once we get there, I'll go in first. You find a good vantage point outside to cover me." Bai Wu nodded and veered off in another direction, searching for a high ground suitable for sniper support. After about 10 minutes, Jiang Ming arrived near the Jiangling Tower. Bai Wu had already set up the tiger-striped rifle in the distance, ready to provide backup at any moment. As one of Jiangling County's landmark structures, scaling the Jiangling Tower from the outside was virtually impossible. To reach the rooftop, one had to enter from within. Gripping the Spider King battle axe, Jiang Ming strode directly toward the tower. The mutated creatures near the Jiangling Tower had already been cleared out by the Ghost Lord's men, who had also set up barricades. As Jiang Ming approached, his solitary figure stood out starkly, instantly catching the attention of the patrolling guards. They aimed their weapons and ordered him to halt. Had it been last night, facing over 20 guns might have given Jiang Ming pause. But now, faced with only 5 or 6 pistols, he paid them no heed, walking straight toward the tower's entrance as if they didn't exist. "Hey, are you deaf, or what?" I said. "Stop." One of the men, gun raised, advanced on Jiang Ming, shouting loudly. Bang! From the distant rooftop, Bai Wu's fingers squeezed the trigger. The shot struck the man's head with deadly precision. A clean kill, blood splattering everywhere. The one who had been so arrogant moments ago was now a corpse. Jiang Ming said, "Anyone who doesn't want to die, get lost. Or this will be your fate." "Screw that. Brothers, take him down." The sudden gunshot had felled one of their own. The others, hearts pounding with alarm, raised their weapons and aimed at Jiang Ming, ready to fire. Bang, 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 bang. After 5 consecutive gunshots, not a single enemy remained standing. All had been shot through the head, their skulls blown apart, leaving only corpses. Without sparing a glance at the bodies, Jiang Ming entered the building, found the staircase, and began his ascent. The staircase of the Jiangling Tower spiraled up, the exterior encased in a steel frame and glass. From his position, Bai Wu had a clear view of every floor's exit, ready to support Jiang Ming at any turn. Jiang Ming climbed the stairs, axe in hand. Anyone he encountered was felled with a single blow, some knocked unconscious, others cleaved in two, depending on his whim. Across from the tower, Bai Wu occasionally fired a shot to claim a life. With one fighting up close and the other from afar, their coordination made it impossible for anyone to halt Jiang Ming's advance. Everyone move. As Jiang Ming continued upward, a loud roar echoed from ahead. A man emerged from around a corner, a rocket launcher perched on his shoulder. "It'll blow you to hell." The man roared and fired the launcher. Holy shit. Jiang Ming's eyes widened. He rolled down several steps just as the rocket whizzed past his head, smashing through the glass and slamming into the building across the way. After a deafening explosion, Jiang Ming charged back up. The man who had fired the rocket was already dead, taken out by Bai Wu. Swinging the Spider King battle axe, Jiang Ming annihilated the remaining foes with devastating force. By now, Jiang Ming had reached the middle section of the tower, still over a dozen floors from the top. After this level, he encountered no further resistance, reaching the summit with unexpected ease. But the moment he poked his head onto the rooftop, a chill ran down his spine. He ducked just in time as a hail of bullets tore through the air where his head had been. Bai Wu's angle and elevation were limited, he couldn't see the top floor. Fortunately, Jiang Ming's reflexes were sharp, or he would have been riddled with bullets, his head blown open. Damn it, I should have brought some grenades. Jiang Ming hadn't anticipated the ambush on the rooftop. Getting up there now would be no easy feat. Jiang Ming had no grenades, but the Ghost Lord's men did. However, wary of the damage explosives might cause to the structure, they had refrained from using them. "A few of you go check it out. A command came from the rooftop and several men began creeping toward the staircase entrance. Two men, pistols raised, inched closer. When they reached the stairwell, they lunged forward, guns trained on the interior, but found no trace of Jiang Ming. Perplexed, the two men turned and shook their heads. No one there. No one. As the Ghost Lord's men stood baffled, Jiang Ming suddenly emerged from behind a crowd. He raised the Spider King battle axe and brought it down with a mighty roar. I'm right here. He had slipped out a window on the floor below, climbed along the exterior glass, and circled around to the back of the group. This feat was only possible thanks to Jiang Ming's extraordinary physique. At such heights, the fierce wind alone would have swept an ordinary man off his feet, sending him plummeting to a shattered death. Like a wolf among sheep, Jiang Ming laid waste to the crowd, with his axe a veritable killing machine. Those struck by the Spider King battle axe lost limbs or their lives cut down on the spot. Dozens of men were slaughtered in moments, not one left standing. A bunch of nobodies trying to ambush him. They were far too green. Shortly after the massacre, Bai Wu arrived at the top floor. Unfazed by the sea of corpses, he looked at Jiang Ming and asked, "So, found it yet?" Jiang Ming flicked the blood off his axe. "Not yet. Let's search together." From the highest point in Jiangling County, nearly half the town lay spread out before them in a panoramic view. Over there. Suddenly Jiang Ming spotted a building about 3 or 4 kilometers to the east. A gaping hole marred its structure as if something had smashed straight through it. The falling object had been incredibly fast and powerful, punching clean through the entire building. It must have landed somewhere behind it. Bai Wu followed Jiang Ming's gaze and saw the building he pointed at, remarking, "Judging by the angle and the force of the impact, it's probably within 500 meters behind that building. Let's go take a look." Once the location was determined, finding it became much easier. Jiang Ming and Bai Wu left Jiangling Tower and immediately headed in that direction. As for old ghost, Jiang Ming wasn't afraid of him. Even if he had offended him once he found the fallen item, he would leave this place and have little further involvement with him. After Jiang Ming and his companion departed, the survivors within Jiangling Tower hurried to report to Old Ghost. They couldn't fathom where such two formidable individuals had emerged in Jiangling County. One with marksmanship like a deity, the other wielding an axe like an Azura from hell, their strength surpassing all human comprehension. It didn't take long for Jiang Ming and Bai Wu to reach the building that had been pierced through. Following the parabolic trajectory of the impact, they eventually stopped in front of a badminton hall. Observing the prominent crater in the collapsed roof, Jiang Ming and Bai Wu entered one after another. The mutated creatures lurking nearby posed no significant threat to them. Once inside the badminton hall, Jiang Ming's eyes immediately fell upon a square box emitting a radiant white light wedged in the center of a shattered court. Jiang Ming strode forward, using his Spider King battle axe to pry the box loose, and eagerly grasped it. The next moment, a brilliant light erupted from the box, then coalesced into a piece of paper that landed in Jiang Ming's hand. Moi. Seeing its shape, it was clearly not the demon god's key. Jiang Ming silently hoped it wasn't some worthless junk. As the light gradually dimmed, a blueprint the size of an A4 sheet appeared in Jiang Ming's hand, covered in dense patterns and step-by-step diagrams resembling a sword-shaped weapon. This is... Jiang Ming looked at the top of the blueprint, which read, Gold Tier Weapon Jinling, Sword Blueprint. Upon seeing those words, Jiang Ming's heart raced with excitement. Though it wasn't the demon god's key, this blueprint was for a gold tier weapon. Despite Jiang Ming's current equipment mostly being black iron and bronze tier, gold tier was only 2 or 3 ranks higher. However, for weapons and equipment of similar levels, each rank difference resulted in a vast disparity in attributes, let alone a gold tier item. Jiang Ming examined the crafting steps on the blueprint. Forging a gold tier weapon with human strength alone was impossible. Besides the massive quantity of materials required, a key profession was needed: a blacksmith. Blacksmiths differed from the 6 main classes and their 18 subclasses. They belonged to auxiliary professions, also known as support professions. In the apocalypse, not everyone could be as young and robust as Jiang Ming and Bai Wu, capable of valiantly battling mutated creatures. Many were elderly children or women, and sending them to the front lines would be little different from sending them to their deaths. Thus, auxiliary professions like blacksmith, gardener, architect, chef, and miner became suitable for such individuals to survive. As the saying goes, what exists is reasonable. These auxiliary professions were not dispensable. They played vital roles in many aspects of daily life. For instance, the gold tier blueprint in Jiang Ming's hand could only be crafted by someone with the blacksmith profession. Otherwise, even if Jiang Ming gathered all the materials, he would have no way to proceed. To actually forge this gold tier weapon, the blacksmith's rank needed to reach advanced. Unlike the 6 main classes, auxiliary professions had an additional skill hierarchy beyond regular levels, divided into 8 ranks: apprentice, beginner, intermediate, advanced, expert, master, grandmaster, and legendary. The higher the rank, the more one could accomplish. For example, an advanced blacksmith capable of crafting gold tier weapons, even as an auxiliary professional, would command respect from many. With sufficient materials, such an individual alone could produce countless silver tier and gold tier weapons, making them someone many would eagerly flatter and curry favor with. Not to mention higher ranks like expert, master, grandmaster, or the legendary tier. A blacksmith who reached the legendary rank could craft up to a heaven tier weapon second only to divinity, and forging a gold tier weapon would be as easy as drinking water. However, such beings were exceedingly rare. Even in his past life, Jiang Ming had only heard of one such individual. Yet easier said than done. Truly reaching that stage was extraordinarily difficult. To advance from one rank to the next, auxiliary professionals required not only strict level and proficiency requirements, but also had to complete specific tasks. Jiang Ming was unclear about the exact task details. In his past life, he had only pursued a main class and never explored auxiliary professions. Obtaining an auxiliary profession was simple. Later, when human NPCs established main cities and opened fixed survivor territories, one could find the corresponding auxiliary profession NPC in the city and pay to learn. However, the tuition was exorbitantly expensive. The entry-level apprentice rank cost 10 galaxy gold coins, and the cost doubled with each subsequent rank. This was one reason why auxiliary professions were numerous, but high-ranked ones were scarce. Jiang Ming decided to keep the gold-tier blueprint for now. At this stage, auxiliary professionals were virtually impossible to find. He hadn't found a place to learn in Hongbao settlement either, so it seemed he would have to wait until the main cities opened. However, before that, Jiang Ming could start collecting the required materials, which included not only metals, but also organic structures for mutated creatures. After stowing away the blueprint, Jiang Ming and Bai Wu prepared to leave and continue heading north. But no sooner had they left the badminton hall than they spotted people searching toward them from afar. With their thuggish, menacing, and cursing demeanor, it was clear without a second thought that they were Old Ghost's men. Bai Wu unslung his tiger-striped rifle ready to find a sniping position, but Jiang Ming stopped him, saying, "No need to tangle with them. Let's take another route and go our own way." The two turned and headed in another direction. The county was large enough, and with only 100 or so men, finding Jiang Ming and Bai Wu wouldn't be easy. Moreover, the path was obstructed by numerous mutated creatures. If Jiang Ming and Bai Wu wanted to leave, there was no way they could be stopped. Shortly after they left, intense gunfire erupted behind them. The sounds of battle were fierce, and judging by the noise, it wasn't an attack on mutated creatures, but rather an exchange of fire between two factions. Jiang Ming said to Bai Wu, "Go up to the rooftop and take a look." Bai Wu nodded and climbed onto a nearby two-story residential building. Jiang Ming walked ahead a bit, then circled back through an intersection from where the search party had passed. Peeking around a corner, he saw Captain Liu, who had captured him, and Bai Wu the previous night, leading his men in a firefight against Old Ghost people. However, Captain Liu's side was clearly outnumbered and outgunned, pinned down by a relentless barrage of fire. Jiang Ming cupped his chin and let out a whistle. Immediately, Bai Wu on the rooftop began his performance. Through the scope of his tiger-striped sniper rifle, whoever he aimed at met their end. With each gunshot, one person fell. The sudden turn of events caught both Captain Liu and Old Ghost's men off guard. "They have a sniper. Take cover. Quickly." Someone realized Bai Wu's presence, but so what? Unless they darted into the alleys, any part exposed in the scope would be struck. "Brothers, charge." Captain Liu recognized this rare opportunity and led his men rushing toward Old Ghost's scrambling forces. Seeing Old Ghost's men scattered, Jiang Ming whistled again, turned around, and regrouped with Bai Wu. They needed to hurry and leave Jiangling County. After defeating Old Ghost's men, Captain Liu wanted to find the mysterious figure who had helped them. But scanning the area where the shots had come from, there was no one in sight. Finding him was now impossible. By now, Jiang Ming and Bai Wu had nearly reached the highway entrance of Jiangling County. Helping Captain Liu had been a mere convenience. They weren't malicious people, unlike Old Ghost, who had always engaged in despicable acts. However, Jiang Ming didn't consider himself a righteous hero or a great philanthropist. It was just a matter of convenience, nothing more. Soon Jiang Ming and Bai Wu found the vehicle, summoned Wang Zi, started the engine, and drove out of Jiangling County. Though the process had a few twists, the outcome was favorable. A blueprint for a golden-tier weapon was enough to stir a bloody storm anywhere it appeared. Bai Wu drove the car back to a further ramp, exited the highway, then ran along the edge on a rural dirt road. After circling around, they re-entered the highway and returned to their planned route. After this detour, the sun had nearly set. Fortunately, the vehicle's engine was quiet, making nighttime travel manageable, though they had to stay vigilant against dangers that might lurk in the darkness. 3 days later, Jiang Ming and Bai Wu arrived safely in Qingyang City, planning to restock supplies before continuing their journey. Qingyang City was also a necessary stop on Jiang Ming's planned route. They had to pass through it to proceed further. At noon, after eating and refueling the car, Bai Wu drove on. The car was moving steadily. As it approached a crossroads, screams suddenly erupted from a corner ahead. Several students in school uniforms stumbled out of a supermarket, the scant food in their hands scattering across the ground. Bai Wu glanced at Jiang Ming, turned the steering wheel, adjusted the position, and ran over the zombies, chasing the students, crushing them under the wheels. After eliminating the threat to the students, Bai Wu didn't stop the car, but continued driving forward. This was not the first time Bai Wu had done this. Whenever they encountered survivors being hunted by mutated creatures on the road, they would lend a hand if possible. The students also stopped, initially expecting the people in the massive vehicle to get out and ask about their situation, but instead it drove straight away. "Why did that car just leave?" A student with bangs frowned and said. "Can't they see there are people here?" "Forget it, Lu Ming, let's not worry about that. We need to get back quickly." "The person did save our lives," a girl with a ponytail said, still shaken. "Let's hurry." "Wait, did you notice something strange? That person had a car." A bespectacled boy added, "The army that took us in doesn't have cars, but he does. Yeah, that's weird. Let's go report this to the army. Maybe they'll reward us with some military rations." The students amid their complaints noticed something amiss and immediately rushed back to the shelter. Meanwhile, half an hour later, Jiang Ming and Bai Wu found themselves blocked on the road once again after 3 days. This time, however, the blockage wasn't man-made, but a massive swarm of mutated creatures that had completely sealed the road. To describe the extent, an entire street over 100 meters long, 4 lanes wide, packed solid with mutated beasts. It was impossible for even a person to find a foothold, let alone drive a car. It wasn't the worst blockage Jiang Ming had ever seen in terms of length, but it was certainly the densest. What troubled him most was that after circling around, he discovered this was the only road out of Qingyang City. To take another detour would cost a week. Damn it. Jiang Ming scratched his head and said, "We need to find a way to clear these things out." Bai Wu pointed to the trunk and said, "We have about 50 grenades and various bombs left, but the road is too long and the creatures too numerous. We can't blast through." "Turn around, let's find a mysterious merchant," Jiang Ming said. "Let's get some heavy-duty stuff and blow these bastards apart." Their supplies had taken a hit along the way. They had initially thought their weapons and ammunition would suffice, but they hadn't anticipated such a scenario. They had to find a way to clear the path. Wasting a week on a detour was simply not worth it. Bai Wu drove according to Jiang Ming's instructions toward the Qingyang City shopping mall, keeping the speed only slightly slower than on the highway to avoid being caught by mutated creatures. 5 minutes later, Bai Wu arrived near the Qingyang City Mall. A left turn at the intersection ahead, then straight on, and they would be there. But as Bai Wu turned left at the intersection, a roadblock suddenly appeared before them, forcing him to slam on the brakes. The car skidded 4 or 5 meters before coming to a halt. Immediately after, Bai Wu and Jiang Ming found themselves surrounded by several people holding guns. These weren't local thugs of Qingyang City, but soldiers in uniform wielding semi-automatic assault rifles with impeccable shooting stances and tactical positioning. Jiang Ming sighed in frustration, rolled his eyes, and rolled down the window, saying, "Friends, we're just passing through. We didn't know this area was off-limits. We're not trying to break through the checkpoint. Let us go." The soldier on guard raised his rifle and shouted, "By order of our superiors, everyone approaching the shelter must exit the vehicle for inspection. Please cooperate." Jiang Ming continued, "Look, friend, we really are just passing through. We'll leave now. Please exit the vehicle and comply with the inspection." The soldier shouted, raising his rifle. Jiang Ming glanced at Bai Wu, stopping him from starting the engine, and said, "Let's get out. We need weapons to get through here." Bai Wu understood Jiang Ming's intent and stored the heavy weapons into the information card. The two opened the doors and got out. The trunk now only contained some pistol ammunition, food, and water, nothing worth hiding from inspection. Yet the moment the car door opened, Wangzi shot out like lightning, vanishing at the end of the street in the blink of an eye. Wangzi's speed was so great that the soldiers only saw a blur and couldn't tell exactly what had darted past. Jiang Ming and Bai Wu symbolically handed over their ordinary pistols to the soldiers and submitted to the inspection. Once they were cleared, Jiang Ming said, "Friend, can we go now?" The soldier returned the pistols to Jiang Ming, glanced at the massive modified off-road vehicle, and said, "You also have the option to enter the shelter and receive the army's protection." Jiang Ming pretended to ponder, making the soldier think he was interested. Then the soldier added, "Our shelter has plenty of clothes, water, food, and medicine. With our army's protection, it's the safest place now." "Really?" Jiang Ming seemed quite tempted and nodded, saying, "All right, I'll enter the shelter." With that, Jiang Ming and Bai Wu moved to return to the car to drive it inside. The soldier quickly called out, "Wait. Before entering the shelter, I must make it clear your weapons and ammunition must be surrendered, and this vehicle will be kept in our custody." "No way." Jiang Ming refused, firmly, pretending to be reluctant. "I'm fine with handing over the weapons, but this car is my custom build and has saved my life many times. If you want, let me drive it in ID, rather not enter." Jiang Ming knew exactly what these soldiers were thinking, but since they didn't want to be straightforward, he decided to play along. "Don't." The soldier frowned slightly. "Fine, I'll allow you to drive it in, but you must not drive recklessly inside the shelter." "No problem," Jiang Ming agreed readily. He and Bai Wu got back into the car. The soldier moved the roadblock aside, and the car drove straight into the shelter. The so-called shelter was essentially a large commercial square cleared of all mutated creatures, with all surrounding intersections sealed off, except for 1 or 2 left for entry and exit. On the commercial square, many tents could be seen housing human survivors. The outer perimeter was patrolled by soldiers, some of whom were tinkering with military vehicles like troop trucks. However, they were unaware that the virus would destroy all technological devices from the original Earth. To obtain vehicles, one had to buy them from mysterious merchants or purchase individual engines and tech components to modify parts from Earth's original cars. Repairing was utterly impossible. Not only were the wiring and materials completely destroyed, but even if they were intact, connecting them would immediately be ruined by the virus, rendering them useless. Yet these soldiers persisted in their futile attempts at repairs. However, when they saw Bai Wu driving the massive vehicle to the edge of the commercial square, everyone was thrown into disarray. The soldiers stared blankly at the domineering, colossal, modified off-road vehicle. They had spent ages repairing and studying vehicles with unmatched technical experience and all sorts of high-precision instruments, yet they had made no progress. But when a vehicle that in their eyes had been modified beyond recognition as a proper car appeared before them today, none of the mechanic soldiers could stay put. They rushed over, surrounding the off-road vehicle in a tight circle. "Friend, your car's got some serious style. Brother, tell us how you fixed this thing. Your car's so big and heavy, can it even move?" A barrage of questions left Jiang Ming and Bai Wu utterly overwhelmed. They had no idea why vehicles on Earth couldn't be fixed, so how could they answer? Jiang Ming opened the car door and got out saying, "You want to know how the car was fixed? Ask him." He pointed at Bai Wu, then turned around and walked away without a hint of responsibility. Bai Wu was completely bewildered. He was about to call out to Jiang Ming when he was instantly surrounded by dozens of people, a torrent of questions crashing down on him. Jiang Ming shot Bai Wu a meaningful glance and quickly slipped away from the parking area at the entrance. Mysterious merchants typically appeared in places like shopping malls. But Jiang Ming found it odd. If a mysterious merchant was here, why did the human survivors, especially the soldiers, still have such ordinary weapons and equipment and not even any vehicles? Puzzled, Jiang Ming entered the tent area in the plaza before the mall. The entire space was filled with tents with barely a foot's width between them for passage. Contrary to Jiang Ming's expectations, the survivors here, after over a month of apocalypse, had not developed any real ability to fend for themselves. They remained gaunt and hollow-eyed, barely clinging to life. Even as Jiang Ming walked past them, they only lifted their vacant gazes briefly before lowering them again, like livestock waiting to be fed each day. These were people who couldn't withstand the apocalypse's trauma, losing all will to live. They were passively kept alive by the soldiers, essentially just waiting for death. Jiang Ming pressed on. When he reached the mall entrance, he found soldiers on guard. He was stopped and barred from entering. This was another thing that frustrated Jiang Ming. In the early days of the apocalypse, the military could quickly secure a foothold with their existing power to sustain human life. But the military's management was far too rigid. In the apocalypse, every survivor who obtained a profession was a unique individual with infinite potential. Such rigid management could stifle a person's talent and power. This led to the military's steady decline in dominance after the mid-apocalypse. Local forces sprang up everywhere, and the entire nation fractured into warlord territories, much like the Republican era. The soldiers blocking his way didn't mean Jiang Ming had no way in. Using the eaves and railings around the mall, he leveraged his strength and vaulted inside with a single flip. The mall was vast, and finding the mysterious merchant would take time. If there was none here, Jiang Ming wouldn't hesitate to borrow some grenades from these soldiers. That's right, Battalion Commander Chu, a few of us saw it with our own eyes. Someone drove a huge vehicle straight down Nanjing Road. Yes, it was a modified off-road vehicle, but it was very quiet. Battalion Commander Chu, we've been stuck here with no way to leave. If we find that person and ask how they fixed the car, we can get out of here. Jiang Ming was searching the mall when he passed an office and heard voices from inside. Jiang Ming peeked through the door crack. The moment he saw inside, he froze as if struck by lightning, rooted to the spot, a storm of emotions surging in his eyes. In the office were the students he had rescued earlier. But what seized Jiang Ming's full attention and triggered such a violent reaction was a middle-aged man in a military uniform. Tall, robust, with a square, resolute face and piercing eyes. A memory surfaced from the depths of Jiang Ming's heart. In his past life, during the third year of the apocalypse, driven by the brutal survival conditions and endless hunger, he had joined the army, the 36th Division under Division Commander Chu Yan. On one mission, Jiang Ming was sent to deliver intelligence to the front line. It was a near-suicidal task. The situation was dire, requiring the fastest delivery possible through a deadly no-man's land. The seasoned veterans, too afraid to go, forced a squad of new recruits to undertake it. Jiang Ming was among them. Of the 20-man team, only Jiang Ming and one other survived to deliver the intelligence on time. With the frontline battle raging and heavy casualties, Jiang Ming was kept to fight. That was his first close encounter with Chu Yan, a soldier of iron and blood. Chu Yan was nothing like the terrifying figure rumored outside. He loved his soldiers like his own children, treating everyone from his chief of staff to the lowest private equally. He valued talent and cherished capable people. The ritual Jiang Ming used to honor his fallen comrades was something he had learned from Chu Yan. What moved Jiang Ming so deeply was a memory from a retreat battle. He was left with the rearguard, and everyone had already accepted their fate of sacrifice. But at the critical moment, Division Commander Chu led everyone back, fighting fiercely to push back the mutant creatures. One sentence he said was etched into Jiang Ming's heart forever. "You young ones must live well. You are the future of our nation, the hope of this world. We old ones can die, it's fine if we do. But you must live to carry on the hope of humanity." In that battle to save Jiang Ming, Chu Yan took a blow from a bloodthirsty wolf, losing an arm. A life-saving debt that Jiang Ming could never forget. He had thought he would meet Chu Yan again in Yanjing after heading north to repay that debt. But here in Xinjiang City, he encountered his past life savior. Who goes there? Jiang Ming was still standing outside, stunned, when a patrolling guard spotted him and raised his gun. "I have important intelligence to report to Battalion Commander Chu," Jiang Ming said calmly, snapping back to reality. "Hands up, face the wall and squat down." The soldier ignored his words. Someone sneaking in undetected was a serious breach. The commotion outside drew attention from the office. Chu Yan called out, "What's going on out there?" The soldier pushed open the door and saluted. "Reporting Battalion Commander Chu, we found a suspicious person." "I'm not suspicious," Jiang Ming said, hands in his pockets. "I told you I have important intelligence for Battalion Commander Chu." "Battalion Commander Chu, it's him," one of the students exclaimed, pointing at Jiang Ming. "I saw it clearly. He was in the passenger seat of that car." "Yes, that's right, I remember him too," the other students chimed in. "Oh." Chu Yan looked at Jiang Ming. "Come in." Then he said to the patrolling soldiers, "Continue your rounds." "Yes, sir." The soldiers saluted, released Jiang Ming, and resumed their patrol. Once inside, Jiang Ming steadied his emotions and glanced at the students. "Battalion Commander Chu, perhaps." Chu Yan understood and smiled at the students. "Go to the logistics department and get a can each. Tell them I said so." "Great. Canned food." The students beamed with joy and left the office. After they left, Chu Yan's smile faded. He looked at Jiang Ming. "All right, what important intelligence do you need to tell me privately?" Jiang Ming sat down on the chair opposite Chu Yan. "I'm sure you've heard from those kids, Battalion Commander Chu, that I have a vehicle. Did you sneak all the way here just to say that?" Chu Yan said, his expression unchanged as he looked at Jiang Ming. "I have cars too, more than one. But they're all scrapped, useless beyond repair." Before Chu Yan could finish, Jiang Ming cut him off. "Battalion Commander Chu, I can tell you how to obtain working vehicles." Chu Yan paused, his gaze fixed on Jiang Ming. "What are your terms?" "Simple," Jiang Ming said. "I need to leave Qingyang City, but the only way out is blocked. I want your help to clear the mutated creatures at the intersection." If Jiang Ming had offered help without conditions, Chu Yan might not have trusted him. This exchange of favors slightly eased his wariness. "I can agree to your terms," Chu Yan said. "But first you need to prove that what you're saying is true." Jiang Ming stood up. "No problem. Give me a moment, and I'll give you a satisfactory answer." Leaving the office, Jiang Ming began searching the mall for the mysterious merchant. Logically, a place this large should have one, but after wandering around, he found nothing. Just as he was about to search elsewhere, Chu Yan appeared before him. "Follow me." Jiang Ming hesitated, unsure of Chu Yan's intentions, but followed him toward the mall's supply depot. It had been cordoned off by the military, and without Chu Yan's permission, Jiang Ming couldn't have entered, so had never checked there for the mysterious merchant. At Chu Yan's signal, the guard opened the warehouse door, and Jiang Ming followed him inside. A few steps in, an NPC clad in a black robe appeared before Jiang Ming beside a pitch-black stone stele. Jiang Ming recognized the mysterious merchant, at once casting a puzzled glance at Chu Yan. Chu Yan closed the warehouse door behind them, his gaze complex as he looked at the mysterious merchant. "We discovered this system shop-like entity long ago and figured out how to obtain supplies from it." Jiang Ming was taken aback. If what Chu Yan said was true, it had been over a month. Why were they still in this predicament? What difference did the mysterious merchant make? "I'm guessing your vehicle came from this system shop, modified afterward." Jiang Ming didn't deny it. "You're right. This system shop is called the Mysterious Merchant. It provides all kinds of supplies, things that exist on Earth and many that don't, including weapons, ammunition, and even vehicles. It seems you know more about the Mysterious Merchant than we do." Chu Yan continued. "Since you understand it, you must be wondering why, with this seemingly endless source of supplies, we've still fallen to this state." That was exactly what Jiang Ming wanted to ask. He looked at Chu Yan, waiting for an answer. Chu Yan shook his head with a bitter smile. "The reason is simple: population. When my battalion first entered Qingyang City, we had ample weapons and supplies to fight those mutated creatures. But as time passed, not only did we run low on ammunition, we lost combat personnel. In every skirmish, my soldiers dwindled, while the number of people we had to protect only grew. You know that to buy supplies from the mysterious merchant, you need coins dropped by those mutated creatures. With fewer fighters and more civilians, this imbalance has left us barely able to sustain everyone's survival, let alone mount a proper counterattack." Hearing Chu Yan's explanation, Jiang Ming finally understood why, despite holding the advantage of the mysterious merchant and the certification stele, Chu Yan's group was still scraping by. As the number of ordinary civilians in the shelter increased, Chu Yan had to assign more soldiers to manage order, logistics, and resource distribution, all requiring manpower. Consequently, only a limited number of soldiers could venture out to kill mutated creatures for galaxy coins, and they kept suffering casualties in battle. The average civilian's combat ability couldn't compare to a soldier's. At this rate, Chu Yan's entire battalion would be worn down and trapped here. Jiang Ming said, "I saw a lot of people on my way in, ordinary folks, at least 600 or 700. Why not mobilize them to fight the mutated creatures?" Hey. In Jiang Ming's view, even if those people weren't strong with their numbers, if they dared to fight, they'd at least earn enough galaxy coins to keep everyone fed and clothed. Chu Yan sighed. "I've tried. But first, many among them are elderly women and children. Sending them to fight is just sending them to die. Second, ordinary people can't match soldiers in combat. Just learning to use firearms takes a long time. Third, their numbers far exceed what my forces can control. If we distribute weapons to them en masse, without military discipline, there's no guarantee they won't stage a mutiny and seize power." Jiang Ming completed Chu Yan's final and most critical point. After all, 600 or 700 people, even arming just 100 or 2, would create a formidable force. Chu Yan sighed, tacitly agreeing. Jiang Ming walked toward the mysterious merchant. "Haven't you thought of breaking the deadlock? Staying like this will drain you and your troops dry." Chu Yan frowned and shook his head. "I have, but the situation is already slipping beyond my control. I can't resolve it anytime soon." Jiang Ming deftly exchanged 20 grenades and some incendiary bombs from the mysterious merchant, enough to clear a path. "He'll solve this for you." Chu Yan asked doubtfully, "How?" Jiang Ming stowed the weapons. "Leave that to me. Within 3 days, he'll bring this stagnant pool back to life. But while I'm at it, I want your men to stay out of my way, and I need sufficient authority." "What authority?" "The power over life and death." With that, Jiang Ming pulled open the warehouse door and left the mall. For Jiang Ming, his memories were a continuous thread from his past lives' apocalypse to the present, with only a few relatively easy days in between. But the pressure and urgency of the previous apocalypse hadn't diminished at all, which made him view human emotions with indifference, even coldness. This was the key difference between Jiang Ming and Chu Yan at this stage. In the early apocalypse, one might prioritize protecting people out of humanitarianism. But in Jiang Ming's past life, to lure out a boss, it was common to strip dozens or hundreds of people naked, cut their skin, and use them as bleeding bait. So what seemed like a huge headache to Chu Yan was no great challenge to Jiang Ming. With a ruthless enough heart and a heavy enough hand, he didn't need to care about such things. But that was just Jiang Ming's personal perspective. He had always acted alone, never joined any organization, and certainly never thought from the position of a battalion commander like Chu Yan. As a battalion commander, Chu Yan had to lead by example. Even as a soldier, he couldn't be too iron-fisted, especially under the banner of the military, and people are one family. In such a crisis, he had to consider the civilians' feelings. Otherwise, the people would lose heart, and his troops' morale would waver. In his position, there were things he couldn't say or do. The consequences would be unbearable. But Jiang Ming was different. He was alone and didn't care about such complexities. In the apocalypse, might made right. To fix the current situation, all he needed was to root out the ringleaders. In a crowd this large, armed soldiers could usually maintain order, but when factions formed among the people and used moral high ground to threaten the military, the situation became different. After leaving the mall, it happened to be the time when food was being distributed to the survivors in the tent area. Food was only distributed twice a day, once at 10 in the morning and once at 5 in the afternoon. This was the 5 o'clock distribution. As for water, there was only one bottle every 3 to 5 days, making it even more precious than food. Even though the soldiers distributing supplies shouted for everyone to line up and collect their rations in an orderly manner, faced with the crowd surging forward like starving ghosts pouncing on the provisions, their cries vanished like stones dropped into the sea. This was how the food was distributed under such circumstances. Those who could snatch some got to eat, while those who couldn't either went hungry or tried to take from others. It was utter chaos, devoid of any semblance of order. Jiang Ming leaped across the crowd, stepping on the backs of those fighting for food, and jumped onto the table where the supplies were being distributed. He took a rifle from a nearby soldier and fired a shot into the air. After a few gunshots, the distinctive sound of gunfire brought the crowd into a brief silence. All eyes turned simultaneously to Jiang Ming, standing on the table. Everyone, put down the food. Use these 2 tables as the starting point, form 2 lines, and collect your rations in an orderly fashion. Jiang Ming swept his cold gaze over the crowd below and announced loudly. Just as Jiang Ming thought the crowd would be intimidated by the firearm and obediently return the food to form a line, something he hadn't anticipated happened. After a moment of silence, the crowd erupted into chaos once more. Those grabbing food continued to grab, those fighting continued to fight. No one feared him just because he held a gun. It's useless, the soldier in charge of distributing food sighed. We tried this trick a long time ago. It worked at first, but then Su Laosi caused a scene and they never lined up for food again. What's the story with Su Laosi? Jiang Ming asked, sensing there was more to this. Su Laosi is a notorious scoundrel in Qingyang City. He was behind the chaos during several previous food distributions. Later, he formed a gang, organized a large group of people, and would come to sabotage every supply distribution. If we ever fired a shot, he'd accuse us of not caring about the people's lives, spreading rumors and slandering us. The soldier grew more agitated as he spoke, but it was a helpless situation. Reasoning was useless with such rogues, and they were skilled at manipulating public sentiment, making them untouchable. Another soldier frowned at Jiang Ming and said, "Friend, we know you mean well, but you can't just take the gun." Jiang Ming glanced at the rifle in his hand and tossed it back to the soldier. "Your battalion commander Chu will explain things to you later. Stay here and watch, he'll need your assistance shortly." Seeing the chaotic scene, Jiang Ming realized that guns alone couldn't control the situation. He had to think of another way. Leaving the chaotic area, Jiang Ming found Bai Wu, who was still being questioned by soldiers. He borrowed a car jack, crawled under a vehicle, and fiddled with something. He then had Bai Wu start the engine. The off-road vehicle, which had been modified to be nearly silent, suddenly roared to life, its engine emitting a thunderous sound that echoed across the entire square. After getting into the car, Jiang Ming had Bai Wu drive to the edge of the square. He then climbed onto the roof, took a deep breath, and shouted, "Perfectly preserved cans of food and bottles of water, 1 per person. First come, first served. Only a few left. Don't miss out." Jiang Ming's shout was almost as loud as the car's engine. The combination of the 2 sounds instantly drew the attention of everyone in the square. Jiang Ming then opened the trunk of the car, pointing it towards the crowd. Seeing the real cans of food and water, the people nearby surged towards Jiang Ming in a single wave. Among them were mostly women, the elderly, and children who couldn't compete with the strong adults. They had been lingering at the edges, but now they were the closest to Jiang Ming. Those who had been fighting over food looked at the half-moldy bread they had fought tooth and nail for, then at the pristine cans and bottles in Jiang Ming's hands. A sense of unfairness washed over them. They threw away the moldy bread in disgust and rushed towards Jiang Ming. In an instant, the crowd surged like a tidal wave. The people who had been clustered around the 2 soldiers distributing food had now all flocked to Jiang Ming's side. Jiang Ming jumped off the car roof. 3 meters in front of the trunk, he used his Spider King battle axe to carve a deep line into the hard concrete ground. Leaning on the Spider King battle axe with one hand, Jiang Ming stood inside the line and bellowed at the surging crowd outside it. If you want food and water, use this line as a boundary. Line up nicely. Jiang Ming had spoken, but the people seemed not to have heard him, showing no signs of slowing down. Jiang Ming gave a cold smile and exchanged a glance with Bai Wu. Bai Wu nodded. He took out the beam machine gun that Jiang Ming had just acquired and mounted it on the car roof. Without a moment's hesitation, he pulled the trigger. The bullets formed a deadly line on the ground in the path of the advancing crowd, forcefully blocking their way. Hundreds of people slammed to a halt, tripping over each other in a chaotic mess, filling the air with cries of pain and anguish. Jiang Ming watched all this with cold indifference. He had tried being reasonable, but they only understood the language of guns. Bai Wu stopped firing, and the crowd slowly began to pick themselves up. Such stampedes often resulted in broken arms or legs, and many were groaning and complaining in pain. Fuck, why did you stop in front? Looking for death? Shut the fuck up back there. There's a fucking machine gun up front. If you want to die, go ahead and charge. Holy shit. With so many people, does he really dare to shoot? God fucking damn it. Amidst the endless noise and complaints, Jiang Ming nonchalantly picked his ear and said, "Had enough of your bickering. If not, another burst of bullets might help you cool down." As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Wu pulled the trigger again. This time the bullets raked the ground right at the feet of the front row, sending them jumping and scrambling like ants on a hot pan. It was fortunate that Bai Wu, a sharpshooter, had precise control over his firearm, otherwise such a sweep would surely have killed someone. After 2 successive bursts of machine gun fire, the crowd finally fell silent. Jiang Ming jumped back onto the car roof, looking down at the crowd with their varied expressions. Getting food and water from me is simple. Line up and you'll get it. It's as easy as queuing for a train at the station. But if anyone tries to barge in ignoring my words, well, I won't hesitate to turn them into a sieve. Despite being only 2, Jiang Ming and Bai Wu absolutely dominated the hundreds below through sheer force of presence. Fuck. So what if you have a gun? Having a gun means you can shoot recklessly, that you can kill people, eh? Yeah, that's right. This guy is way too arrogant. Who is he? Did Battalion Commander Chu send him? He has a machine gun, so he must be with Commander Chu. Damn. I can't believe it. I always thought Commander Chu was a decent man. Turns out he's just another two-faced snake. You, and you. Jiang Ming pointed a cold finger at the few who had just spoken. Let me tell you, having a gun does make a difference. If any of you think you're tough and want to test it, come on. Let's see if your body is harder than my bullets. And let me be clear. Jiang Ming's gaze turned ice cold. I'm not a soldier, so I don't have to play by their rules. If you want food and water, you follow my rules. Anyone who dares to break them, I promise you'll end up with a few new holes. As he spoke, Jiang Ming fixed his stare on the few who had been the loudest, stirring up the crowd. He had already memorized their faces. Oh, you're so tough. So impressive. A sarcastic voice rang out from the crowd. Soon a young man with hair dyed in garish rooster-like colors, scrawny and swaggering, emerged from the crowd, flanked by a group of followers. He walked to the front of the crowd with his hands in his pockets, swaying his head, while people around him recoiled, as if from a snake. You're so tough, why don't you fly to the sky? Setting rules for us. Who the hell do you think you are? You think a crappy machine gun can scare us? Fine, we just want to take your food and water, alright? Commander Chu gives us food every day. Who would want to eat some mysterious, possibly poisoned, unknown objects from you anyway? Seeing the man's disheveled appearance, Jiang Ming guessed that he was most likely that Su Laosi. With a nonchalant smile, Jiang Ming said, "You can come to me to get supplies if you want. Anyway, starting tomorrow, the military camp will no longer provide you with food or water. If you want to eat, you'll have to figure it out yourselves." A mere thug. If Jiang Ming couldn't handle him, he'd have his name written backward. Su Laosi, however, was unperturbed, tilting his head and squinting as he said, "Who do you think you are? Do you think the camp is your family's property? Everyone come with me to ask Battalion Commander Chu for clarification. How can someone carrying illegal firearms and ammunition roam freely in the camp?" It had to be said, Su Laosi was experienced in dealing with such situations, always inciting the crowd to follow his lead. Jiang Ming lit a cigarette sitting on top of the vehicle and said, "If you don't believe me, go ahead and try. My food and water are right here. Those who want them can queue up and take them." At that moment, some followed Su Laosi to find Chu Yan, while others obediently lined up at Jiang Ming's side to receive food and water. Jiang Ming lit another cigarette, instructing Bai Wu to distribute the water and food from the vehicle. He looked up to see the crowd surging toward the mall's entrance, only to find the gate tightly shut with soldiers standing guard outside, their expressions cold as they stared at the group. These soldiers were also resentful. They had exhausted themselves searching for water and food, yet these people offered no help or gratitude, only making unreasonable demands like parasites. Yet they had to suppress their anger and hold back. This was not the first time such a confrontation had occurred, with the crowd pressing Chu Yan for answers. The soldiers could tolerate it to some extent, but when it came to threats against Chu Yan's life, their guns were not to be taken lightly. "What's the deal with that man who drove and shot at us? Let Battalion Commander Chu come out and explain." "Battalion Commander Chu, we know you're in there. Don't hide and stay silent. Come out. Are you soldiers blind? That man just sprayed us with a machine gun, and you didn't stop him. You just stood there watching the show." Under Su Laosis' leadership, many people's emotions were gradually stirred up, and they began yelling loudly at the mall. The soldiers stationed around the mall turned a deaf ear, their faces cold, as they watched the crowd whose expressions had become twisted with agitation. They were used to it. If not for clear regulations, they would have long lost their restraint. Jiang Ming sat back and enjoyed the show, quietly watching them make a fuss. If Chu Yan was truly determined to resolve this, he would never show his face. Before long, the supplies on Jiang Ming's vehicle were all distributed. Those who had queued up obediently each received a bottle of water and a can, but this also depleted all the reserves Jiang Ming and Bai Wu had stored. However, as long as he had enough galactic credits, obtaining supplies was not a difficult task for Jiang Ming. By the way, there's one more thing I need to tell you. After the food distribution, the crowd near the vehicle was much quieter compared to those at the mall. Jiang Ming said, "In a few days, mutated creatures will launch a large-scale invasion of the entire Qingyang city. Every human remaining in this city will not be spared. They will either become one of them or end up as their food." With that, Jiang Ming got off the vehicle, closed the trunk, and told Bai Wu to park the car aside. Then he turned and walked toward the mall. Passing through the noisy crowd, Jiang Ming arrived at the main entrance of the mall. He took a gun from a nearby soldier, stepped onto a high platform, and fired a burst of bullets into the sky. It seemed Chu Yan had already given orders to his men as they cooperated with Jiang Ming. The sound of gunfire echoed in the air, momentarily silencing the crowd. Seeing Jiang Ming causing trouble again, Su Laosi pointed at him and shouted, "Hey soldiers, this man is not one of you. He just took your gun and fired at us." Jiang Ming's gaze instantly locked on Su Laosi, and he turned the rifle barrel, which had been aimed at the sky, directly at him. "Do you believe I can blow your head off with one shot?" Jiang Ming's eyes were as fierce as a wolf's, staring intently at Su Laosi. His killing intent was not strong, but it was pure, causing even the soldiers standing beside him to shudder involuntarily. When Jiang Ming's gun was aimed at Su Laosi, the latter felt as if death had enveloped him. His eyes were fixed only on Jiang Ming and the gun in his hand. His instincts told him that Jiang Ming would indeed pull the trigger. You wouldn't dare." Su Laosi gritted his teeth, finding it absurd that he was intimidated by this unknown man. Was it just because he was holding a gun? Would the soldiers stand by if he actually dared to shoot? Jiang Ming sneered and said, "Su Laosi, I know what you're thinking. You're thinking that if I dare to shoot, these soldiers won't just stand by. But so what? I shoot, you die, and I get arrested. By then you'll already be dead. Can you care about anything then? Betting your life that I won't shoot. Are you brave or just brainless?" "Su Laosi." Jiang Ming suddenly raised his voice and shouted, "Are you ready to die?" Su Laosi was still caught in the tense atmosphere of whether Jiang Ming would shoot or not. Caught off guard by the sudden shout, his mind went blank, and he saw the dark muzzle of the gun seemingly magnified before his eyes, like an endless abyss about to devour him. "No, don't!" Su Laosi screamed, turning to burrow into the crowd. "I don't want to die. I don't want to die." The timid fear the bold, and the bold fear the reckless. Su Laosi, after all, was nothing more than a thug. In front of someone like Jiang Ming, who treated life and death with indifference and would fight at the slightest provocation, his spirit crumbled easily. Jiang Ming sneered, disdainfully scanning the others with his gaze. "My bullets don't have eyes. If I accidentally hit someone while aiming at Su Laosi, don't blame me." Jiang Ming said this, but his words were filled with blatant threat, scaring the previously noisy troublemakers into quickly stepping aside. Su Laosi was now like a plague, avoided by everyone. If this were handled by a normal military unit under pressure, Chu Yan would have to come out to calm the public anger. But Jiang Ming was different. Public anger had nothing to do with him. If you didn't want to die, step aside. If you had lived enough, he would send you on your way. This led to Su Laosi trying to burrow into the crowd, but wherever he ran, the people there scattered faster than he could. The gathered crowd was quickly dispersed because of him. Jiang Ming's gaze was fixed on Su Laosi. No matter how he ran, the crosshairs of the scope remained locked on him. With just a gentle squeeze of the trigger, this tumor would be dead in an instant. Bang! Jiang Ming fired. The bullet shot out of the muzzle, whistling through the air, and flew straight toward the fleeing Su Laosi. No! Hearing the gunshot, Su Laosi fled in panic, enveloped by the feeling of death. His legs gave way, and he fell to his knees. Whoosh! The bullet grazed just over Su Laosi's head, carving a groove in the middle of his scalp, causing all the hair there to fall off. Su Laosi screamed in agony, clutching his head and rolling on the ground as blood gushed from the broken scalp. "You're lucky," Jiang Ming said, jumping down from the platform and walking over to the writhing Su Laosi. He stepped on him with enough force to pin him down, rendering him immobile, and pressed the gun barrel against his forehead. "This time I won't miss. No, please don't kill me. Please." Ignoring the searing pain on his scalp, Su Laosi lay on the ground like a turtle, begging pitifully. "I gave you a chance, but you didn't take it," Jiang Ming said sternly. "Now I'll blow your head off." No. Su Laosi begged, repeatedly banging his head on the ground, his face covered in tears and snot. But Jiang Ming's eyes remained cold, showing no sign of stopping. His finger was already on the trigger, slowly applying pressure. "Hold on." Just as everyone thought Jiang Ming was about to kill Su Laosi in public, an authoritative voice came from the mall entrance. Under the protection of a group of guards, Chu Yan walked out of the mall, fixed his gaze on Jiang Ming, and said, "Hold your fire." Jiang Ming loosened his grip on the trigger that was already pressed. It was only because Chu Yan spoke that he stopped, otherwise Su Laosi would already have a bullet in his head. As Chu Yan appeared, everyone's attention converged on him, all wondering how he would handle this matter. Feigning ignorance, Chu Yan looked at Jiang Ming and asked what's going on here. Company Commander Chu, save me. Seeing the aggrieved party arrive, Su Laosi immediately begged Chu Yan for help with tears in his eyes. Keep quiet. Jiang Ming increased the pressure on his foot, choking Su Laosi so badly that he couldn't catch his breath and coughed incessantly. Pointing his gun at Su Laosi's head, Jiang Ming said it's nothing much. This man gathered a crowd to cause trouble, not only wasting the hard-earned food and water, but also inciting the masses. In short, I've had enough of him for a long time. Even if he is in the wrong, it's not a capital offense. Chu Yan tried to mediate. Our current situation as humans is dire. We should unite and fight the mutated creatures together, don't you think? Yes. Company Commander Chu is right. Su Laosi finally caught his breath and agreed. Let's talk this out civilly. There's no need for weapons. Did I ask you to speak? Jiang Ming pressed down harder with his foot, causing Su Laosi's eyes to roll back as he nearly passed out. Fine. Jiang Ming nodded and tossed the gun back to the soldier. They'll give Company Commander Chu face today and spare his life. But if you ever cross me again. Jiang Ming crouched down, looking at Su Laosi, who was lying like a dead dog at his feet. I swear I'll tear you limb from limb and feed you to the dogs. Got it. Got it. Su Laosi nodded, frantically terrified of angering this demon again and being killed on the spot. Jiang Ming stood up and looked around. Let me tell you all something else. Supplies in the camp are running low, and soon a horde of mutated creatures will attack Qingyang City. If you want to survive, figure it out yourselves. With that, Jiang Ming walked away without looking back. Chu Yan's sudden appearance was unexpected, but it didn't hinder his plan. He just wondered if Chu Yan could accept what he had said. As expected, after Jiang Ming left, a crowd gathered around Chu Yan, asking if what Jiang Ming said was true. With a complex expression, Chu Yan looked in the direction Jiang Ming had gone and finally nodded. Yes, what he said is true. Qingyang City will be overrun by mutated creatures in a few days, and with supplies running low, we need to evacuate soon. The camp soldiers will be sent out to clear a path. You'll have to fend for yourselves for supplies. After speaking, Chu Yan ignored the clamoring crowd and turned back into the mall. Company Commander Chu, you can't just abandon us. Company Commander Chu, you can't leave us to fend for ourselves. Facing these people seeking shelter, Chu Yan turned a deaf ear. Jiang Ming was right. If things continued this way, the entire camp would collapse. It was cruel and many would die, but it was unavoidable. If they kept dragging it out until they ran out of ammunition and supplies, everyone would perish. The soldiers had no objections to Chu Yan's decision. In fact, they fully supported it. They had grown tired of these people relying on them like parasites, always waiting for rescue. Back in the car, Bai Wu, who had witnessed everything, looked at Jiang Ming and asked, not killing him. Jiang Ming put his hands behind his head and shook it. Not for now. I did Chu Yan a favor tonight. He plays the good guy, I play the bad guy. If Su Laosi has any brains left, he'll listen to Chu Yan. But if he tries anything, they'll kill him then. But is what you said about the mutated creatures attacking Qingyang City true? How did you know? Bai Wu had been with Jiang Ming the whole time and hadn't noticed anything. Jiang Ming smiled. Of course it's fake. If I hadn't said that those people would cling to Chu Yan forever, only under the threat of death will they start moving. Bai Wu nodded and asked, so what's your plan? It'll be fine for the first few days, but eventually they'll figure it out. Jiang Ming stretched lazily. Simple. We have the prince, don't we? Bai Wu immediately understood. The prince was a fully evolved silver deer creature that could easily command other mutated creatures. All they needed to do was create the illusion of an attack on Qingyang City. Jiang Ming had planned everything. As long as they followed the steps, breaking the stalemate at Chu Yan's camp would be a piece of cake. As for the hundreds of survivors in the square, if Chu Yan could be ruthless, they would find a way to survive on their own. In the face of death, human survival instincts kick in. If they were kept like parasites, only destruction awaited them. The next day, Jiang Ming and Bai Wu woke up early. Originally, they planned to find the mysterious merchant, get bombs to blow a path, and leave. But after meeting Chu Yan, Jiang Ming changed his plan. Chu Yan's troops were already mobilizing. Since Chu Yan had confirmed Jiang Ming's words yesterday, he had to act now whether they were true or not. For instance, he sent troops out to kill mutated creatures, collect galaxy coins, and purchase vehicles. Since they were determined to leave, vehicles were essential. At the same time, some people followed the troops out of the camp. In their minds, even if they had to scavenge for supplies, staying close to the military would be much safer. Watching them leave the camp, Bai Wu started the car and drove onto the streets of Qingyang City. Having given away all the food and water yesterday, Jiang Ming and Bai Wu needed to restock. Since they would be staying in Qingyang City for a few more days, Jiang Ming also planned to level up and equip the 2 bronze tier items as soon as possible. Before setting out, Jiang Ming switched the car to silent mode, so driving through the streets didn't attract too many mutated creatures. Supplies near the camp had long been scavenged clean. To find more, they had to go farther, which also meant more danger. But danger was exactly what Jiang Ming needed. The mutated creatures there were higher level and yielded more experience when killed. With Bai Wu's cooperation, he wouldn't have any major problems. After driving for half an hour, they arrived at Qingyang City's food street. Since it was primarily a night market, there were quite a few people when the virus struck. However, the number of mutated creatures wasn't enough to make Jiang Ming turn and run. After parking at a distance, Jiang Ming and Bai Wu geared up and approached the food street. Looking left and right, Jiang Ming pointed at the fixed stalls on either side. Let's knock these stalls down to block their path. You get on that building over there, they'll take the front, and you cover me from the side. This was how Jiang Ming and Bai Wu had been cooperating all along. One melee, one ranged. Bai Wu nodded. Together they grabbed the frames of the street stalls, pried off the fixing screws, exchanged a glance, and pushed the stalls down with all their might. These stalls were chained together, so when one fell, a whole row collapsed. While this successfully blocked the mutated creature's movement, it also drew the attention of every creature on the street. Jiang Ming drew his Spider King battle axe, while Bai Wu swiftly climbed onto a nearby building. The two took their positions in record time, ready for a fierce battle. Roar! The zombie at the very front lunged at Jiang Ming with a guttural snarl. Jiang Ming swung his Spider King battle axe, cleaving through one zombie's skull, then reversed the axe to slam its blunt end into the chin of another, sending it flying backward and crashing into a horde of mutated creatures. The mutated beings in the food street were mostly zombies, along with some mutated cats, dogs, and rats. Jiang Ming held the entrance, ensuring he faced no more than 3 at a time. With Bai Wu providing sniper support from the side, the two worked in seamless harmony, overcoming every obstacle with ease. Several hours later, through the combined efforts of Jiang Ming and Bai Wu, the entire food street was cleared of mutated creatures, leaving a trail of corpses in their wake. At the same time, Jiang Ming successfully leveled up to 20 now, just one level shy of equipping the Crimson Copper Boots and Azure Scale Armor. With luck, he could reach that milestone by tomorrow. After slaughtering every mutated creature on the street, it was nearly noon. Jiang Ming and Bai Wu took a brief rest to replenish their strength before seeking out their next target. As the vehicle drove along the road, Jiang Ming's eyes lit up. "Stop!" he exclaimed. Bai Wu slammed on the brakes, bringing the car to a halt. The moment it stopped, Jiang Ming eagerly flung open the door and dashed toward a shop by the roadside. Inside, a soldier with a wounded hand was present. The soldier's uniform was tattered and torn, his helmet missing. On his right arm and left thigh were wounds, each a palm's width wide and 2 centimeters deep, with blood streaming ceaselessly from the gashes. What had triggered such a strong reaction from Jiang Ming was the soldier's attire. Though clearly military garb, its color, style, and specifications were distinctly different from those of the Huaxia military. This style and color of military uniform were all too familiar to Jiang Ming. It belonged to the NPC army among the human NPC survivors in the apocalypse. It was evident that this soldier was an NPC, and where there were NPCs, quests often followed. That was precisely why Jiang Ming had acted with such swiftness. Entering the shop, Jiang Ming initiated a dialogue. "Hello, do you need any help?" The soldier looked up at Jiang Ming, hope gleaming in his eyes. "I didn't expect there were still survivors in Qingyang City. Thank goodness. My arm and leg are injured and I can't move. But there are too many mutated creatures nearby, and the blood will attract their attention. I hope you can find me some medical supplies so I can bandage my wounds." Quest accepted. Rescue soldier Xiaoyu. Yes, no. Quest requirements: collect 10 painkillers, 10 bandages, and 10 hemostatic agents, and deliver them to Xiaoyu. Upon completion, you will receive a generous reward. The quest conditions were simple. After accepting it, Jiang Ming opened the trunk, retrieved the required medical supplies, and returned to the shop to hand them over to the NPC Xiaoyu. Taking the items Jiang Ming offered, Xiaoyu said with heartfelt gratitude, "Thank you so much for bringing me these medical supplies. With these I can bandage my wounds. Please accept this small token of my appreciation." Quest rescue soldier Xiaoyu completed, received 50 galaxy copper coins. The reward was meager, but that wasn't what Jiang Ming was after. He continued the dialogue with Xiaoyu, hoping for a follow-up quest. To Jiang Ming's disappointment, after completing the quest dialogue, the NPC only repeated 1 or 2 standard system responses. It seemed there were no further quests. He clicked his tongue in frustration. Taking quests from scattered NPCs was like gambling. Sometimes, like in Mingfeng City, a chain of quests would yield incredible rewards, though other times, like now, a paltry 50 galaxy copper coins was all he got. Nevertheless, this was precisely why Jiang Ming's progress far outpaced others. Under normal circumstances, the first few months, or even the first year of the apocalypse, were meant for human survivors to adapt to this world. The quests NPCs gave were rarely overly complex or difficult, usually serving as transitional tasks like this one to help humans acclimate quickly. "Let's go keep looking around." Back in the car, Bai Wu started the engine and continued driving through Qingyang City, scouting for new spots to grind experience and searching for more NPCs with quests. Half an hour later, the car was struggling along the road, having to shove aside blocked vehicles while fending off approaching zombies, which inevitably slowed their pace. Just then, a thunderous crash erupted from a nearby building, followed by a second and third. With each sound, the entire building and the shops along the street trembled. The noise grew louder, drawing closer to the street where Jiang Ming and Bai Wu were. "Get out of here." Without needing further instruction, Bai Wu abandoned their forward course, shifted into reverse, and floored it. The spikes mounted on the trunk proved their worth, plowing through the horde of mutated creatures closing in. Just as their car reversed about 10 meters, the building on the left collapsed. A colossal creature burst forth from the shattered structure and latched onto the wall of a building across the street. Jiang Ming focused his gaze. It was a mutated frog as tall as a man and the size of a small car. Its body was covered in slime and studded with repulsive pustules that made one's skin crawl. Its 4 eyes locked onto Jiang Ming and Bai Wu's car. With a powerful leap from its 4 robust legs, the extra hands sprouting from its shoulders reached out to grab the vehicle. The mutated frog's leaping ability was astonishing, and with the suction cups on its hands, shaking it off once caught would be exceedingly difficult. Bai Wu pressed the accelerator to the floor, the car reversing faster than it had advanced. The mutated creatures behind were sent scattering like leaves in a gale. Bang! The mutated frog landed heavily on the spot where the car had just been smashing a crater into the ground. By then Bai Wu had reversed the car to the intersection. Jiang Ming quickly swapped seats with him, floored the gas, and swung the car around, speeding off toward another street. Croak. The mutated frog let out a deep, resonant call, then launched itself onto the walls of the buildings lining the street, vaulting over the rooftops in pursuit of Jiang Ming. Bai Wu had already set up his tiger stripe rifle inside the car, firing successive shots at the mutated frog, chasing them from above. However, the layer of slime coating the frog's body acted like a protective film, causing the bullets to slide harmlessly off its surface. "It's too slippery. The bullets can't penetrate," Bai Wu exclaimed, then activated a skill, firing a flame bullet. The flame-wreathed bullet struck the mutated frog with precision. This time the bullet didn't slide off, but it was still stopped by the thick layer of slime coating the creature's body. "Damn it," Bai Wu cursed, firing his tiger stripe sniper rifle repeatedly, unleashing every skill he had, yet still unable to harm the mutated frog in the slightest. Jiang Ming glanced left and right. The mutated frog was bounding between the buildings on either side, chasing them, and had now reached a position directly above. "Watch out. It's about to pounce," Bai Wu shouted in warning as he saw the mutated frog lunging straight for the car's roof. Jiang Ming released the accelerator, slammed on the brakes, and yanked the steering wheel, sending the car into a 180-degree drift. At that moment, the mutated frog dropped from the sky. But Jiang Ming's car had already completed its drift, sending the creature flying. Fortunately, the vehicle was heavy enough to avoid flipping over. Jiang Ming spun the car around, and instead of retreating, charged straight at the toppled mutated frog. "You drive," he called Bai Wu over to take the wheel, then opened the door, grabbed his Spider King battle axe, and climbed onto the car roof. With a slight wobble, the vehicle surged forward at top speed toward the mutated frog. The overturned mutated frog had just managed to right itself using its slime, only to find the behemoth-like off-road vehicle bearing down on it, driven by Bai Wu and Jiang Ming. Croak. The mutated frog opened its gaping maw, and a long bump-covered tongue lashed out, aiming straight for Jiang Ming on the roof. Jiang Ming took a deep breath. As the tongue whipped toward his face, he let out a battle cry and swung his Spider King battle axe with all his might. But the frog's tongue was also coated in slime. When the axe struck, it slid off, turning the intended cleave into a heavy press. Seeing this, Jiang Ming lifted his foot and stomped hard on the frog's tongue. To his surprise, the tip of the tongue housed a sharp-toothed mouth which coiled around his leg and bit down. Jiang Ming felt a sharp pain in his calf as the mouth at the tip of the frog's tongue tore into his flesh. "Break off." He activated both Xingtian bloodline and rage, then raised his Spider King battle axe and used Furious Strike, bringing it down with savage force on the frog's tongue. As the axe blade started to slip on the tongue's slime, Jiang Ming roared and forcibly corrected its trajectory with sheer strength. The edge of the Spider King battle axe tore through the slime and cleanly severed the tip of the tongue. With the tongue severed, the mouth at its tip lost its strength and released Jiang Ming's calf. Despite his powerful physique, 2 rows of bloody puncture wounds had been torn into his leg, with blood flowing freely. Jiang Ming tensed the muscles in his leg to slow the bleeding, his gaze icy as he fixed it on the mutated frog, now close at hand. After having its tongue chopped off by Jiang Ming's axe, the mutated frog retracted it in pain, then leaped straight at Jiang Ming. With all his skills activated, Jiang Ming's overall stats were at their peak. He steeled himself, gripping his Spider King battle axe as he prepared to confront the mutated frog heathen. Jiang Ming sprang from the car roof, launching himself high into the air to meet the frog mid-flight. "Get the hell down." Colliding with the mutated frog in midair, Jiang Ming drove his Spider King battle axe into its forehead, fighting to keep it from sliding off the slime. With a mighty shout, he forced the car-sized mutated frog crashing to the ground. Boom. On the ground, Bai Wu's off-road vehicle arrived just in time, slamming into the mutated frog and sending it flying into a street-side shop, collapsing an entire building. Jiang Ming landed on the car roof, took bandages and hemostatic agent from Bai Wu, and quickly dressed his wound. "Get 2 cases of gasoline from the trunk," Jiang Ming said to Bai Wu as he bandaged himself. Bai Wu retrieved 2 cases of gasoline from the trunk. "That layer of slime on it is too slippery. My bullets can't penetrate at all." "Burn it with fire," Jiang Ming said as he tied off the bandage. "This thing is slicker than a loach. They'll douse it with gasoline, and you light it up." Bai Wu nodded, raised his tiger stripe rifle, and climbed onto the car roof, aiming at the collapsed pile where the frog had landed. At the same time, the rubble stirred, and with a deafening roar, the mutated frog burst out. Jiang Ming unscrewed the caps of both gasoline cases, picked one up in each hand, and charged toward the mutated frog. Midway, he hurled one case forward. The mutated frog shot out its thick tongue, coiled it around the case, and yanked. The case burst, spraying gasoline everywhere like a sprinkler, drenching the frog from head to toe. Seeing this, Jiang Ming threw the other case of gasoline straight into the frog's open maw. The frog's tongue whipped back, pulling the case in and swallowing it whole. Jiang Ming's forward charge abruptly halted, and he dove to the side. Behind him, Bai Wu had already aimed at the mutated frog. The moment Jiang Ming cleared the line of fire, he fired using the skill flame bullet. The bullet engulfed in flames, shot from the barrel, and struck the mutated frog in an instant. The bullet still slid off the slime, but the flames it carried ignited the gasoline on contact. Fire instantly engulfed the mutated frog's entire body. Jiang Ming retreated to the car, turned it around, and sped off. Behind him, the mutated frog had become a blazing fireball, rampaging wildly and charging madly after the vehicle. The mutated frog could leap several meters high. Its straight-line speed wasn't great, but by bouncing between buildings, Jiang Ming found it hard to shake off for the time being. Can't lose it. What do we do? Bai Wu, sniping at the pursuing frog from the car roof, shouted to Jiang Ming. Easy, Jiang Ming said, glancing at the rearview mirror. Wait for the fire to burn off its slime, then we take it down. Bai Wu understood. They just needed to stall long enough for the fire to do its work. They led the mutated frog on a chase through Qingyang City for over 10 minutes before the flames finally died out. Bai Wu seized the opportunity, firing mercilessly. This time the bullets didn't slide off, but instead they punched bloody holes into the frog's body. We're good, Bai Wu exclaimed joyfully. Turn around. Watch me take it down. Jiang Ming had seen the scene in the rearview mirror. He executed a perfect drift, spun the car around, and charged straight at the mutated frog. Bai Wu fired his tiger stripe rifle in rapid succession. Without its slime protection, the mutated frog was riddled with bullet holes. This one's for you. Bai Wu gathered a flame bullet, and the flame-wreathed bullet shot from the barrel, striking the mutated frog's head with unerring accuracy. The colossal mutated frog, still midair, suddenly lost all its strength and crashed straight to the ground. Bai Wu patted the car roof and said, done. Jiang Ming stopped the vehicle, gazing at the motionless mutated frog sprawled on the ground ahead. To be safe, he tossed a few more grenades at it. Only after confirming it was truly dead did he approach. He flipped over the carcass of the mutated frog and found over a dozen galaxy silver coins. Bai Wu frowned and asked, how did this frog grow so massive? Under normal circumstances, creatures enlarged after mutation, but for small animals like frogs, reaching such a size was nearly impossible without being high-level or possessing a silver-tier artifact. Usually, even one the size of a person was extraordinary, let alone one as large as a car. Staring at the enormous corpse, Jiang Ming furrowed his brow and said, let's go check the spot where it emerged. The two drove back to the location where the frog had burst out, collapsing a building. The building was connected to its neighbors on both sides with streets in front and behind. There were no signs of the mutated frog's activity, suggesting it had emerged from within the building itself. That's not right, Jiang Ming muttered, rubbing his chin. From the sound it made when we first encountered it, it leaped from a distance, and the noise grew louder gradually. Bai Wu caught on as well, glancing at the rubble. Could it have come from below? Possible, Jiang Ming replied, rolling up his sleeves. Let's clear the debris and take a look. The collapse of a building left behind a mountain of rubble. It took Jiang Ming and Bai Wu several hours to clear a small area. Once the debris was cleared, a hole was revealed before their eyes. Though only a corner had been exposed, it was clear that the hole was enormous, with a diameter of at least 10 meters. Residual slime around the entrance indicated that the mutated frog had leaped out from this very pit. A chill ran through Jiang Ming at the sight, but he breathed a sigh of relief after confirming it was not an abyssal ground. Still, such a massive hole could not have been man-made. When he shone a flashlight down into it, all he saw was an impenetrable darkness that stretched endlessly. Bai Wu grabbed 2 grenades, ready to pull the pin and toss them in, but Jiang Ming stopped him. Hold on. We don't know what's down there. Don't alert them. Just as Jiang Ming and Bai Wu were debating whether to bury the hole or find a way to descend, the sound of synchronized footsteps rang out behind them. Squad leader, it's here. I saw a mutated rat the size of a baby crawl into this place earlier. Jiang Ming and Bai Wu turned around to see a squad of about 10 soldiers rapidly approaching them. Their weapons and attire were identical to those of the soldier who had completed the earlier mission, NPCs. They were heading straight toward Jiang Ming. A realization struck Jiang Ming. He glanced at the bottomless black hole, then back at the soldiers. Bai Wu asked, what's wrong? Jiang Ming grinned. We're in luck. We've triggered a quest. In the apocalypse, some quests only became available after being triggered. For instance, the mutated frog had attacked them without reason as they passed by. Killing the frog and discovering the hole seemed to be the trigger conditions. In no time, the squad reached Jiang Ming. The leader addressed them. Hello. We're the garrison from Qingyang City on a mission. Have you noticed anything unusual around here? Jiang Ming stepped forward. Yes. As we passed by, a huge mutated frog burst out from underground. It was as big as a car. A mutated frog. Where? The squad leader raised his weapon. Tell us, and we'll eliminate it. No need, Jiang Ming said, puffing out his chest. My friend and I have already killed it. It can no longer threaten anyone. You are very brave, the squad leader praised sincerely. Such courage is rare in these times. Jiang Ming smiled and got to the point. But we found a bottomless hole where the frog emerged right here. He stepped aside, revealing a corner of the hole. I suspect there are more mutated creatures down there. That's right, the soldier who had led them there exclaimed. Squad leader, this is it. The mutated rat I was chasing ran into this building. No wonder I couldn't find it. There's a huge hole underground. Squad leader, another soldier chimed in. This hole is clearly not man-made. To have dug such a massive tunnel, there must be something big down there. Should we request reinforcements? The squad leader stared at the hole, frowning. Zhang Biao Lin Mu, report back to the colonel. The rest of you scout the area for similar holes. Yes, sir. The soldiers dispersed to carry out their orders. Only the squad leader remained lost in thought as he gazed at the hole. Jiang Ming sensed the moment was right. He approached and asked, is there anything I can help with? The squad leader turned to him. This isn't the first such hole we've found in Qingyang. We've discovered others, and we're certain they were created by mutated creatures. We're short-handed until reinforcements arrive. Would you be willing to lend a hand? Jiang Ming nodded. Of course. I'm happy to do my part for Qingyang's safety. Thank you so much, the squad leader said gratefully. I need you to scout a 5-kilometer radius around here and find all the holes. Report back to me when you're done. A quest prompt appeared. Accept quest reconnaissance. Yes, no. Quest objective: scout a 5-kilometer radius, locate all underground holes, and report them to Qiu Haoyang. Upon completion, you will receive a generous reward. No problem. Jiang Ming accepted the quest without hesitation. He had Bai Wu park the car, and the two split up to search for nearby holes. Jiang Ming suspected this quest wouldn't be a simple one. The coverage area was vast, and judging by how the squad leader had sent men back for reinforcements, the NPC soldiers must have a base in Qingyang. He planned to follow them back to their base after completing the quest, hoping to uncover more missions. Jiang Ming moved cautiously through the streets, his eyes scanning everything like a hawk's, leaving no stone unturned. Since the first hole had been under a building, these openings likely wouldn't be in plain sight. He would have to search building by building, street by street. It was an exhausting task that consumed both time and energy, all while staying vigilant against the mutated creatures lurking everywhere. After more than 10 minutes, Jiang Ming found the first hole in a villa. It was cleverly concealed, hidden beneath a shallow layer of earth in a bush next to the swimming pool, branching out into multiple tunnels. If not for its size and the freshly turned soil, it would have been easy to miss. He marked the location and continued his systematic search. These holes were always tucked away in dark hidden corners like rat holes, deliberately hard to find. An hour later, Jiang Ming had discovered 5 holes. He and Bai Wu had split the 5-kilometer area in half, and now only an underground parking garage remained for him to investigate. Even in daylight, without electricity, the garage was pitch black, so dark you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. At the entrance, wrecked cars were haphazardly parked. Dried, blackened bloodstains and claw marks from unknown mutated creatures were clearly visible on their surfaces. Without turning on his flashlight, Jiang Ming relied on the faint sunlight and his inside eye. Clutching his Spider King battle axe, he crept along the wall into the garage. Navigating through the wreckage, he was engulfed by an impenetrable darkness. He could barely make out the interior. To his surprise, the garage, which should have been filled with derelict cars and zombies, was completely empty. Nothing but support pillars. The light was too dim. He blinked hard and looked again, but it was still just a pitch-black void with nothing in sight. After a moment's thought, Jiang Ming loaded a flare gun and fired it straight up into the garage. The red flare streaked through the air, its flash illuminating the space. In the flare's light, he saw that the garage, once filled with cars, had been transformed into a massive cavern. The entire garage had been hollowed out, stretching down into the earth's depths to an unknown destination. This was the largest hole Jiang Ming had seen, occupying the entire garage. If he had taken a few more steps forward, he would have plunged into the abyss. He frowned. This quest was proving more complicated than he had anticipated. After recording the location, he retreated from the garage and headed back to Qiu Haoyang's position. Bai Wu hadn't returned yet. The quest could only be completed once they had compiled their findings. A few minutes later, Bai Wu arrived. He had discovered 7 holes, one more than Jiang Ming. Together, they had found 13 in total. The number startled Jiang Ming. 13 holes, each at least 5 meters in diameter, within a 5-kilometer radius. Had these mutated creatures carved out an underground kingdom beneath Qingyang? He approached Qiu Haoyang and submitted the quest. Qiu Haoyang said, "Thank you for your help. Hey, race your reward." Quest reconnaissance completed, received 43 galaxy copper coins. The quest wasn't difficult and the reward was modest, but Jiang Ming cared more about what came next. After finishing, he chose to speak with Qiu Haoyang again. So many holes appearing in Qingyang is abnormal. It could threaten the survivors here. Is there anything I can do? Qiu Haoyang gazed into the distance, his face etched with worry. It's been so long. The reinforcements should have arrived by now. I hope nothing has gone wrong. Catching the implication, Jiang Ming stepped forward. I'm willing to go to the base and see what's happening. Then I'll trouble you, Qiu Haoyang said. Our unit is stationed at New City Square in the west of Qingyang. You can check there. A quest prompt appeared. Accept quest, find reinforcements. Yes, no. Quest objective, find the reinforcement unit before sunset at 1800 today. Upon completion, you will receive a generous reward. A timed quest. Jiang Ming looked at the sky. The sun was already sinking westward. It was around 4:30 p.m., leaving him just an hour and a half until 6:00. Time was of the essence. He accepted the quest, called out to Bai Wu, and they drove westward. With a car, an hour and a half should be enough. But Jiang Ming had a nagging feeling that the quest concealed something. As Qiu Haoyang had said, the reinforcements should have arrived by now, unless something had gone wrong. There were 3 possibilities. First, the soldiers sent to request aid had encountered trouble and failed to deliver the message. Second, the base itself had run into problems and couldn't deploy reinforcements. Third, the message had reached the base, reinforcements had been dispatched, but they had encountered trouble en route. Whichever it was, the hidden details were for Jiang Ming to uncover. The car roared down the road like a bumper car, constantly smashing into abandoned vehicles, blocking the way. This was only possible in the city. On the highway, the roads were much wider, otherwise even the sturdiest modified vehicle would fall apart after a couple of days of such abuse. Half an hour into the drive, Jiang Ming heard gunfire in the distance, growing clearer as they advanced. Turn right up ahead. Let's check it out. Bai Wu nodded and turned at the next intersection. The gunfire became more distinct. At the end of the street, a group of soldiers was using wrecked cars and roadside buildings as cover, engaged in combat with something. Judging by their uniforms and weapons, they were likely the reinforcements sent to Qiu Haoyang. Halfway there, Bai Wu stopped the car, and both of them grabbed their weapons and rushed over. In the blink of an eye, the 100-meter distance was covered. Jiang Ming and Bai Wu arrived beside the group of NPC soldiers, looking to the left, where numerous mutated creatures were charging towards them, brandishing their claws and fangs. Jiang Ming addressed the nearby NPC soldiers, saying, "I was sent by squad leader Qiu Haoyang. What's the situation here?" The soldier beside him replied, "On our way to provide support, we rescued a few survivors, but the commotion attracted the attention of the mutated creatures. The more we fought, the louder it got, and now it's hard to break away unless someone stays behind to hold them off." Hearing this, Jiang Ming recognized it as an obvious mission. He spoke earnestly, "Leave the rear guard to me. You all go support squad leader Qiu Haoyang as quickly as possible." "How can that be? There are so many mutated creatures, you can't hold them off alone." Jiang Ming pulled Bai Wu over and said, "I have a companion. Trust us. The military situation is urgent. Squad leader Qiu Haoyang needs you more." After a moment's hesitation, the NPC soldier nodded and said, "All right, if that's the case, well, entrust this arduous task to you. Mission objective: cover the main forces retreat. Hold out for half an hour. Complete the mission and you will receive generous rewards." After Jiang Ming accepted the mission, the NPC soldier waved his hand and ordered, "Everyone disengage from combat at full speed. Do not linger. Hold by grenades." Jiang Ming shouted. After the soldiers in front retreated behind them, he and Bai Wu threw over a dozen grenades outward. The successive explosions temporarily halted the advance of the mutated creatures. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Ming and Bai Wu occupied a favorable position and began their rearguard action. Jiang Ming immediately deployed his laser sniper cannon. With a single shot, he cleared out a swath of mutated creatures. Though there were only two of them, Bai Wu and Jiang Ming hauled out all the weapons from the car's trunk. Under the barrage of heavy firepower, they managed to suppress the mutated creatures' assault for a short time. However, such suppression could not be sustained for long, and Jiang Ming was well aware of this. But no matter what, he had to endure this half hour. The ammunition for the laser sniper cannon was specialized. After exhausting it, Jiang Ming directly took up his Spider King battle axe and charged in, using these mutated creatures to level up, hoping to reach level 21 soon. Bai Wu provided covering fire from behind with his tiger pattern rifle, taking down the mutated creatures that Jiang Ming couldn't fend off in time. Half an hour was neither too long nor too short, but for Jiang Ming and Bai Wu, it was an exceptionally arduous ordeal. The prolonged roar of gunfire would only attract more mutated creatures, yet Jiang Ming and Bai Wu had to hold their ground here for half an hour. Moreover, the terrain offered no better cover than the abandoned vehicles and some buildings on the street, nor was there anything to block the path and create choke points. In essence, Jiang Ming and Bai Wu had to hold off an entire street's worth of mutated creatures. By the end, Bai Wu's shoulder was sore from the recoil, and Jiang Ming's arm trembled from the constant hacking. The mutated creatures they faced were not particularly strong, but they were countless in number. For every one they killed, more would quickly take its place. If it weren't for the mission, Jiang Ming would have turned and fled without a second thought at any other time. Jiang Ming, time's up. Fall back. Bai Wu had been keeping a close eye on the time. The moment the half hour was up, he threw out a prepared Molotov cocktail, grabbed his tiger pattern rifle, and ran towards where the car was parked. Over the half hour, their space for maneuver had been compressed to the limit. They had retreated again and again, surrounded by mutated creatures. If the time hadn't been up soon, they would have had to abandon the mission. Hearing Bai Wu's shout behind him, Jiang Ming tossed a grenade over his shoulder and ran. The explosion behind them created a temporary gap. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Ming and Bai Wu got into the car and sped away. Once out of the combat zone, both Bai Wu and Jiang Ming let out a simultaneous sigh of relief. Against all odds, they had held out for half an hour, but it had drained their physical strength and mental energy immensely. Bai Wu glanced at Jiang Ming and asked, "Are you all right?" Having been at the forefront, Jiang Ming had faced the most mutated creatures. Although Bai Wu's sniping helped, two hands couldn't fight four, and he had sustained some injuries. Jiang Ming's clothes and pants were torn to shreds. His body was covered in wounds, and blood had soaked his tattered garments, leaving patches of crimson. Jiang Ming stripped off his ruined clothes and tossed them out the window. He bandaged himself with some medicine and gauze, saying, "It's nothing, just superficial wounds. They'll heal in a few days." Jiang Ming's constitution was strong. Though his body looked battered, the injuries were mostly superficial, not affecting his bones or tendons. The only relatively serious injury was the bite from a mutated frog's tongue on his calf. However, the wound was only deep, not reaching the bone, so it wasn't a major concern. It was a pity that Xia Xinyue had left with Jiang Yuan. If they had stayed with Jiang Ming as the vanguard, Xia Xinyue providing healing, Bai Wu sniping from the rear, and Jiang Yuan striking from the shadows, their foreman team would have been invincible in their current state. But Jiang Yuan wanted to venture out on his own, and Xia Xinyue had followed him. Jiang Ming and Bai Wu had to rely on themselves. Over 10 minutes later, just before 6 o'clock, Jiang Ming and Bai Wu returned to Qiu Haoyang's location. All the support troops had already arrived. Jiang Ming ran up to Qiu Haoyang and said, "I lived up to your expectations and successfully completed the mission." Qiu Haoyang smiled and said, I've already heard from the support troops. You were very brave. Take this, it's your well-deserved reward. Mission complete. Seek support obtained Galaxy Silver Coin 1. Mission complete. Rearguard obtained Galaxy Silver Coin 3. Experience points 1. The rewards for the 2 missions were pitifully meager. Jiang Ming clicked his tongue. He could accept the rewards for the other missions, but the rearguard mission was highly dangerous, yet it offered such scant rewards. Glancing at the soldiers who were assigning tasks around him, Jiang Ming asked, Squad Leader Chiu, have you found out anything about the problem with these holes? Chiu Haoyang turned to look at Jiang Ming and said, it's getting late. After our discussion, we've decided to stake out the various holes tonight to see if we can find anything. Tomorrow morning, we'll send a small team down to investigate. Jiang Ming asked, is there anything you need me to do? Chiu Haoyang shook his head and said, you've worked hard enough today. Leave the rest to us. Hearing his tone, Jiang Ming understood that this marked the end of the mission. He could only turn and leave, driving back to Chu Yan's camp with Bai Wu. Before nightfall, Jiang Ming and Bai Wu returned to the camp. As soon as they reached the entrance, Jiang Ming noticed something was wrong. There were numerous corpses of mutated creatures and humans on the outskirts. Most of the mutated creatures were giant rats. The surrounding buildings and the ground bore clear signs of battle. Evidently, the camp had been attacked by mutated creatures during the day and in considerable numbers. As Jiang Ming's car appeared at the intersection, a soldier quickly ran over and stopped them, informing Jiang Ming that Chu Yan was looking for him. The soldier's expression was urgent. Sensing something was wrong, Jiang Ming told Bai Wu to speed up. The car turned into the square, but as soon as they rounded the corner, Jiang Ming saw a sight that made his heart skip a beat. In the space that had been the front plaza of the mall, the tightly pitched tents were all gone, replaced by a deep bottomless pit. This pit did not look like it had been caused by a natural collapse. There were clear signs of digging on the walls, as if something had clawed it out with its bare hands. This pit was larger than any Jiang Ming had seen that day, even bigger than the one in the underground parking garage. The moment he saw it, Jiang Ming could roughly guess what had happened here. Without time for a closer look, the car drove around the pit to the mall's main entrance. The defensive fortifications here were in a sorry state, destroyed beyond recognition. Corpses lay everywhere, both mutated creatures and humans. All one could do was be grateful that those who had chosen to go out scavenging for supplies today, though facing danger outside, had at least avoided the fate of those who had fallen into the deep pit on the front plaza, dying without a trace. The soldiers on guard at the entrance had received their orders earlier and let Jiang Ming and Bai Wu pass directly. Jiang Ming led Bai Wu directly upstairs to the office. Along the way, Jiang Ming surveyed the surroundings. It seemed the mutant creature's assault wasn't too fierce, as they hadn't managed to break into the mall. Upon arriving at the office, Chu Yan was already waiting for him, along with several other officers who were in the midst of a meeting. Seeing Jiang Ming, Chu Yan quickly beckoned him in and asked with grave seriousness, Jiang Ming, is what you said yesterday about a massive wave of mutant creatures sweeping through Qingyang City in the next few days actually true? Chu Yan had initially thought Jiang Ming's words were merely a deterrent against potential troublemakers. Yet at noon today, the ground in the front square suddenly collapsed, revealing a bottomless pit that swallowed hundreds of people in the blink of an eye. Rescue efforts were impossible, for a torrent of mutant creatures surged out from the pit immediately after. The entire camp descended into chaos. Only by leveraging their firepower advantage and the lethal weapons acquired from the mysterious merchant did they manage to annihilate the creatures that had burst forth. Realizing the severity of the situation, Chu Yan convened an emergency meeting to expedite their departure from Qingyang City. He also dispatched men to find Jiang Ming, needing to ascertain the truth of his claims. Jiang Ming understood this and confessed, what I said yesterday was a lie meant to intimidate those people. Today's events took me by surprise as well. Furthermore, I made other discoveries in Qingyang City today. Jiang Ming immediately informed them of the multiple cave entrances he had found in Qingyang City, stating plainly that these holes were clearly dug by mutant creatures. The collapse of the front square was no accident. The ground beneath must have been hollowed out by them long ago. In short, Qingyang City is far from as calm as it appears on the surface. We must prepare to evacuate as soon as possible. Jiang Ming spoke earnestly, never expecting his words to become such a grim prophecy. Yet what concerned him more was that the mutant creatures wouldn't dig these tunnels without reason. Regardless of why they were digging so many holes, once their density reached a critical point, it would mean the entire underground of Qingyang City had been completely hollowed out. At that point, an entire city could truly vanish into thin air. The collapse of the front square today, swallowed into the pit, was a grim omen. The thought alone made Jiang Ming tense up. He had initially planned to assist Chu Yan further and solidify his own power base in Qingyang City. But now it seemed time was running out. He had to leave this cursed place immediately. Who knew when this place might suddenly cave in, leaving them with no recourse but to meet an unknown death? Battalion Commander, if this is true, we must make preparations now. Yes, Battalion Commander. If the ground beneath Qingyang City has truly been hollowed out by those mutants, well, all be buried here. Battalion Commander, we need to evacuate immediately. According to the original plan from higher command, we should have rendezvoused with other units at Jinglin City before August 15th. We can't delay any longer. Chu Yan's brow was furrowed with worry. He understood the need for a swift departure, but countless survivors in Qingyang City still awaited their rescue. If they simply abandoned the city, death would be the only fate awaiting those left behind. After a moment of deep thought, Chu Yin commanded issue my order everyone is to rescue as many survivors in Qingyang City as possible within 3 days. After 3 days we evacuate Qingyang City. Yes, sir. The officers present received the order and immediately went to make arrangements. Time was critical. Besides rescuing survivors, they needed to stockpile ample supplies of materials, food, water, and medicine. After leaving Chu Yan's office, Jiang Ming stood silently before the massive pit in the front square, gazing into its unfathomable depths, lost in thought. What are you planning? Bai Wu seemed to guess Jiang Ming's intention and warned him, telling you don't do anything reckless. No one knows what's down there. Going in blindly would be a one-way trip. Jiang Ming snapped back to reality and said, I know. I'm not that foolish. Let's go, time to rest. Lying in the car, Jiang Ming cast a sidelong glance at the pit just over 10 meters away and fell into deep contemplation. At that moment, a piece of gossip he had heard in his past life suddenly came to mind. It was called gossip because it defied logic and reality, often serving as idle chatter over tea. The tale was about a place in the Huaxia nation where mutant creatures had established an underground kingdom. The denizens of this kingdom were mostly composed of former rodents like moles. Unlike other mutant creatures, those in the underground kingdom weren't particularly aggressive. On the contrary, they barred all outsiders, whether human or mutant, from entering their nation. They had established their own trade, military, currency, and culture, truly existing like a nation beneath the earth. Of course, all this was dismissed as a joke. In the common understanding of the time, no mutant creature refrained from attacking humans. They seemed to exist solely to destroy humanity. Even in his past life, a powerful being like the purple gold beast had only managed to carve out a territory to rule. The idea of mutant creatures forming a nation with its own culture, trade, and military was sheer fantasy. This story was known to nearly every survivor in the apocalypse, but no one believed it, except for the one who first told it. He swore it was all true. He claimed to have stumbled into the underground kingdom while being chased by mutant creatures. Because the kingdom was so hostile to outsiders, he was expelled after only a day. Yet despite his fervent explanations, no one believed him. They dismissed him as a madman. Since the mutant creature that had been chasing him was a mist rose capable of emitting hallucinogenic pollen, everyone assumed his mind had been addled. Even Jiang Ming hadn't believed it in his past life. But seeing the pits appearing in Qingyang City as if the entire underground was being hollowed out, he couldn't help but recall this story. If it were all true, then the beings lurking beneath the earth might be more than current humanity could handle. For a mere month into the apocalypse, to have the awareness and capability to establish an underground kingdom, setting aside other factors, their level and power would grant them absolute authority. Otherwise, they couldn't command so many mutant creatures to dig tunnels. Their evolutionary level must be at least that of a golden beast. Looking at the vast expanse of Qingyang City, now riddled with pits, even if every mutant creature in the city dug day and night, it couldn't be completed in a short time. The leader of the mutant creatures underground was certainly no pushover. Others might think this was merely a disaster orchestrated by the mutant creatures, necessitating a swift evacuation. But these were only surface appearances. The entity underground was playing a grand game, aiming to establish a state within a state on the soil of Huaxia, one populated entirely by mutant creatures. Jiang Ming spent a sleepless night pondering and calculating endlessly. But without seeing the truth with his own eyes, all his conjectures and calculations yielded nothing. Early the next morning, Jiang Ming got up and rolled the luck dice, getting a 5. After imprinting it on his palm, he asked Bai Wu to stay and help Chu Yan. He then drove alone to where Qiu Haoyang was stationed. He hadn't received any new missions yesterday, but today these NPCs were preparing to descend into the pits. Jiang Ming saw this as an opportunity. Mission or not, he had to try to go down with them to get a clearer picture. Arriving at Qiu Haoyang's location, he saw the NPCs preparing their gear to descend into the pit. Jiang Ming hurried over and said, Squad Leader Qiu, I've rested well. I request permission to join them in investigating the pit. Qiu Haoyang gave Jiang Ming a careful look and nodded. Since you've recovered and are volunteering very well, you may join our men in the pit investigation. But remember, do not act alone. Stay close to our soldiers. Everything below is unknown and they will ensure your safety. Accept mission, investigate the pit, yes, no. Mission requirement, follow the soldiers into the pit to investigate the internal conditions. Everything below is unknown. Stay close to the soldiers and they will protect your safety. Upon completing the mission, you will receive generous rewards. Reading the mission requirements, Jiang Ming's expression turned grave. Both NPC Qiu Haoyang and the mission prompt had twice warned him to stay close to the NPC soldiers. It seemed the danger below was considerable. Yet Jiang Ming felt no fear. He stepped forward, donned his protective gear and equipment, grasped the climbing rope, and began descending bit by bit following the soldiers. The searchlight atop his head blazed to life, illuminating the pitch-black surroundings. He could only make out the wall beneath his feet and a few nearby figures. Everything else was shrouded in darkness. In such an environment, the psychological pressure was immense. At any moment, danger could spring forth from some unknown place. Thus they descended step by step, meter by meter. None knew how deep the abyss was nor how far they had fallen. The opening above shrank to the size of a wash basin, yet the bottom remained elusive. The surrounding humidity grew heavier, with beads of moisture condensing on their bodies. Jiang Ming slowed his breathing, his nerves taut, ever vigilant against any peril that might suddenly emerge. As they descended, the oxygen grew thinner, forcing their breaths to quicken involuntarily. After another drop of roughly 20 meters, the lowest soldier's foot met the cold ground with a faint sound. All searchlights converged downward as one. Below was no longer an endless abyss, but solid ground. Everyone hastened their pace, landing one after another. Looking up from here, the original opening was now but a speck of light. They had descended roughly 100 meters, the height of over 30 stories. Jiang Ming followed the NPC soldiers back to back, sweeping their searchlights left and right. They discovered that the rock wall they had just descended within the lowest 10 meters was riddled with holes of various sizes leading to unknown destinations. With limited manpower and no knowledge of the underground conditions, the 10 soldiers plus Jiang Ming, 11 in total, decided to move together. With so many openings and no basis to judge safety, they chose a larger hole ahead to enter. This opening allowed 2 people to walk side by side and stand upright. If anything happened, there would be enough space to retreat and maneuver. The 11 entered the cave, advancing cautiously. They adjusted the angle of their searchlights to illuminate the ceiling and walls ahead, ensuring they could see the path without attracting mutated creatures. This passage was far from easy to traverse. Not only did it twist and turn like a roller coaster, rising and falling unpredictably, but after several dozen meters, a fork appeared. To be safe, they marked the intersection and chose the right path to continue. Throughout the journey, everyone remained vigilant, their expressions tense, constantly monitoring their surroundings in every direction. After advancing another 200 meters, Jiang Ming and the others had passed 3 forks. The underground was excavated into a labyrinthine maze, twisting and turning with extreme complexity. Fortunately, they had marked their trail all along, or they would have easily become lost, unable to find their way and doomed to wait for death. Suddenly, the squeaking of a rodent echoed from the corner ahead. The lead soldier immediately covered his searchlight, leaving only a faint glow seeping through his fingers. He signaled the others to prepare for battle. The other NPC soldiers, including Jiang Ming, tightened their grips on their weapons, ready to fight. They had brought guns, but in this situation, quieter, cold weapons were preferable. A single gunshot would turn these winding tunnels into natural megaphones, broadcasting the sound everywhere and drowning them in a tide of mutated creatures. The 11 pressed against the tunnel walls, their eyes fixed on the corner, their daggers poised to strike. The moment the creature appeared, they would deliver a lethal blow. As the sound drew closer, everyone's concentration peaked. The next moment, a mutated rat as thick as a grown man's arm emerged from the corner. In that instant, the 2 soldiers nearest the opening struck their daggers, plunging precisely into the rat's throat and brain. It died instantly, without creating more noise to attract other mutated creatures. Admittedly, these NPCs were far more professional than human survivors. Their actions and movements were like templates for human survivors to learn from. After killing the mutated rat, a foul, rancid stench filled the tunnel. An NPC soldier took deodorizing powder from his pack, sprinkled it over the rat to mask the smell, and then reapplied a layer to each person. Before descending, everyone had been coated with deodorizing powder, so mutated creatures wouldn't actively approach them or detect the scent of humans. The deodorizing powder's effectiveness and duration were limited. The mutated rat's corpse would eventually be discovered, but they still needed to press deeper into the investigation. This underground area couldn't consist entirely of tunnels. There must be larger spaces for these mutated creatures to move about. They had to find that place. As they delved deeper, they encountered more and more mutated creatures. They avoided them when possible, and when avoidance was impossible, they killed them and masked the scent with deodorizing powder. Jiang Ming followed the soldiers, advancing bit by bit. Unbeknownst to them, they had been underground for over 3 hours. Yet, even so, they continued to traverse tunnel after tunnel. What astonished them was that despite passing through so many tunnels, none were the same. This showed just how vast the underground space had been excavated. Suddenly, they heard a cacophony of faint, chaotic noises ahead. Everyone exchanged glances, their faces lighting up with joy. This meant they were drawing closer to their destination. Following the sound, they quickened their pace. After another 10+ minutes of winding through tunnels, the end of the passage came into view, accompanied by a burst of light and noise that amplified exponentially. As one, they halted, crouching low and pressing forward, keeping themselves hidden in the tunnel's darkness. By the light spilling from the opening, Jiang Ming witnessed a sight that stunned him. Outside was an open space of 1,000 square meters. It resembled more a lair than a clearing, teeming with countless mutated creatures writhing and swarming. A dense, horrifying spectacle. What caught Jiang Ming's attention wasn't this, but the apex of the lair. There at the ceiling hung a massive orb of light, pulsing with fluctuating brilliance. It was this orb that illuminated the entire underground nest. The orb's exterior was transparent, yet it didn't seem to be glass or plastic, more like some kind of metal. Inside, a mass of light glowed incessantly. Jiang Ming didn't recognize the orb, but it felt as if it had always been there, deeply embedded in the rock, with the surrounding stone completely encasing it. It must have been there for many years. He also noticed that aside from the countless tunnels, the lair beneath the orb appeared naturally formed with no signs of excavation. These bizarre phenomena puzzled him. How could such a thing exist beneath Qingyang City? The orb didn't seem natural, but rather like some technological artifact, yet it had been embedded in the rock for decades. Even in the 15 years of the apocalypse in his past life, Jiang Ming had never heard of such an object, let alone any country possessing such technological prowess decades ago. Aside from its illuminating effect, the orb had no other peculiar features. The NPC soldiers accompanying him recorded what they saw and then ordered, "Mission accomplished. Retreat." Their task was to investigate the underground. Now they had essentially figured out why Qingyang City was riddled with holes. These mutated creatures had dug them all. With so many rodent-like mutated creatures gathered, the speed of their excavation was unimaginable. But Jiang Ming felt things weren't so simple. For one, such a massive congregation of rodents was highly abnormal. Why had they dug so many tunnels? And what was that orb doing here? These were all questions. However, NPCs were just NPCs. They wouldn't trigger or contemplate such matters. After recording everything, they turned and withdrew. Despite being filled with doubts, Jiang Chun had no choice but to retreat with the NPC soldiers, for this was deep underground, a perilous domain teeming with mutated creatures rife with danger at every turn and further compelled by the mission's directives. Before departing, Jiang Chun cast a profound glance at the orb of light. Following the marked route, they began retracing their steps, but as they proceeded, an unsettling anomaly became apparent. By normal walking time, they should have reached the intersection marked with a triangle 15 minutes ago, yet they now stood at a circle, a sign they had drawn after half an hour of travel. An NPC soldier said, "Follow the marks." Everyone knew they might be lost, but no one voiced it, for they understood all too well the consequences of losing their way in this labyrinthine underworld. The sole silver lining was that every path they traversed bore their marks. Optimistically, perhaps they had merely misremembered the sequence of these markers. Clinging to this self-soothing notion, Jiang Chun and the others pressed on, following the marks through one cavern mouth after another, yet, with each step their hearts sank deeper. The order of the cavern marks had become utterly chaotic, deviating entirely from the route they had taken. Hours had passed, and by all logic they should have neared the entrance, yet they remained trapped in the tunnels with no sign of escape. "Captain." Halting before a marked cavern, a soldier spoke. "This path leads nowhere. Why not dig our own way out?" At 100 meters depth, a zape tunnel upward would take only hours to break through. These NPC soldiers possessed remarkable discipline and awareness, still striving to find a way out despite the dire circumstances. The soldier captain nodded, carving a new mark on the ground with a stone. He then found an intact rock face, inspected it with a few knocks, and traced several points upon it. "No explosives for demolition. It will attract the mutants. Move quietly. For stand guard, the rest dig. We must break out before nightfall." "Yes, sir." All seven, including Jiang Chun, brought out their tools and began excavating the wall. Despite their efforts to muffle the noise, the clang and clatter of implements striking stone echoed through the tunnels. The NPC captain ordered, "Plant explosives at every cavern mouth. If any mutants approach, shoot them on sight. Be ready to detonate at a moment's notice." "Yes, sir." The soldiers on guard immediately set about placing the explosives, a final gamble to dig their way out rather than navigate the tunnels. Installing explosives in such an intricate network of tunnels was a delicate task. A single misstep could collapse the entire labyrinth, burying them all alive instead of securing their escape. As the digging progressed, a cacophony of chittering and squeaking from rodent-like creatures arose from every tunnel. Tension seized everyone in an instant. Abandoning all pretense of stealth, they redoubled their efforts, the rhythmic clatter of tools growing louder. The wall yielded visibly, a hole forming as they dug upward in its pattern, piling mounds of earth and rock behind them. A barrage of gunfire erupted behind them. Mutants had breached their tunnel. Now that their presence was fully exposed to the mutants, every second counted to tunnel through and escape alive. Gritting his teeth, Jiang Chun swung his pickaxe, relentlessly driving upward. Suddenly, a single strike met no resistance. The earth gave way. The soil and rock collapsed, revealing another tunnel. This subterranean world was a maze of intersecting passages, and Jiang Chun had breached directly into one. Without hesitation, Jiang Chun resolved to break through completely and scramble up, shouting downward, "Hurry, get up here." The soldiers below followed swiftly, while those guarding the rear charged up as well, yelling, "Take cover." With a series of thunderous roars, the ground trembled and debris flew as the entrance below collapsed entirely. The NPC captain scanned the surroundings and barked, "Quick, don't stop. Set charges and keep digging. They're faster than us. Don't listen. Set explosives on the walls and continue digging. They dig faster than we do." Breaking into another tunnel was no boon. They now faced an even greater network of passages. These tunnels offered no escape and would only funnel more mutants toward them. Moreover, the mutants excavated at a swifter pace. They had to press on upward without delay. Almost without pause, Jiang Chun and the NPC soldiers resumed their digging along the planned route. Yet with the first swing of the pickaxe, the ceiling above them fractured into a sprawling web of cracks. "Fall back. Now," the captain shouted, and the group scrambled into the surrounding tunnels for cover. The moment they dove into shelter, the ceiling collapsed, entirely burying the spot they had just occupied. In an instant, the 11 of them were separated into different tunnels, each passage swarming with approaching mutants. Their path to survival had become a dead end. The way forward was utterly blocked, while behind them a tide of mutants surged forward relentlessly. To make matters worse, Jiang Chun found himself alone in a tunnel with no NPC soldiers to rely on, only his own wits and strength. Jiang Chun drew his Spider King battle axe, his expression grim. To survive, he had to find a way into a clear tunnel, the only chance to escape. The plan was clear, but execution bordered on certain death. The number of mutants in the tunnel ahead was unknown. Even if he could use the passage to bottleneck them, an overwhelming horde would still drown him. With a sharp squeal, the first mutant, a mutated hamster, burst around the corner. Jiang Chun charged forward and cleaved it in two with a single swing, then yanked the pin from a grenade and lobbed two into the bend. Two thunderous blasts sent the mangled remains of countless mutants flying, accompanied by a thick, rancid stench. He could only use grenades once more. Another blast would collapse the tunnel entirely, sealing both ends and cutting off his escape for good. His digging speed was far inferior to that of the endless horde. Even if he collapsed the tunnel ahead, he would have no time to dig free, and the collapse might bury him alive. With his life hanging by a thread, Jiang Chun had to fight with reckless abandon. With a fierce roar, he charged around the corner, his Spider King battle axe whirling with deadly precision. None of the mutants that lunged at him could withstand his onslaught. Yet Jiang Chun could only hold them at bay, unable to advance an inch, let alone escape into another tunnel. The mutants seemed endless. Even as he cut them down in the narrow passage, the press of bodies remained impenetrable. But his stamina was draining with every moment, and in this war of attrition, he would eventually collapse. Damn it, go all out, Jiang Chun bellowed, unleashing every skill at his disposal. He forced back the mutants before him, hurled two grenades, and swung his axe at the rock ceiling above. With the explosion, the ceiling caved in, sealing off his only path forward completely. Seeing the cracks spreading across the ceiling above, Jiang Chun swiftly hacked a niche into the wall beside him, just large enough to shelter himself, and slipped inside. The moment he stepped into the recess, the ceiling above collapsed, trapping him in an even smaller space. While the skill's effect still lingered, Jiang Chun swung the Spider King war axe within a small range, gradually expanding the stone wall ahead, attempting to carve out a new tunnel forward. Jiang Chun now only hoped that there was another tunnel on the other side that he could directly dig through. Otherwise, once the mutated creatures behind him dug up, he would truly be exhausted to death here. Jiang Chun moved his wrist at high frequency, accelerating the digging speed. The space before him gradually expanded, and the digging pace grew faster and faster. However, after digging for a short while, Jiang Chun's skill duration expired. Although he continued digging at full speed, the pace could not match the state when the skill was fully activated. The Spider King war axe had been thoroughly repurposed by Jiang Chun as a digging tool. Yet this time he seemed to have chosen the wrong route. After digging for some time, the stone wall still loomed ahead, but the collapsed area behind him had begun to loosen, and the mutated creatures were about to dig up. Damn! Jiang Chun roared, delivering a full-force strike with the axe. With a crashing sound of falling rubble, the stone wall ahead was finally breached. Feeling a sudden turn of fortune, Jiang Chun swiftly cleaved open the gap, climbed through, and tossed two grenades behind him to completely seal the opening. But the next moment, a chill ran down Jiang Chun's spine, sending a cold shiver straight to his crown, freezing his body stiff as wood. His neck stiffly lifted, and above him loomed a massive mutated weasel, its head and tail beyond sight. Its crimson eyes glared greedily at Jiang Chun, saliva dripping to the ground, with a sizzling sound revealing its intense corrosiveness. Jiang Chun used his inside eye on the creature, only to receive a string of question marks. The strength of this mutated weasel far exceeded his observation range, and he could not even detect any weak points. Since his rebirth, the fear of death once again shrouded over Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun's mind raced through countless thoughts, but in this environment, all experience and strength seemed insignificant. Every outcome pointed to one direction: death. The mutated weasel gave Jiang Chun little time to react. It thrust its head larger than a truck tire directly toward him, opening its maw to swallow him whole. Knowing he was cornered, Jiang Chun let out a furious roar, raised the Spider King war axe, and struck with a desperate blow. Before him, the massive head of the mutated weasel kept enlarging, and darkness engulfed his vision. Suddenly, a blinding light as bright as day pierced into Jiang Chun's eyes, striking his mind like an electric shock. After a convulsion, the scene before him shifted. When the image cleared again, everything around him had changed. The dirt and stone walls, the countless tunnel entrances, everything looked both familiar and strange. Jiang Chun still tilted his head upward, but above him was no longer the giant head and gaping maw of the mutated weasel, but the shimmering light orb from the lair. Jiang Chun now stood on a stone beneath the orb, surrounded by mutated creatures on all sides. Feeling a wave of mental disorientation, Jiang Chun bit his tongue with sheer willpower. The pain and taste of blood jolted him back to full consciousness. He glanced around. Everything that had just happened felt like a dream, yet so real that cold sweat still drenched his back. He had no idea when he had run from the hidden observation hole to this place. The only explanation was that he had fallen prey to something hallucinogenic. Everything just now was an illusion, and its hallucinogenic power was formidable. If not for the sudden burst of light that pierced his mind, Jiang Chun might have died within the illusion. In his past life, there was a force both mysterious and terrifying: spiritual power. As he had just experienced, it could unknowingly trap someone in an illusion, separating consciousness from the body, making it effortless to kill. Jiang Chun understood this, but he believed that a spiritual power strong enough to kill could not exist at the dawn of the apocalypse. Hence, in his attribute allocation, he had never invested in spirit points. The higher the spirit stat, the stronger the spiritual power, and the greater the resistance to spiritual attacks. But now it seemed Jiang Chun had been mistaken. Even at the start of the apocalypse, there were too many unknown dangers. His usual caution had nearly led to a disastrous oversight, and alarm bells rang in his heart. Yet regret was useless now, finding a way out was the top priority. He now stood beneath the light orb surrounded by dense mutated creatures, yet they seemed unable to see or smell him. The most fatal issue was that Jiang Chun could not find the tunnel he had come from. Having fallen into the illusion, he had no idea how he had arrived. The entire lair was riddled with countless tunnels. Even if he could narrow down a small area based on memory, he dared not risk charging in. Since the mutated creatures had not attacked him, yet he was temporarily safe. But if he recklessly darted into a tunnel, it would incite all the creatures to pursue him, just as in the illusion. Moreover, within the tunnels his speed was no match for these creatures. Without certainty about the correct return path, charging in would be a gamble. Good luck might lead to an exit, but bad luck would trap him in a maze equally leading to death. Jiang Chun did not know how long he had been trapped in the illusion, nor where the NPC soldiers had gone. Their mission, like his, was to investigate the pit. And since he was not part of their NPC system, those soldiers might have completed their task and left. Now if Jiang Chun wanted to survive, he had to rely solely on himself. After scanning the surroundings, Jiang Chun frowned deeply. Every plan and calculation pointed to failure and death. There seemed no way to escape. Damn it! Jiang Chun's face darkened. He closed his eyes to calm himself, then looked up at the light orb above. In this entire lair, the most anomalous thing was this orb. How could such a technological object appear here? And it looked like it had been here for years. Moreover, its light had pulled him out of the illusion just now. With a mindset of trying anything, Jiang Chun pondered for a moment, then extended his hand to touch the orb that hung just above his head. The closer he got, the more he felt a warmth, neither painful nor burning, gentle like the sun. As his hand approached, the orb showed no special change until his palm touched it. The moment Jiang Chun's palm made contact, the orb stopped flickering and burst into brilliant light. Instantly, the mutated creatures in the lair scurried away in panic, diving into various tunnels, vanishing within moments. What the hell? Jiang Chun blinked in astonishment, looking up at the orb. It seemed this thing could also repel mutated creatures. Just as he was about to withdraw his hand, he suddenly found it stuck as if glued to the orb, which now exerted a suction force like a vacuum. Sensing trouble, Jiang Chun struggled with all his might to pull his hand free, but no matter how he strained, even bracing his feet against the wall, it was futile. The suction grew stronger. Jiang Chun felt his arm might be ruined. With a grim resolve, he raised the Spider King war axe with his other hand, ready to chop off his left arm. But the next moment, the suction force suddenly increased 100-fold. Jiang Chun stumbled and was directly pulled into the orb. The living man who had stood there vanished in the blink of an eye. After his disappearance, the orb flickered rapidly for a while, then went completely dark, as if drained of energy. Jiang Chun felt as if he were being spun in a dizzying whirlwind, tossed around like in a washing machine, his body nearly torn apart. Under such conditions, his mind was a blur, unable to think. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted. On by was side, night had fallen, and the sun had already set, yet Jiang Ming had not returned. For some reason, Bai Wu felt that something was about to go wrong. Chu Yan had decided to evacuate tonight and relocate to another camp. This pit was a constant threat, as mutated creatures could swarm out at any moment. Before the evacuation, Jiang Ming still hadn't returned. Left with no choice, Bai Wu used spray paint to leave a message on the ground, ensuring Jiang Ming would see it at a glance when he came back. After an unknown amount of time, Jiang Ming's consciousness gradually returned. He woke up groggily, feeling a buzzing in his ears, a splitting headache, and a profound weakness throughout his body. His mind was a jumbled mess, a chaotic blend of memories that made him nauseous. Jiang Ming forced his eyes open, but everything was blurry and indistinct. His vision had not yet recovered. After a moment, the tinnitus subsided, and he heard urgent shouts. Teacher Zhou, come quick. That person is awake." Then after a flurry of hurried footsteps, Jiang Ming saw a blurry figure approach him. Though he couldn't make out the face, the silhouette suggested it was a woman. A cool, soft, and delicate hand touched Jiang Ming's forehead. A voice as clear and melodious as an oriole sighed in relief and said, "Good, no fever." Then Jiang Ming felt her lift his eyelid. A beam of strong light shone into his eye, but since he couldn't see clearly, it didn't feel harsh. Teacher Zhou examined both of Jiang Ming's eyes and sighed. She leaned close to his ear and asked, "Can you hear me?" Jiang Ming tried to answer, but the moment he exerted his throat, a tearing pain shot through it. He couldn't even produce the most basic sound. After several attempts, he tasted blood in his throat and closed his eyes, giving up. Seeing Jiang Ming like this, Teacher Zhou stood up and sighed. "Gao Chongguan booping, he's blind, deaf, and mute. Take care of him. He'll go get some food and water from Director Liu. Teacher Zhou will go with you." Gao Chong, true to his name, was a tall and sturdy 17 or 18-year-old high school student standing nearly 1.8 meters tall, more robust than many adults. Gao Chong said, "Last time Director Liu was handsy with you. If you go to him for food and water, he'll definitely make things difficult." Zhou forced a faint smile and said, "It's fine. Director Liu was just joking with me. Wait here, I'll be right back. Just take care of that person." Watching Zhou Ya's retreating figure, Gao Chong clenched his teeth with worry. He said to the bespectacled and seemingly gentle Guan Booping, "He'll go with Teacher Zhou. You take care of him." Guan Booping adjusted his glasses and nodded. "Go ahead. I've got it covered here." As the footsteps faded away, Jiang Ming's consciousness cleared enough for him to think normally. Relying on his understanding of his own body, he closed his eyes to assess his physical condition. 3 broken ribs, a fractured left shin, a fractured right kneecap, both arms broken from the shoulders down, and immobile, and various internal and external injuries throughout his body. There wasn't a single intact part. Fortunately, these people had basic medical knowledge and had used wooden sticks to splint his broken limbs. Otherwise, it would have taken ages for Jiang Ming to heal on his own. Jiang Ming closed his eyes and thought quietly. What had happened? After touching that orb of light, he had been sucked into it. Now he couldn't see or speak, and he didn't know where he was. But from the conversation of those people, he deduced they were teachers and students, which meant this was likely a school. If this was a school, how had he ended up here? Could that orb be something like a teleportation device? In his past life, the human living environment had been extremely harsh. Transporting supplies and weapons alone consumed vast amounts of manpower and resources, until someone brought back a magical technology from the divine demon continent. By combining manufacturing techniques with magic, they could build teleportation arrays. Through the bridges established between arrays, one could travel from one place to another in a short time. But Jiang Ming had seen and used such teleportation arrays. They were nothing like that orb. Yet based on the current situation, that orb had indeed transported him from deep underground. However, this kind of teleportation was extremely dangerous and lethal. Even with Jiang Ming's powerful physique, he had ended up in this state. Had it been an ordinary person, they would have been torn to pieces. Jiang Ming frowned slightly. He desperately needed to know where he was and how long he had been unconscious. The danger in Qingyang City was far beyond imagination. He had to warn Chu Yin to leave there as soon as possible. But now he was like a severe cripple, unable to do anything. His mind could still think and his ears could still hear, but he couldn't move a muscle. What's wrong? Are you in pain? Seeing Jiang Ming frown, Guan Buping approached and asked. But Jiang Ming couldn't speak or move, so he couldn't answer. Guan Buping licked his chapped lips and said, "This is a bit of water I managed to save. He'll share some with you." Then Jiang Ming felt the rim of a bottle touch his lips. A little water already carrying a faint odor flowed out, moistening his lips. Indeed, Jiang Ming's throat felt as if it were burning with dryness. That bit of water trickled through his teeth across his tongue and down his throat, alleviating some of his discomfort. After feeding Jiang Ming the water, Guan Buping hid the bottle close to his body, leaned against the wall, and muttered to himself, "I don't know what Teacher Zhou was thinking bringing you back like this. We don't even know if you're good or bad, and you're so badly injured. Our food and water are running low, and you're deaf-mute and blind, unable to help. I wonder how Teacher Zhou is doing going to that lecherous Director Lu for food and water, even with Gao Chong following." Guan Buping was clearly agitated, grumbling, and hoping Teacher Zhou and Gao Chong would return soon. Jiang Ming listened carefully, trying to glean and understand things from his words. But after Guan Buping's long ramble, there wasn't much useful information, though he did manage to talk Teacher Zhou and Gao Chong back. Seeing Teacher Zhou and Gao Chong, Guan Buping quickly stood up and went to meet them. Seeing the two return empty-handed with Gao Chong covered in dust and a bruise on his face, Guan Buping asked worriedly, "Teacher Zhou, Gao Chong, what happened? Did Director Liu's lackeys beat you?" Gao Chong spat on the ground and said angrily, "I knew that bastard Liu had no good intentions. The things he said. If it weren't for his gang being there, I would have knocked his teeth out." Although Director Liu's disgusting attitude and despicable behavior infuriated Gao Chong, Liu had many flunkies around him. No matter how tall and strong Gao Chong was, he couldn't win against so many. "All right, Gao Chong, stop it." Teacher Zhou tried to calm them down, but her own eyes were clearly red. "We've already collected our food and water for today. It's not appropriate to ask for more. Just bear with it. They'll go to Director Liu first thing tomorrow morning." Guan Buping let out a disappointed "oh" and tightened his grip on the water bottle. "Teacher Zhou, Gao Chong, come in and rest. If you conserve your energy, you won't feel as hungry." Jiang Ming listened quietly to all of this, lying still on the makeshift bed made of desks, struggling to regain his voice and vision. His body was in terrible shape. It was a miracle he had survived it all. Recovery would not happen overnight. The classroom was very quiet, so quiet that he could hear the breathing of the few people. Unable to do anything in this state, Jiang Ming slowly drifted back to sleep. When his consciousness returned, Jiang Ming opened his eyes and found that his vision had improved significantly. He could now make out people and objects, though he still had to squint like a nearsighted person to see clearly. A tingling sensation spread through his body. To have such results overnight without any medical treatment showed the remarkable regenerative power of Jiang Ming's body. Jiang Ming's throat rolled as he tried to speak, but only monosyllabic sounds escaped his lips. Still, it was enough to communicate a little with those people. With great difficulty, he turned his head, squinting as his gaze swept the surroundings. As he had guessed, he was at school, lying in a classroom. Yet he saw no sign of Teacher Zhou or her two students. Judging by the sun outside, it must be around noon. Where could they have gone at this hour? Only his head could move with any ease. Jiang Ming turned to survey the room. It was an ordinary classroom, nothing remarkable. Lying on the floor, he couldn't tell which floor he was on. But he spotted his Spider King battle axe leaning against a wall nearby and felt relieved it hadn't been lost. He lay there for a while. Before long, a clamor arose from the corridor outside. Jiang Ming closed his eyes, feigning sleep, while straining to catch their words. "Teacher Zhou, that Liu is going too far. Yesterday we still had 2 compressed biscuits and a bottle of water. Today, it's just 1 biscuit and half a bottle. How can 4 people share that?" Gao Chong said angrily. Exactly, Teacher Zhou, Guan Buping chimed in indignantly. We took back so many supplies that day, enough to last us for ages. They're clearly hoarding it for themselves, saying supplies are short. Who do they think they're fooling? Don't rush, Zhou sighed. They'll go ask other teachers later if they can spare us some food. Don't bother, Teacher Zhou, Gao Chong fumed. Ma Tingting from the class next door told me that Lu has already tipped off the other teachers. If anyone gives us food or water, they'll get the same treatment as us. Right, Teacher Zhou, Guan Buping added. What do we do now? The three of us barely scrape by with this little, but with one more person, it's not even enough for one mouthful each. Don't worry, Zhou said, pressing her lips together. They'll find a way to get food. Let's go inside. Footsteps followed as she and her two students entered the classroom. Jiang Ming squinted at them. The tall, burly one with a face full of anger must be Gao Chong. The bespectacled, worried-looking, more bookish one was likely Guan Buping. Both had youthful faces around 17 or 18. Beside them stood a tall, slender beauty with willow leaf eyebrows, almond-shaped eyes, a slightly arched nose, and delicate features. Their teacher Zhou. She appeared to be in her early 20s, fresh out of college. After sizing them up, Jiang Ming closed his eyes again, pretending to sleep. Unable to do anything, he figured it best to avoid drawing attention, letting them think he was deaf, mute, and blind. Once they were back, Zhou divided a compressed biscuit into 3 portions, giving one each to Gao Chong and Guan Buping. She then broke her own portion in half, dividing the water equally as well. Teacher Zhou, Guan Buping couldn't help saying, his lips pressed tight. We barely have enough for ourselves. That man might not even survive. Why waste it on him? Zhou shook her head. If I can help, I'll save anyone I can. They're all lives. Seeing her insistence, Guan Buping lowered his head, nibbling slowly on his small piece of biscuit. Jiang Ming felt a pang of emotion at her words. In the apocalypse, the strong prey on the weak, and self-interest often dictates survival. People like Zhou were nearly non-existent, and if they did exist, they rarely lasted long. Those who cherish life are like white lotuses in the mud. Either they bloom briefly or wither, swallowed by the filth. Jiang Ming was grateful she had saved him, but such a soft and kind soul would struggle to survive in this harsh world. Yet without her, he would surely be dead now. Regardless, Zhou had saved him, and he would find a way to repay the debt of life. Zhou poured some water into her cup, dropped a small piece of biscuit in to soften it, then approached Jiang Ming. Using a small spoon, she fed the mushed biscuit into his mouth bit by bit. The taste of compressed biscuit soaked in water was sticky and dry, but for Jiang Ming, who had been starving for so long, replenishing his energy was all that mattered. The biscuit paste wasn't much, but it staved off hunger for a while. Jiang Ming opened his eyes, looking at them, and mustering a bit of strength, let out a hoarse sound from his throat. Zhou and her two students had just finished eating and were resting. At the sound, they looked up simultaneously at Jiang Ming. Zhou approached him curiously, noticing his eyes were bright and alert, a stark contrast to the dullness of yesterday. Surprised, she asked, you can see and hear. Jiang Ming blinked in response, then darted his eyes repeatedly toward his left wrist. Zhou followed his gaze. Are you trying to tell me something? Jiang Ming blinked again, repeating the motion. Gao Chong and Guan Buping also came over, looking at his left wrist. What's he trying to say? There's nothing on his left wrist. The identity card on Jiang Ming's left wrist contained galactic coins. If they could move his hands together, he could retrieve them, and Zhou could use the coins to trade for food and water. But with only his eyes, it seemed impossible to convey. Jiang Ming kept glancing, and the three of them guessed for ages, but they never figured out his meaning. Since you can see, hear, and make sounds, just rest well. We'll talk when you've recovered. After hours of guessing, all four were exhausted. Zhou shook her head and sat back to rest. Guan Buping lowered his head in shame, whispering, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say that. Yesterday, thinking Jiang Ming couldn't hear, he had said many unkind things. But Jiang Ming could tell he had a good heart. He was still just a student. Moreover, what Guan Buping said seemed reasonable to Jiang Ming. In such dire times when one can barely fend for themselves, why bother with others? Jiang Ming blinked at him, trying to show he didn't mind, though he wasn't sure if Guan Buping understood. Gao Chong eagerly dragged the Spider King battle axe over from against the wall. Yes, dragged. The axe, aside from its quality, weighed over 200 jin. A high schooler like Gao Chong, tall as he was, couldn't lift it. Gao Chong dragged the axe to Jiang Ming's side, panting heavily, his face flushed. How do you even use this axe? I can barely lift it. When we found you, you were clutching it so tight. It took forever to pry it out of your hands. Didn't expect it to be so heavy, nearly killed me. To Gao Chong's barrage of questions, Jiang Ming could only blink. He couldn't speak or move, or else he'd have no problem swinging the axe for a demonstration. Gao Chong knew he wouldn't get an answer, so he laughed it off and leaned against the wall with the axe to rest. That afternoon, Zhou left the classroom to find water and food. She returned hours later, dejected, empty-handed, clearly a failure. Gao Chong and Guan Buping tried to comfort her, cursing Lu for being a bastard who, instead of uniting everyone in crisis, dreamed of selfish gains. Jiang Ming lay on the wooden board, quietly feeling his injuries slowly healing. Perhaps due to his Xingtian bloodline, his recovery was far faster than expected. He estimated he'd be mostly healed in a few days. But that night, a group burst into the classroom. Leading them was a pot-bellied, balding, greasy, middle-aged man. He entered with a face creased into a chrysanthemum-like smile, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of authority. The group around him were mostly students, now acting as his lackeys, basking in his borrowed power. His smile widened at the sight of Zhou. Teacher Zhou, have you considered what I mentioned this morning? Ryn-fa, stop spouting nonsense here. Teacher Zhou will never agree to your perverse demands, you balding fat bastard. Gao Chang and Guan Buping had arrived with Zhou Ye that morning and knew exactly what had transpired. They too felt deep contempt for the once sanctimonious dean of discipline who had the audacity to utter such words. Ryn-fa loathed being called bald and fat. His smile instantly faded, and he fixed a dark glare on Gao Chang. Oh, Gao Chang, is it? Never learned your lesson, do you? Those 2 punches you took yesterday were too light, weren't they? Gao Chang was about to lash out, but Zhou Ye stepped in and held him back. Biting her lip hard, she faced Ryn-fa. Dean Lu, I've told you before, I will never agree to your unreasonable demands. You are a teacher. Can you face the students you once taught with a clear conscience? A teacher? Ryn-fa scoffed dismissively. Teacher Zhou, are you still living in a dream? Times have changed. The title teacher means nothing. Can it fill your belly, or keep you warm? Can it restore the world to what it was? No. And as for students, Ryn-fa pointed to those behind him. Ask them yourself if I failed them. Dean Lu has been great to us. Yeah, we eat and drink well with him. Exactly, it's better than starving. A chorus of sycophantic voices echoed Ryn-fa's words, sending Zhou Ye into a trembling rage. Get out, all of you. Humph. Ryn-fa stood with his hands behind his back, nostrils flared as he looked down at Zhou Ye. Teacher Zhou, I told you we'll give you 3 days to think. During these 3 days, I'll still provide you with food and water and wait patiently. But after that, I can't guarantee anything. When I lose patience, I don't know what I might do, like tossing your students out to feed those monsters. It's not a bad idea after all. With fewer mouths, everyone else gets a bigger share. With that, Ryn-fa turned to leave. His gaze swept over Jiang Ming, who lay silently on the ground with closed eyes. Still wasting time picking up trash to keep. In 3 days, I'll throw you all out. Ryn-fa made no effort to keep his voice down, so everyone, including Jiang Ming, heard every word clearly. After they had all left, Zhou Ye seemed to collapse, all strength drained from her body as she slumped to the floor. Gao Chang gritted his teeth. Teacher Zhou, let me fight them. Once they see blood, they'll be scared. No. Zhou Ye grabbed his arm and shook her head. Absolutely not. You can't take on so many of them alone. Teacher Zhou, maybe we should try to sneak away, Guan Buping whispered, avoiding Jiang Ming. We can't fight them, but we can hide. If we just escape, Dean Lu can't touch us. Zhou Ye sighed. Dean Lu has us watched around the clock. There are layers of guards outside. We don't stand a chance. We can, Teacher Zhou. Guan Buping's hands trembled with excitement as he pulled a paper from his pocket and carefully unfolded it. It was covered in hand-drawn patterns and lines. This is a map of their guard posts and shift changes that I've observed. If we plan carefully, we have a good chance of getting out. Nice one, Guan. Gao Chang slapped him on the shoulder excitedly. Didn't know you had this up your sleeve. Impressive. Guan Buping scratched his head sheepishly, then glanced at Jiang Ming. But there's still a problem. The 3 of us can run, but carrying someone who can't move on their own makes it much harder. Gao Chang looked at Jiang Ming, then at Zhou Ye. Teacher Zhou, maybe we should just look out for ourselves first. No, Zhou Ye refused firmly. If we abandon him, Dean Lu will take his anger out on him when he can't find me. How would that be any different from killing him ourselves? But Teacher Zhou, Guan Buping urged, that bastard Lu said he'd throw him out in 3 days. Then he'll die, and we won't be able to leave either. No, Zhou Ye was adamant. If it means causing someone's death, I'd rather go to Ryn-fa myself. No. Gao Chang and Guan Buping shouted in unison. Teacher Zhou, stay calm. Impulse is the devil. Guan Buping continued. Ryn-fa is just waiting for you to walk into his trap. If you go, all our efforts will be wasted. Teacher Zhou, Gao Chang said, don't rush. We still have 3 days. Let's think of another way. With Guan Buping and Gao Chang's strong objections, Zhou Ye finally calmed down. She sat alone in a corner, hugging her knees as her body trembled slightly. Gao Chang and Guan Buping stepped aside to discuss something. Guan Buping said anxiously, what do we do? Teacher Zhou won't leave, and we can't force her. Gao Chang glanced at Jiang Ming. The key issue is him. As long as he's here, Teacher, Zhou won't rest easy and won't come with us. Then what? Guan Buping understood the logic, but saw no solution. Gao Chang's eyes turned cold. If it comes down to it, for everyone's safety. Gao Chang mimed a throat-slitting gesture, making Guan Buping shiver. You can't do that. Teacher Zhou would never agree. Do we have any other choice? Gao Chang gritted his teeth. We only have 3 days. Unless he recovers by then, which is impossible, he'll take full responsibility if Teacher Zhou blames me afterward. But killing someone. It's not right, Guan Buping said hesitantly. Who said anything about killing? Gao Chang looked at him in surprise. Then what did that gesture mean? Guan Buping repeated the throat-slitting motion. Gao Chang scratched his head. I meant if worst comes to worst, we knock Teacher Zhou out and carry her away. Killing? No way. Though they spoke in hushed tones, Jiang Ming heard every word clearly. If he could move, he would have burst out laughing. 3 days. Jiang Ming assessed his own body. By then he should be able to move. Apart from Jiang Ming, none of the 3, Zhou Ye, Gao Chang, and Guan Buping, slept that night. Zhou Ye spent most of it in anguish, and even when she tried to sleep, nightmares jolted her awake. Gao Chang and Guan Buping, on the other hand, spent the entire night planning their escape, calculating routes and timing. Jiang Ming, however, slept soundly. When he woke up, he felt much better. His sight and hearing had fully returned, his throat could produce sound, and the bones in his limbs were slowly mending. By tomorrow or the day after, he should be able to move normally. But starting today, Lu Renfa placed Zhou Ye and the others under house arrest. Even their food and water were delivered, making it hard for Gao Chong and Guan Buping to act. Zhou Ye seemed helpless. Several times, she mustered the courage to go to Lu Renfa, but Gao Chong and Guan Buping stopped her. Jiang Ming was the calmest of them all. Lu Renfa was waiting for 3 days to pass. Gao Chong and his friends were also waiting, and Jiang Ming was waiting too. Only the goals and actions each would take after those 3 days were different. On the first day, the second day, and up to the third day, Lu Renfa's men kept constant watch over Zhou Ye and her companions. Among these men were former teachers, colleagues, students, and classmates. But now they had all become Lu Renfa's lackeys. No matter how Zhou Ye, Gao Chong, or the others appealed to their past bonds, it was futile. In the face of reality, food, water, and supplies were all they cared about. And if they betrayed Lu Renfa, they would end up just like Zhou Ye. No one would be foolish enough to risk their life for a friendship so trivial. On the evening of the third day, Gao Chong and Guan Buping consumed the food and water they had saved over the past few days, preparing to make a desperate attempt to break out with Zhou Ye. They had already mapped out their route and plan over these days. Tonight, as soon as darkness fell, would be their final chance. Success was the only option, for failure would bring unimaginable consequences. Over these 3 days, Zhou Ye seemed to have come to terms with many things. The emotions on her face had faded, leaving only numbness and indifference. Just as Gao Chong and Guan Buping had everything ready and exchanged a glance preparing to knock Zhou Ye unconscious and flee, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed in the hallway outside the classroom. Moments later, Lu Renfa burst in with his men. Seeing the ready posture of Gao Chong and Guan Buping, Lu Renfa sneered coldly. I knew you'd try to escape. Did you really think you could fool me with your petty schemes? Arrest them all. Lu Renfa waved his hand and a crowd surged forward, encircling Gao Chong and Guan Buping. In a few swift moves, they were pinned to the ground. Haha, Teacher Zhou, Lu Renfa said, rubbing his hands together maliciously as he approached Zhou Ye. 3 days are up and my patience wears thin. Have you made your decision? I hope you think carefully before you answer me. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that your 2 students will leave this classroom unscathed. Lu Renfa. Zhou Ye stared at the approaching man, suddenly pulling a shard of glass from beneath her. You covet nothing but this face of mine, don't you? Today you'll destroy it. With an icy glare fixed on Lu Renfa, Zhou Ye didn't blink. She slashed the glass across her fair face, once on each side. Zhou Ye, Teacher Zhou. Lu Renfa, Gao Chong, and Guan Buping cried out in shock at her action, but it was already too late. The glass sliced through the soft skin, instantly blood gushing from the wounds. Zhou Ye's face was now a bloody mess, a gruesome sight to behold. Zhou Ye, fine. I never expected you to pull a stunt like this. Lu Renfa frowned at her. Are you so unwilling to be with me? Fine. Today I'll make you pay for your impulsive act. Cut off one of their hands. Enraged that the object of his desire was destroyed before his eyes, Lu Renfa turned and glared at Gao Chong and Guan Buping, barking his order. The students holding them down were stunned. Oh, Zhou Ye's drastic move had shocked them. No one expected such a beautiful woman to disfigure herself with her own hands. Seeing their hesitation, Lu Renfa roared. What's the matter? Scared by such a small scene? What good are you? Chop their hands off. The group snapped out of their daze and scrambled to find a blade. Someone spotted the Spider King battle axe leaning in a corner and rushed to lift it. But he misjudged its weight. Instead of lifting it, he stumbled and fell flat on his face. Refusing to give up, he stood and used all his strength to try and lift the axe, but could only manage to shift it slightly. The classroom was in chaos. No one paid attention to his struggle with the axe, nor did anyone notice the man lying on a wooden board in the corner, slowly sitting up. Meanwhile, someone had found a knife. They held Gao Chong and Guan Buping down, but no one dared to make the cut. After all, they were just teenagers. Killing mutated creatures was entirely different from killing a human. The ethics instilled by years of schooling still lingered in their hearts. Even the teachers stood there, torn and hesitant, unable to act. A bunch of cowards. Lu Renfa, furious, snatched the knife and strode toward Gao Chong. You little bastard, weren't you itching to hit me a couple of days ago? Today I'll take your hand and teach you a lesson. No. Zhou Ye thought that disfiguring herself would make Lu Renfa back off, but it only infuriated him further. As Zhou Ye lunged to grab the knife, Lu Renfa threw her off with a backhand. Despite being a balding, short, and stout middle-aged man, his strength was immense, sending her crashing into the window frame. Zhou Ye, don't think ruining your face will make me let you go. Lu Renfa snarled. In the dark, I'll still have my way with you. I'll deal with you later. You boy like showing off, don't you? They'll teach you the price of that. Hold him steady. Lu Renfa glared viciously at Gao Chong, raising the knife to slash down at his wrist. Gao Chong's eyes widened and he clenched his jaw, staring at Lu Renfa without a trace of fear, even knowing his hand was about to be severed. Hold. Just as Lu Renfa's knife was about to strike Gao Chong's wrist, a clear, forceful shout rang out, overpowering all noise in the room. A wooden board flew from the back of the classroom, parting the crowd and slamming into the knife. With a loud thud, the knife was knocked from Lu Renfa's hand and clattered to the floor. Who goes there? Lu Renfa bellowed, and all eyes turned toward the back of the room. There, where a half-dead cripple had lain motionless, the man now stood, a ferocious-looking axe resting on his shoulder and one foot planted on the person who had tried to lift the Spider King battle axe. Jiang Ming twisted his neck, joints cracking audibly. After 3 days of rest, he could finally move again. Though not fully recovered, he was more than capable of handling the current situation. What surprised him, however, was Zhou Ye's fierce sight. Even he hadn't anticipated her using glass to disfigure herself. Her courage and boldness earned his newfound respect. Still, it was a bit impulsive. Jiang Ming's legs hadn't been fully mobile earlier, which caused a slight delay. Now that he could move freely, Lu Renfa no longer held sway over the classroom. You're not dead. Lu Renfa frowned, seeing the cripple Zhou Ye had picked up, not only alive, but standing before him full of vigor. Jiang Ming strode toward Lu Renfa, the Spider King battle axe in hand. A scumbag like you is still alive, so how could I die? Oomph. Pretentious. Lu Renfa was undaunted, convinced Jiang Ming was bluffing. He picked up the knife and pointed it at him. Whoever takes him down gets a can of food and a bottle of water. With a reward so tempting, many students and teachers, seeing Jiang Ming as an outsider, cast covetous glances his way. Jiang Ming flexed his wrist, sneering at them. A bunch of snot-nosed kids. They'll give you a chance. Get out of here now, or don't blame me when you're splattered with blood. With that, he wasted no more words. He was never one to dawdle. Pointing the Spider King battle axe at Lu Renfa, he had no interest in fighting the students. Just immature kids not worth his time. Though his physical strength hadn't fully returned, his speed was still beyond their perception. In the blink of an eye, he appeared among the crowd, less than a meter from Lu Renfa. Jiang Ming swung the Spider King battle axe in a full arc, slamming the blunt side into Lu Renfa. The immense force sent him flying, crashing into a group of people before embedding him into the wall. His eyes rolled back, blood spilling from his mouth. A single blow knocked him unconscious, stuck so firmly in the wall, he couldn't be pried out. Silence. The entire classroom fell into a deathly hush. The omnipotent Lu Renfa, who had controlled everything moments ago, was taken out in an instant. Jiang Ming leaped onto the podium, his gaze sweeping over everyone like a wolf. He pointed to the classroom door. The door's over there. Need me to see you out? Trembling, the group edged toward the door, not daring to meet Jiang Ming's eyes, yet unable to look away, terrified he might suddenly leap down and bring the axe down on them. The classroom, once bustling with shadows of people, emptied in moments, leaving only Jiang Ming, Zhou Ye, Gao Chong, Guan Buping, and the motionless Lu Renfa. You're better. After a brief silence, Zhou Ye looked at Jiang Ming and asked first. Jiang Ming jumped down from the podium, stowed away his Spider King battle axe, and stretched his arms, saying more or less just in time. Walking to the wall, he reached out, grabbed Lu Renfa, who was embedded in it, and with a single pull yanked him out and threw him to the ground. Jiang Ming said, "What do you plan to do with this man?" Gao Chong scrambled up from the floor, picked up a nearby knife, and said, "He'll pay him back in kind. He wanted to chop off my hand, so he'll chop off his." Jiang Ming raised an eyebrow, took 2 steps aside, and gestured for Gao Chong to proceed as he wished. "Thank you for saving us." Zhou Ye looked at this man who had been half dead and unable to speak just 2 days ago, now standing before her full of vitality. She found it incredible, but it was precisely because of him that they had survived, and she thanked him from the bottom of her heart. Jiang Ming smiled and said, "No need for thanks. You saved my life once, this is my repayment." Guan Buping stood by at a loss, having earlier conspired with Gao Chong to abandon Jiang Ming only to be saved by him instead. Thud! With a loud shout, Gao Chong raised the knife and brought it down, severing Lu Renfa's right hand in one stroke. Blood spurted out, splattering all over him. The searing pain jolted the just unconscious Lu Renfa awake. Clutching his severed wrist, he screamed and writhed on the ground. Gao Chong's face was flushed red, his eyes bloodshot, his whole body trembling and panting like an ox as he yelled at Lu Renfa. "You old beast, weren't you going to chop off my hand? Come on." All the repressed emotions from being bullied by Lu Renfa for so long erupted in an instant. Gao Chong roared like a frenzied beast. "Gao Chong," Zhou Ye said, worried, wanting to step forward to dissuade him, but Jiang Ming stopped her. "Wait, don't go over yet. He's emotionally charged and could easily hurt someone." Once Gao Chong had mostly vented, Jiang Ming walked over, took the knife from his hand, patted him on the shoulder, and whispered in his ear, "Are you done venting? Calm down and think. If you have the guts, kill him." Acting on impulse when emotions are nearly out of control isn't true combat awareness. A common man's rage leading to bloodshed is meaningless. Gao Chong's act of chopping off Lu Renfa's hand was more about emotional outburst and release. Only when he calmed down and found the courage to pick up the knife again could he achieve true growth. And Jiang Ming had said to kill Lu Renfa. Injuring someone and killing someone. A single word difference, yet 2 entirely different concepts. It all depended on whether Gao Chong could harden his heart and cross that threshold within himself. Although they had planned to abandon Jiang Ming and flee alone in the past few days in the apocalypse, self-preservation was understandable. However, considering they had saved his life, Jiang Ming was willing to take them along. Having said that, Jiang Ming placed the bloodstained knife on the podium, turned to Zhou Ye and Guan Buping, and said, "I'm hungry. Where can I find something to eat?" "I know," Guan Buping said eagerly, perhaps out of guilt or recognizing that Jiang Ming now held the authority. "In Lu Renfa's office, there's a large stockpile of supplies." "All right, what are we waiting for? Let's go." Jiang Ming looked at Zhou Ye, who was still worriedly watching Gao Chong, and said, "Leave this to him. Let's go first." Zhou Ye shifted her gaze to Jiang Ming, her heart suddenly uneasy. She didn't know what he had said to Gao Chong, but seeing Gao Chong's conflicted state, it must have been something difficult. When Jiang Ming was immobile and severely injured, Zhou Ye hadn't felt this way. But now with this man standing freely before her, she felt deeply uncertain. Though he was human, his indifference to life made him seem like a demon crawling out of hell. Zhouya opened her mouth to speak, then lowered her head and followed Jiang Ming to Lu Renfa's office. At the classroom door, she softly called out to Gao Chong, "Gao Chong, hurry up and follow. Don't get lost." Gao Chong nodded with his back to Zhouya. As the footsteps faded, he took a deep breath, walked with heavy steps to the podium, and slowly grasped the handle of the knife. The knife he had casually picked up to cut off Lu Renfa's hand now felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds weighing down in Gao Chong's grip. "You? What are you doing?" Lu Renfa pressed his wound to stop the bleeding, but the pain still made his face pale and his body tremble. Looking up, he saw Gao Chong walking toward him, knife in hand. I've already let you cut off my hand. Your revenge is done. Spare me." Seeing Gao Chong's icy stare, Lu Renfa panicked in terror, crawling backward, leaving a trail of blood on the floor. Gao Chong's mind was blank, filled only with Jiang Ming's words and a single thought: kill Lu Renfa. "No, don't. Stay away. Stay away." Lu Renfa backed into a corner with nowhere to go, clutching his severed arm and writhing, but the knife in Gao Chong's hand wouldn't heed his pleas. Raising the knife high above his head, Gao Chong brought it down on Lu Renfa, leaving a deep gash from which blood gushed forth instantly. Lu Renfa screamed in agony, rolling to dodge, but Gao Chong's knife fell again and again upon him. Wounds of varying depths appeared on Lu Renfa's body, and in moments he was slashed to pieces, turning into a blood-soaked figure. Massive blood loss robbed Lu Renfa of the strength to scream. Gasping for breath, barely alive, he struggled to crawl away with blurred vision. Gao Chong stepped on his back, gripped the knife with both hands, and drove it through his back into his heart. With one final agonized scream, Lu Renfa collapsed like a heap of mud, lifeless, killed by Gao Chong's relentless blows. Gao Chong stared at the dead Lu Renfa beneath his feet, his eyes shifting through a storm of emotions. Pale and fighting back nausea, he turned and left the classroom to find Zhouya and the others who had gone ahead. Jiang Ming, Zhouya, and Guan Buping had already reached Lu Renfa's office, but others had beaten them to it. The office door was wide open, with people bustling in and out looting supplies. News of Lu Renfa's defeat by Jiang Ming had spread, and like rats fleeing a sinking ship, everyone was scrambling for the goods. Seeing this, Guan Buping let out a shout and rushed into the office with the crowd to grab what he could. With so many people and limited supplies, nothing would be left if he was late. Jiang Ming, however, remained calm, showing no intention of joining the scramble. Zhouya urged anxiously, "If we don't act now, they'll take everything." "It's fine. Let them take what they want. There isn't much anyway. By the way, I want to ask you a few questions." Compared to food and water, Jiang Ming was more concerned about where this place was and when they had found and brought him back. Zhouya glanced at the crowd frantically grabbing supplies, bit her lip, and answered Jiang Ming's questions. According to her, this place was called Wufeng County in Ningxi Province, a relatively remote location. About 10 days ago, while they were out searching for supplies, they heard a loud bang followed by a thunderclap from a clear sky, striking not far from them. When they went to investigate, they found Jiang Ming lying on the ground, severely injured, and brought him back. Ningxi Province, Wufeng County, about 10 days ago. Jiang Ming frowned slightly. Ningxi Province and Xinjiang City were over 1,000 kilometers apart. How had he been transported so far? Not counting the days he had been conscious after waking up, he had been in a coma for about a week. If that was the case, by his calculations, Xinjiang City would have already been overrun by mutated creatures. The thought of an entire city vanishing from the surface and sinking underground was unsettling. Jiang Ming sighed, hoping in his heart that Chu Yinbai, Wu, and the others had already left Xinjiang City. "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" Zhouya asked, noticing Jiang Ming's furrowed brows and seemingly unhappy expression. "It's nothing," Jiang Ming said, withdrawing his thoughts. Bai Wu knew that his destination had always been Yinjing in the north, and if nothing unexpected happened, they were certain to meet there. In just a few moments, everyone had stripped the entire office clean, leaving not even a single desk or chair behind. Guan Buping clutched the 2 bottles of water and a loaf of bread he had managed to snatch with great difficulty, his face contorted in dismay as he said, "There were too many of them. I only managed to grab these things." Jiang Ming stepped into the now empty office and found a small jar of anti-inflammatory medicine in the corner. He handed it to Zhouya and said, "Clean the wound on your face." Zhouya had only scratched her face moments ago, and the wound was not deep. By now the blood had nearly coagulated. Taking the anti-inflammatory medicine from Jiang Ming and the water from Guan Buping, Zhouya tore down a curtain and began to clean the bloodstains from her face. Meanwhile, Jiang Ming searched the office for something. He had clearly seen in the classroom earlier how Lu Renfa, a paunchy, mid-aged, greasy man, had easily thrown Zhouya into the corner. Although there was a natural disparity in strength due to gender, the force behind it seemed far too great. Later, using his insight eye, he confirmed that this pervert had been authenticated by the stone tablet and even carried a couple of trinkets only available from the mysterious merchant. However, they were of little practical use and were easily dispatched by Jiang Ming with a single-axe strike. Thus, Jiang Ming felt no urgency as these people looted the supplies. It was unnecessary, these materials were finite. In the apocalypse, only galactic coins held the key to acquiring resources. Once the looters had finished, Jiang Ming began searching for the mysterious merchant and the exchange stone tablet. Lu Renfa had been overly cautious, fearing a threat to his tyrannical rule. Only he had authenticated the stone tablet, leaving everyone else as ordinary people. The office consisted of 2 rooms: an outer room, now stripped bare except for the walls and windows, and an inner room, which more resembled a storage area. The recent scramble had left it in disarray with shelves and discarded boxes scattered everywhere. Jiang Ming surveyed the room, walked to the wall at the far end, grabbed a shelf leaning against it, and yanked it down with force. As the shelf fell, a small door was revealed. The bricks around the doorframe appeared freshly laid, and a black cloth had been draped over the shelf's back, shrouding it in shadows. Without moving the shelf, one would hardly notice this hidden entrance. After helping Zhou Ye wash her face, Guan Buping entered the inner room with her to see what Jiang Ming was up to. Gao Chong, who had just killed Lu Renfa, also arrived. The 3 stood at the doorway between the inner and outer rooms, watching Jiang Ming. "Come in, all of you," Jiang Ming said, pushing open the door and stepping inside. Beyond the small door was a tiny room no larger than a restroom. Yet within this cramped space stood an ink-black stone tablet and an NPC cloaked in a black robe. The room was also stocked with advanced weapons and equipment obtained from the mysterious merchant. Along with some supplies, the small area was packed to the brim. As Jiang Ming had guessed, after discovering the uses of the mysterious merchant and the exchange stone tablet, Lu Renfa had hidden them away for his own exclusive use. But Lu Renfa never anticipated that Jiang Ming would appear out of nowhere. These items would never be used by him now. Zhou Ye and the others stepped closer, their eyes widening at the sight of the weapons, equipment, and supplies filling the room. Guan Buping asked curiously, "How did you know there was a hidden room here?" "It's simple," Jiang Ming replied. Having intended to help them anyway, he explained the nature of the exchange stone tablet and the mysterious merchant. Gao Chong exclaimed in realization, "No wonder that short, pathetic fatso Lu Renfa had such strength. So that's how it was." Jiang Ming looked at Gao Chong, still covered in blood and clutching a blade, and said, "To deal with those mutant creatures, ordinary swords and guns won't cut it. You need galactic coins to exchange for powerful weapons from the mysterious merchant or loot them from the creatures themselves." Jiang Ming's explanation felt like opening a door to a new world for them. For the first time, they truly understood the apocalypse. Jiang Ming purchased a set of well-fitted clothes, a backpack, supplies, medicine, weapons, and ammunition from the mysterious merchant. Most of the weapons and equipment Lu Renfa had bought were of a common type. The high-tech ones were likely beyond his understanding, and Jiang Ming had no interest in them. Zhou Ye and the others watched in awe as Jiang Ming effortlessly bought a large quantity of items from the black-robed NPC. After his purchases, Jiang Ming took out a galactic gold coin and handed it to Zhou Ye, saying, "This is for you, consider it a reward. I've told you everything. Use these things as you see fit." With that, Jiang Ming shouldered his backpack, intending to find a place to change clothes. He had done all he could, the rest was up to them. He found an empty classroom, stripped off his clothes, and used a portable cleansing agent bought from the mysterious merchant for 50 galactic copper coins to clean himself. Feeling refreshed, he changed into new clothes, put on his backpack, and prepared to leave. But as he opened the classroom door, he found Zhou Ye, Gao Chong, and Guan Buping standing outside. Each of them now carried a hiking backpack and looked at Jiang Ming with determined eyes. Jiang Ming asked, "Is there something else?" Zhou Ye spoke up, "We want to leave with you." "That's right," Guan Buping chimed in, "Please take us along." Jiang Ming crossed his arms and said, "Do you even know where I'm going or what I'm doing? Besides, you have food, drink, and weapons here. If you organize the students and teachers, you can easily fend off those mutant creatures. But following you means survival." Gao Chong said, his gaze fixed on Jiang Ming. "We won't cause you any trouble. Please take us with you." Though it had been a brief encounter, their interactions had revealed that this man they had picked up on the road was mysterious and powerful, knowing things they had never heard or seen, as if he held all the secrets hidden beneath this world. Comfort breeds complacency, but the outside world had changed utterly. No one knew when those mutant creatures would break in. Rather than waiting here to deplete the resources, it was better to take a gamble and leave with Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming studied them for a moment before saying, "Open your backpacks and let me see." Zhou Ye and the others complied, setting down their packs and opening them. Jiang Ming instructed, "Keep only 3 days' worth of water and food. Throw away the rest." In their haste to catch up with Jiang Ming, they had stuffed their backpacks with a jumble of items. Now, under Jiang Ming's orders, they discarded everything unnecessary. "Follow me," Jiang Ming said, leading them back to the small room. He used galactic coins to purchase supplies from the mysterious merchant, such as optical flashlights and night vision devices. Backpack space was limited, filling it entirely with food, weapons, or any single category was impractical. Carrying too much only became a burden. On the journey north, they would pass through various places where supplies like food and water could be replenished. However, items like weapons, ammunition, and lighting equipment were not so easily obtained. With all electronic devices now defunct, acquiring an optical flashlight was more challenging than finding a bottle of water. He exchanged a set of standard equipment for each of them, authenticated their stone tablets, and only after everything was properly packed did they leave the place. As for the items left in the small room, the students remaining at the school would